Lin Yi has acquired the ability to traverse between the realms of the urban and the apocalypse. In the apocalyptic world, the protagonist can enhance his level by devouring zombies and mutated creatures, while also storing items within his spatial domain. In this desolate world, gold, renowned paintings, and precious wood are deemed worthless, yet they fetch astronomical prices in the urban setting. A loaf of bread in the city could be exchanged for a courtesan, presenting an extraordinary value in the apocalypse. To realize the true worth of life and to wield dominion over both the apocalypse and the city is not an excessive ambition, is it? As the edifice crumbles and the curtain of an era descends, where the apocalypse converges with the modern world and the masses bend in submission, you being the sole traveler between these two realms shall make diverse choices. Chapter 1. Crossing the Realms. The system commands me to become a dark cultivator. Lin Yi, why should I care whether you live or die? Take a look in the mirror. Do you truly believe you deserve me? If you want to die, then do so quickly. I have no time to waste on you. At the 6th People's Hospital, in the intensive care unit, Su Yuting stood beside the hospital bed, her figure accentuated by a fitted white dress, her exquisite makeup betraying her displeasure. Lin Yi, incensed, forced his eyes open. Having been in love for 8 years from high school to college, they had remained the envy of many until graduation. Yet now, this once adored beauty of Jiang University appeared utterly foreign to him. Yuting, is my life truly worth less than that dilapidated house? It was purchased outright by my parents for us. Once I recover, I can simply redeem it. Lin Yi attempted to lift his head to clarify his stance to Su Yuting. However, before he could utter a word, she flung the medical report onto the bed. Lin Yi, what more can I possibly say? You're nothing but a cripple. Even if those broken legs heal, you will remain disabled. Do not expect me to use my money for your treatment. A mocking smile crept onto her face. President Gu has already promised to arrange a job for me next week. We are no longer the same world. Let us part ways. And as for the house, it is rightfully mine. Do my years of youth not warrant compensation? At that moment, Lin Yi truly realized that he and his fiancée could never return to the days of yore. To match this woman more closely, he had declined opportunities to apply to higher-tier institutions and to study abroad, sacrificing all his passions. In retrospect, it was nothing but unrequited love. This woman, who had accompanied him throughout his youth, had become someone entirely alien due to a mere job mentioned by President Gu. Without Lin Yi sacrificing his own academic and personal time to support her. Without him tutoring her while working part-time to cover her educational expenses. It was unfathomable that she could have settled in the city, let alone pass high school or escape the mountains. In this moment, the only guilt he felt was towards his parents. He pressed his lips together and, in the calmest tone he could muster, said, considering our past friendship, I would like to ask if you could possibly cover my medical expenses for the time being. I assure you that once I recover, I will certainly bang. The hospital room door was slammed shut with a resounding thud. The surgical lights flickered on, illuminating Lin Yi's face, marred with bruises, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. In the next moment. My goodness, I'm finally back. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, and his heart began to race violently. The unexpected turn of events caused the doctor, who was preparing for surgery, to halt his actions and exclaim, Is he resurrected? Everything resembled the fleeting moments that precede death. As the doctor stood there, momentarily at a loss, Lin Yi inquired, How long have I been asleep? Did you actually sleep? After a prolonged silence, a seemingly intern doctor spoke. You merely close your eyes for a brief moment, and then, if you have any last wishes, please let me know. We will certainly fulfill them. A hush fell over the room, accompanied by glances filled with regret. Lin Yi felt a sense of confusion within that he was not dead. He could not pinpoint when it began, but he frequently experienced bizarre dreams, visions of another world. A realm teeming with zombies and death, akin to the apocalyptic scenarios depicted in novels. Initially, he paid little heed to these dreams, however. Curiously, each dream seamlessly connected to the next in subsequent slumbers. And just now, with his body battered by a car accident, he returned to that world once more. This could no longer be merely classified as dreaming. Perhaps transmigration would be a more fitting term for the current circumstance. Ding! It has been detected that you can successfully traverse between the modern world and the apocalyptic realm 29 times. The interdimensional travel system is now loading. Ding! Your survival backpack for the apocalyptic world has been successfully activated. This backpack can contain resources from both realms and allows for free passage without the risk of losing items upon world transition. Ding! You have acquired an epic quality item, the Breath Soil. What is this? A golden finger? Suddenly, several voices echoed in his mind, causing Lin Yi to momentarily freeze, his body trembling slightly. In the next instant, an object reminiscent of a backpack materialized in his consciousness. As he focused on this so-called backpack, he realized it bore a striking resemblance to an inventory system from a game he had played previously. The backpack was structured in a grid format, consisting of a total of 12 slots. Among them, 11 slots were empty, while the first slot was occupied by a purple cube resembling a Rubik's Cube. Lin Yi concentrated on the first slot, and information began to materialize. Breath Soil, a substance formed from the primordial power of another world, capable of establishing an indestructible anchor point in the alternate realm, allowing for seamless travel between the modern world and the apocalypse. If this is indeed true, it implies he possesses the ability to traverse between two worlds, augmented by the system's backpack. This could potentially transform the system backpack into a means of wealth accumulation. Reborn as a merchant between two realms. 3 days swiftly passed. Uncertain whether it was due to being bitten by a zombie or the acquisition of the system, all of Lin Yi's injuries had miraculously healed. He deceitfully claimed that a college classmate's girlfriend required financial assistance for an abortion, persuading his parents to lend him 2,000 yuan, which he used to settle his hospital bills. In truth, what he told his parents was accurate. The only discrepancy was that the girlfriend in question was not his classmate, but rather himself. As for the child, it was not his own. From the doctor, he learned that Su Yuding did not immediately leave the hospital after vacating her room, but rather proceeded to the downstairs department for the abortion, accompanied by an unfamiliar man. Contemplating Su Yuding's sudden change in demeanor, along with the fact that she had just come from home and had an accident shortly after stepping outside, he pondered whether there might be a connection between the two events. Of course, this was merely conjecture. He possessed no evidence. Su Yuding, I bet you didn't expect me to still be alive. Just wait. Hailing a taxi by the roadside, Lin Yi made a beeline for his residence. Upon returning home, he discovered that the lock had been changed, and after what felt like an eternity of knocking, the door finally swung open. Lin Yi, how are you unharmed? Did I not make it clear? We are no longer from the same world. Please keep your distance from me and my home. Su Yuding's lips bore traces of a white substance, and her complexion appeared flushed. Could it be that he had truly been betrayed? Ding! The host's body has been fully restored. Ability rewards are now available. The options are as follows. 1 to infinite resource return. The host can obtain resources by binding to a goddess, gaining unlimited quantities of selected resources for each binding, usable across realms. 2. Tool. The host may bind any individual as a tool, ensuring their absolute obedience to the host's commands, accompanying the host across realms. Cooldown period. 3 days quantity. Unlimited. 3. Devourer. The host will gain the ability to absorb others, acquiring all their abilities, including but not limited to professional knowledge, language skills, and memories. Absorption limit. Unlimited. 4. Random conceptual items, including but not limited to chewing gum that never ceases, hair gel that enhances attractiveness beyond measure, cola that induces endless burping, and an incredibly entertaining flying chess game. Cooldown period, 2.5 days. Chapter 2. Additional funds required. Lin Yi felt a sudden jolt of energy. The emotions he had carefully cultivated were now on the verge of collapse. Su Yuding's disdainful gaze made Lin Yi realize how melodious the system's voice had become at this moment. Infinite material returns, a rather antiquated ability. If he could traverse two realms, it signified that hoarding resources was inherently trivial for him. As for the remaining 3 abilities, they warranted careful consideration, particularly the 4th option, which pertained to conceptual matters that typically hinted at insurmountable challenges. The 2nd option, if deployed wisely, might even enable him to lead a modern army to confront the apocalypse, allowing Su Yuding to witness the true nature of the end times. However, what Lin Yi yearned to understand most was what thoughts occupied the mind of the woman before him. I choose option 3, Lin Yi declared without hesitation. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to devour corpses. As the voice resonated in his mind, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. He stepped toward the house. But just as he took his first stride, a mocking voice echoed. Do you even look in the mirror? What are you? Miss Yuding said to hurry and leave. You are nothing but a parasite of society. How dare you approach? A cacophony of scornful taunts emanated from within. Through the narrow passageway before the door, Lin Yi glimpsed the smoke-filled living room, where a group of over a dozen individuals had gathered. At a glance, he recognized a familiar figure clad in a tailored suit. Adorned with a pink tie, Gu Chun, the so-called general manager mentioned by Su Yuding. Gu Chun also spotted Lin Yi, tightening his belt and wearing an expression of aloof defiance. Approaching the door, he coldly remarked, You must be Lin Yi. I've heard from Yuding that your relationship has ended. What do you consider yourself? Are you not aware of the chasm that separates us? If you have any sense, you should leave at once. Lin Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Yuding's flushed face. How could he rationally transform her into a corpse? In the next moment, Su Yuding stomped her foot, exclaiming, Lin Yi, have you had enough of your antics? Did I force you to earn money for my education? Did I compel you to buy this wretched house? You did it of your own volition. Yes, I was your girlfriend once, but that is no longer the case. Did we not agree in the hospital? That money should be considered a compensation for my lost youth. At her words, Lin Yi found himself laughing in anger. Back then, he had been on the brink of death. Had it not been for the sudden awakening of the system, he might have even perished on the operating table. Indeed, had he truly died, the house would have naturally belonged to that ungrateful woman, residing in his own home, spending his own money, and even scheming behind his back. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi asserted, All right, since you wish to follow your so-called general manager, I have no objection. But there is no way you will take this house. It was a gift from my parents. The current circumstances are glaringly evident, with no fewer than a dozen individuals present in the room. Indeed, he possesses an awakening system. Yet that does not grant him the right to extinguish the lives of these people. Moreover, in this modern era, murder carries severe repercussions. Su Yuding's expression shifted as she coldly remarked, Lin Yi, how naive you are. This dilapidated house was promised to me by your parents. You have no authority here. Instantly, a few individuals in the room erupted in derisive laughter. Observing this, Gu Chun swiftly positioned himself before Su Yuding, grinning broadly and declaring, Oh, are we planning to bully a woman? If that's the case, I certainly won't stand for it. You pauper, what are you pretending for? Is it merely for money? With that, Gu Chun produced a wad of cash from his bag and flung it at Lin Yi's face. Is this sufficient? Before Lin Yi could react, Gu Chun pulled Su Yuding into his embrace, smirking as he added, Let me be frank with you. Yuding is carrying my child. If you know what's good for you, you'd better keep your distance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. I understand. Then why don't you keep your distance from me? Su Yuding shouted coldly. Lin Yi bypassed Su Yuding and locked eyes with Gu Chun, his voice icy as he questioned. Do you truly believe this worthless woman standing before you is worth such a trifling amount? What do you mean, Lin Yi? You're being quite explicit. I expect more money. Gu Chun, unable to mask his smugness at Lin Yi's apparent retreat, reveled in the situation. He had encountered many such individuals, all of whom, upon discovering their betrayal, would rage in fury. Yet, in the end, they were all subdued by either money or force. Haha, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll generously grant you a bit more cash. With that, Gu Chun, under the disapproving gaze of Su Yuding, once again pulled out several stacks of cash and tossed them at Lin Yi's face. To him, this amount was inconsequential. His expenditures on other women far exceeded this paltry sum. Su Yuding was merely the most contemptible of his conquests. Lin Yi chose not to utter another word, bending down to collect the scattered cash and cradling it to his chest. Just as he stood up, Su Yuding's slap landed squarely on his face. Lin Yi, what do you think you are? How dare you pick up President Gu's money? That belongs to him. Lin Yi remained silent, turning away quietly. With that slap, their relationship was severed, leaving only animosity in its wake. Watching Lin Yi's retreating figure, Su Yuding felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. When had he become so audacious, not only refusing to kneel and apologize, but also daring to walk away without a word? It was only when she heard Gu Chun's words of consolation that a long-lost smile returned to her face. After leaving his home, Lin Yi ventured to a nearby small restaurant. His mood was not one of disappointment. Rather, he felt a strange sense of relief. To reward himself, he requested 2 eggs to be added to his noodles, prompting the restaurant owner to speculate whether he had won the lottery. He refrained from discussing his troubles with Su Yuding. After settling the bill, Lin Yi strolled along the street, contemplating renting a place for a while. Moments later, his body suddenly stiffened. Brother Chun, did you not promise to buy me a ring? All my friends have one. Ting Ting, dear. Your task now is to keep an eye on Lin Yi. That rascal managed to acquire so much money from us today. Can you truly bear it? Hearing the familiar voices ahead, Lin Yi instantly recognized the scheming pair, Su Yuding and her accomplice. He halted his steps, concealed by the night, seemingly unnoticed by them. Their conversation persisted. Ting Ting, heed my words. I have already contacted the driver of the car that collided with Lin Yi. It is highly suspicious that he survived. Brother Chun, are you suggesting that it was not the driver's fault for not killing Lin Yi? Gu Chun embraced Su Yuding, his hands never ceasing their exploration, fingers gradually slipping beneath her clothing. He may be more complex than I initially imagined. In any case, we must find a way to deal with him so we can be at peace together. Killing him would not be wise. If the police find out, it would be problematic. His parents trust me immensely, unlike you, Brother Chun. Lin Yi stood in the shadows, listening to the seductive whispers of the couple nearby. His mind remarkably clear. The car accident was no mere coincidence. It was a scheme orchestrated by this treacherous duo. He had underestimated their cunning. I shall not bring harm to my family. However, this couple has severely overstepped my boundaries. Chapter 3, Devouring Power. The following morning, Lin Yi arrived in the United States with all his possessions. He had pondered throughout the night, realizing that in Gu Chen's eyes, he may merely appear as an ordinary pawn. Lin Yi was acutely aware of their disparity. Although he could exchange one life for another, he deemed it unworthy. Whether due to Gu Chun or the imminent apocalypse, he felt compelled to acquire a firearm. Upon exiting the airport, he spotted a black man wearing a jersey with the number 24, holding a sign in the center of the plaza. The sign read Lin Yi. In that moment, Lin Yi recalled that this was the luxurious solo tour he had arranged through connections. The man was likely his guide and translator. $5,000 a day indeed came with its advantages. He waved his hand. Over here. The black man, upon noticing Lin Yi's gesture, smiled broadly, placing his sign down and rushing toward him. The sudden greeting was disorienting, leaving one with an uncanny sensation of impending collision. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. I am Lin Yi, and I also speak dragon language. Confirming Lin Yi's identity, the black man displayed a mysterious smile, flexing his bicep. Greetings, Mr. Lin Yi. I am your guide, Kalong, and I will be responsible for your journey over the next few days. Wherever you wish to go, just let me know. Indeed, even his name bore a striking resemblance to that of a dearly departed friend. Without further ado, Lin Yi stated his intentions clearly. I am here for one purpose alone, to purchase a firearm. In the land renowned for its freedom, the number of gun shops surpasses even that of public restrooms, which is precisely why it serves as the preferred locale for firearm purchases. One could say that drawing a handgun in the street would hardly elicit any concern from the locals. However, this was not the case for Kalong. Upon hearing this, Kalong did not feign surprise. He chuckled, revealing a set of pearly whites, and remarked, Mr. Lin, you must be joking. Our tour group does not include such services. Naturally, Lin Yi was skeptical. A travel fee of $5,000 per day, devoid of any extraordinary services, would render such an expenditure futile. Lin Yi inquired, so, where shall we go now? Kalong replied, I will first arrange your accommodation, and later this evening, I will take you to explore the black market. Perhaps you'll find what you seek there. Soon, Lin Yi was escorted to a 3-star hotel and assigned a room adjacent to the road. It must be said that the room rate was remarkably affordable, merely $20 per day, which translates to just over 100 yuan in the currency of Longhua. In his homeland, one would hardly find a room at such a price. Gazing at the distant streets and absorbing the exotic charm that diverged so greatly from his own country, Lin Yi momentarily felt as though he were in a dream. He could not help but wonder what this place would resemble if it were to descend into an apocalyptic state. At 7 in the evening, Kalong arrived punctually to collect Lin Yi. To Lin Yi's surprise, he had changed into a number 8 jersey, and with his endearing smile, the familiarity between them intensified. The journey was silent, and half an hour later, Lin Yi found himself at a gun stall in the black market. According to Kalong, as Lin Yi was not a citizen of this land, he would not be able to purchase weapons from a legitimate gun shop. However, the black market was another matter entirely. To be candid, the variety of firearms available here was indeed extensive, even featuring some that belonged to the military. Lin Yi was particularly drawn to a Glock 19 pistol, whose unique design alleviated concerns over ammunition jams. However, the price was steep, $2,000, plus an additional cost for 200 rounds of ammunition, leaving Lin Yi nearly penniless. Yet, considering the imminent journey into the apocalypse, he paid without hesitation. After all, his life was worth far more than this sum. Upon acquiring the firearm, he promptly stored it within his spatial compartment. Although he felt an urge to purchase additional weapons, he regrettably lacked the funds to do so. Conversely, upon learning that Lin Yi intended to return home to gather more money, Kalong became increasingly enthusiastic, insisting that he would await Lin Yi's return to continue as his tour guide. The number 8 jersey and his cheerful demeanor made Lin Yi feel as though that man had returned. As they chatted and wandered through the black market, they did not emerge until midnight. Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed that the vehicle parked at the corner was missing, and in its place stood a dozen tattooed gang members. Had the car been stolen? Lin Yi had yet to sense any anomaly, but a look of terror emerged on Kulong's face in the darkness. He abruptly grabbed Lin Yi and sprinted in the opposite direction, explaining as they ran, "These people are from the Black Wolf Gang, specializing in capturing those who venture into the black market for goods." Lin Yi, bewildered, questioned, "But why are they after us?" Just then, a bullet whizzed past his scalp with a resounding bang. Lin Yi felt a wave of numbness wash over him. There was no need for further explanation. They were firing guns. Spotting a fork in the path ahead, they shouted in unison, "We split up. Go!" and dashed in opposite directions, displaying remarkable synchronicity. As soon as he turned a corner, Lin Yi scrambled up a nearby tree, a tactic he often employed during the apocalypse to evade zombies. These individuals were not zombies, and their sense of smell was far less acute, making his strategy even more effective. It was summer, and the dense foliage provided a natural cover, coupled with the night. He was confident they wouldn't be able to spot him. True to his expectations, after rounding the bend, the pursuers found Lin Yi had vanished, with a portion of them chasing forward while others scoured the nearby lawns and bushes, neglecting to look up at the trees. After a lengthy exchange of words, incomprehensible to Lin Yi, they set off in pursuit of Kulong. After what felt like an eternity, and upon realizing the absence of sound nearby, Lin Yi cautiously unlocked his phone. Kulong had sent him a message. Through a translation app, he gleaned the gist of it. Kulong had evaded the pursuers and inquired about Lin Yi's whereabouts and whether he needed to join him. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. Kulong was like a phantom in the night. So long as he refrained from revealing his pearly whites, no one could detect him. Just as he was about to descend from the tree, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. What a masterful ploy to lure the snake from its den. Had he not recalled that Kulong had specified they converse in dragon language, he might have inadvertently walked straight into the hands of those men. After a moment's contemplation, he replied with a string of characters even he could not decipher, intending to leave them pondering. Silently, he climbed down from the tree and retraced his steps back to the hotel. However, upon pushing open the door to his room, he was met with the sight of Kulong sprawled in a pool of blood. The crimson liquid soaked his number 8 jersey, his face frozen in terror. Having endured the apocalypse and encountered zombies, Lin Yi found himself surprisingly unperturbed by the gruesome scene before him, though a wave of nausea still stirred within him. Yet, an unfamiliar sentiment gripped his heart. Without hesitation, he stored Kulong's lifeless body in his space. While Kulong's demise might not directly concern him, the fact that it occurred in his own room was significant. This was not the apocalypse. He had no desire to sip tea with the police in the beautiful country. Moreover, an idea began to form in his mind, one that could only be explored upon his return to Dragon Country. What might human flesh taste like? To ensure that Kulong's body was indeed within the realm, Lin Yi no longer hesitated and proceeded directly to the airport. After purchasing a ticket and boarding the plane, he found himself back at his rented accommodation several hours later. As he prepared a steaming bowl of instant noodles, he allowed himself to relax. The combination of noodles and sausage was simply exquisite. Savoring a bite, his thoughts gradually returned to the matter at hand. To his astonishment, Kulong had vanished. In the space where Kulong once resided, only a swirling mass of black mist remained. While it was true that Kulong was of African descent, transforming into mere black vapor was utterly bizarre. Yet, Lin Yi soon recalled the system's mention of the power of devouring. Initially thinking that the system required him to tear apart like a zombie, he was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. At that very moment, the mist in the space abruptly dissipated, revealing unfamiliar images in his mind. The perspective seemed to be Kulong's, through which he witnessed Cologn's life experiences. Cologne had once been a basketball player who, due to certain circumstances, retired to become a tour guide, learning the local language only after his transition. Moreover, he had served in the military, where his marksmanship was nothing short of exceptional. Within a mere span of 10 minutes, Lenny reviewed Cologne's entire life and was astonished to find that the previously incomprehensible words now held clear meanings. He possessed a fluent command of the language. To learn a language in such a short time, was this truly possible? All of this reminded Lenny of a film he had once watched, where the protagonist could analyze the brains of other superhumans to acquire their powers. In that instant, he realized he had gained formidable strength. Chapter 4. Back to the Apocalypse. What price for this radish? Experiencing this firsthand was far more convincing than any system description. Lenny couldn't help but shudder. The system seemed intent on pushing him further down the path of dark cultivation. Imagine consolidating the knowledge and skills of individuals from every profession and field into his own being. The outcome was too daunting to contemplate. Moreover, he could traverse the apocalypse. He chuckled eerily while holding his instant noodles. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave surged around him, and he vanished from his spot. At the moment of his disappearance, time and space in the real world came to a standstill. On the other side, Lenny found himself once more in the apocalypse, standing in a room before two foreign men with blonde hair. One of them held a severed zombie head. In an instant, both men's eyes widened in horror. What the hell? How did this kid's injuries heal? No, he's an evolved one. Quick, kill him, they exclaimed, reaching for their handguns. Sensing the imminent danger, Lenny did not hesitate. He raised his hand, and a pistol materialized from the compartment of his backpack. He had indeed never wielded a firearm. Yet due to the acquisition of the Cologne ability, he could now confidently be regarded as a firearms expert. A mere distance of 2 meters. Even an individual untouched by a gun would not miss, let alone his current self. Bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, 3 shots rang out, each accompanied by the explosive decimation of the zombies' heads in the hands of the 2 men. Their eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend where Lenny had conjured the pistol from. Before they could even raise the weapon he had extracted from his waist, they lay lifeless on the ground. In their final moments, they pondered why this evolved being opted for gunfire rather than employing his extraordinary powers to eliminate them. Gazing at the fallen figures, Lenny trembled. This was his inaugural act of taking a life, a sensation starkly distinct from merely witnessing death. Words failed to encapsulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. In summary, it felt profoundly strange. After a fleeting 10 seconds, the distant roars of zombies outside jolted him back to reality. Observing the bodies that were gradually stiffening, he realized that his vengeance had been fulfilled. He approached them, rummaging briefly before unearthing a half-moldy piece of bread from one man's backpack. After a moment's contemplation, he did not abandon it, instead placing both the bread and the 2 men into his own backpack. As the bodies were deposited into the compartment, a dark mist materialized within, reminiscent of the Cologne's devouring nature, destined to slowly dissolve the 2 men. The mist was currently somewhat faint, indicating it would require additional time. Lenny was not inclined to remain hidden in the house, waiting for the outside zombies to ensnare him. He exited the dwelling. Fortunately, this was not his first experience in this realm. He possessed a basic understanding of his surroundings and skillfully evaded the encirclement of zombies. After a considerable period, Lenny leaned against a tree trunk, gazing into the distance. At this moment, the corpses within the compartment had entirely transformed into mist. From the fragmented memories of the 2 men, he gleaned a general awareness of his current locale. According to the theory of parallel worlds, this place did not lie within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather in close proximity to the region of Gaul. This explained the apparent paleness of the zombies here compared to the inhabitants of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the frequent encounters with zombies adorned in white headscarves. The 2 blonde young men he had encountered were named Mike, a local, and his subordinate, a survivor who had escaped from a neighboring country. Most noteworthy was the revelation from Mike's memories that this world indeed harbored evolved beings, or so-called ability users. Mike's leader, Jax, was one such individual. However, it seemed Jax was currently embroiled in some trouble, which explained why Mike had fled with his subordinate, ultimately leading to their encounter with Lenny. After assimilating this foundational information, Lenny confirmed his next destination, Greentown. This small settlement served as a refuge for survivors in the vicinity, located approximately 3 to 4 kilometers from his current position. Thus, Lin Yi donned the tattered clothing he had procured from the elderly man at the scrapyard. Casually, he scooped a handful of soil from the ground and smeared it on his face. According to Mike's recollections, Greentown did not turn away any survivors seeking refuge. Yet those adorned in finery were invariably more susceptible to the lurking dangers. This could be regarded as a form of cultural adaptation. Much like the world he once knew, this place bore the same script and grammar, granting him a modicum of confidence in this unfamiliar territory. After wandering for over 2 hours, Lin Yi finally arrived at Greentown. The patrolling guards, upon confirming his humanity and the absence of any signs of infection, said little and permitted him entry. As he strolled through the town streets, he was enveloped by a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of a rural market from the 1990s. Throughout his walk, he encountered numerous vendors selling a diverse array of goods, from sewing needles and tattered clothing to misshapen, moldy potatoes and sweet potatoes, as well as extravagant jewelry and various jade ornaments of unknown origin. Many items that commanded high prices in the real world could be traded here for merely a morsel of food. However, Lin Yi paid little heed to them. Firstly, his backpack had limited compartments, several of which were already occupied by food and water, leaving scant room for anything else. Secondly, in a world devoid of absolute strength, the wisdom of not flaunting wealth was all the more crucial in this apocalyptic setting. Finally, Lin Yi paused before a stall, scrutinizing the wares displayed on the ground. "How much for this dried radish?" he inquired. The vendor, an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, looked up with excitement upon hearing a potential sale. But his smile quickly faded as he beheld Lin Yi's tattered attire. "Young man, this is not merely dried radish. It is an old mountain ginseng." Lin Yi chuckled. "Old mountain ginseng? This looks like a dried radish to me." He was well aware that it was indeed old mountain ginseng. Having been born in the deep mountains, his family had once relied on foraging for ginseng, though they had ceased this practice in recent years for various reasons. His childhood experiences of accompanying his grandfather into the mountains to gather ginseng enabled him to discern at a glance whether it was a radish or ginseng. The particular specimen he had just examined was at least 50 years old. "Go on, if you don't wish to buy, then leave." This was dug from the neighboring mountain. "Consuming one can extend your life by 10 years. The vendor retorted vehemently, his beard bristling with indignation. Lin Yi remained silent, bending down to inspect 2 wild mountain ginseng roots nearby. Compared to the previous specimen, these 2 were slightly younger, yet still bore a respectable age of 20 to 30 years. "How much for these 2 roots?" he inquired. The vendor stroked his beard, suppressing his ire. "These are old mountain ginseng." Noticing Lin Yi's unchanging expression, the vendor finally exhaled. "If you truly wish to purchase, I can offer you a discount. 1 root for a loaf of bread, or 3 roots for a can." Lin Yi understood that, given the circumstances of the apocalypse, this price would be deemed exorbitant. In the realm of reality, merely the mention of wild ginseng would elevate its worth to a unit of currency. The market was, after all, rife with artificial cultivations. In essence, the ginseng before him was undeniably a bargain. Shaking his head, he rose to depart. Such inferior produce, even at that inflated price, was hardly worth considering. In his view, even a zombie might refuse to consume it. Chapter 5. Settling in a New World. Bartering bread for ginseng. The vendor trembled with frustration, demanding, "Are you purchasing or not? If not, be gone. You're hindering my business." "I will buy." Lin Yi abruptly halted, squatting once more at the stall. He swiftly retrieved 5 radishes from the ground, 3 of which were the previously mentioned wild ginseng, while the other 2 were mere radishes. "How about this? I'll give you half a loaf of bread for the lot. If it works for you, splendid. If not, I shall seek elsewhere." Brandishing the bread he had found in his bag before the vendor, he added, "This is the deal. If not, I'll simply move on." The vendor's eyes brightened at this proposal, eagerly exclaiming, "Deal." Lin Yi was correct in his assessment. These radishes were not only unpalatable, but would likely cause a nosebleed upon consumption. Even zombies would likely turn their noses up at them. Although Lin Yi sensed some underlying trickery, he managed to evade a significant loss. Yet, the value of half a loaf of bread clearly exceeded expectations. It was unexpected that the few worthless radishes he had collected would actually yield a trade. Before long, the vendor meticulously packaged the wild ginseng and radishes, respectfully handing them to Lin Yi, who, in turn, relinquished the bread. Lin Yi shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. What a loss. Had he known, he might have bartered a piece of bread for a gold bracelet instead. Nevertheless, considering that half a loaf had been a gift from Mike, he felt somewhat reassured. Clearly, he had overestimated the value of goods in this post-apocalyptic world. 3 pieces of wild ginseng occupied 3 compartments of his backpack, while he clutched a radish in one hand. Strolling through the streets of Greentown, after wandering for a while, he still failed to locate anything of significant worth for trade. In the modern world, such items were far too commonplace. As evening descended, Lin Yi found himself before an uninhabited structure, a quintessential European-style villa. According to the town's residents, its original occupants had fled due to the apocalypse, leaving Greentown desolate. Upon the arrival of new survivors, they had cleared the town of zombies, leaving behind a series of vacant buildings. The number of survivors in the small town was limited, and each newcomer had the option to claim an unoccupied house as their personal retreat. There were no regular distributions of supplies in this place. The issue of food was to be resolved by each house's owner. Daily, specialized teams ventured into the wild in search of sustenance, with those in need of food able to form teams to partake in these missions. For security, a rotating patrol system was implemented, whereby participants of the outer patrols received a daily ration of food, which could also be privately bartered to hire others in their stead. After a brief exploration, Lin Yi concluded that this place was indeed a commendable residence. Some rooms bore the remnants of blood left by zombies, yet overall, it provided him with a unique living experience within a Western-style architecture in this alternate world. Including the grassland in front, it spanned a generous 400 square meters. In the real world, such a standalone mansion would likely only be affordable to the wealthy, a notion Lin Yi had never dared to entertain in the past. And now, it was his for free. As the sun set and the moon ascended, Lin Yi closed the blood-stained glass door and ascended to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, hastily discarding the furniture into the living room. Subsequently, he placed the comfortable mattress he had purchased in the real world and peacefully fell asleep. At midnight, a notification chimed. Ding. Host detected returning to the apocalypse, initiating apocalypse overlord function. Ding. Mission issued. Foundations of Ascendance. The host may place the breath of soil anywhere in the world. Upon successful placement, the host will possess absolute rights within the area of the breath of soil, allowing for free return to that region and autonomous travel between the real world and the apocalyptic realm. Reward: 1 storage slot in the apocalypse space backpack. Lin Yi's eyes widened in realization. This was the so-called freedom to traverse between worlds. It meant he no longer had to fear being transported to another realm at any moment. He could remain in the apocalypse or the real world for as long as he desired, even in the face of danger within the apocalyptic world, no matter the distance. He could immediately retreat back to this place or the real world. Such formidable power made him reconsider his previous complaints about the breath of soil occupying one of his slots. Without hesitation, Lin Yi took out the breath of soil, the purple cube spinning in his hand. He placed it down. With a thought, the breath of soil descended to the ground, emanating a dim glow within a 55-meter radius. He felt an overwhelming sense of control within this 25-square-meter space, capable of manipulating even the floorboards to the ceiling. In the next moment, the breath of soil vanished, along with the surrounding light. Yet, the sense of control did not dissipate. Instinctively, Lin Yi pondered returning to the real world. The surrounding time and space began to solidify. Time in the real world resumed its flow. Lin Yi opened his eyes, the instant noodles in his hand still radiating warmth. Everything felt surreal, akin to a dream. And the 3 old ginseng roots lay quietly in the compartment of his backpack, a testament to the reality of his experiences in the apocalypse. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, 8:46 p.m. After spending more than half a day in the apocalypse, there had been no change in the time of the real world. Just then, Lin Yi received a WeChat message. It was from Su Yuding. Without a doubt, after indulging in their time together outside, she was now seeking to discuss matters concerning the house. The ownership of the house rested with Lin Yi. If Su Yuding wished to claim it, she would have to go through him. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was in no mood to entertain her. The 3 newly acquired wild ginseng roots in his hand were worth more than his house, yet the pressing concern remained how to sell them. It would be far more reassuring to have the money in hand. Just as he contemplated calling his parents to inquire about potential buyers, an unexpected call interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yi felt a twinge of annoyance. Who would be calling him at such a late hour, especially from an unfamiliar number? Most likely, it was a sales call. He had received such calls before, where the caller, having somehow discovered his surname, would inquire if he was interested in a girlfriend, only to pivot the conversation towards selling tea. This routine was all too familiar to him. However, the persistent nature of the caller compelled him to answer. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? As expected, it was yet another sales pitch. Yet, considering the caller was a woman with a pleasant voice, Lin Yi chose to entertain her proposition. Yes, this is I. What can I do for you? Mr. Lin, we understand that your hometown is located in the Daxing Mountain area, and you must be familiar with the channels for selling wild ginseng. Please do not misunderstand. We are not asking you to collect it for us, but rather hoping you could assist us in finding legitimate avenues for selling wild ginseng. If you have any information, I would appreciate it if you could contact me promptly. Lin Yi's expression turned peculiar. How had news of his possession of ginseng leaked? Was it mere coincidence? He had no intention of revealing his ginseng acquisition to her just yet. It was prudent to gauge the situation first. Why should I trust you? In the next moment, she replied, your bank card ending in 0421 has received a deposit of 20,000 yuan, with a balance of 2,000,001 yuan. This serves as a deposit. I hope you will reach out if you have any information. Chapter 6. Gu Qingyan, who could have imagined that, in the span of a single phone call, an unexpected 20,000 yuan would appear in his bank account? This amount was neither insignificant nor overly substantial, but for Lin Yi, who was currently devoid of funds, it represented a considerable sum. The ease with which this money was transferred indicated that the caller was no ordinary salesperson. Had it been so, he would have blocked her number without a second thought. Regrettably, before he could inquire further, the call was abruptly terminated. Meanwhile, in a private hospital's second and third floor ward area, a woman in her mid-20s, with an exquisite visage, set down her phone. Her slender hands and tall, striking figure were adorned in a fitted light blue dress, accentuating her remarkable legs. Yet, a frown marred her otherwise beautiful face. Oldly, do you truly believe that this ginseng can save my grandfather's life? Opposite her sat an elderly man, dressed in traditional Chinese attire. His hair graying, yet his demeanor remarkably spirited. An almost imperceptible fragrance of herbs surrounded him. The elderly man nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Gu, you are indeed correct. However, I must clarify that what we seek is not just any ginseng, but specifically the rare wild mountain ginseng. Gu Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered, her expression softening slightly. She was well aware of the scarcity of wild mountain ginseng and had little hope that Lin Yi could procure even a single root. Nonetheless, receiving any news regarding the elusive herb made her investment worthwhile. She then turned to the elder before her, Li Lao. I implore you to expedite the search for wild mountain ginseng. The price is inconsequential. My grandfather can no longer afford to wait. This sum is but a token of my gratitude, and I kindly ask for your utmost diligence. Li, initially taken aback by the sudden influx of 500,000 in his account, gasped in astonishment. Miss Gu, this is too much. As a healer, my purpose is to treat and save lives. You are overwhelming me. Li Lao, please accept it. My grandfather's recovery depends entirely on your efforts, she insisted. Very well. I shall accept this amount, he conceded. Meanwhile, after the call ended, Lin Yi received no further communication. He attempted to add the other party on WeChat using the phone number, but was met with persistent silence. Resigned, he reclined on his bed and began watching videos. After a while, his parents responded to his earlier messages. He was genuinely surprised that they replied so promptly at such a late hour. Likely spurred by his mention of a classmate's family member gravely ill and in urgent need of wild mountain ginseng for survival. His parents, humble farmers, were straightforward in their thinking, which explained their willingness to sacrifice everything to help him and Su Yuding purchase a home in the city. Unfortunately, through his parents' introduction, he had only a vague understanding of where to sell such wild mountain ginseng. The prices they mentioned were based on market conditions from over a decade ago, offering little guidance. He would have to ascertain the current market himself. Overall, with his ability to traverse between the realms of reality and the post-apocalyptic world, he no longer needed to worry about finances. However, in order to avoid an untimely demise in the wasteland and to ensure he did not squander this rare opportunity in reality, he could not afford to dwell on life's trivialities as he once did. The next day, armed with the unexpected fortune he had acquired, Lin Yi ventured to the center of Jiang City. After alighting from his vehicle and relying on his parents' vague descriptions coupled with the assistance of navigation, he eventually discovered a quaint apothecary nestled amidst towering buildings. He knew he had found the right place. Upon entering, Lin Yi approached the front desk and stated directly, I am here to sell ginseng. Do you accept it here? The receptionist smiled. I am uncertain of the type of ginseng you wish to sell. Our establishment does not purchase cultivated varieties. Lin Yi was not taken aback by this response. He patiently replied, Wild Mountain Ginseng. The receptionist paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. In that case, sir, please follow me. Soon, Lin Yi, under the guidance of the receptionist, entered the interior of the pharmacy and ascended in the elevator to the upper floor. Observing the receptionist clad in a neat professional outfit that accentuated her graceful figure, especially her long legs adorned with black stockings, he was momentarily captivated. Before long, the elevator came to a halt, and Lin Yi, following the receptionist, entered a room resembling a parlor. Within, two individuals were seated, seemingly engaged in discussion. One, with hair streaked in black and white, appeared to be in his 40s, while the other, dressed in traditional Tang attire, was estimated to be at least 60 or 70 years old, none other than Li Gubin. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, the two ceased their conversation and turned their gazes toward him. Xiao Li, this gentleman is. Li Gubin began to speak. Lin Yi interjected. I am here to sell wild ginseng. I wonder if you purchase it here? Li Gubin frowned slightly. I see. Xiao Li, you may leave for now. I will discuss matters with this gentleman. Departing from the alluring sight of the receptionist, Lin Yi casually retrieved the wild ginseng, which was encased in a disposable plastic bag, and placed it on the table. With confidence, he stated, the product is undoubtedly authentic, though the age may be somewhat lacking, merely a decade or so. Please, make an offer. This time, Li Gubin remained silent, while the middle-aged man was the first to rise. He took the ginseng from the bag, and instantly, a unique fragrance pervaded the room, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The man's eyes brightened as he repeatedly praised, excellent ginseng, it is indeed wild. However, he soon shook his head, adding, yet, you are correct. The age of this wild ginseng is somewhat low, and it clearly shows signs of having been soaked in water. Thus, the price may be considerably lower than the market rate. The middle-aged man set the ginseng down and turned his attention to Lin Yi. Sir, would you consider a price of 500? Lin Yi chuckled softly, setting aside the rarity of wild ginseng. Even if I had to wash off the grime from another world and broke a few roots in the process, it would hardly warrant such a low price. Surely, after being sun-dried, it retains its value. Do you think me so easily deceived? Lin Yi pulled a chair from the side and sat down nonchalantly. How about this? I will split it in half and sell you that portion. What do you think? The middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly as he cast a glance at Li Gubin. Li Lao, what do you think of this? Enough. Li Gubin stood up, a benevolent smile gracing his face. It appears this gentleman has done his homework before coming here. Let us not jest with him. His gaze lingered on the wild ginseng. Judging by its appearance, the ginseng in your possession may not be of the best quality, but based on my years of experience, its medicinal properties are undoubtedly more potent than they seem. The fact that you have found your way to me signifies your trust, compared to its true value. You should have a rough estimate. Lin Yi remained silent, intently observing Li Gubin, eager to see what the old man would say next. If he truly knew the price, he would have offered it by now. Why waste time here? Observing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, Li Gubin was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Based on the market rate, I can offer you 10,000 yuan. Any more than that would incur a loss for me. It would have been better if we had settled this sooner. Lin Yi felt quite satisfied with this price, especially since it pertained to the lowest of the 3 ginseng roots. The other 2, in all fairness, should be worth at least 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Selling them all would enable him to purchase a decent apartment in the same vicinity without any trouble. Naturally, he did not intend to sell all the ginseng to this elderly gentleman at once. He understood the principle of gradual gain. Deal. Li Gubin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, we shall proceed with the sale immediately. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Lin Yi paid little attention to this. The negotiations were settled, and there was no further purpose in lingering there. He would rather go downstairs to admire the long legs clad in black stockings. Just as he was about to leave, Li Gubin's voice called out again. Sir, Miss Gu would like to speak with you. Chapter 7. A ginseng worth 5 million. Soon enough, the payment for the ginseng was credited to his account, and his bank balance surged from 2,000 to 12,000 yuan. After acquiring Gu Qingyin's WeChat from Li Gubin, he departed the premises. Although he successfully added her on WeChat, for some unknown reason, she did not respond to him. Lin Yi did not dwell on this and made his way to the commercial district in Jiangqing. The fortune he gained from a piece of expired bread warranted a lavish spending spree while the day was still young. As Lin Yi vanished from sight, Li Gubin withdrew from the window, returning to his seat to pick up the wild ginseng on the table. A gleam of pride flickered in his eyes. What a remarkable ginseng! He had not anticipated that the Lin family possessed such a treasure. The middle-aged man beside him pursed his lips. Teacher, I don't understand. Good. That's precisely the point. Li Gubin placed the ginseng down again, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. Achong, do you recall that time we ventured into the deep mountains for research and encountered that grandfather and grandson duo? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized. You mean, that person just now was a child? I can't believe we've crossed paths again after all these years. Humph, that old man was terribly stubborn. We were on the verge of uncovering the whereabouts of the Ginseng King, yet he insisted on driving us away for fear of danger. Teacher, you still hold a grudge over that incident. It's all in the past. However, it seems that this young man might still possess wild ginseng. I trust he will soon find his way back to us. With a smile, Li Gubin tucked the wild ginseng away and departed. The middle-aged man wished to inquire further, but chose to remain silent. In his memory, the quality of this wild ginseng did not resemble that of Chinese origin, let alone that from the neighboring Beixiong country. Well, I hope the teacher is indeed right, he thought. By evening, Lin Yi returned to his rented accommodation. Having just indulged in a sumptuous meal in the heart of the city, Lin Yi experienced the thrill of activities he once longed for but could not afford. Most importantly, he acquired a selection of furniture to adorn his home in another realm. Lying on his bed, he awaited news from Gu Qingyan, eagerly anticipating what surprises this woman, who could easily bestow him with pocket money, might bring. However, instead of hearing from Gu Qingyan, he received an unexpected call from Su Yuding, and this time he chose not to hang up. Lin Yi, I knew you were deceiving me. What is the story behind the extra money in your account? Su Yuding's dissatisfied voice rang out. Taken aback, Lin Yi had forgotten that his salary card was uniquely linked to Su Yuding's account. Even though the card was in his possession, she could still access his transaction records. It has nothing to do with you. Haven't we broken up? You'd be better off focusing on your brother Gu Qin, he retorted dismissively. Su Yuding fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Qin snatched the phone from her, coldly stating, Lin Yi, who do you think you are? Ting Tong is concerned about you. Who knows where your money comes from? Since you can't comprehend human speech, I'll reiterate, if you still want your house, you. Su Yuding was taken aback. The conversation had shifted from the source of Lin Yi's money to the topic of the house. After much effort to secure it, Gu Qin hadn't even informed her. She hastily attempted to reclaim the phone, only to be forcefully pushed away by Gu Qin. Losing her balance, she tumbled down the stairs, blood streaming between her legs. Lin Yi heard Su Yuding's startled cry before the call abruptly ended. Confused, he pondered the odd noise that had emerged during their conversation. It was rather inappropriate. He forced himself to remain calm, lest his thoughts wander into unsavory territories. At that moment, a WeChat notification interrupted his contemplation. It was a message from Gu Qingyan. Mr. Lin, I've heard you might still have some wild ginseng. Would you be willing to sell me a piece? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Did Dr. Li inform you? He recalled a brief introduction to Li Gubin while passing by the physician's section in the pharmacy. It is indeed Dr. Li who recommended you. The wild ginseng you sold him has been appraised and is found to be far superior to others of the same age. Unfortunately, our demand for wild ginseng is quite substantial, so I wanted to inquire if you have any remaining. Lin Yi contemplated the matter. One could hardly rationalize the need for so much wild ginseng, as it was not a staple food. Yet, the prospect of earning money was too appealing to dismiss. He would simply have to make a few more trips to the wasteland and barter with the old man for bread and perhaps some radishes. However, a pressing concern lingered. Would selling large quantities of wild ginseng attract the attention of law enforcement? He certainly did not wish to indulge in illicit activities. Cautiously, Lin Yi replied, Can I trust you? As long as you can assure me of the authenticity of the wild ginseng, I can guarantee that you need not worry about anything else. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. In fact, I do have a specimen, not particularly old, merely 50 years. Truly. Upon hearing this, not only Gu Qingyan but also Li Gubin and the student A Chung beside her displayed glimmers of surprise in their eyes. This was no ordinary 50-year-old wild ginseng. Based on Lin Yi's previous sale of a ginseng root, this one was likely not far from being a ginseng king. Realizing that her grandfather might indeed be saved, Gu Qingyan hurriedly sent a message. I wish to purchase this wild ginseng. How does 5 million sound? In an instant, Lin Yi felt utterly dazed. It is worth 5 million? Had I known, I would have exchanged it for a moldy piece of bread. Doubting whether he was dreaming, he hoped this dream would linger. Lin slapped his face hard, inhaled deeply. It was a deal. He was undoubtedly profiting. Gu Qingyan cheerfully said, "In that case, please send us your location. We shall arrive shortly." Seeing her so straightforward, Lin shared the address of his rental apartment. Half an hour later, a brand new Maserati Quattroporte sped through the night sky, adorned with a discreet yet luxurious license plate numbered 6. Lin thought, 6. The vehicle halted 2.5 meters away from him. As the dust settled, the car door opened, and Li Gubin and the others emerged. The moment Gu Qingyan stepped out, Lin Yi's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. With a solemn visage, her bright, profound eyes sparkled, and her high-bridged nose, though subtly shadowed by a hint of sorrow, radiated a unique elegance. The light-colored shirt subtly revealed her delicate collarbone and snow-white shoulders, paired with form-fitting jeans that accentuated her enviable long legs. For a fleeting moment, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, beating faster involuntarily. He quickly averted his gaze from Gu Qingyan and shifted the topic. "Dr. Li, why are you out so late instead of sleeping?" Li Gubin's expression stiffened, and he sighed repeatedly, stating, "I have come to witness this for myself." Chapter 8. Does the maid require merely a sausage? Very well, please come in. Upon entering the bedroom, Lin casually picked up the wild ginseng that had been prepared on the table, tossing it into Li Gubin's hands as if it were a mere vegetable. Observing this, Li Gubin's eyes lit up, cradling it as if it were a treasured find. "Elderly, this wild ginseng truly has 50 years of age." Gu Qingyan stepped forward resolutely, although she was not particularly knowledgeable about it. The exaggerated roots alone were sufficient proof. After a considerable pause, Li Gubin nodded emphatically, affirming, "Indeed, this is authentic wild ginseng, and its age exceeds 50 years. He sighed and continued, "Given the quality of this ginseng, had it been harvested a few years later, its effects could rival that of a century-old ginseng king." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Lin Yi was taken aback. Initially, they came merely to test their luck. Lin Yi's words over the phone were difficult to believe. However, now that there was tangible evidence and Mr. Li's affirmation, this ginseng was hers for the taking. Gu Qingyan swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to Lin Yi. "In that case, Mr. Lin, as per our phone conversation, I shall acquire this ginseng from you for the sum of 5 million. Soon, a contract was placed in Lin Yi's hands. Observing the fervor of the others, it was evident that the value of this ginseng likely exceeded their expectations. Yet, considering it was merely exchanged for bread, he felt no loss. Without a glance, he inscribed his name, Lin Yi, on the contract. "This should suffice, correct? When will the payment be transferred to me? And will I need to pay taxes on this amount?" Taking the contract, Gu Qingyan smiled gently. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will handle any taxes owed on your behalf, allowing you to enjoy your full earnings." "Thank you." Moments later, within 3 minutes, a notification arrived. 5 million has been credited to your bank account ending in 0421. Current balance, 64 million. At this moment, Gu Qingyan stepped forward, bowing deeply, her upper body inclined at a 90-degree angle, expressing her gratitude. "Mr. Lin, thank you once again. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb you further." The Maserati sedan vanished into the night, leaving Lin Yi standing in a state of reflection. To spend millions on a car as a means of transport, and then to purchase a mere ginseng for millions from him, certainly indicated that they were not ordinary individuals. At least for Lin Yi at this moment. It was beyond his imagination. "Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest." Upon returning to his rental apartment, Lin Yi tidied up briefly before embarking on his journey into the apocalyptic world. During his break, he perused information about the Gu Group online, discovering that its true strength far surpassed his expectations. As the largest modern enterprise group in Jiangcheng, its reach extended well beyond the city, with assets exceeding 10 billion. The multitude of industries it encompassed had already deterred a vast number of candidates, and given Lin Yi's qualifications, he wouldn't even qualify to participate. Although Gu Qingyan maintained a friendly demeanor towards him, it was merely out of necessity, for their relationship to advance would be an arduous endeavor. Naturally, Lin Yi had no intention of resorting to sycophantic behavior to bridge the gap between them, as such tactics might not even garner her favor. Overall, he found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this matter. The Gu Group was indeed a behemoth, but for Lin Yi, who could traverse between worlds at will, he possessed a universe of his own. He closed his eyes, ready to procure what he needed. Time in the real world stood still, while vitality surged once more in the apocalyptic realm. It was once again a night marked by a bright moon and sparse stars. The tranquil town of Green was punctuated by the distant growls of zombies. The soldier on patrol, weapon in hand, vigilantly scanned the periphery of the town, ever wary of the potential emergence of zombies. Lin Yi lay in bed, staring at the somewhat yellowed and aged ceiling, unable to find slumber. He found himself in a predicament. Transitioning from a pauper to a sudden affluent individual was a challenge he struggled to adapt to. Throughout the night, his mind was consumed with thoughts on how to exploit the vast information gap in this apocalyptic world to amass a fortune. In this desolate era, gold and silver were in abundance. One could easily ponder the value of these cold metals in exchange for the hope of survival. A loaf of bread versus a golden bracelet posed a question that required no deliberation. Yet reality dictated otherwise. While a small quantity of precious metal wares could be traded without issue, a substantial amount would inevitably attract the attention of law enforcement. If it were just him, it might be bearable, but the thought of involving his family was intolerable. As the sun rose high in the sky, Lin Yi was roused by a series of knocks at the door. Neither he nor the visitor bore any morning irritability. Disregarding the apocalyptic circumstances, he felt a desire to teach the knocker a lesson about what a fist the size of a sandbag could do. It was only upon opening the grand entrance of the villa that he recognized the visitor as the elderly man who had sold him ginseng. His anger dissipated almost instantly. The thought that Gu Qingyan might still require ginseng stirred something within him. He suppressed a grin, quelling the urge to profit once more. "Good morning, sir. Your ginseng has indeed proven effective. I was awake all night after consuming it. By the way, do you have more ginseng? I'd like to select a few more roots." At the villa's doorstep, the old man observed Lin Yi's dark circles with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "You youngsters are indeed remarkable. Do take care of your health." Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "I nearly forgot the main business. Today, there's a newly arrived caravan from the south of the town. It could be an opportunity to find some valuable items. Let's go take a look." From the fragments of Mike's memories, he recalled something relevant. The term caravan was a unique designation in this post-apocalyptic world, akin to the vendors found in modern marketplaces, yet with distinctions. No one knew who organized them or how long they had existed. It was only known that they emerged shortly after the outbreak of zombies. They traversed between various survivor camps, lacking a fixed route, briefly stopping at each camp to exchange supplies. Each caravan would invariably include an evolved being, acting as both angels and demons. To label them as good would be misleading, for in the wilderness, they would seize all useful resources without mercy, mercilessly pillaging even when encountering fellow survivors. Conversely, to deem them as villains would also be unjust, as within survivor camps. They refrained from violence and would even extend assistance to those camps on the brink of being overrun by zombies. The prospect of further enriching himself was too enticing for Lin Yi to decline. "Lead the way." The old man sighed and promptly turned, walking towards the distance while reminding Lin Yi, "You might just encounter an evolved being, so stay sharp." Lin Yi responded dismissively, I understand. Let us hurry up." As they reached the southern edge of the town, just about to arrive at the southern exit of Green Town, the two halted. Before them stood a group of middle-aged men, distinctively attired compared to the town's inhabitants, their ages ranging roughly from 20 to 40, with the majority in their 30s. Their garments were stained with blood, and each bore a broad blade, as thick as a bowl, slung across their backs, adorned with a red silk scarf fluttering in the gentle breeze. The vivid crimson hue, whether soaked in blood or its original color, was uncertain. Beneath their amiable smiles lay a subtle, yet menacing aura. If he were to surmise, it was the essence of bloodlust. "Why are we stopping? Let us move quickly. They will likely resume their journey in 2 or 3 hours, the elder urged. Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, he ambled into the marketplace, peering around with great delight. Compared to the scarcity of goods in Green Town, the variety here was indeed abundant. There was a flashlight with half a battery-s charge, a traditional mechanical clock, and a chicken ensnared within a basketball. However, Lin Yi's attention was entirely diverted from these wares. In the procession of over 50 individuals, he discerned 2 or 3 faces that bore an Eastern resemblance, leading him to realize that there must be a nation here corresponding to the Dragon Kingdom in reality. Perhaps also named Dragon Kingdom, or Huaxiao, or Kyushu. This prompted him to ponder whether there existed a person named Lin Yi in this world. Otherwise, How could he explain his presence in Gallia rather than this world's dragon kingdom? Were his parents safe? Were they alive? Lost in contemplation, Lin Yi was roused by a loud call. The most coveted item of the day, exquisite yellow-skinned beauties, available for just a single sausage. Chapter 9, Exotic Charm. Anaya Lin Yi had long since noticed the trade in women. In this survival of the fittest, women had regrettably been reduced to commodities, comparable to food in the apocalypse. Swapping a loaf of bread or a pack of instant noodles for a beautiful woman had become a commonplace occurrence. This place was no exception. Hey, take a look at this woman. Before the apocalypse, she was a wilderness survival blogger, just half a sausage. Look at mine. She's a foodie vlogger. Just a little something will do. Buy mine. She's free. Lin Yi shook his head. The women at the stalls were mostly ragged and disheveled, sporting yellowing teeth. Frankly, he would refuse even if they were offered to him for free. The apocalypse was indeed harsh, yet he had no inclination to play the saint. If he sought companionship, it must be with someone beautiful, pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, he could not fathom any purpose other than wasting provisions. Was he prepared to gamble on the chance of becoming a father in 6 or 7 months, or to indulge in a sumptuous feast? That was entirely unnecessary. Amidst the clamor of vendors, Lin Yi arrived at the very center of the venue, the source of the earlier shouts. By now, a considerable crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. After much effort to push through the throngs, Lin Yi's eyes fell upon an imposing iron cage, towering above a single individual. At the center of the cage, a woman, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, was bound tightly by ropes, her hands and feet ensnared. Unlike the previous women, she appeared remarkably intact, save for her somewhat tattered clothing. Upon directing his gaze to her face, Lin Yi was genuinely taken aback. Contrary to his expectations, she was not of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather a quintessential beauty from the Arab region. Her flawless visage, though marred by a few smudges, could not conceal her innate vivacity. Particularly striking were her gem-like blue eyes, sparkling with brilliance. Her figure was exquisite, accentuated by well-defined contours and healthy, sun-kissed skin. Gu Qingyan had been the most beautiful woman Lin Yi had encountered, yet in comparison to this exotic beauty, the woman before him possessed an allure that was equally captivating. If beauty were to be rated on a scale of 100, she would undoubtedly score at least 95. It was not only Lin Yi. Every man present was riveted by her presence, their throats constricting as they swallowed in awe. Suddenly, a masked man approached, halting beside the iron cage, and gently tapped on its surface. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to all present. Allow me to introduce the most significant item of the day. The speaker's face was completely shrouded in black cloth, making it difficult to discern whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman. Yet, as soon as the words fell, the previously raucous crowd fell into a hushed silence. Nodding slightly, the figure continued, "As for her origins, I cannot say. We acquired her through means of chance." A murmur of intrigue rippled through the crowd. Ahem, merely jesting. The masked individual coughed lightly and resumed. Given the uniqueness of this item, we shall employ a bidding system. The highest bidder shall prevail. The starting bid is 1 grain of rice. I bid 1 grain of rice. Came a prompt response from the crowd. Such a high-quality beauty, even before the apocalypse, would have been beyond the reach of most present. Merely a figment of their imagination. This woman, seemingly emerged from the pages of a novel, gleamed more vividly than any star they had ever seen on television. And now, she was available for the price of a mere grain of rice. However, some maintained a sense of caution. Even in a bidding scenario, this price seemed rather low. Is there a catch? I suspect there must be something amiss with this woman. As the crowd began to jeer, their attention shifted back to the masked figure. With a smile, the figure reassured them, no need for concern regarding safety, for she is as flawless as can be. With the utterance of as flawless as can be, the value of the woman within the cage soared to an unquestionable height. In this post-apocalyptic world, beauty and perfection intertwined. 3 words intertwined, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Many eagerly rubbed their hands together, even if it meant enduring hunger and forsaking a couple of meals. They felt compelled to capture an image of the enchanting beauty before them. After all, once they had enjoyed her allure, selling her off would hardly incur a significant loss. I offer 5 grains of rice. I hope you will grant me this favor. One individual boldly proclaimed. What is your favor worth? I bid 10 grains. Another retorted. To hell with you. A bunch of paupers thinking 10 grains could secure the beauty. I offer half a sausage, said a balding, portly man. clutching a remnant of a sausage in his hand. In that instant, a collective gasp reverberated through the crowd as they instinctively took a step back. In this apocalyptic world, merely tasting a morsel of meat was akin to striking gold, let alone the genuine sausage he held. Upon seeing the speaker, expressions of regret flickered in the eyes of those present. Alas, it seemed they would have to relinquish such a stunning woman. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, what could they do? Did they not recognize Borluo, and by extension, his father, the formidable Boar Grand Bully? Boar Grand Bully was a near-evolutionary powerhouse. Had there not been evolved beings in their midst, Borluo would have long since laid claim to her. Indeed, even if there were 10 of him, he would stand no chance against Boar Grand Bully. Given time, should he become an evolved being, the entire assembly would find no peace. Listening to the low murmurs circulating among the crowd, Lin Yi regarded the bald man with intrigue. Was this not a case of relying on familial connections? Why was there no commentary on that? In the modern world, a beauty of such caliber could undoubtedly fetch astronomical sums at auction, even in this dire setting. She would not be so easily obtained. Lin Yi's gaze lingered on the sausage in Borluo's grasp. Judging by its packaging, the sausage had long since expired. Considering he held only half, even the technological marvels embedded within could scarcely ensure its durability in the open air. In the contemporary world, one might hesitate to toss it to a stray dog, fearing it might ponder the potential for poison. The atmosphere was unusually hushed. Borluo's avaricious gaze fixated on the Arab beauty within the cage, his mind conjuring fantasies of tearing away her fade and indulging in her ravishment. Surely, she would prove far more delectable than the women he had previously deceived. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have already executed his desires upon her. Envisioning the unlocking of various new positions as described in an ancient Eastern tome, he gestured around him, saying, in light of this, I extend my gratitude on behalf of my father, Boar Grand Bully. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. With that, Borluo approached the iron cage, intending to claim his prize. A masked voice interrupted, since no higher bid has been made. This yellow-skinned beauty belongs to this gentleman. However, events did not unfold as smoothly as he had anticipated. There would always be those discontented with his actions. I offer a sausage for half a loaf of bread. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Such a high bid. For the sake of a woman, one dares to challenge the formidable authority of the cowardly boar? After all, he is a quasi-evolved being. Lin Yi felt similarly. What concerned him was the identity of the speaker, whose voice resembled that of an elderly man. Turning to look, he saw that the bidder was indeed the old man who had previously sold him radishes. Chapter 10. The shock of a piece of chocolate. Isn't it up to you? Old man. Indeed, how can you, an elder, lack respect for your age? At such an advanced stage of life, you still utter such words? Do you wish to invite trouble? The onlookers began to voice their disapproval. Soon enough, the ire of the crowd shifted toward Lin Yi. And you too. Some matters are best left untouched. Clearly, you are a newcomer. It's understandable that you wouldn't know Boar the coward. Before Lin Yi could gather his thoughts, a middle-aged man pulled him aside. In a serious tone, he advised, Young man, you may not be aware, but Boar's father is no ordinary individual. Just the other day, he managed to procure a bag of sausages and half a kilogram of rice. You cannot compete with him. At these words, Lin Yi was taken aback. It appeared that Boar indeed possessed some level of strength. Such a substantial amount of food, in the modern world, could sustain an ordinary person for an entire day. Yet here, it was enough to convince everyone present that this woman was truly within Boar's grasp, especially given her extraordinary beauty. In contemporary society, uttering such claims would only make one appear foolish. Now do you see the disparity between you two? The middle-aged man patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Take care of yourself, young man. Lin Yi nodded, pondering whether to trade a bucket of instant noodles or a bag of sausages. He sought to remain inconspicuous while avoiding attracting suspicion regarding his identity. Beauty is indeed delightful, but life holds greater importance. Yet he desired both. At that moment, a dismissive voice interrupted his contemplation. I offer 3 whole sausages. Surely, no one will dare to contest with me now? As Boar's voice rang out, a murmur of astonishment spread through the crowd. The old man selling radishes bowed his head. Seeing that no one else spoke, the masked auctioneer began to unlock the iron cage. After all, Boar's bid had reached an unimaginable height. Just then, Lin Yi's calm voice broke through. I offer a piece of chocolate. His words stood out starkly amidst the tension in the air. Upon hearing this, the hearts of all present skipped a beat. and they turned their heads toward Lin Yi with rigid astonishment. Just as they were about to question him, their eyes widened in disbelief. Chocolate. Was there truly someone brave enough to trade with chocolate? They soon realized, to their shock, that Lin Yi held in his hand a palm-sized piece of chocolate wrapped in foil. Even from a distance, the aroma of the chocolate wafted through the air. Gulp. One by one, onlookers began to swallow hard, their mouths watering in anticipation. A profound astonishment began to envelop his heart. It was indeed chocolate, wrapped in shimmering foil. Wasn't that the exclusive delicacy of the evolved? Even Borlov, upon catching sight of the chocolate in Lin Yi's hand, nearly transformed into a coward, momentarily forgetting his threats and staring blankly at Lin Yi. What is the matter with you? Is the price insufficient? Lin Yi genuinely found himself perplexed. The reverent gazes directed at him were bewildering. Was it truly because of the chocolate? Or was there some underlying issue? Enough, came the calm voice of the masked figure. With deliberate care, he delivered Anaya to Lin Yi, accepting the chocolate from his hand and gently inhaling its scent. While I am curious about how you acquired chocolate, we never pry into our customers' affairs. This woman is now yours. With that, the masked figure tucked away the chocolate and departed without a backward glance. Lin Yi paid little mind to the incident concerning the chocolate. He had purchased it, so what trouble could arise? He was prepared to proceed. However, what intrigued Lin Yi was that ever since he had secured Anaya with the chocolate, the way everyone regarded him had shifted dramatically. They deliberately averted their eyes. Particularly the old man, who recoiled as if he had encountered a ghost. Losing interest in lingering any longer, Lin Yi led Anaya back to the villa. Anaya kept her head bowed throughout, which Lin Yi attributed to the chocolate's influence. Just as he was about to inquire, Anaya suddenly knelt down, lowering her head even further. Master, my name is Anaya. From this day forth, I am your servant. Please do not forsake me. He was taken aback, utterly shocked. Could this be some peculiar custom of this world? It was excessively formal, he mused. He bent down to help Anaya to her feet. Almost instinctively, Lin Yi raised his hand to touch Anaya's face, wanting to admire her exquisite features at close range. Suddenly, he felt an intense heat beneath his fingers. Are you feverish? Or have you been bitten by a zombie? A flicker of caution ignited within him. A fever could be remedied with modern medication, but a zombie bite would leave him with no antidote at hand. Panic flickered across Anaya's face as she shook her head fervently. I have not been infected by a zombie. I merely feel unwell. I shall recover soon. Please do not abandon me. Before Lin Yi could respond, Anaya took a step back, shedding her garments without reservation, presenting herself fully before him. A flush of crimson colored her cheeks. Master, can you now believe me? Lin Yi swallowed hard. Believe? Absolutely. This girl was far too audacious. He had not anticipated it would escalate to such a degree. Clearing his throat, he suggested, perhaps you should put your clothes back on. If you fall ill and perish, wouldn't my expenditure on chocolate be in vain? Upon this realization, Lin Yi suddenly recalled that Anaya was a denizen of this world, and it would be far simpler to directly inquire of her rather than venture downstairs to confront the townsfolk. The process of extracting information and abilities through the act of devouring was inherently limited, at least for now. Those two local blonde-haired foreigners had not elucidated the current situation to him in its entirety. It was akin to chocolate. A flicker of surprise crossed Anaya's eyes. Yet she displayed no hint of skepticism, stating directly, chocolate has a longer shelf life than ordinary food and is thus better suited for preservation. Consequently, most of the chocolate is controlled by evolved beings, these formidable individuals. Lin Yi nodded, countering with a question, then what is your identity? And how did you come to be in that group? He had anticipated that Anaya might withhold some information, but to his astonishment, she replied without hesitation, in times of peace, I was cultivated by the king to be a gift. Trapped in the apocalypse, I was only recently rescued. A faint sound of sobbing ensued. Anaya lifted her gaze, her gem-like eyes gazing vacantly at Lin Yi. From the moment her master purchased her, Anaya belonged to him forever. Suddenly, a fierce glint appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. What if I wish to kill you? Anaya blinked, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. Master, I would willingly accept. Immediately thereafter, Lin Yi witnessed Anaya's garments slipping once more, her form collapsing onto the newly acquired mattress. Lin Yi thought, must she challenge my patience so audaciously? Does she not believe I am a man? In that moment, a flash of light caught his attention. Lin Yi distinctly recalled that apart from the nearby villas, no one else resided in the vicinity, much less would anyone frivolously use glass to dazzle his eyes. Turning swiftly, he discovered the masked figure appearing at the doorway. An evolved being? Chapter 11. Token? A trip to acquire medicine. Your senses are acute. The masked figure spoke, their emotions indiscernible. Lin Yi discreetly glanced at Anaya on the bed, taking a subtle step back. Given her presence, you must be aware of the rules regarding infiltrating the survivor's dwelling, correct? A Glock pistol had already manifested in his hand. Regardless of whether or not this individual was an evolved being, any sudden movement would be met with a bullet. Oomph. The masked figure scoffed, I understand the rules, and I am here seeking you. Lin Yi's expression turned incredulous. Seeking me? Indeed. However, the masked figure glanced at the gun in Lin Yi's hand. I now have a clearer understanding of where that chocolate originated. And do refrain from pointing that useless gun at me. It holds no power over me. The masked figure pulled a chair and sat leisurely, continuing, in that case, I shall reveal some matters concerning Anaya. I did indeed rescue her, but in doing so, I also incurred the wrath of another group of nomads, whom I subsequently eliminated in the ensuing conflict. Lin Yi was taken aback. If you have already killed them, then why share this with me? He harbored serious doubts about the masked figure's sanity, yet found himself devoid of evidence to support his suspicions. The masked figure remained unfazed. Addressing Lin Yi, the issue lies with the evolver among their ranks. Though their strength pales in comparison to mine, they managed to convey information before their demise. Lin Yi was taken aback. It seemed he had unwittingly invited trouble. However, it was not entirely hopeless. As long as you maintain a semblance of virtue and ensure that Anaya remains undetected when the next group arrives, I can guarantee your safety. The masked figure rose, casually tossing a token to Lin Yi. This is for you, a form of compensation. I still possess a modicum of dignity. In times of peril, this may serve to turn the tide in your favor. The intricately designed azure stone tablet bore the character for loss, its crimson hue sending a shiver down one's spine. The tablet itself was unremarkable, merely an ordinary piece of blue stone, seemingly a token of sorts. Lin Yi weighed it in his hand, pondering the worth of such a gift. What if the other party did not acknowledge it? But when he looked up, the masked figure had vanished without a trace. Lin Yi shook his head, acknowledging the undeniable prowess of the evolver, more formidable than he had anticipated. Appearing and disappearing like a shadow. Theoretically, evolvers were carbon-based life forms, but whether a pistol would be effective against them remained uncertain. The other party had not afforded him the opportunity to find out. Stowing the stone tablet away, he turned his gaze to Anaya on the bed. In mere minutes, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid, her delicate collarbone rising and falling. Her once dewy skin now bore a flush, beads of perspiration clinging to her surface, exuding waves of heat. Curiosity piqued. He wondered if placing an egg upon her would cause it to cook. After a moment's contemplation, he leaned down, resting his hand on Anaya's forehead, immediately sensing an intense heat. Even without a thermometer, it was evident she was running a fever. Just as Lin Yi intended to return to the modern world for some antipyretics, a burning hand clasped his. Anaya opened her dreamy azure eyes, her lashes fluttering gently, exuding an enchanting allure. Master, Anaya is capable. With that, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Lin Yi sighed. This was indeed a serious fever. Though he had entertained the notion of experiencing a temperature of 42 degrees, he found it difficult to ascertain whether Anaya's condition was merely a fever. What if she truly succumbed? Wouldn't that render the chocolate a futile gift? Just wait. I shall return momentarily. He covered Anaya with her blanket and snapped his fingers. Modern world, activate. Do not inquire why the thought activation has a delay. It simply appears more dramatic this way. At this moment, time and space in the post-apocalyptic world began to stagnate, while time in the modern world resumed its flow. Lin Yi glanced at his watch. It had not been long since Gu Qingyan and the others had departed, so they likely had not yet fallen asleep. Professional matters should be addressed by professionals. He was not a doctor, but some were. Lin Yi promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Li Gubin's number. In a quaint and charming bedroom, Li Gubin was engrossed in a myriad of medical texts, searching for records regarding the rare ginseng associated with Lin Yi. The ginseng was indeed authentic, yet its medicinal value astonishingly surpassed that of its contemporaries by nearly double. The dilemma arose from the fact that there were no sales records for similar ginseng online. To procure such a specimen, one would inevitably have to approach Lin Yi. Should it go to auction, the price would likely be exorbitant. Alas, this young man has truly struck gold. Had he sold me that 50-year-old ginseng earlier, I could have profited millions. Li Gubin mused with a bitter smile. He rubbed his waist and ambled over to the tea table. intending to sip some tea to alleviate his frustration. At that very moment, his phone on the table rang. Lin, why is he calling so late? After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the phone. Hello, Lin, you'd better have a matter of utmost urgency. Or, Li Gubin's words were interrupted by Lin Yi's voice. It's about a friend of mine who has a fever, but I can't confirm if she indeed has one. The symptoms are. Lin Yi elaborated on Anaya's symptoms. Awaiting a response. After a brief contemplation, Li Gubin calmly replied, From your description, it seems your friend is suffering from an externally contracted febrile illness, commonly referred to as a cold. You should get her antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medication from the pharmacy. Is it that simple? Lin Yi inquired. Indeed, it is that simple. And refrain from calling me for trivial matters. You should have taken her to the hospital instead. With that, without waiting for Lin Yi to respond, he hung up the phone. With the diagnosis confirmed, the subsequent steps became infinitely easier. He wouldn't even need to step outside, thanks to a delivery service. A dedicated courier would bring the medications right to his doorstep. In a world where medicine is scarce, the modern era boasts an abundance of pharmacies, often outnumbering restaurants. As long as one has the means, acquiring medication is hardly a challenge. While awaiting the arrival of the medicines, Lin Yi picked up his phone and found Gu Qingyin's WeChat contact, which he had added during discussions about the price of wild ginseng. The disparity in their social standings was insurmountable, and Lin Yi harbored no inappropriate feelings towards her. Yet he pondered, if he could trade a piece of chocolate for a stunning Arab beauty, why couldn't he exchange a meal of spicy hot pot for Gu Qingyin to become his wife? One must at least have dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from the mundane? With this thought, he swiftly composed a message. Qingyin, are you asleep? Would you like to join me for a meal? However, the message seemed to vanish into the void, receiving no response for an extended period. At this moment, Gu Qingyin had returned to the previous hospital room, carrying the wild ginseng she had acquired from Lin Yi. Brother, we've found the century-old wild ginseng. Chapter 12. Gu Qingyin's thoughts, the gluttonous Anaya. A middle-aged man dressed in an administrative jacket turned around at the window. Is it once again artificially cultivated? Sister, do not allow yourself to be deceived, he cautioned. Rest assured, brother. Uncle Li has personally verified it. The age may be insufficient, but the efficacy is undoubtedly adequate, Gu Qingyin replied. Upon hearing this, the man's furrowed brow eased slightly. That is reassuring. He was Gu Tingyun, a name bestowed by his parents in hopes that he would ascend the political arena with the thunderous might of a tempest. Indeed, he had fulfilled this expectation. As the sole sibling among the Gu family to enter the political sphere, he had, at the tender age of 42, risen to the position of secretary of the municipal party committee in a prefectural city. Having occupied a prominent position for 4 years, it would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no aspirations for further advancement. He possessed both the qualifications and the capability to elevate the Gu family, ensuring it would not fall prey to competitors and instead grow even stronger. However, during this critical juncture, the stalwart patriarch of the Gu family, Old Master Gu, suddenly suffered a stroke and fell into a coma. This event struck not only him, but the entire Gu group with considerable repercussions. Should Old Master Gu pass away, the entire Gu group would plunge into turmoil. Observing the weariness etched on Gu Qingyin's face, Gu Tingyun expressed his concern. Little sister, it is getting late. You should rest. You have been juggling both the company and our grandfather's affairs, and it is truly taxing for you. Gu Qingyin shook her head. Brother, I am fine. As long as grandfather awakens, all my efforts will be worthwhile. Witnessing his usually cherished sister in such a state of distress stirred a pang of sympathy within Gu Tingyun. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed. Sister, what do you think of Governor Wang's youngest son, Wang Tingting? He is of a similar age to you and possesses a handsome appearance. He could be a commendable choice. Brother, I am discussing serious matters with you. I am no longer a child. Please refrain from indulging in childish antics. Gu Tingyun replied. If you two were to become involved, your burdens could lighten considerably. He understood the necessity of preparing for all eventualities. Should Old Master Gu not awaken, the connection with Governor Wang would at least ensure that the vast Gu group would not collapse swiftly. He could also use this time to advance further. At that point, the Gu group would be able to avert disaster. Gu Qingyin nodded in agreement. I will consider it. Historically, marriages have often served to avert conflict. In prominent families, the interplay between familial affection and self-interest frequently presents an imbalance. As a member of such a lineage, she had long been prepared for this eventuality. though she had not anticipated it would arise so swiftly. Glancing at the message sent by Lin Yi on WeChat, Gu Qingyan let out a wry smile and quietly closed her phone. In truth, her relationship with Lin Yi was also one of mutual benefit. In terms of status and standing, they were hardly comparable. Were it not for her continued interest in wild ginseng, Lin Yi would not even have the privilege of meeting her, nor would he have received her light-hearted laughter. A mere jester, indeed, she mused. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi welcomed the delivery man, who arrived with a substantial package of medications, which contained only two of the most common types, antipyretics and anti-inflammatory drugs. The post-apocalyptic world starkly contrasts with modernity, where medicinal supplies are scarce. Yet, these two commonplace medicines suffice to address the majority of ailments, while simultaneously minimizing the suspicions of others. Of course, the most pressing concern remains the limited compartments of the spatial backpack. Otherwise, establishing a pharmacy in this desolate era would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. After relocating the medicines into the spatial compartments, Lin Yi refrained from immediately returning to the alternate world. With time suspended, there was no need to worry about Anaya's condition. Seizing the opportunity to return to the modern realm, he intended to stockpile essential supplies for the apocalypse, for even in such dire circumstances, a home is still a home. The following day, after a night's rest in the rented accommodation, Lin Yi arose early and boarded a vehicle bound for the heart of Jiang City. His spatial backpack contained a total of 13 compartments. Upon returning to the modern world, he had previously discarded the furniture he had purchased at the villa, leaving ample space. 3 compartments were designated for essential supplies such as bottled water, instant noodles, and sausages. Snacks, chocolates, and newly acquired antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medications occupied another 3 compartments. Currently, 7 compartments remained available. Throughout the day, Lin Yi expended nearly 20 units of time with the aid of these 7 compartments. He successfully revitalized the villa in the alternate dimension after numerous transits between the 2 worlds. Strangely, throughout the day, he received no communications from Su Yuding, nor did Gu Qingyan respond. By evening, Lin Yi returned to the post-apocalyptic world. Anaya lay quietly on the bed, her complexion appearing even more pallid than before. In truth, during his journeys between the 2 realms, Lin Yi had strived to minimize his time spent in the apocalypse. However, in just 2.5 minutes, her condition had deteriorated alarmingly. As anticipated, the masked figure harbored ill intentions. Without a golden finger, Anaya would be rendered helpless. How would she repay him? Lin Yi sighed inwardly, retrieving the anti-inflammatory and antipyretic medications from the compartments to administer to her, and her complexion improved slightly. While Anaya rested, Lin Yi began to organize the furniture within the room. He had carelessly discarded items for convenience upon his arrival, but now it seemed that, aside from aesthetics, even exiting the room posed a challenge. At that moment, not far away, the masked figure observed Lin Yi from atop a building, the corners of her lips curling upward beneath her sheer veil. Chocolates, firearms, medicines, indeed, they were more intriguing than anticipated. Alas, if time permitted, perhaps she could learn more about him. Removing the veil that obscured her face revealed a breathtakingly beautiful visage. She delicately licked her lips. I suspect we shall meet again soon. Casting a meaningful smile in the direction of the villa, she donned her veil once more and gracefully departed. Feeling hungry, Anaya slowly opened her eyes, awakening from her slumber as dusk settled. Upon seeing the opened anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medications on the bedside table, she immediately grasped the situation and hurriedly climbed out of bed. How could she, a mere plaything, be unaware of the preciousness of medicine in this apocalyptic world? The master, nonetheless, chose to squander such valuable resources for her sake. In that instant, she found herself torn between joy and fear. Suddenly, Anaya's pupils dilated, captivated by the hamburger in Lin Yi's hand. Master, is that a hamburger? Lin Yi smiled and replied, Indeed, a double beef hamburger. The golden, crispy exterior, the thick patty, and the fresh vegetables, even the faint steam rising from the top, made it hard to believe such food could exist in this desolate era. It was purchased by Lin Yi. Anaya swallowed hard, timidly asking, Master, may I eat it? I am truly famished. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Considering the culinary differences between the East and West, he had deliberately chosen the hamburger, as opposed to opting for braised pork with preserved vegetables. This hamburger was intended specifically for Anaya. You may eat, but Lin Yi assessed Anaya's alluring figure. discreetly placing his hand behind his back to retrieve a packaged item from the grid. It was something prepared for her in the modern world, now proving quite useful. You must wear this. As Lin Yi shook the package, various items fell out. Black stockings, white stockings, fishnet, and gradient patterns. He acknowledged the gamble involved, recognizing that such a variety of stockings would clearly require a considerable amount of grid space. Yet, when grouped together, they shared a singular identity: stockings. He picked up a pair of black stockings and handed them to Anaya, saying, "Give these a try. They should suit you well. I'll treat you to a cola shortly." With that, Lin Yi settled back onto the sofa, leisurely opening a bottle of cola. "All right, master." Anaya clutched the black stockings, her heart a tumult of emotions, her aquamarine eyes shimmering with waves of feeling. Before the apocalypse, she had merely been a cultivated ornament, a commodity for trade. Someone summoned at will and discarded when broken. Now, for the first time, she felt what it meant to be treated as a person. In these dire times, true human nature reveals itself. For someone like her, a lowly commodity, her master not only chose not to abandon her in her illness, but instead opted to use the most scarce medicine to save her. He risked his life to search for sustenance in a city teeming with zombies. How else could one explain the origin of the hamburger? Following such a master, she felt she could die without regret. After finishing a bottle of cola, Lin Yi observed Anaya, who remained in a dazed state, unsure of what had transpired. Could it be that the effects of the medicine had not yet worn off? Surely, the medication could not be counterfeit? He approached her and inquired, "Are you still feeling unwell? If so, it can wait until you're better to wear them." Anaya shook her head. "Master, Anaya is perfectly fine." Her voice was solemn, as if she were making a momentous decision. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi swiftly approached Anaya, gently caressing her delicate face, and remarked, "In that case, my dear, we must discuss the matter of the medical expenses, just a mere few hundred million." "My master, what use is money?" Anaya raised her head, her gem-like eyes blinking in confusion. 3 parts bewilderment and 7 parts perplexity. Before Anaya could fully comprehend, Lin Yi had already embraced her slender waist, clarifying, "You misunderstand. I meant to offer you several billion." Anaya displayed no signs of resistance, lowering her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied, "Master, please be gentle." When she awoke again, it was already 9 o'clock the following morning. The sunlight streamed through the villa's glass, illuminating Anaya's flushed face, marked by tear stains, yet adorned with a satisfied smile. This was her first night, as it was for Lin Yi. As Lin Yi fiddled with a handgun, he noticed Anaya's brows quiver slightly. He chuckled, "Awake at last?" Anaya hurriedly rose from the bed, enduring her bodily aches, and nervously said, "I'm sorry, master, I shouldn't have slept in so late. Please punish me." Lin Yi was taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. "Is your body feeling better now?" "Much better," came Anaya's reply. Lin Yi smiled. "Well then, let us have some breakfast." He put away the handgun and retrieved a prepared meal of burgers, fries, and cola, placing it before her. "Consider this a reward." "Really, master?" Anaya's mouth fell slightly agape, her aquamarine eyes shimmering with disbelief. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, food was a precious commodity, often leading to brawls over a single loaf of bread or a sausage. Yet, here Lin Yi was, casually offering her such luxuries without any demands. "Eat quickly. If you starve, my efforts in bringing you here will be in vain. You have much labor ahead of you, and I fear you won't be able to endure without sustenance." Listening to Lin Yi's words, Anaya's cheeks subtly flushed a deeper shade. Days passed, and Anaya grew accustomed to Lin Yi's enigmatic nature. This master who had purchased her seemed to possess an endless supply of exquisite Eastern delicacies she had never encountered before: braised pork with preserved vegetables, red braised shrimp, and sweet and sour ribs. Initially resistant, she discovered, upon tasting, a whole new realm of flavor that unveiled the existence of delights far surpassing burgers and fries. She even sensed a slight increase in her weight. In response, Lin Yi had meticulously devised a weight loss regimen for her. However, post-dieting sessions left her blushing and aching. On this particular day, Lin Yi reclined on the bed, indulging in Anaya's soothing back massage. Her skilled hands rivaled those of the finest contemporary massage therapists, igniting in Lin Yi an impulse to place her within a framework and unlock new skills. However, after some contemplation, it was ultimately dismissed. Those who understand, understand. He is reluctant. "Master, it is time for a meal." After days of intimate conversations, Anaya's fondness for Lin Yi had significantly grown, yet she still maintained a respectful demeanor. addressing him as her master. Only when the topic of food arose did she appear less restrained. Indeed, I find myself a bit hungry as well. Lin Yi glanced at his watch, momentarily uncertain of what to eat. Perhaps we shall have. In that moment of contemplation, the glass door downstairs was suddenly knocked upon. Lin Yi turned and approached the window, peering down. He spotted an elderly man who had come to sell radishes. Standing at the entrance of the villa, hands pressed against the door, seemingly sneaking a glance at something. "Hey, old man, what brings you here again?" The old man looked around and eventually noticed Lin Yi at the window. With a grin, he exclaimed, "Young man, another caravan has arrived at the south end of the town. Care to take a look?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. As expected, this must be the caravan mentioned by the masked figure. He hadn't anticipated its arrival so soon. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, but it lasted only a moment. Well, since they have already come, if they truly wished to find him, there would be no way to evade them. He set 2 hamburgers and a bottle of cola on the table and instructed, "Wait for my return at home." "Understood, master." Soon, Lin Yi made his way downstairs. "Goodbye, old man." This time, the elder was devoid of his previous timidity, instead approaching with enthusiasm. He sniffed lightly at Lin Yi's clothing. "So, was that beautiful lady enjoyable? If you're tired of her, you can sell her to me. I'll offer 3 sausages." Lin Yi grimaced, saying, "If you want one, why not just buy another today?" "That's true." As they conversed, the pair quickly arrived at the southern part of the town. The venue today was evidently much livelier, with the number of people in the caravan doubling compared to before, easily surpassing 100. To their astonishment, 3 masked individuals stood at the center of the gathering, the implication of which was unmistakable. 3 evolved beings. The old man gasped, hinting at a desire to retreat. Lin Yi felt similarly. Whether a handgun could inflict damage on an evolved being remained uncertain. If it were merely 1, he might consider taking the risk. But 3? Unless he had a death wish. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a crowd gathered at the center of the venue, seemingly engaged in discussion. Today, there were no beautiful women on display. Instead, there was a notice. In the modernity of the 21st century, he might have dismissed it, but in this post-apocalyptic world, Lin Yi deemed it necessary to take a closer look. The message was straightforward. The coward bull had stolen goods from the caravan and killed its members. Due to the caravan's regulations, which prohibited harming the survivors within the gathering, a bounty was issued for the locals to unite against Bull. Chapter 14. Encounter. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi harbored an unsettling feeling regarding the notice. According to the townsfolk, Bowler the Coward was a prospective evolver of considerable strength, and it was customary for a team to include an evolver. This scenario resembled a tale from a cultivation novel, where a foundational practitioner witnesses his subordinate being slain by a mere chi-refining cultivator, only to have the medicine pill snatched away, while the adversary escapes unscathed. Are you truly contemplating joining the hunt for Bowler the Coward? He is a prospective evolver. Do not find yourself in a situation where you are oblivious to your own demise. A villager's words disrupted Lin Yi's contemplation. Indeed, it would be folly to sacrifice one's life for a mere morsel of bread. Such a generous reward surely hinted at complexities beyond the surface. Disperse, disperse. The crowd quickly scattered. As before, the elderly man selling radishes was the first to scurry away. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. While the majority maintained a lively spirit, a handful chose to remain. The adage, "Under heavy rewards, brave men will emerge," rang undeniably true. A reward of a single loaf was substantial in this apocalypse, enough to drive many to madness. Lin Yi, however, was indifferent to the bread. His interest lay in Bowler the Coward himself, not due to any peculiar obsession, but rather with the intent to consume him. The compartments within his backpack could decompose a corpse, thereby granting him access to the memories and skills of the deceased. Perhaps, through Bowler's remains, he could ascend to the status of a prospective evolver. The might of evolvers was widely recognized, and prospective evolvers were certainly formidable. Lin Yi had often contemplated the means to eliminate Bowler, and the present moment appeared to be the most opportune. Remarkably, he need not even lift a finger. As the crowd thinned, one of the 3 masked figures stepped forward. "Excellent. It seems our numbers exceed my expectations. If no one departs, we shall proceed to register your names. Once completed, we will promptly set forth to eliminate Bowler the Coward." Upon concluding his statement, a robust man approached the remaining individuals, clutching a tattered roster. Name: Wang Ergu, Li Godin, Delkovsky. At the rear of Lin Yi's team, he pondered what name he should adopt. One must have a moniker when venturing forth. When his turn arrived, without deliberation, he declared, Han Li. Subsequently, like the others, he presented a wooden token inscribed with black lettering. In total, there were approximately several dozen individuals. Once all tokens were distributed, Lin Yi found himself assigned to the second group. Their task was straightforward, to mount a lateral assault, ensuring that Bowler the Coward could not escape via the side paths. Before long, under the guidance of a masked figure, Lin Yi and his companions were led to the residence of Bowler the Coward. Contrary to expectations, the dwelling, ostensibly belonging to him alone, was far more expansive than imagined. Surrounded by numerous courtyards, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to this place as a village. Fortunately, the rugged terrain permits passage through only 3 routes, and Lin Yi's team opted for the left-hand path. Once everyone had gathered, the masked figure cleared his throat and addressed the group. Ladies and gentlemen, adhering to the customs of those who traverse on foot, we 3 cannot intervene and must await your favorable news at the village entrance. Surely, you have pondered this matter thoroughly before your arrival. It would not be an exaggeration to label the coward known as Bo-Er as one who has committed numerous heinous acts, so cast aside any psychological burdens. Admittedly, I am not a virtuous individual myself, but I assure you that I shall honor my commitments to each of you. Now please proceed. With the masked figure's command, the members of the group began to advance into the village, armed with their own hoes and clubs, and Lin Yi blended into the throng. Shortly thereafter, as Lin Yi and the others entered the village, 2 additional masked figures appeared. One of them remarked, could there be some underlying twist to this situation? Given that the coward Bo-Er possesses the strength of an evolved being, how could he have inflicted such damage upon our own? Perhaps it was a surprise attack. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Another masked figure added, it is unfortunate that our entire team was annihilated and subsequently fell prey to the zombies. Otherwise, we might have gathered more clues. The 3 masked individuals sighed in unison, their gazes shifting towards Bo-Er's territory as they voiced their collective hope. May the townsfolk succeed in dealing with Bo-Er, for otherwise, the very existence of Greentown would be rendered meaningless. Meanwhile, upon realizing he was besieged, Bo-Er was utterly frozen with fear. Truly, misfortune had descended upon him as he sat comfortably at home. He had long believed himself to be a villain of unparalleled infamy, delighting in the thought of pillaging Greentown for women to indulge himself and his band of brothers. Yet, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to assault a group of those who traverse on foot. Moreover, with only himself and a handful of subordinates, victory against such odds was unattainable. With so many zombies outside, surely it was more appealing to rule as a local tyrant within Greentown. Bo-Er sighed deeply and inquired, have you informed those who traverse on foot that this is a misunderstanding? One of his subordinates replied, they offered us no opportunity for explanation. By the time we became aware, we were already surrounded. This is merely what I have heard from my brothers. Bo-Er shook his head in frustration, pounding the table fiercely as thoughts of escape began to percolate in his mind. He struggled to ask, how many have come against us? Perhaps 100, came the reply. All routes of escape are blocked. Had those in the group of travelers not participated, they might have already stormed this very location. Bo-Er turned, a contemplative glint in his eye, and mused, are you suggesting that all those individuals are merely pathetic townsfolk? The travelers cannot engage in slaughter among the gathered survivors. Otherwise, they would face collective resistance from all who traverse on foot. This is an unwritten rule, and Bo-Er was well aware of this fact. Without the presence of the foot soldiers, these townsfolk appeared to him as nothing more than waste. Indeed, replied the younger brother, with a disdainful snort. The cowardly Bull dared to summon a semblance of confidence. Where is my cowardly son? Upon hearing this, the younger brother's expression turned somewhat unnatural. However, upon catching sight of Bull's fierce gaze, he trembled and stammered, young Master Coward is currently engaged in heartfelt conversations with the ladies. Despite a flicker of anger within, Bull quickly composed himself. He coldly remarked, very well, since he enjoys toying with my women, let him do as he pleases. Let us depart. Lin Yi lingered at the tail end of the group, constantly surveying his surroundings, hoping to find an opportune moment to slip away. He still held a certain regard for that meager wage. Unfortunately, someone more cautious than him was vying for the last position. Hey, big brother, could you please move a bit forward? We're about to be left behind, Lin Yi implored. The individual not only ignored Lin Yi's good intentions, but also retaliated. I fear you might suddenly bolt, so I intend to keep an eye on you. Damn it. Lin Yi barely restrained himself, nearly losing his temper. As the two jostled, The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from a side path, causing them to instinctively turn their heads. They beheld a rotund figure, strikingly similar to Bull, stealthily emerging. Lin Yi immediately grew wary. Is that Bull? Shouldn't he be in the village? How did he end up here? Just as that thought crossed his mind, the man beside him burst into laughter. Wow, Bull, what are you doing here? Chapter 15. Devouring Bull, the Masked Man, Ling Luoi. Lin Yi instinctively glanced over, locking eyes with Bull from a distance. Truth be told, he now regretted his earlier hesitation. He should have acted decisively and taken him down. At this juncture, all he could do was observe Bull's next move before formulating a plan. If the enemy does not move, neither shall I. In contrast, the individual beside Lin Yi seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Tugging at Lin Yi's collar, he confidently declared, "Did you see that? If it weren't for me, he would have surely escaped." Lin Yi wore a helpless expression. "Do you really think we can take him on?" "Of course we can. Even if he is an evolved being, look at how many of us there are. How could he possibly?" The man instinctively glanced in the direction of the group, only to be met with an empty street, devoid of any presence. His smile faltered. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted from Bull's position, as a single punch created a gaping hole in the adjacent wall. The prowess of an evolved being was indeed terrifying. Bull smirked. "Do you two insignificant ants dare to obstruct me?" Though he himself had not yet evolved, he was not far from it. Two ordinary individuals could not hinder him. Aware of his own inadequacy against Bull, Lin Yi could only rely on the equalizer to secure a glimmer of hope. However, just as he was about to draw his pistol, he discovered that the man had already concealed himself behind him. "Han Li, hold your ground. I believe in you." Lin Yi felt a surge of displeasure. How audacious. "Knowing my name. Han Li, you still dare to hide behind the coward, Bo Air." Raising his hand, he delivered a sharp slap to the man's face, exclaiming, "Are your eyes deceiving you in broad daylight? Isn't that coward Bo Air still in the village?" He then swiftly moved towards the village. "May the dead friend rest in peace. We shall meet again." The man's face turned ashen as he glanced at the coward Bo Air, only to find him already approaching. Just as Lin Yi ducked into a nearby courtyard, a scream pierced the air. The man was dead. Bo Air casually discarded the corpse to the side, and upon noticing Lin Yi had vanished, he sneered disdainfully and turned to leave towards the outskirts of the village. Within the village, the sounds of conflict erupted. Numerous houses were set ablaze, accompanied by the wails of the townsfolk. It was evident that the townspeople were clashing with Bo Air's lackeys. Lin Yi, however, had no intention of intervening. His sole target was Bo Air. Armed with his pistol, he deliberately maintained a safe distance, seeking the opportune moment to fire. After approximately 2.5 minutes of trailing, Bo Air abruptly halted. Lin Yi seized the chance to take cover in the adjacent building. Peering through the crack of the window, Lin Yi noticed a masked figure appear before Bo Air. From the silhouette, it was clear that this was not one of the three newcomers, but rather the masked individual he had encountered previously. "It's you," Bo Air exclaimed suddenly. "So this is your doing, causing me this trouble?" The masked figure remained silent, slowly advancing towards Bo Air. When they were merely 3 steps apart, the masked figure finally spoke. "Some secrets can only be kept by the dead." With that, the masked individual struck out, delivering a powerful blow to Bo Air. Poof! Bo Air coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. One was an evolved being, the other a near evolutionary. The disparity in their strengths was immense, and the masked figure had no intention of sparing Bo Air. The outcome was inevitable. Within moments, Bo Air met his demise. During the struggle, the masked figure's veil was torn away, revealing her true appearance to Lin Yi for the first time. She was a woman, and quite an attractive one at that. Unfortunately, she quickly concealed her face once more and departed from the scene. Gazing at Bo Air's lifeless body on the ground, Lin Yi chose not to emerge immediately, opting instead to wait. The group had come here solely for Bo Air. If he devoured him, he would have no way to explain himself before the masked figure. Indeed, scarcely 5 minutes had passed since the woman departed when 3 masked figures materialized beside his lifeless form. They exchanged no words, lingering momentarily to ascertain his demise before departing. It was not until the townsfolk, calling out for rewards, that Lin Yi emerged from the dwelling, unceremoniously discarding the body of the cowardly bull into the grid. Choosing against claiming the reward, Lin Yi casually cast aside his previous insignia and turned his back towards Bull's stronghold, driven by an inexplicable premonition of impending fortune. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at the central cluster of dwellings. Upon entering, he was met with a gruesome sight. Corpses strewn across the floor, both of Bull's subordinates and the townspeople alike. At the threshold of a side room, he stumbled upon the disheveled remains of Bull, while within, the anguished cries of a woman echoed. A lament not uncommon in apocalyptic times. Perhaps she would meet her end today, or find herself in the clutches of a new master. But such matters bore no weight on Lin Yi's conscience. Compassion was not a sentiment he indulged. As dusk fell, Bull's assets, including the women, had been thoroughly divided. To prevent the onset of plague, the villagers collaborated to excavate a vast pit, interring all the bodies within. Lin Yi stood at a distance, observing the proceedings in silence. The moment seemed ripe. He checked his backpack grid, noting that Bull's body had vanished, leaving only a swirling mass of black vapor. Concurrently, memories began to flood Lin Yi's mind, recollections of a man who, prior to the apocalypse, had been a mere local thug, aimlessly drifting until fate struck during a quest for sustenance, resulting in a fateful encounter with a zombie. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to the undead, but rather, his physique had undergone remarkable transformations, endowing him with immense strength. From that point onward, the basest instincts of humanity resurfaced, leading to rampant pillaging and destruction. Astonishingly, within his newfound memories, Lin Yi discovered information about the masked woman. Her name was Ling Laoyi, hailing from an organization known as Shang. Moreover, during a recent excursion, he had stumbled upon a corpse core. As depicted in the apocalyptic novels he had perused, the corpse core held the power to elevate an evolver's rank. Unlike other evolvers, who could consume the core or were born with innate advantages at the onset of the apocalypse, his transformation, triggered by zombie infection, bore inherent flaws. This was precisely why Bull had never utilized a corpse core. Lin Yi had not anticipated that Bull would leave him such a parting gift. Should he express gratitude? He mused silently. His fingers tightened slightly, and an extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of ordinary men, surged within him. The capabilities of an evolver could indeed be inherited. He had now become a prospective evolver. Chapter 16, Lin Yi, grant me another chance. Gradually, the village returned to silence, save for the flickering embers that danced among the crumbling walls. Lin Yi departed from this place, returning once more to the modern world. He indulged in a soothing hot shower, cleansing away the grime accumulated throughout the day. Gazing into the mirror, he observed that his muscular physique had solidified slightly. He clenched his fist, producing a crisp sound from his hand. Upon releasing his grip, a cascade of white soap powder tumbled to the floor, swept away by the flowing water. The power of the evolved being remained intact in this modern realm. Now, he mused inwardly, without employing any skills. It should be effortless to overpower a special forces soldier. Returning to his bedroom, he reclined on the bed and began perusing videos. Anaya was exceedingly clingy, constantly orbiting around him like a devoted maid, leaving even this modern heterosexual man feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He decided to grant himself a respite, as well as a reprieve for his own well-being. After scrolling through videos for a while, boredom set in, perhaps due to the algorithms at play. The recommended content consisted entirely of provocative, attention-seeking clips. While he might have entertained the idea of liking or saving them under different circumstances, the prospect of acquiring a few items for Anaya seemed far more thrilling than these videos. After watching a couple more clips, Lin Yi exited the app and opened a particular competitive mobile game. He had scarcely played the previous season due to time constraints, hastily achieving a rank of king, but now, with ample time on his hands, he felt ready to engage more thoroughly. As a diligent worker, his primary interest lay in attaining the king emblem. However, something seemed amiss with the matchmaking system this season. After hundreds of matches with alternating wins and losses, he barely reached the king rank, only to be met with an astonishing 18 consecutive defeats. Having not logged into the game for 2 weeks, he was dismayed to find no favorable matches awaiting him, yearning for a streak of 5 consecutive victories. In a good mood, he contemplated spending a substantial amount. As Lin Yi was not lacking in funds, observing his history of victories glowing red, he decisively clicked into ranked mode. Engage. 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 Crack. Lin Yi abruptly hurled his phone to the ground, exclaiming, "So, this is how we play, is it?" He had just set a new record for consecutive losses, 23 in total. In the final match, he had even considered spending money, only to find that with all lanes breached, the super minions were marching onto the enemy's stronghold. Victory was within reach, requiring merely 2 taps on the crystal. Yet his 4 teammates wandered aimlessly in the jungle, neglecting to assault the dragon. Frustrated, Lin Yi took it upon himself to sneakily attack the tower. The inevitable outcome was a defeat. To add insult to injury, his teammates retaliated with accusations, questioning his ability as a support player. Lin Yi retorted, "I don't play support." The following morning, Lin Yi was roused gently from his slumber. He did not dwell on the gaming debacle. After all, it was merely a game, a form of entertainment. If given the chance, he would consider purchasing the game, allowing its developers to experience the despair he had once endured. Picking up his phone from the floor, he noticed a crack on the screen, yet it remained functional. Just as he contemplated ordering takeout, he was drawn in by a series of missed calls, each one from Su Yuting. What could this woman want? Wasn't everything just fine with her boss, Gu? Lin Yi chuckled softly. As he wiped the dust from his phone, another call from Su Yuting came through. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to answer. "Lin Yi, you finally picked up? Hurry to the 6th People's Hospital. I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Su Yuting's voice came through the line, tinged with urgency, as if she were enduring considerable distress. Lin Yi snorted derisively. "The hospital? Are you perhaps going for another abortion? Or is it that the last one wasn't thorough enough, and you're now carrying twins?" Since that day, Lin Yi had made it abundantly clear that he had severed ties with Su Yuting. Their grievances remained unresolved. And now she summoned him to the hospital. Did she intend to publicly humiliate him once more? Silence fell on the line, only to be replaced by Gu Chen's voice. "Brother, you need to come over right away. If you don't, you might regret it. I assure you, you won't leave disappointed." At this, Lin Yi found himself perplexed by the implications of their conversation. His curiosity piqued. He was about to inquire further when the call abruptly ended. Damn it. It seemed the chaos of the world had instilled in him an impulse to confront these two. Nevertheless, he thought better of it. Modern society was not akin to a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Taking a life would have its repercussions. Besides, should the narrative take a bloody turn, while it might entertain the readers, the consequences could be dire. "Please don't let me down." Lin Yi left his rented apartment and purchased a savory pancake with sausage and egg, no spice, before hailing a taxi to the hospital. After settling the fare, he made his way to the 2nd floor. Guided by a doctor, he soon arrived at the consultation room, where Su Yuting was located. Gu Chen was also present. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Gu Chen spoke directly. "Brother, I apologize." To be honest, Lin Yi had anticipated some form of mockery from Gu Chen, yet this was entirely unexpected. However, the grin on Gu Chen's face was anything but sincere. Naturally, Lin Yi would not accept any heartfelt apology. "What brings me here? Surely, the illustrious Mr. Gu doesn't need me to cover the costs of an abortion?" Lin Yi stated bluntly. He had pondered the potential familial connection between Gu Chen and Gu Qinyan. Siblings, perhaps, but that did not excuse the fact that he had been wronged. Gu Chen chuckled lightly. "The reason I called you here is not due to that trivial matter. I wouldn't want you to concern yourself with such small issues. I have already apologized, and now it's time to discuss the matter regarding Yuting's property. The ownership is undoubtedly in your name, but I had promised Yuting that I would gift her this house." Lin Yi chewed on his pancake, perplexed, and said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly without beating around the bush." Su Chen blurted out, "If you still want Su Yuting, just transfer me 5 million. We shall cease all contact henceforth." Lin Yi chuckled. The figure of 5 million was quite peculiar. Neither too much nor too little. It was precisely the balance in his bank account. Should he relinquish this sum entirely to Su Chen, he would revert to being the impoverished man he once was. A week prior, he would have done so without a second thought, but now, Lin Yi bent down, clasped Su Yuting's hand, and gazed at her pallid face, sneering. "Do you truly believe you are worthy? To my eyes, you are not even worth a piece of chocolate. How about a sausage instead?" Realizing that Lin Yi intended to leave, Su Yuting grasped his hand in desperation, pleading, "Lin Yi, please give me another chance." Chapter 17. Purchasing a Sword. The two seemed to have traversed a cycle. Lin Yi had endured 7 days, while Su Yuting had only experienced 3. In the modern world, those 3 days transformed money into mere numbers for Lin Yi, as they also did for Su Yuting. She could perceive Lin Yi's rapidly escalating wealth, a tangible figure, yet completely out of her reach. Gu Chen made her promises, but beyond those promises lay only more promises, which were also extended to other women. Recalling their shared past, the boy who once gazed at her with adoration had vanished. At this moment, Su Yuting felt regret. Conversely, Lin Yi had lost all interest in casting her a final glance and turned to exit the hospital room. However, Just as he reached the door, a woman, as rotund as a pig, barreled towards him, nearly sending him tumbling. It was Su Yuding's mother, Hu Tsuefan. Upon recognizing Lin Yi, Hu Tsuefan unleashed a torrent of curses. Lin Yi, you scoundrel. What did you promise me back then? Ting is gravely ill, and you haven't even bothered to check on her. You shameless wretch. How dare you monopolize the house all by yourself? Filth. As Hu Tsuefan's tirade grew increasingly vile, the other patients in the ward were drawn to the commotion. Lin Yi had no intention of engaging in an argument. However, Hu Tsuefan suddenly raised her hand to strike him, exclaiming, "You, a man born of a mother but raised without one, I should never have entrusted my daughter to you." Lin Yi lifted his hand to block her arm, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He spoke in the calmest tone he could muster. "Auntie, this shall be the last time I address you as such. It is not that I do not care for her. Merely days ago, she was my sole affection. But now," Lin Yi turned and pushed Gu Chen forward. "This is your son-in-law, and he is the one who has betrayed me." For reasons unknown, after uttering these words, Lin Yi felt a sudden sense of relief. With the end of affection came the cessation of obligation. As his words hung in the air, everyone except Lin Yi fell into a state of shock. Gu Chen stood frozen, utterly astonished that Lin Yi would lay the truth bare. Was he not concerned about his own pride? As all eyes were fixated upon him, Gu Chen furrowed his brow and said, "Mom, listen to me. Yu Ting and I are genuinely in love." The luxury watch, tailored suit, and the car keychain in his hand presented a stark contrast to Lin Yi, who clutched a half-eaten pancake with sausage and egg, making the disparity glaringly evident. Hu Tsuefan immediately categorized Gu Chen as an ideal son-in-law, a sycophantic smile gracing her face. "Having experienced the nuances of romantic entanglements, I understood the mutual affection between them. Yet you, Lin Yi, have squandered my daughter's youth for so long. Consider that house of yours as compensation." Lin Yi retorted with a cold smirk. "Why not have your esteemed son-in-law purchase you a home as well? After all, you are single too." "You, Lin Yi, I merely speak the truth." Ignoring Hu Tsuefan, who was on the verge of exploding, Lin Yi pushed open the door and departed. Upon arriving downstairs, he glanced at the hospital window above, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a car with a license plate ending in 6 came to a halt nearby. Gu Qingyan alighted from the vehicle and hurried towards the hospital, her face etched with displeasure. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yi first visited a nearby dealership to purchase a Porsche 911. As the quintessential vehicle of protagonists in novels, he had long held an admiration for it, and he seized the opportunity without hesitation. He successfully acquired it for just under 2 million, paying in full. There were no pretentious displays of wealth during the transaction. Lin Yi believed that as long as he paid swiftly, the dramatics of showboating paled in comparison. Nonetheless, he garnered the envious gazes of numerous salespeople, some even offering him a one-time purchase subsidy, to which he could only reply, "Next time, for sure." Adorning the car with an expensive 7 Miao ornament, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator and sped towards the city. Driving the protagonist's car, he wondered, would this make him the protagonist? With one hand on the steering wheel and the other opening his phone's navigation, he sought to forge a blade. In this apocalyptic world, firearms were gradually losing their significance, while cold weapons began to rise in prominence. It was not that firearms had become ineffective. Their capacity to inflict damage on carbon-based life forms remained unchanged. With Lin Yi's near-evolved abilities, even a gunshot to a vital area could still lead to a fatal outcome. However, his reflexes allowed him to evade such lethal strikes, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary person. This was merely regarding handguns. When faced with rifles, submachine guns, heavy sniper rifles, grenades, rockets, and missiles, even an evolved being would struggle to survive. A nuclear bomb could obliterate an entire city. One must ponder, what evolved being could withstand such devastation? The crux of the matter lay in Lin Yi's traversal into the apocalypse, which had already commenced years prior. Finding even a satisfactory large knife or spear required considerable effort. After a journey of over 2 hours, Lin Yi arrived punctually at his destination, halting before a blacksmith shop. He straightforwardly introduced his purpose. "Excuse me, is this the original place for the swords sold online? I wish to custom make a few swords." The shopkeeper, encountering a direct buyer for the first time, was taken aback. With the convenience of online shopping and prompt delivery within a couple of days, he thought little of Lin Yi's serious demeanor and his luxurious car. "May I ask your surname, sir?" the shopkeeper inquired. "You may call me Lin," he replied. Very well. Mr. Lin, since you have come all this way, I presume you are familiar with what we offer here. The shopkeeper led Lin Yi into the smithy. Our shop can customize any of the 10 famous swords of the Dragon Kingdom, including the Xianyuan sword, the Qishao sword, and the Tai sword. Additionally, we can create a sword that aligns perfectly with your vision, based on your specifications. Due to variations in materials and types, the price of each sword will differ. You may refer to the online quotes for specifics. As Lin Yi admired the displayed samples in the shop, he pondered over the most suitable sword. In a world overrun by zombies, his primary intent for acquiring a sword was not merely for show. Rather, he sought an elegant means of defense, especially when confronting a solitary zombie, where a sword would prove more aesthetically pleasing than a firearm. When considering the most renowned sword in the modern world, the Longquan sword undoubtedly came to mind. A simple search would yield an abundance of videos about Longquan swords, making it challenging to discern authenticity. Lin Yi chose to refrain from delving into that debate, focusing instead on 3 esteemed swords: the Chunjun sword, the Zhuke sword, and the Yuchang sword. Each of these masterpieces, forged by the esteemed smith Ouyang Zi from the spring and autumn period, possessed unique attributes due to their distinctive designs. With advancements in both modern and ancient forging techniques, these swords might even surpass expectations in certain aspects, setting aside mythical considerations. Ultimately, after considering factors such as handling, utility, and portability, Lin Yi made his decision. Boss, I shall take this Xianyuan sword. As a sword imbued with significant meaning for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, wielding it against zombies would indeed create a captivating scene. The shopkeeper hesitated, his expression reflecting uncertainty, before finally speaking. Mr. Lin, to be candid, this sword is the treasure of our establishment, crafted to a 1-to-1 replica of the legendary Xianyuan sword. However, I must ask, is money a concern for you? Lin Yi pressed further. I simply wonder if this Xianyuan sword is merely ornamental. The shopkeeper assured him, you may rest assured. This sword is forged with the highest contemporary technology, possessing strength and resilience that can withstand the impact of a hydraulic press. Withstand a hydraulic press? Lin Yi's heart surged at the shopkeeper's unwavering gaze. This was truly a weapon tailored for him. Driving a Porsche 911, he felt as though he were the protagonist of a novel, reveling in his fortunate circumstances. Thank you, Divine Cat. Lin Yi silently expressed his gratitude. How much is this sword? The shopkeeper replied, 880,000. A price worthy of 2 carats. Lin Yi inquired, can it be sharpened? The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before answering, I'm afraid not. If it gets discovered, it could lead to complications. Lin Yi remarked, money is not an issue. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth, 128. This left Lin Yi utterly bewildered. To get a blade would cost 40,000, had it been in the past. He would have debated with the shopkeeper. However, now it merely represented the price of an additional carat. Deal. The payment of 128 yuan was made via WeChat. Upon witnessing the sudden increase in his balance, the shopkeeper transformed, eagerly pulling Lin Yi towards the workshop without waiting for his consent. Mr. Lin, I will assist you in sharpening it right away. A few hours later, the shopkeeper respectfully presented the Xianyuan sword to Lin Yi, even gifting him an exquisite sword sheath, tassel, and box as he departed. Finding a secluded spot, Lin Yi wielded the sword, testing its might. He effortlessly cleared half an acre of chive blossoms and felled 2 acres of rapeseed before sheathing the Xianyuan sword. Overall, the gains were substantial. Yet with only a little over 2 million remaining, it was time to return to the alternate world and earn more. Back home, after spending another night in his rental, Lin Yi returned to the town of Green in the other world. Holding the Xianyuan sword, he traversed the deserted streets, yearning for an opponent. It was evident that there were no zombies. By the time he reached the villa, it was already evening. Upon entering, Anaya leapt towards him like a small cat, clinging tightly to Lin Yi. Master, are you all right? I thought they had taken you, she said, her voice quivering. Lin Yi noticed the cola and hamburger he had left on the table remained untouched, as if time had stood still. His stomach growled audibly in Anaya's presence. You haven't eaten? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Anaya nodded, looking forlorn. I thought you had abandoned me. Tears began to well in her eyes. Lin Yi sighed. Let us take a shower first, and then I'll prepare something delicious for you. Anaya blinked. Can I join you in the shower, master? If you mind. I can wash myself. Observing Anaya's lively features, Lin Yi hesitated. In the modern world, he had researched about girls like Anaya, although he found no information domestically. There were leads after circumventing the firewall. The distinction lay in Anaya being far more clingy than described. Others were mere maids, obedient to commands, while Anaya exhibited a more devoted disposition, akin to a loyal companion. Lin Yi gently patted her head and smiled. All right. With that, he carried Anaya into the bathroom. The previous fixtures had been discarded, replaced by the newly purchased double bathtub. In the apocalypse, without electricity, there was no way to heat the water. On a sweltering summer day, taking a refreshing cold bath was quite agreeable. Lin Yi gently placed Anaya into the bathtub and then bent down, extending his palm, murmuring, "The power of water." Suddenly, a stream of clear water burst forth from his hand. Witnessing this, Anaya was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring the splashes of water on her face, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, you have become an evolver and awakened the water element ability." Her face radiated admiration. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, in truth, this was not an extraordinary ability, but merely tap water he had access to at home. The spatial grid could infinitely stack identical items, and water was indeed classified as an item. He contemplated that if he could directly store tap water in the grid, bathing during the apocalypse would no longer necessitate bottled mineral water. The outcome aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Tap water filled the grid throughout the night, showing no signs of reaching capacity. Soon, the bathtub brimmed with water, and Lin Yi estimated that the quantity used was less than 1/5 of that in the grid. "Master, you should join me. This water is so refreshingly cool and comfortable." Anaya beamed with satisfaction as Lin Yi gazed at the water. Reminiscent of lotus flowers emerging from their petals, he momentarily found himself lost in thought. In the apocalypse, while food may be scarce, potable tap water such as this was an extravagant luxury for bathing. Lin Yi surmised that aside from himself, very few in the desolate world would dare to use water in such a manner. Even the leftover bathwater might be fiercely contested. One point Anaya made reminded him of the relentless heat in June and July. In the absence of electricity, appliances had long been rendered useless, and Anaya had likely fallen ill due to these conditions. Given the circumstances, he must ensure that his living situation in this apocalypse remained as comfortable as possible. It appeared to be time to acquire an air conditioner, Lin Yi mused. However, before that, he needed to make certain preparations, at the very least to ensure the safety of his home. There is an adage that rings true: the most unpredictable element in the apocalypse is the human heart. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yi returned to the present. With a captivating beauty like Anaya awaiting him, there was no time for further contemplation. After a brief respite, his vitality felt immensely renewed. With a splash, he leaped into the water, sending droplets flying throughout the room. As he lamented his lackluster diving skills, he felt a pair of delicate arms encircle him from behind. The sensation of warmth, juxtaposed with the coolness of the tap water, made Lin Yi momentarily freeze. Clearing his throat, he hoarsely remarked, "This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Master, Anaya possesses some massage techniques that might alleviate your fatigue. Would you care to try?" The silky touch sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. "All right," he replied instinctively. "How does my technique feel, Master?" "Quite good, though a bit more pressure would be perfect." "And now, Master?" "Blissful." Chapter 19. A day of leisure, listening to melodies at the brothel. Chapter 20. A princess? Just the right person for laundry duties. "Sir, if you are unable to pay the entrance fee, I kindly ask you to leave immediately." The voice of the elegant woman in black silk resonated loudly. Although the business model of the Dream Pavilion was not particularly lucrative, it effectively filtered out many delusional freeloaders. As Lin Yi approached, she observed him closely and discerned that his demeanor was no different from that of the impoverished souls. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. While he could not gain entry to the high-end establishments of the modern world, he still possessed 3 packets of unmarked compressed biscuits. How many ostentatious moments were to be had? The Porsche 911 remained parked in the real world. The thought of driving amidst the apocalypse was unfathomable. Here, no need to search further. Lin Yi reached into his pocket and extracted 3 packets of compressed biscuits. In the next moment, esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize for my earlier negligence. Allow me to escort you inside. The woman in black silk deeply bowed to Lin Yi, revealing her perfect curves. As she accepted the biscuits, she quietly planted a kiss on his cheek. Please come in. 9 yuan and 9 cents for a packet of biscuits. There were still hundreds more in his space. Could it be that mere 3 biscuits could elicit such a favor from a beauty, more valuable than a fleeting term of endearment exchanged for a luxury car and a live stream? One could only imagine the reaction of the black silk beauty. Should he choose to flaunt a cloud-piercing arrow? Would she perform a backflip on the spot? Under the guidance of the alluring woman, Lin Yi and his companion ascended to the second floor of the bar. Tang Shan lounged with his legs crossed, gazing down at the platform below. The view from here is splendid. Feel free to observe whatever you wish. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. Isn't it merely a makeshift stage? Where are the beauties? How vulgar. Tang Shan chuckled mysteriously. She will arrive shortly. With that, he leaned back in his chair, lifted a teacup from the table, and took a delicate sip. A look of satisfaction spreading across his face. What exquisite tea! Tang Shan's exclamation startled Lin Yi, nearly causing him to tumble from his seat. What on earth was that noise? Lin Yi exclaimed. You. What do you mean, you? Noticing Lin Yi's flustered state, Tang Shan smirked disdainfully. Look at your knob vet. This is the only place in Greentown where one can savor such fine tea. Do give it a try. You may never experience such a brew again. Curious about the nature of this tea that elicited such delight, Lin Yi wondered if it was West Lake Longjing, Dongting Biluakan, or Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. He lifted the cup and took a careful sip. In the next moment, to call it tea would be a misnomer. It was more akin to water steeped from tree leaves, devoid of any aromatic essence, presenting only bitterness and an earthy flavor. It was even inferior to the iced tea sold at the supermarket downstairs. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's actions, Tang Shan was filled with disdain, thinking it was akin to a wild boar unable to appreciate fine grain, spitting out such exquisite tea. However, considering Lin Yi's generous entrance fee, he dismissed the thought. Soon, as Lin Yi found himself idly waiting, a woman clad in a revealing mini-skirt emerged from behind the stage, wielding a steel pipe. She greeted a guest with a smile, then began to dance fervently to the accompaniment of musical instruments. As the music shifted, another woman, draped in sheer fabric, gracefully joined the performance. Following that, a martial arts display ensued, featuring splits and yoga routines, with an array of acts unfolding, all characterized by their scant attire, showcasing everything that was meant to be seen and what ought not to be. It truly felt as though the performances were devoid of any pretense. Lin Yi recognized the similarities to certain Risku videos he had previously encountered, and within the apocalyptic context, the performances were even more sensational. He turned to Tang Shan beside him, only to find him watching with a smug expression. So, do you think your money was well spent? Tang Shan inquired. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, he smirked. If you find this unappealing, there are still more refined options available. With that, Tang Shan lifted his teacup to take a sip and rapped on the railing before him. What splendid tea. Bring out Nasha. Let our guest witness what true elegance is. In no time, the performance on stage ceased, and a young girl clad in a white gown ascended. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, her face veiled by sheer fabric, revealing only skin as pure and white as jade, utterly unlike what one would expect in a post-apocalyptic world. Under the gaze of the entire audience, she approached a dilapidated piano at the center of the stage, her fingers dancing across the keys, producing a melodious composition. Tang Shan, holding his teacup, watched the girl with a smile, as if appraising a fine commodity. Brother, do you still find this vulgar? The pleasure of music aligns perfectly with your tastes, he remarked. Lin Yi leaned in. Who is she? Tang Shan chuckled. A princess from a nearby small country. Trapped in her palace since the onset of the apocalypse, only recently discovered. He leaned closer to Lin Yi, whispering, I'll let you in on a secret. She has been well protected and remains untouched. A princess, an apocalypse, a virgin, three elements that were seemingly unattainable in these dire times. I feel as though you jest, Lin Yi replied. There exists a possibility, however, that this so-called princess is exceedingly unattractive, to the point where no one dares approach her. Yet, Lin Yi soon realized he had overthought the situation. The cleanliness of the woman on stage was hardly inferior to that of Anaya. Anaya, who had been able to traverse the two realms, benefited from modern water. For someone in this apocalypse, such extravagant waste of water for her bathing could not possibly be intended for the likes of them. Lin Yi took a deep breath and tentatively asked, Is she important to you? Tang Shan was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled. It seems you must have surmised something. However, I am curious as to how you deduced that I am the proprietor of this Qiming Pavilion. Lin Yi replied, You entered without paying the entrance fee. Tang Shan was surprised by Lin Yi's keen observation, recognizing his own oversight. Just as Tang Shan was about to continue speaking, Lin Yi interrupted. I wish to purchase this princess. Name your price. Regarding the current state of the post-apocalyptic world, Lin Yi felt a sense of contentment. Ever since Anaya had learned to cook, he no longer needed to worry. As the saying goes, with cooking taken care of, he still required someone for laundry. The Princess Nasha seemed quite suitable for that role. Tang Shan narrowed his eyes. Allowing Nasha to appear would merely serve to broaden Lin Yi's horizons. He was reluctant to sell her, especially since he had long coveted her. Considering that gifting Nasha to a prominent figure in Gaul could secure him a residence in the inner city, he was even less inclined to part with her. Absolutely not for sale. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. If she was not for sale, there was little he could do with only a handgun in his possession. Had he possessed 2 rifles and several hundred rounds of ammunition, he might have explored other options. Tang Shan, Tang San. Observing Tang Shan's disdainful gaze and the fortuitous coincidence of their names, Lin Yi felt that if he left in this manner, he would likely never forgive himself. Chapter 21. Tea leaves for a princess, plus 200 gene of gold. So, are you not leaving? Tang Shan took a sip of tea and continued, 3 biscuits are quite sufficient for you to witness a grand performance. Lin Yi glanced at Tang Shan and then at the teacup on the table. A fine cup deserves exquisite tea, yet this tea does not befit such a fine vessel. Before the thought had fully formed, an aromatic wave of tea wafted through the air. Tang Shan straightened up, incredulity written all over his face as he gulped down a couple of times. Before him appeared a palm-sized tea canister, from which a delicate fragrance emanated. Tang Shan's eyes widened. He had not even tasted the tea, yet the aroma was unmistakable. Lin Yi smiled and said, "This is Wui Mountain's De Hong Pao." Gently lifting the lid of the canister, an even richer aroma enveloped him, spreading throughout the bar. All eyes turned to Lin Yi simultaneously. He smiled, took a tea leaf from the canister, placed it on the table, and quickly closed the lid. "I acquired this tea from a merchant by chance. Said to be harvested from ancient trees on Wui Mountain," Lin Yi fabricated effortlessly. The truth was that it had come from a tea saleswoman who had used the pretext of discussing a girlfriend to market her tea to him. Lin Yi, unable to bring himself to expose her, opted instead to have her send him samples. After receiving the tea, he promptly blocked her contact. Lin Yi let out a sigh and, with great difficulty, remarked, "It is unfortunate that the individual possesses only this meager amount of tea leaves. Were it not for witnessing Brother Tang's profound appreciation for tea, I would be reluctant to share." Tang Shan's gaze grew heavy as he delicately lifted the tea leaf from the table and placed it into the water, carefully covering it. Moments later, an exquisite aroma wafted forth. What a delightful tea! Such fragrance can only be procured from a distant journey to the Dragon Kingdom. While he marveled internally, Tang Shan gingerly cradled the teacup and solemnly took a sip. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, this is the flavor. He then looked up at Lin Yi and inquired, "Might I persuade you, Brother Lin, to sell me this tea? Name your price." Lin Yi rose abruptly. "Not for sale. This tea is reserved for my own enjoyment." "Huh. Let us see if you can still act pretentious now. I refuse to sell it, just to vex you." Truth be told, Lin Yi had no intention of drinking this tea, as he felt it lacked authenticity. Despite the dust coating the tea canister, it was not a deliberate attempt to age it. Rather, it had simply accumulated dust from being left on the shelf. If warm water could extract such fragrance in half a minute, how could it be considered fine tea? Without technology or meticulous effort, it was merely passable. Seeing Lin Yi's intent to depart, Tang Shan expressed his reluctance and quickly proposed, "If Brother Lin desires it, how about I trade this canister of tea for a princess?" After much contemplation, Tang Shan concluded that tea as a gift was far more suitable. Given the stature of that esteemed individual, securing a beautiful woman would pose no challenge. This world is populated by more than just a handful of women. However, tea was a different matter entirely. It was rumored that the esteemed gentleman was an aficionado of tea. This location was 1,000 miles from the Dragon Kingdom, devoid of transportation. The journey was fraught with peril, with zombies lurking everywhere, and even a team of evolved individuals could not guarantee a safe return. In this light, the tea was undeniably invaluable. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Tang Shan became. Lin Yi secretly chuckled to himself, sensing that the bait had been taken. Although Anaya had been acquired with a mere piece of chocolate, this tea was evidently worth a bit more, yet it was acquired without cost. Lin Yi stroked his chin, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "It is feasible, but I sense there is a loss. I require additional compensation." In his fervor, Tang Shan neglected to weigh his thoughts. Compared to obtaining the entire dream pavilion, acquiring the tea was trivial. He hastily exclaimed, "Brother Lin, as long as you agree to sell me the tea. Feel free to stipulate any conditions. His address toward Lin Yi even shifted. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yi opted for the most useless commodity in the apocalypse, gold. An additional 100 pounds of gold, he stated. Tang Shan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded. I shall offer you 200 pounds of gold. The gold had been discovered alongside the princess, initially considered merely a convenient addition for crafting a golden toilet. Since Lin Yi desired it, why not extend a favor? Brother Lin, is there anything else you wish for? If not, I could send you a few more beauties to serve you. Tang Shan continued eagerly. Lin Yi, is this not quite inappropriate? Tang Shan, it is only proper. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yi declined Tang Shan's proposal. Although having an additional servant would indeed be quite comfortable, it also meant another mouth to feed. He had to consider Anaya, who had just begun to learn how to cook. Observing this, Tang Shan ceased to press the matter further. After 2.5 minutes, a large chest filled with gold was brought before Lin Yi. The moment the chest hit the ground, a muffled thud reverberated, causing Lin Yi's heart to flutter. 200 pounds of gold equates to approximately 100 kilograms. With the current market price of gold at 700 yuan per gram, that amounts to a staggering sum. Just imagine how many instant noodles that could buy. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Lin Yi turned to the side. The woman in the white dress had arrived with the chest. She must be the so-called princess. Remove your veil. Let my brother Lin examine the goods. Tang Shan's booming voice commanded. Upon hearing this, the woman trembled slightly and hesitantly raised her hand to unveil her face. At the moment the veil was lifted, a visage that rivaled Anaya's beauty emerged, exuding a hint of nobility and an unmistakable air of aristocracy. Brother Lin, does this Nasha meet your expectations? Tang Shan inquired tentatively. Lin Yi nodded. This jar of tea leaves is yours. Upon hearing this, Tang Shan hurriedly stepped forward to accept the tea. Enveloped in the refreshing aroma emanating from the jar, he became utterly captivated, hastily ensuring the tea was safely tucked away. Meanwhile, Lin Yi bent down to inspect the gold within the chest. He picked up a piece, weighing it in his hand. It was precisely 1 kilogram. 100 pieces would amount to exactly 200 pounds. At that moment, Tang Shan approached Lin Yi with his hands in his pockets. Brother Lin, I assure you that all of this is genuine. Gold holds little value. There is no need for me to deceive you. Since there is still time, why don't we continue to indulge in the performances? Unbeknownst to them, the stage downstairs had once again come alive with energetic song and dance, showcasing the tale of Liang Shanbua and Hamlet. Lin Yi shook his head and glanced out the window. The hour was growing late. It was time for an afternoon nap. He had a habit of taking one. Anaya was still at home learning to cook. If she accidentally caused a disaster with that thought, realizing he might be taking away the pai seed or assistance, he felt it was a waste of time to linger any longer. Seeing Lin Yi prepare to leave, Tang Shan opted not to insist further, understanding the desires of his fellow man. He then turned to Nasha. From this moment on, Brother Lin shall be your master. Should you entertain any rebellious thoughts, you are well aware of the consequences. At these words, Nasha trembled all over. Chapter 22. Anaya is unharmed to Tang Shan. The women of the Qiming Pavilion were merely commodities, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. The last woman who defied his orders had met a gruesome fate, reduced to mere charred remains. He was indeed ruthless. Lin Yi's rapport with Tang Shan was evidently not one of benevolence. Rather, it suggested a darker inclination. It would not be an exaggeration to say she had just emerged from a wolf's den only to step into a tiger's lair. The thought of the grim fate that awaited her was almost unbearable. However, she felt powerless to refuse. To decline would equate to death, or a fate worse than death. May we take our leave now? Lin Yi's inquiry interrupted Nasha's contemplation, transforming Tang Shan's impending ire into a smile. Tang brother, she said, this apocalyptic era is unlike the peaceful times of yore. If my people are not required to protect you from those who might covet Nasha, it would be unwise. Wouldn't it? There's no need for that, Lin Yi replied, hefting a box filled with gold with one hand. I doubt anyone would harbor thoughts of robbing me. Those who wish to seize a woman should first consider whether my gold would permit it. Should this box land upon their heads, it would be far more excruciating than mere bricks. Then, Lin brother, safe travels. No need for accompaniment. As he watched the pair depart, a cunning glimmer danced in Tang Shan's eyes. Initially, she had perceived Lin Yi as merely a nouveau riche. Little did she realize he was an evolved being. Everything now fell into place. She retrieved a tea canister, delicately extracting 2 leaves to brew herself a cup. Then, she summoned music and dance. Throughout their journey, Lin Yi maintained an aloof silence, displaying an air of frigid detachment towards Nasha. His mind was preoccupied with a singular dilemma: how to allocate this newfound wealth. He considered sending a portion to his mother for gifts, though not too much, lest she suspect he had robbed a bank. The box contained enough gold to yield a staggering 7,000 in cash. Without engaging in any financial investments, merely depositing it in a bank would generate interest sufficient to sustain a lifetime of leisure. Yet, what would that be but akin to a lifeless existence? The couple, Su Yuding and her partner, had yet to face their due reckoning. Those painful 23 consecutive defeats haunted him eternally. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi remained taciturn, Nasha was engulfed in profound curiosity. She sensed that Lin Yi seemed indifferent to her presence. He occasionally glanced back to ensure she was following, yet quickly redirected his gaze forward. Their interaction was devoid of dialogue. His eyes, unusually serene, reminded her of the rare moments when a man regarded her as a mere individual rather than an object of desire. The apocalypse had severed worldly connections. The absence of the internet did not erase the memories of this world. Nasha had once traversed the online realm, where countless souls had been captivated by her beauty. The allure of her looks, status, and wealth had amassed a legion of admirers. Yet, in this new world, her once cherished visage had become an object of scrutiny, ultimately reduced to a commodity. Nevertheless, she could discern that the man before her viewed her as a person, an ordinary person. Under the scorching midday sun, few pedestrians graced the streets. Nasha trailed behind Lin Yi, her curiosity about this newly acquainted man deepening with each passing moment. Yet, she simultaneously feared that this might merely be a facade, a deliberate ruse to deceive her. Once they returned home, back to his domain, his true nature would be revealed, consuming her entirely. After all, she was merely a commodity in that moment. Soon, amidst her unease, they arrived at the villa. As they approached the entrance, they spotted an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, crouched at the door, peering through the glass into the interior. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yi had already stepped forward. "Old man, what are you doing? Do you wish to come in and sit?" Lin Yi patted the old man's shoulder, his expression slightly awkward. "Do you smell that? It seems something is burnt," the old man remarked. Turning to face Lin Yi, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Natasha, causing him to momentarily freeze. Her cool countenance, accentuated by a flowing white dress, made him forget the purpose of his visit. She. The old man's lips quivered. With a woman as exquisite as Anaya already present, now he encountered another. When did Greentown become home to so many remarkable women? Could his body handle such abundance? Lin Yi responded, "She is my maid." The old man shot Lin Yi a peculiar glance. "Do you expect me to believe that?" However, he soon cast aside his suspicions. Why ponder so much? He had come to sell radishes to Lin Yi, the only person in town who bought them, and he intended to extract a hefty sum this time, at least 2 loaves of bread. Clearing his throat, the old man stated earnestly, "I nearly forgot the crucial matter. I recently came across some ginseng. Would you be interested in purchasing some? I've tried it, and it invigorates the body, particularly for kidney health." Upon hearing the mention of kidney health, Natasha instinctively tensed, her fingers clenching tightly together. Lin Yi, oblivious to her unease, inquired, "How much?" 3 loaves of bread. The old man replied without hesitation. As he spoke, he picked up a bag from the nearby ground, spilling a pile of radishes onto the earth. At a glance, Lin Yi estimated there were at least 20 or 30, including 5 wild ginseng roots. The oldest among them appeared to be over 70 years old, perhaps even approaching a century. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi declared, "Deal." Observing Lin Yi unhesitatingly produce 3 loaves of bread, the old man couldn't shake the feeling of being swindled. "Why didn't you bargain?" "I never said I wouldn't negotiate." "Because I didn't want to," Lin Yi replied, gathering the pile of radishes along with the ginseng and carrying them into the villa. Witnessing Lin Yi's actions, Natasha's clenched fists tightened further. Was it true that she could not escape her fate? With her head bowed, she slowly entered the villa. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, startling the old man. Gazing at the firmly closed glass door, he could only grip the bread, standing alone in the wind, feeling utterly disheveled. On the other side, as Lin Yi ascended the stairs, he was greeted by an overwhelming scent of charred food. The acrid odor wafted from both burnt eggs and scorched tomatoes. Surely, no one has been singed as well. In a moment of silent disbelief, Anaya poked her head out from the kitchen, revealing her soot-streaked face. Master, you have returned. She exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Lin Yi, her warmth accompanied by a faint smoky aroma. Lin Yi affectionately patted Anaya's head, chuckling. I have brought you a helper. Anaya's sapphire-like eyes blinked in curiosity. A helper? Yes, a helper. Her gaze turned hopeful as she looked past Lin Yi, only to find a stunningly beautiful woman, which brought a flicker of melancholy to her eyes. Master, is she the new mistress of this house? Before Lin Yi could respond, her smile re-emerged. Master, Anaya knows. Anaya is fine. Chapter 23, Ling Luoyi seeks tea. Soon, under Anaya's arrangement, Nasha was shown to the adjacent bedroom. Upon entering, she was struck by the pristine furnishings, feeling as though she had stepped into a dream. Except for the slightly dilapidated first floor, the second floor appeared to retain its former glory from before the apocalypse. The plush mattress, tidy bed, and clean sofa were a significant improvement over her living conditions at the Dream Pavilion. Unconsciously, she had decided to embrace this place as her home. At that moment, Anaya entered the room. Madam, Master told me that I could decide what to cook today, but I am unsure if the dish will suit your palate. With that, she presented her finest creation, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Nasha quickly waved her hands, saying, I am no madam. I am merely a purchase servant. A flicker of emotion passed through Anaya's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, placing the dish on the table. Madam, if you require anything, do call for me. After closing the door, a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes as she left the room. Nasha sighed, gazing at the scrambled eggs and swallowing hard. Tentatively, she tasted the dish. The flavor was peculiar. The eggs were nearly burnt, the tomatoes remained raw, and an excessive amount of sugar had been added. In the kitchen, Lin Yi surveyed the chaotic scene and felt a pang of regret for allowing Anaya to cook. Thankfully, the kitchen had not exploded. Next time, he would start with simpler recipes. Footsteps approached from behind, and before Lin Yi could turn around, a pair of small hands wrapped around him from behind, the distinctive smoky scent unmistakable. Lin Yi grasped those delicate hands, teasingly asking, Are you jealous? Jealous? Why would I be jealous? Anaya does not like sour things, she replied. The body behind him pressed closer, and Anaya asked, Master, could you accompany me for a bath? Meanwhile, Tang Shan sat gracefully before the elevated platform on the second floor, savoring his tea. The performer below must exert themselves more vigorously, otherwise, how could they captivate the audience's attention? Their flaws are too few. This is your final chance. Next time, I shall unceremoniously cast you out to feed the dogs. With such an unappealing appearance, you dare to frighten people? I shall sell you off to the neighboring hair salon. Tang Shan offered his critiques one by one. The establishment of this dream pavilion was intended for profit. If it failed to generate revenue, he had no interest in retaining those who merely consumed resources. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the array of performers laboring below. Ah, is that not young Master Tang? Why the cheerful demeanor today, indulging in tea? Upon noticing the visitor, Tang Shan furrowed his brow. The seating on the second floor symbolized nobility, typically reserved for himself. The audacity to intrude here without his permission was indeed remarkable. Just as he contemplated expressing his ire, he recognized the newcomer as Ling Luoyi, and his anger dissipated instantly. Tang Shan smiled. Ah, it is Miss Ling. I was unaware of your visit today. My humble apologies for not extending a proper welcome. I am the third son of the Tang family. You may call me Little Three, he added. Ling Luoyi raised an eyebrow. Did you not send someone to invite me here? Tang Shan awkwardly chuckled, hastily replying. The purpose of inviting Miss Ling was merely to share tea. There are no ulterior motives. Tea. You do not intend to brew something more intimate, do you? Or perhaps. Ling Luoyi glanced at the heavily made-up women below, a mysterious smile gracing her exquisite features. You wish to utilize me as a tool for profit, which I am certain would be welcomed by many. With that, she unceremoniously took a seat in the chair previously occupied by Lin Yi, her demeanor relaxed and unperturbed. Tang Shan chuckled nervously. He indeed harbored such thoughts, yet at present, he could only entertain them. Gaining entry into the inner city of Gaul would require Ling Luoyi's assistance. With this realization, Tang Shan promptly retrieved a newly acquired tin of tea leaves. The moment the tin appeared, Ling Luoyi's gaze noticeably shifted. Is that? Indeed. It is the famed Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain. Tang Shan offered the tea canister to Ling Luoyi, adding, Miss Ling may not be aware, but this tea is crafted from the leaves of the revered mother trees. Ling Luoyi lifted the lid, inhaling the refreshing aroma that wafted from the tea leaves. Momentarily taken aback. Excellent tea, But what intentions does young Master Tang harbor in presenting this to me? She inquired. Tang Shan secretly gritted his teeth. Were it not for his reliance on this woman, the esteemed third son of the Tang family would never demean himself in such a manner. When the opportunity arose, he would ensure this woman paid a price. Tang Shan forced a smile. In my youth, I was unwise and offended certain individuals, leading to my forced presence here. Now, I seek Miss Ling's kind words, hoping for an opportunity to enter the inner city. Upon hearing this, Ling Luoyi nodded. Very well, I shall speak on your behalf. Your sincerity is commendable, and it is not impossible to secure a favorable outcome. Tang Shan's face illuminated with gratitude. I shall await Miss Ling's good news. Indeed. Ling Luoyi picked up the tea canister and stood up, preparing to leave. Seemingly recalling something, she inquired once more. Where did you acquire this tea? It is thousands of miles from the Dragon Kingdom. Surely you didn't tea stockpile it before the apocalypse? Tang Shan was taken aback. A glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes before he replied with a smile. It is from a brother named Lin Yi, who resides in the southern town. This man is charming and exudes an extraordinary presence, refined and elegant, like a jade tree swaying in the wind, remarkably handsome and exceptionally talented. Though he pales in comparison to the esteemed audience present. After speaking, even Tang Shan was uncertain why he had employed such an abundance of descriptors. He intended to depict Lin Yi as a cunning villain, and what of the readers? Following their conversation, Ling Luoyi surmised that the Lin Yi mentioned by Tang Shan was indeed the individual who had previously purchased Anaya from her. Setting her teacup down, she declared, If that is the case, I shall take my leave first. Walk slowly. In the bathroom, Lin Yi sat in the bathtub, relishing the massage provided by Anaya. As his fingers glided, all the fatigue of the day melted away. It must be said that Anaya was quite the professional. Her pressure was just right. Far more comfortable than that of the bathhouse attendants. Yes, right there. To the right. To the left. To the right. Down. Further down. Ah, delightful. The pleasurable sensations ignited a desire in Lin Yi to showcase the Xianyuan sword before Anaya, demonstrating the might of an ancient artifact from the Dragon Kingdom. With a flourish, he imagined slicing through the heavens, piercing the sky. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing a soft sound from the bathroom window. Lin Yi turned to look and saw a veiled figure standing at the window, 1 foot already crossing the threshold. From the silhouette, it was undoubtedly Ling Luoyi. Chapter 24. Both of them felt they had struck a significant deal. Put down your gun. I told you it's of no use to me. The face beneath Ling Luoyi's veil flushed with a hint of crimson, yet a strong aura of intent lingered. Hearing the familiar words, Lin Yi confirmed his suspicion. This was indeed Ling Luoyi, the one who had sold Anaya to him. Why not enter through the front door? Lin Yi asked with an odd expression. Look how you frightened Anaya. At this, the already startled Anaya became even more frightened, pressing herself against Lin Yi's back, her cheeks flushed with heat. Ling Luoyi stepped forward, removing her veil to reveal a visage that was both cool and slightly flushed. She spoke softly, Anaya, do not fear, I am Ling Luoyi. Anaya did not respond. Her trembling ceased, yet her head buried itself deeper. Ling Luoyi cast Lin Yi a disapproving glance, her eyes flashing coldly. I shall wait for you outside the bathroom. There are matters I wish to discuss. With a subtle glance at the bathtub, she firmly shut the bathroom door. Once the door was closed, Anaya slowly lifted her head, perplexed, and asked, Master, what is Sister Ling doing here? In her beautiful eyes, besides confusion, there was a greater measure of vigilance, accompanied by a hint of inquiry. Lin Yi, of course, remained oblivious. Had he been aware, he would not have found himself in such an awkward predicament. Did he not care for his dignity? Lin Yi remarked, let her be. If she wishes to wait, then let her wait. Outside the bathroom, Ling Luoyi stood hesitantly at the door. Over the course of just a few days, the villa seemed to have undergone a transformation. An array of modern furnishings made it feel as though one had returned to a time before the apocalypse. She had encountered similarly comfortable environments before. In fact, she had witnessed even more sophisticated survival bases, which thrived more than the world had prior to the catastrophe. Of course, this was only true for the affluent. The apocalypse primarily affected the impoverished. In the realm of the wealthy, the end of days had little impact on their way of life. Lost in thought, alluring melodies wafted from the bathroom, igniting a flush upon her cheeks. This insufferable boy. Ling Luoyi clenched her fists, intending to retreat, when a woman, whose beauty rivaled that of Anaya, approached. Her skin gleamed like fine jade, and a flowing white gown accentuated her curvaceous figure. A surge of indignation surged within her. Was one Anaya not sufficient? Must he also indulge in such frivolous affairs? What an incorrigible rogue! Nasha, observing Ling Luoyi at the bathroom entrance, felt an equal sense of tension. Lin Yi had hidden two women of such striking beauty. Perhaps this would spare her some torment. Noticing the astonished gaze of Ling Luoyi, Nasha promptly introduced herself. Hello, sister. I am the servant Mr. Lin has recently acquired. I look forward to your guidance. Without allowing Ling Luoyi a moment to respond, she turned and returned to her room. Ling Luoyi. Now, her torment deepened. Shortly thereafter, the bathroom door swung open, and with nothing else to occupy her mind, Ling Luoyi raised her head, stating directly, if you have no further matters to attend to, I would like to propose a transaction. Lin Yi was taken aback and casually inquired, what transaction? Ling Luoyi replied, I have heard that you sold a jar of tea to Tang Shan. I wonder if there is any remaining. I would be willing to purchase it at the same price. Of course, you may also set a price, and if it is reasonable, I shall take as much as you have. Lin Yi sighed, realizing that this woman had taken advantage of his bathing to launch her proposition for tea. As for the price, was she really offering the same as what he charged Tang Shan? Lin Yi chuckled, Nasha, please step out. Upon hearing Lin Yi's call, Nasha emerged from the adjacent room, first politely greeting Ling Luoyi as sister, before positioning herself behind Lin Yi. Ling Luoyi, her brows furrowed in irritation, coldly demanded, Lin Yi, what do you mean by flaunting your two beautiful servants? I came here to negotiate. Watching Ling Luoyi's patience wane, Lin Yi felt a growing sense of annoyance. You state your price, and I shall respond with mine. Is that not how it works? This is the price of the Tang shirt. She exchanged it for tea using Nasha and an additional 200 pounds of gold, Lin Yi remarked. Ling Luoyi furrowed her brow. The truth of the matter could easily be discerned by inquiring with Tang Shan, and Lin Yi would undoubtedly not dare to deceive her in this regard. When it comes to pricing, gold is relatively straightforward. Such unwanted items are akin to scrap metal, available in any desired quantity. However, the issue lies with women. While women may be plentiful, given Lin Yi's connection with Anaya and Nasha, it is evident that he would not be interested in ordinary women. To speak candidly, with the quality of your tea, it is only suitable for deceiving someone like Tang Shan, who doesn't know that it is merely a concoction of tree leaves and other ingredients. Are you not concerned that I might cause you trouble upon discovering the truth? Lin Yi, however, remained skeptical of Ling Luoyi's insinuations. How could tea possibly be counterfeit? Would that imply that iced tea is also fraudulent? This is genuine modern tea, and the cost of counterfeiting it exceeds that of authentic tea. While it can be acknowledged that there are issues with it, it cannot be deemed false. Lin Yi stated, this tea is not something I must sell. You are free to walk away without purchasing it. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ling Luoyi's features. She understood that such tea would be in high demand in the post-apocalyptic world, with numerous aristocrats from the inner city having a penchant for it. If Lin Yi indeed possessed more tea, a successful transaction would undoubtedly yield her substantial profit. After a prolonged pause, her expression softened. I can offer you a price of 100 kilograms of gold for every tael of that tea. This is our highest offer. In all honesty, Lin Yi was quite pleased with this price. 100 kilograms of gold and a hefty sum of 7,000. This was far easier than earning a living through labor. All he needed to relinquish was a can of tea. It seemed prudent to reconnect with the tea seller when he returned, lest he risk exposure by offering superior tea. Lin Yi mused. With a broad smile, Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi exchanged glances, both feeling as though they had struck an advantageous deal. If that is the case, let us conclude this transaction, Lin Yi proposed. However, if you agree to remain as my servant, I can provide you with a pound of tea. Humph. Don't even think about it. If you had a pound of tea, you wouldn't be here in this insignificant green town. With a few stern words, Ling Luoyi turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. She likely had no idea that, for him, tea was merely a beverage. Let alone a pound, he could easily produce 10, 100, or even 1,000 pounds. Of course, whether it was authentic was another matter entirely. However, he could assure her it was undoubtedly De Hong Pao from Wui Mountain. Gazing at the empty compartments of his backpack, Lin Yi deemed it necessary to return to the modern world. I need to use the restroom. Chapter 25, Captured? The modern world, activate. In the blink of an eye, the post-apocalyptic realm once again fell into stillness. Returning to the realm of reality, Lin Yi languidly reclined on his bed. There is no place quite like the comfort of one's own home. Despite the solitude of this rented dwelling, which contained only himself, it was equipped with all necessary appliances. Though the post-apocalyptic world and the modern one are two distinct realms, they both endure the sweltering heat of the summer months of June and July. In this modern existence, however, the oppressive heat is a trivial concern. He retrieved the air conditioning remote from his bedside and activated the unit, instantly enveloped in a refreshing breeze. How delightful! He then picked up his phone and ordered barbecue worth over 200 yuan through a food delivery app. This amount nearly reached the limit of his appetite, excluding the additional fruit he had ordered, bringing the total to over 400. Before the advent of the system, such extravagance had been beyond his wildest dreams. While waiting for his delivery, Lin Yi opened an online shopping platform, intending to find a suitable type of tea. After all, he still needed to earn money. This is too expensive. 30? Isn't that highway robbery? He exclaimed. Next. He continued. 298. I dislike this packaging. It lacks a sense of the apocalypse. After some searching, he finally found a tea that suited his tastes. He purchased a full kilogram for the modest price of 9 yuan and 90 cents. The seller guaranteed authenticity, promising a tenfold refund for any counterfeit, and even included a vintage tea canister as a bonus. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly he had earned this money. All thanks to the system that had granted him the opportunity to traverse between two worlds. Before long, his delivery arrived. 3 large bags filled with an array of barbecue, fruits, and complimentary beverages from the vendor, enough to fill an entire table. The tea would take 3 days to arrive, and Lin Yi had no intention of returning home just yet. His immediate focus was on indulging in his feast, sipping beer and savoring barbecue. He relished the joy of solitude. Yet, gradually, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Why was he thinking of Su Yuding at this moment? He looked around at the familiar yet alien city and chuckled at himself. They had long since parted ways, as she had stated. He spent the entire night enjoying his meal. In the early morning, Lin Yi was roused by a series of knocks on the door. He pondered who could possibly hold a grudge against him, and with a sense of curiosity, he opened the door. To his surprise, he was met by 2 police officers, a man and a woman, who instantly jolted him into alertness. Had his clandestine purchase of wild ginseng been discovered? Hadn't Gu Qingyan assured him that he needn't concern himself with the subsequent matters? Or perhaps the purchase of the Xianyuan sword, for which he had paid a 40 yuan sharpening fee, had prompted her to emerge from the shadows to seek retribution. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Hello, officer. I only had a bit to drink. I am not driving under the influence. The 2 officers exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. One of the male officers stepped forward and inquired, Good day. Are you Mr. Lin? Upon witnessing the police officer present his credentials, Lin Yi was assured that the officers before him were genuine, dispelling any thoughts of shutting the door. He nodded and inquired, May I ask what brings you 2 officers to seek my presence? Indeed, we have a matter that requires Mr. Lin's cooperation at the police station. But you will be back shortly, one officer replied. Lin Yi felt relieved. It was fortunate that the issue did not pertain to wild ginseng, or he would have been compelled to treat them to a meal. Shall I change my clothes first? He asked. Certainly. Please be quick, came the response. As Lin Yi stepped into the room, he noticed the door was still ajar. Turning around, he found the 2 officers gazing intently at him. Thankfully, his firearm remained tucked away in his bag. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a precarious position. Perhaps you 2 officers would like to enjoy some barbecue first? Your unwavering gaze makes me quite uneasy, Lin Yi suggested, directing his comment towards the female officer. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, likely fresh from the police academy, her large eyes fixed intently on him. Although not particularly tall, just reaching Lin Yi's shoulder, her youthful face bore an air of authority. It was remarkable, in fact, how her eyes resembled those of Anaya. Fortunately, the male officer intervened, blocking the female officer's gaze, allowing Lin Yi to change out of his alcohol-scented attire in peace. He emerged looking refreshed and renewed. Experiencing his first ride in a police car, Lin Yi felt a rush of excitement, particularly due to the faint scent of the young female officer's perfume wafting through the cramped vehicle, light, yet intensified in the confined space. Officer, is this your first time on duty? Are you feeling excited, much like I am right now? He inquired. Could you perhaps disclose the reason for our visit to the police station? It would help me mentally prepare. Are you single? Would you be interested in me introducing you to someone? What about that handsome fellow by the roadside? As Lin Yi made this seemingly casual remark, The male officer instinctively glanced towards the side of the road, where an elderly man with a cane was observing the passing vehicles, seemingly searching for something. This sight elicited a chuckle from him. The female officer shot Lin a stern look, stating gravely, "Mr. Lin, we are currently engaged in official duties. Please maintain a serious demeanor. You will learn about your situation once we arrive at the station." With that, she turned her head back to gaze out the window, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Seeing her reaction, Lin could only chuckle resignedly and began to rest his eyes. A short while later, the female officer urged, "Please exit the vehicle." With a hint of displeasure in her tone, Lin slowly opened his eyes and realized they had arrived at the police station. He stretched, remarking, "That was quite a restful nap." Once he disembarked, Lin was promptly escorted to an interrogation room. The modestly sized chamber contained an interrogation table set with 3 cups of tea. Observing that the room was empty, Lin felt no need for formality and promptly took a seat, lifting a cup of tea. One must drink tea when visiting the police station. How could one not? It still bears the flavor of jasmine tea. Lin, taken aback, noticed the door to the interrogation room swing open, revealing the police chief along with the female officer he had encountered previously. Accompanying them were 2 tall, fair-skinned men adorned in splendid national police uniforms. Could it be that his mere viewing of a few comedic performances from their country had warranted such an international pursuit? Observing the skepticism in Lin Yi's gaze, the police chief spoke first. "These 2 are agents from your country. Their visit pertains to a missing persons case that involves Mr. Lin. We kindly request your cooperation." Upon hearing this, Lin seemed to grasp the situation. They had come concerning Cologne. The significant missing persons case had inadvertently pointed to him as a suspect. With no body discovered, even though Cologne was employed as his guide, Lin found himself implicated. Yet surely, they would need to locate a body before drawing such conclusions? This was simply too far-fetched. Lin sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly, "Cooperate? Absolutely." Chapter 26. Composure in the face of adversity. I trust in my mighty nation. I firmly believe in the strength of my homeland, which serves as my unwavering support. I harbor no fear, for this is Dragon Country, where no one can coerce me. And certainly, no one will wrongfully accuse me. Lin took another sip of tea, his gaze remarkably serene. Observing Lin Yi's composed demeanor, the police chief felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Having allowed Lin to speak freely, what more could he add? It was all Lin's rhetoric. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to assert his presence. "In that case, the interrogation may commence." Lin responded, "All right, government." At the utterance of his words, an unusual tension enveloped the interrogation room. The police chief nearly lost his composure. It wasn't until the 2 agents positioned themselves opposite Lin and casually picked up their water cups that the atmosphere eased slightly. "Mr. Lin, we have come specifically regarding the case of the missing guide. Please answer our questions truthfully," the 2 agents said, holding their cups without any indication of drinking. Their gaze fixed intently on Lin. Noticing this, the translating female officer stepped forward. "Mr. Lin, what they mean is, I understand," Lin interjected, waving a hand dismissively. "I have some knowledge of your language. Since I am in Dragon Country, it is only fitting to converse in the local tongue." The female officer intended to retort, but reconsidered, acknowledging that Lin had a point. Her expression softened slightly. Of course, it would have been even better if she had taken his cup of jasmine tea. With a translator now present, Lin felt assured that the agents would comprehend his words. He initiated, "I wonder what brings you both to my Dragon Country. Is it truly just for me that you have crossed international borders?" The police chief was momentarily taken aback. What had begun as a simple inquiry now bore the undertones of potentially inciting tension between the 2 nations. Yet he lacked any evidence to substantiate such a claim. The deployment of a female officer as a translator was due to the higher authorities placing significant emphasis on this matter, and the entire conversation was being recorded. He found himself unable to articulate his thoughts, resorting instead to frantic glances towards Lin. It was merely a simple discussion, unnecessary in nature. Lin was acutely aware of its futility. However, the situation precisely pinpointed him. He needed to ascertain who was deliberately setting him up. The 2 individuals exchanged slight smirks, then disdainfully remarked, "Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. It is solely because the deceased was your tour guide that we believe you might possess some insight into the cause of his demise." Lin shook his head, expressing ignorance. "I do not know. When I saw him, he was already dead." Upon hearing this, not only did the 2 men react, But even the director felt a jolt of apprehension. Was Lin Yi truly connected to the tour guide's disappearance? If that were the case, why did Mr. Lin not opt to report it to the authorities, but instead choose to leave in haste? Was he hiding something? Lin Yi responded. Because I was paralyzed with fear at the time. You must understand that in moments of extreme terror, fleeing is the most common instinct. Can we then interpret this as Mr. Lin deliberately evading something? One of them interjected. Through the female officer's translation, the director felt another wave of unease. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi rose from his seat, cup in hand, and approached him. Officer, I've run out of water. Could you please refill my cup? I prefer jasmine tea. The director hesitated for a moment, glancing at the cup in Lin Yi's hand, before ultimately exiting the interrogation room. Lin Yi returned to his seat, waiting until his cup was filled once more before he spoke again. You may not understand. In our dragon nation, we are not as chaotic as your country. I am merely an ordinary person who, upon witnessing the murder of my tour guide, could hardly flee. He placed the cup beside the female officer and continued. I bear no grudge against the guide. Everything must be substantiated with evidence. Remember, this is Dragon Nation. Lin Yi was confident that surveillance cameras must have captured the incident on the street where he and the guide were pursued. There was no way they had not reviewed the footage. Was it necessary to speculate on the identity of the assailant? The intensity of the two men's gazes noticeably diminished as they asked, could you recount what transpired that night? We were chased by unidentified assailants in black. It is likely that the guide was killed by them. And what about you? Naturally, I climbed a tree. Whenever my mother used to hit me, I would climb a tree to escape. Noting their disbelief, Lin Yi promptly retrieved his phone and opened the chat history with the guide. We had agreed to converse in the dragon language, yet your last few lines were clearly in Chinese. Does this not imply that the guide was already deceased when I encountered him? Lin Yi refrained from mentioning the disappearance of the guide's body, since they did not inquire. He chose to remain silent. Even if it had been consumed by rats, it was of no concern to him. At this moment, the director finally felt a sense of relief, realizing that this matter did not involve Lin Yi, alleviating a potential complication. Lin Yi had his troubles, yet he too found himself entangled in complications. However, the phrase "this is the Dragon Kingdom" truly resonated with him. He felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed the time had come for him to step forward, as the director approached with his prominent belly. Gentlemen, I trust you are well aware of the situation. Mr. Lin here is also a victim. Upon hearing this, both men twitched at the corners of their mouths. Now that you've arrived, do you intend to summarize the situation? This was merely a public-funded trip, and your words are so final that we have no opportunity to linger here a few more days. Reflecting on how the Dragon Kingdom police had previously assured them of cooperation, it now appeared they merely sought to make fools of them. Meanwhile, the director, feeling quite pleased, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Rest assured, young man, since you are not at fault, we in the Dragon Kingdom shall certainly ensure your safety. As you mentioned, we possess a formidable homeland. Raising his hand to signal the interrogation personnel to turn off the recording, the director smiled at Lin Yi, saying, shall I send you home? I heard you did not sleep well last night. He then glanced at the female officer beside him. Xiao Xian, please make the necessary arrangements. Soon, Lin Yi was escorted out of the interrogation room. Standing at the entrance of the police station, Lin Yi opted not to have the female officer take him home, but instead hailed a cab on the roadside, returning alone to the storage room. Glancing at the time, it was 10:46 a.m. He then retrieved the 200 pounds of gold from his space. The gold had been processed. The hardware store near the flame torch sold it, and the only foreign lettering on the gold had been removed in advance, making it appear utterly ordinary. Confirming the quantity was correct, he drove directly to a nearby gold shop. He chose the gold shop because, although the purchase price might be slightly lower, it allowed for a quick transaction. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain the origins of such a large quantity of gold. At worst, he could visit several different gold shops. Before long, Lin Yi parked his car in front of a gold shop. Inside, the attractive sales manager at the front desk noticed the million-dollar luxury car parked outside and immediately adorned her face with a smile, approaching to greet him. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Chapter 27. Exchanging gold, old classmate, threat? A luxury car worth $1 million suggested that the seemingly ordinary young man before her was likely of considerable wealth as well. The beautiful saleswomen behind her were dazzled. Quickly gathering around, Lin Yi realized he was about to encounter a familiar scenario straight from a novel. If he did not act promptly, he would soon find himself inundated with various sales pitches for one-time subsidies. Without waiting for anyone to react, Lin Yi directly inquired, "Do you accept gold here? And at what price?" The sales manager's outstretched hand froze in place, a hint of awkwardness in her smile. It was evident that he was not giving her a chance to flirt. Yet, a customer is always king, especially one who appeared exceedingly affluent. She could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. With a swift bow, showcasing a splendid physique, he smiled and said, "Please, do come inside. I will personally assist you with the exchange." Soon, Lin Yi was escorted to the lounge behind the jewelry store, where the sales manager thoughtfully poured him a cup of tea. After assessing the gold Lin Yi had brought, the sales manager approached him with the findings. "Good day, sir. It is a pleasure to serve you. Our current buyback price for gold is 820 yuan per gram. However, upon testing your gold, it appears the purity is slightly lacking. Would you consider a price of 750 yuan per gram?" Lin Yi had anticipated a rate of 700 yuan, only to discover that gold prices had risen. And even with lower purity, the offer exceeded his expectations. "What is the maximum amount of gold you can buy back in one transaction?" Lin Yi inquired. The sales manager's eyes sparkled. Based on the buyback price of 750 yuan per gram, a single gold bar weighs 1 kilogram, equating to 75,000 yuan. Moreover, judging by Lin Yi's tone, it was evident he intended to exchange more than just one gold bar. Though unspoken, she began to speculate about his identity. The sales manager smiled. "Currently, our store can exchange up to 10 kilograms of gold bars in a single transaction. May I ask how much you intend to exchange?" Noticing Lin Yi lost in thought, she continued, "Of course, you may add me on WeChat for any inquiries." Lin Yi politely declined, wary of the implications of disclosing the origin of the gold. Caution, he thought, is never misplaced. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Let us proceed with exchanging 10 gold bars. The more, the quicker, the better." With a grand gesture, he revealed another 9 gold bars on the table. The gleaming bars lay before the sales manager, nearly leaving her in a stupor. Furthermore, Lin Yi held a bag, deliberately obscuring its contents. Yet it was apparent the quantity exceeded 10 bars. 20? Or perhaps 30. That would amount to millions. A flutter of unease stirred within her, and she instinctively asked, "Sir, does that bag contain more gold bars?" Lin Yi patted the bag and replied with a grin, "Didn't you say only 10 could be exchanged? That's all there is. Now, please expedite the process." The sales manager was taken aback, struggling to recall when Lin Yi had entered with the bag. He clearly wished to keep the specific quantity undisclosed, yet the value of the gold bars loomed large in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yi appeared even more dashing, causing her breath to quicken. She hastily grasped the table to steady herself, fearful of losing her balance. "Sir, considering the substantial quantity of gold you wish to exchange, may I consult with our manager?" she inquired, picking up the telephone on the table and glancing at Lin Yi. He nodded, hopeful for a prompt resolution. "Very well. Very well." Soon, the sales manager set down the phone and said, "Sir, please hold on. Our boss will be here shortly." The lounge once again fell into silence. Lin Yi quietly sipped his tea and waited until the door opened again, at which point he lifted his head, a smile illuminating his eyes. A man in a suit entered the lounge and appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Yi. "Iga? A Yuan?" "Yes, it's me. Long time no see." The man rushed over and embraced Lin Yi tightly. It was none other than Lu Yuan, Lin Yi's classmate and roommate from university. They had endured hardships together, faced punishment side by side, and shared countless memories, truly the best of friends. Before long, at Lu Yuan's gesture, the sales manager reluctantly exited the lounge, leaving the two of them alone. "Iga, it's been 2 years. How have you been?" Lu Yuan initiated the conversation. Lin Yi nodded. "Good, of course. I just awakened my system. How could things not be well?" He hadn't expected that Lu Yuan, who usually seemed rather reserved and lacked presence, had become the manager of a gold store just a few years after graduation. If memory served correctly, it was the largest chain of gold stores in the city. "Impressive. I never imagined you had such hidden depths. Back in the day, you used to snatch my instant noodles, and now you're a concealed rich kid?" Lin Yi chuckled. Lu Yuan quickly raised his hands in defense. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just a mere worker. Being a manager doesn't mean the store belongs to me. But what about you? How's it going with Sue, the campus belle? Any children?" As soon as Lu Yuan mentioned her, Lin Yi's mood darkened. It was better not to mention her at all, as it would only remind him of the betrayal he had suffered. "Yes, there is a child. But he is not mine. She had a miscarriage," Lin Yi sighed. "But that's all in the past now." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan seemed to sense something amiss. Lin Yi was not the same person he remembered. He quickly changed the subject. I almost forgot the main point. Ego, you're here to exchange gold. I heard from Sister Li that you have quite a bit. Others may not be able to help, but we are brothers. I'll do my utmost to assist you. Let Su Yuding see just how remarkable you are. Seeing his old friend's generosity, Lin Yi decided not to hesitate. 100 kilograms. Can it be exchanged all at once? Lu Yuan momentarily struggled to comprehend the request, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. How much did you say? 100 kilograms. Lin Yi reiterated. The joy of impressing a brother is perhaps one of life's greatest pleasures, yet Lin Yi felt no desire to boast. 100 kilograms, which is 100,000 grams. According to what the sales manager mentioned, at 750 yuan per gram, that totals 75 million. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, his arms trembling slightly as he slapped himself hard across the face. Could it be that Su Yuding is mentally unwell? Lin Yi possesses gold valued at 7,500. Yet she chooses to part ways with him? Fortunately, he is not a woman. Otherwise, given their relationship, he would certainly expect Lin Yi to support him for a lifetime. Observing Lin Yi's composed demeanor, he firmly believed that Lin Yi had not deceived him. Lu Yuan swallowed hard and made a phone call. Lin Yi nodded, not objecting, as he had faith in his classmate. Soon, Lu Yuan exclaimed in excitement, "Wonderful, wonderful." With a beaming face, he handed the phone to Lin Yi, saying that Mr. Gu wished to discuss something privately with him, but it appeared to be a favorable situation. Upon receiving the phone, Lin Yi heard Gu Chen's voice. "Ah? So it's Lin Yi. Would you care to join me for a drink? If you agree, I can arrange for them to exchange your gold right away." Chapter 28. The Feast at Hongmen. Do you consider yourself more like Liu Bang or Zhou Yu? Oh, don't be hasty to hang up. Today we shall not discuss Su Yuding, only indulge in drinking. Of course, should you choose not to come, it's no issue. I can guarantee that every gold shop in Jiangsheng will refuse to accept your gold, and as for your classmate, well, you can imagine the consequences. At this point, the call abruptly ended. Lin Yi returned the phone to Lu Yuan, who also received a location for the hotel sent to his device. The matter was becoming increasingly clear. Gu Chun promised to assist him in exchanging the gold, but the cost was an invitation to share a drink. Otherwise, not only would the gold remain unexchanged, but his good friend Lu Yuan would also face repercussions. Was this not akin to a feast at Hongmen? It remained uncertain whether Gu Chun intended to play the role of Liu Bang or Zhou Yu. Contemplating this, a faint smile crept onto Lin Yi's face. Noticing Lin Yi's smile, Lu Yuan realized that Lin Yi had acquiesced to Gu Chen's proposition. He felt elated for Lin Yi, who had the opportunity to befriend such influential figures. Lu Yuan cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Gu mentioned on WeChat that he wishes to treat you to dinner. Ego. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Will you go?" Lin Yi chuckled. "Of course, I shall attend. When Mr. Gu extends an invitation, it is only proper to accept." In no time, with Lu Yuan personally overseeing the process, the complete exchange of 100 kilograms of gold was accomplished in under 2.5 hours, with 7,500 deposited. To express his gratitude, Lin Yi generously gifted Lu Yuan 500,000 as a testament to their past friendship and this unexpected windfall, a gesture he regarded with indifference. After much insistence, Lu Yuan ultimately accepted Lin Yi's gift and assured him that he could reach out whenever he had gold, without questioning its origin. As evening approached, Lin Yi drove to the hotel mentioned by Gu Chun. Lu Yuan had intended to join, but could not due to an unforeseen work commitment. Upon arriving alone at the private room on the second floor, he found Gu Chun waiting for him at the entrance. "Brother Lin Yi, you have finally arrived." Before Lin Yi could react, Gu Chun strode over and embraced him, whispering in his ear, "As comrades who have fought in the same trench, let us drink today without mentioning that woman, Su Yuding. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After speaking, he released Lin Yi and opened the door to the private room, announcing to those inside, "Come, let me introduce my brother, Lin Yi." Observing Gu Chen's composed demeanor, Lin Yi had already arrived at a conclusion. This was indeed a banquet reminiscent of the Hongmen feast. Regardless of whether Gu Chun was playing the role of Liu Bang or Zhou Yu, he would undoubtedly embody Xian Yu today. One must not underestimate the capabilities of a potential evolver. With that thought, Lin Yi proceeded into the room without hesitation. Upon surveying the space, Lin Yi noted that there were few individuals present, only 2 in total. Besides Gu Chun, the other was a woman clad in a purple dress. adorned with golden-rimmed glasses and striking black and white stilettos, a sight to behold. Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise upon recognizing her. This woman was none other than Zhao Mingqi, a classmate from his university days, renowned as one of the campus beauties, albeit also a quintessential gold digger. During their university years, she often instigated tension between Lin Yi and Su Yuding, aiming to persuade Su Yuding to use Lin Yi's money to buy her handbags, while simultaneously attempting to lure Lin Yi away from Su Yuding to become one of her admirers. Though it sounded absurd, such events had indeed transpired. However, on the flip side, Zhao Mingqi's presence here indicated that Gu Chun possessed some acumen. Though his character was questionable, it was undeniable that his taste was commendable. As the double campus beauties of Jiang University, one pure and adorable, the other sexy and captivating, Gu Chun had indeed gathered an impressive ensemble. Disappointingly for Lin Yi, upon her arrival, Zhao Mingqi regarded him as if he were invisible, which was rather awkward. Lin Yi assessed the two and smiled. Isn't it customary for old classmates to acknowledge each other? It's been 2 years since we last met. Zhao Mingqi, draping her arm around Gu Chen's, stood up at his prompting and smiled at Lin Yi, saying, Lin Yi, I never imagined you were the Lin General that Mr. Gu spoke of. We classmates had a tough time keeping that under wraps. She continued, now that we've reunited, we must indulge ourselves in revelry. Tonight, we shall not depart until intoxicated. As she spoke, Zhao Mingqi poured a glass of red wine for Lin Yi and approached him. Without waiting for his response, she sat directly on his lap, softly inquiring, Lin Yi, I wonder why Yuding isn't here. I heard you two have parted ways. This series of actions left Lin Yi somewhat bewildered, as if rehearsed. He refrained from responding hastily, realizing that they likely already knew what he might say. What was there left to discuss? However, it must be noted that Zhao Mingqi had clearly gained a bit of weight over the 2 years since they last met. Unlike the delicate girl she once was, pure and charming, she now exuded a hint of mature allure, a faint, unidentifiable scent of perfume wafting from her. Observing Lin Yi seemingly entranced by Zhao Mingqi, Gu Chen's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. He cleared his throat and spoke, Lin Yi, Mingqi has a point. It has been a while since we last met as old classmates. How about we share a drink? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi suppressed a smile within himself. A beauty trap, perhaps? Surely, there must be something amiss with this wine. With a grin, he patted Zhao Mingqi's thigh. I can agree to this. But we must drink from the same glass. I do not trust you. As the cups were exchanged and the dishes on the table were nearly depleted, a seductive flush graced Zhao Mingqi's slightly slender face. Due to his status as a perspective enhancer, alcohol had no effect on Lin Yi, and he remained invigorated even as the red wine was consumed. Feeling satisfied with the meal, Lin Yi prepared to leave. However, just as he stood, a wave of dizziness suddenly overcame him. Bang! Gazing at Lin Yi slumped over the table, Gu Chun and Zhao Mingqi exchanged a knowing glance, their faces breaking into triumphant smiles. Daring to play tricks with me, Gu Chun? Lin Yi is still too inexperienced. You think you can suspect something is wrong with the food and drink while I cannot? Gu Chun surveyed Lin Yi's unconscious form with a smirk. Did you ever consider that the issue might lie with the perfume? A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhao Mingqi's eyes as she hesitantly remarked, Gu, what if he doesn't wake up? Isn't our action illegal? Do not worry. He will merely be asleep for a few days. With leverage over him, he won't dare to play tricks later on. Long before meeting Su Yuding, Gu Chun had investigated Lin Yi's background, revealing it to be rather unremarkable, a mere ordinary graduate from a second-tier university destined for mediocrity. Otherwise, he would never have dared to deceive Lin Yi so brazenly. Now, with the sudden appearance of 100 kilograms of gold, no one would believe that Lin Yi acquired it through legitimate means. Let us see what tricks you can pull now. Gu Chun took out his phone to check the time and turned to Zhao Mingqi. The rest is up to you. My sister has been keeping a close watch lately. Remember to take plenty of photos. Chapter 29. The disappearance of Lin Yi, importing goods again to beautiful country. The following day, Lin Yi awoke, rubbing his throbbing head, feeling a sense of disorientation. What the hell happened last night? The next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he sat upright. Looking around, he realized he was in what appeared to be a hotel room, the bed in disarray, suggesting that some indescribable events had transpired. Most importantly, if a woman had been lying beside him, it might have been somewhat comforting. Yet, he was utterly alone in the room, with even his clothes vanished. Gu Chun, you truly are something else. Lin Yi surmised that this must be the doing of that scoundrel Gu Chun, who intended to trap him here, waiting to embarrass him while simultaneously threatening him. It is indeed intriguing. A person whom one typically regards as a mere impoverished wretch suddenly comes into possession of a fortune worth tens of millions. Who wouldn't be curious about the origins of such wealth? Lin Yi gazed at the remaining sum of over 72 million on his phone, his eyes flickering with a hint of complexity. Had he not previously stowed his phone in the system's backpack, he might have lost even that money. Suddenly, Lin Yi chuckled. Could a lack of clothing confine him to this place? Let us not forget, he still had the option to venture into the apocalypse. Addressing the air, he declared, "Guchun, you have underestimated me this time." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Apocalypse World, activate. In the next instant, he found himself clad in a fresh set of attire. Without lingering further, Lin Yi waved toward the air and turned to leap from the window below. Meanwhile, in the restaurant downstairs, Guchun and Zhao Mengqi were enjoying breakfast, casually discussing Lin Yi's affairs from the previous night. "Mengqi, after I left last night, did you make any advances on that fellow Lin Yi? He does possess a certain charm." "Of course not. His heart belongs solely to you, unlike Su Yuding, who, even after bearing your child, still thinks of others. Have you ever considered giving me a child? I have promised to buy you a handbag." "Chen Gu, this is a special time for me. You should have faith in me. My heart is devoted to you alone." On the street, Lin Yi uncapped a bottle of cola and took a hearty sip. Goodness, even as a near-evolved being, climbing stairs remains this challenging? While purchasing the cola downstairs, Lin Yi had already retrieved the Porsche 911 from the garage, perched on the car's hood. He pondered what the next course of action would be were he the protagonist of a novel. Guchun would inevitably discover his absence. While waiting here posed no issue. He deemed it unnecessary to squander time for Guchun's sake. What is destined to come will arrive. Rather than sitting idly by, it was wiser to strike decisively. I must acquire firearms. Lin Yi sighed, took out his phone, and booked a flight to the beautiful country. Previously, due to limited funds, he had only purchased a Glock pistol. This time, with ample resources, he intended to procure an assault rifle and a couple of grenades, which would be the prudent course of action. When he next encountered an evolved being, he could simply detonate a grenade and watch them be taken aback. The following day, Lin Yi reappeared at the airport entrance in the beautiful country. Due to the flight schedule, he had arrived several hours late. But upon seeing a man of African descent wearing a jersey with the number 24, holding a sign that read Mr. Lin Yi, all his previous gloom dissipated. Compared to the previous Cologne, this individual bore an uncanny resemblance in stature, demeanor, and even facial expression. There are indeed numerous formidable individuals here, Lin Yi mused, hastening towards him. Navigating through the bustling crowd, he ultimately came to a halt before the man. Lin Yi extended his palm, greeting, "Hello, are you Mr. Kafu?" The African man grasped Lin Yi's hand in return, smiling, "Greetings, you must be Mr. Lin Yi. I am Kafu, your dedicated guide for this journey." With a similarly warm smile, he spoke fluent Mandarin, though unlike his brother Cologne, he had not studied Dragonese and was merely a part-time guide. Consequently, the travel expenses had been reduced from the original 5,000 to 2,500. "Mr. Kafu, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. Would it be possible for you to accompany me to the black market?" Lin Yi stated his intent up front. "We are committed to fulfilling any requests from our esteemed guests." Kafu replied with a grin. Lin Yi nodded, inquiring, "When shall we depart?" "It is still evening." Kafu explained, "Typically, the black market begins operating at around 7 p.m. At this hour, would you prefer to experience some local specialties? Or shall we return to the hotel, and I will escort you to the black market when the time comes?" Lin Yi pondered, stroking his chin. "Are there any thrilling, adrenaline-pumping activities around here?" Kafu paused momentarily at the question, then quickly regained his composure. With a mysterious smile, he replied, "If you seek exhilarating experiences, there is an underground boxing venue nearby where the matches are undoubtedly intense and will surely broaden your horizons. There are also specialized relaxation spots featuring a variety of Western and Eastern options, albeit at somewhat elevated prices, yet with guaranteed safety. If pure thrill is your desire, I can also take you to local shops for a unique experience of our beautiful country's delights." After a day of leisurely exploration, Lin Yi gained a deeper understanding of this nation. Under Kafu's guidance, he engaged in numerous entertainment activities, leaving him invigorated from head to toe. Before he knew it, the clock struck 7 p.m., and they proceeded to the black market as planned. Compared to his previous visit, Lin Yi's financial situation appeared notably more prosperous, affording him a broader selection of weaponry. During the journey, he had contemplated extensively, leading him to promptly identify his preferred firearm, the AK-47. With an approximate length of 870 millimeters and utilizing 7.62 millimeter caliber ammunition, it was originally developed by the Soviet Union. Despite nearly a century of advancements and innovations in firearms, the AK-47's brilliance remains undiminished, earning its reputation as a legendary weapon. Though some may dismiss it due to its perceived lack of precision in shooting games, this very unpredictability can serve as an advantage. If one is uncertain where their bullet will land, how much more bewildered must the enemy be? In reality, while other firearms require regular maintenance, this weapon can function flawlessly even if submerged in water or buried in dirt, needing only a casual wipe to remain operational. Its efficacy in apocalyptic scenarios undoubtedly surpasses that of any comparable rifle. Due to its widespread availability, the AK-47 is also reasonably priced, costing merely $3,000 US. Lin Yi directly purchased 10 firearms, along with 20 boxes of ammunition, each containing 200 rounds, 20 fully loaded magazines, and a silencer. The total expenditure amounted to approximately $40,000. Chapter 30. Once again, have you inquired about my sword? Finding a secluded corner, Lin Yi stowed the firearms, magazines, ammunition, and silencer into his spatial backpack and returned to the black market shop. At that moment, Kuhu was engaged in a vigorous discussion with the merchant. Their cooperative relationship allowed Kuhu to earn a 10% commission from the transactions, resulting in a quick gain of $4,000 within just half an hour. Upon Lin Yi's reappearance, Kuhu immediately greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Lin, welcome back." The shop owner inquired if you require any additional weaponry. "He is eager to fulfill your requests," Kuhu said, his expression brightening. The shopkeeper also beamed with enthusiasm. "Do you have grenades?" Lin Yi asked. "Any type will suffice. Military grade is preferable." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's smile faltered momentarily as he quickly replied, "I apologize, Mr. Lin, but we cannot privately sell heavy weaponry such as grenades. However, we do have other types of arms available." Lin Yi nodded in understanding. Indeed, the potential consequences of an impulsive buyer returning a recently purchased grenade could be catastrophic. As he casually glanced around, Lin Yi's attention was drawn to a heavy sniper rifle displayed in one corner of the shop. 109, he exclaimed internally. As an anti-material weapon, its shooting range exceeded 1,000 meters, far surpassing that of conventional anti-material firearms. Lin Yi had heard of it online, but never imagined encountering it in the black market. Under the influence of a .25 caliber bullet, regardless of whether one is an evolved being, all shall kneel before me, Lin Yi mused. "Boss, is this weapon authentic?" he inquired, harboring some doubts about its legitimacy. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded and explained, "Mr. Lin, I personally acquired this 109 from a retired Special Forces soldier. It is absolutely genuine." Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. "In that case, what price do you propose, dear shopkeeper?" "Regrettably, this weapon possesses immense power and is considered a non-sale item in our establishment," the shopkeeper stated earnestly, leaving Lin Yi momentarily taken aback. "Is this how it is? If it's not for sale, then why display it?" Lin Yi retorted, feeling somewhat mocked. However, he still wished to negotiate. $20, he declared, his voice attracting a considerable amount of attention. Kuhu quickly intervened, pulling Lin Yi aside to shield him from the gathering crowd. "What are you doing, Mr. Lin? Did you say something wrong? Such behavior has breached the rules of black market transactions. If the shopkeeper pursues this matter, we could all find ourselves in serious trouble." Kuhu warned, gripping Lin Yi's arm tightly in an attempt to lead him away from the scene. "Is that so? Why didn't you inform me of this rule earlier? What should we do now?" Lin Yi's expression was relaxed. "You didn't ask," Lin Yi replied. However, it was evident that Kuhu's concerns were unfounded. In the next moment, a deal was struck. The shopkeeper emerged from behind the stall and approached the two, smiling. "Sir, since you are so fond of this rifle, I shall sell it to you. Do you require ammunition as well?" "Of course. Soon." Both parties felt satisfied as Lin Yi successfully acquired the sniper rifle, complete with a complementary scope. However, the ammunition was somewhat scarce, a mere 100 rounds. "Mr. Lin, you overpaid for this rifle. In my opinion, you would be better off purchasing a different type of sniper rifle. While it may lack the power of this one, its cost-effectiveness would be significantly higher." As they walked, Kuhu analyzed the pros and cons of the various firearms, clearly demonstrating his extensive knowledge in the field. It was a rare encounter with someone so knowledgeable that Lin Yi felt tempted to stow him away in his backpack. What I admire about this rifle is its formidable power, which is indeed impressive, Lin Yi remarked. On the surface, it seemed he had spent $20 on a sniper rifle, but in reality, he had not incurred much loss. On the day prior to boarding the flight to the beautiful country, Lin Yi had scoured the entirety of Jiangxing's various supermarkets and food retail stores. His task was quite simple. He cleared the shelves of all the eggs, and with the infinite stacking capability of his spatial backpack, he now had at least 30 eggs within. Do not underestimate these eggs. While they cost only a few yuan per pound in Longhua, they could fetch several dollars each in the beautiful country. That's a profit exceeding 50 times. As long as he could sell these eggs, not only would the weapons be essentially free, but he would also make a profit. It was the elderly residents of Jiangsheng who would suffer this time, likely waiting a long time before receiving free eggs again, Lin Yi mused. He could hardly imagine the accumulation of resentment if he possessed a resentment collection system. Could it propel him to new heights? The two engaged in casual conversation, with Lin Yi occasionally inquiring about egg-selling channels from Kuhu. While returning to the hotel, within the same neighborhood where Kulong had encountered the Black Wolf gang, Lin Yi suddenly halted. Wait, something feels off. It seems we might be in trouble. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Kuhu quickly scanned the surroundings, perplexed. Mr. Lin, please don't scare me. It doesn't appear that there's anyone around. Lin Yi did not wish to contradict this. A scene similar to Kulong's previous encounter with the Black Wolf gang seemed imminent. With his heightened senses as a near-evolved individual, he could discern the presence of individuals lurking in the darkness, akin to ravenous wolves fixated on them. Are there any surveillance cameras in this vicinity? Lin Yi suddenly inquired. Due to the nature of the black market, there are no cameras here. However, the shops on the street ahead undoubtedly have surveillance, Kuhu replied. The direction he indicated was precisely the same path that Lin Yi and Kulong had taken while fleeing. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi hesitated no longer and proceeded with Kuhu, seemingly unperturbed, towards the front. Upon reaching a fork in the road, they could sense the footsteps behind them drawing closer, merely 20 meters away. Regardless of who was pursuing them, Lin Yi felt a compelling need to ascertain their identity. This time, he opted for the route taken by Kulong. However, they had not ventured far when beams of flashlight illumination suddenly pierced the darkness ahead. Who goes there? Kuhu instinctively exclaimed. In an instant, Lin Yi retrieved a gold ingot, roughly the size of a brick, from his backpack. The golden gleam appeared exceptionally radiant under the flashlight's glow. The members of the Black Wolf gang, who had intended to shoot Lin Yi and Kuhu, were momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, it's gold. Hold your fire, we've got a big catch. Someone quickly called out to stop the others. Shortly thereafter, 6 or 7 members of the Black Wolf gang, brandishing handguns, approached with mocking smirks, encircling Lin Yi and his companion. Confirming that Lin Yi indeed held gold, a burly man adorned with a black wolf tattoo on his chest spoke. Dragon Countryman, hand over the gold, and we might spare your life. Lin Yi glanced at the gun barrel pressed against his forehead, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps you have yet to grasp a fundamental truth. If you wish to kill me, have you consulted my sword? Chapter 31, Night Exploration of the Manor, the Bound Woman. Kid, you are the first Dragon Countryman daring enough to be so brazen before our Black Wolf gang. I admire your courage, the tattooed man said, a grin spreading across his face. He patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, now, tell me, just how much gold do you have? If you hand it all over, I might let you go. The surrounding members of the Black Wolf gang displayed sinister smiles in unison. Don't even think about escaping from here. It's utterly impossible. If you are sensible, hand over the gold. There are no cameras here. Even if you die, no one will seek vengeance for you. Hearing this melodramatic threat, Lin Yi nearly lost his composure. There's a saying, isn't there? A gun is fast at 7 paces, and even quicker and more accurate within 3. But what if facing a quasi-evolved individual within 3 steps? Lin Yi proposed, let us do this. I'll exchange this gold for my guide, and then I'll lead you to more gold. As he spoke, he extended the gold ingot into the tattooed man's hand. Feeling the substantial weight of the gold, there was no doubt it was genuine. Without a moment's hesitation, the burly man replied, all right. Then, suddenly, a flash of light cut through the air, and before the man could finish his sentence, his throat was slit, his head flying into the air. Immediately after, A series of thuds echoed as several basketball-sized orbs fell from the bodies of the Black Wolf Gang members. It wasn't until several of them lay on the ground that they realized the assailants encircling them had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered across the scene, staining the entire black visage a deep crimson, transforming the once calm countenance into one of sheer terror. "Did you kill them?" Lenny inquired, his expression unperturbed. In the face of the apocalypse's undead, this sanguinary tableau was, paradoxically, less repulsive. After all, it was not his first encounter with murder. His gaze fixated on the blood-dripping long sword in his hand, its razor-sharp blade unmarred by a single crack. The swordsmith's assertions rang true. This weapon was indeed forged from genuine materials. Crouching down, he meticulously scrutinized the lifeless bodies. Once he confirmed their demise, Lin raised his head and smiled, saying, "They claim there are no surveillance cameras here." A mere glance sent Kuhu into an icy dread, yet he soon mustered the courage to rise unsteadily to his feet. "Mr. Lin, I assure you, I will not speak of this matter," he stammered. Observing Kuhu's trembling form, Lin surmised that the man had misunderstood his intentions. How could he possibly harm Kuhu, his guide? The guilt over the fate of Kulong still lingered in his heart. "Do not take it to heart. Kulong was slain by these individuals, and this is merely retribution on his behalf," Lin explained. Kulong mentioned that the Black Wolf Gang is devoid of morality, committing every conceivable atrocity. "We are simply enacting justice." Upon hearing this, Kuhu's spirits lifted considerably. He sensed Lin Yi's transformation and understood that he was not in danger. The man resembled a martial arts master from a Dragon Kingdom novel, individuals who would not harm innocents. "Then, Mr. Lin, let us leave this place swiftly. These men were already wanted. Their deaths here bear no consequence. However, should we be discovered, we may encounter significant trouble," Kuhu suggested cautiously. Lin nodded in agreement. Yet, just as they were about to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to halt once more. "Kuhu, do you recognize these individuals? Aside from being members of the Black Wolf Gang, what were their roles, and what skills did they possess?" Kuhu hesitated briefly before responding. Soon, he provided Lin with a general overview of the individuals' backgrounds. 3 of them were mere thugs, as one would typically describe, who, through a series of fortunate events, became embroiled with the Black Wolf Gang and evolved into notorious ruffians. One had been a repairman who, after enduring humiliation from an employer during a job, murdered the employer's family and subsequently fled to join the gang. Another had been a salesman who, upon returning home, discovered his boss engaged in an intimate encounter with his wife. After committing murder, he joined the Black Wolf Gang during his escape. Without exception, these men had blood on their hands, blood that belonged to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Once Kuhu had finished recounting the details of each individual, the last remnants of guilt within Lin dissipated. He waved his hand dismissively. "Kuhu, you may return now. I have matters to attend to." "But, Mr. Lin, you do not intend to confront the Black Wolf Gang, do you? We have no knowledge of their hideout, and with just the 2 of us, it would be tantamount to courting death." As Kuhu listened to Lin Yi's nonchalant words, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Lin Yi was formidable, yet Kuhu had no desire to accompany him to his demise. Lin Yi glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, then at the bloodied Xianyuan sword in his hand. "Tour guide Ku, must I reiterate my intentions? You should return. I merely seek that girl from earlier, nothing more." However, when Lin Yi turned his head, he discovered that Kuhu had vanished without a trace. 2 hours later, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of a grand estate. Thanks to his current status as a near-evolver, the speed at which he devoured the bodies of the Black Wolf Gang's minions had seen a remarkable increase. What once took 12 hours to consume a single corpse was now reduced to merely 1 hour. Moreover, while he had originally possessed only 3 slots, his adversaries numbered 7. Logically, he should have needed 3 rounds to finish. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After fully consuming 3 individuals, his slots increased from 13 to 14, allowing him an additional hour. Lin Yi speculated that he had perhaps reached a certain milestone, though he could not yet fathom the reasons behind it. Utilizing the memories of a tattooed brute, he successfully located a hidden branch of the Black Wolf Gang, nestled at the boundary between the city and the suburbs. This establishment primarily engaged in the trafficking of narcotics, women, and silver, housing roughly 20 to 30 individuals. The tattooed brute held a significant position here, and aside from him, 3 other thugs of equal rank occupied the estate. To ensure his safety, Lin Yi first severed the surveillance systems within the premises, then stealthily scaled the estate's fence. Armed with a sword, he moved like a specter, leaving no one alive to witness his presence. Soon, all patrolling minions, including 3 large dogs, were dispatched by Lin Yi. Leaning against the villa's wall, he casually wiped the blood from the Xianyuan sword using fur he had plucked from one of the dogs. It seemed he had quickened his pace. As dawn approached, time was running short. He had no habit of tidying up for others. Regarding the method of silently infiltrating the interior, Ling Luo had already provided excellent guidance. Utilizing the clutter by the window, Lin Yi deftly leaped to the second floor of the villa and pushed open the bathroom window. Emerging from the bathroom, he made his way straight to the nearest bedroom. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of a woman clad in a wine-red slip dress lying on the floor, her entire body bound in an unusual manner with ropes. Chapter 32. If I kill you all, won't it all belong to me? Lin Yi felt as though his head might explode. Perhaps it was the peculiar binding method that caused such a reaction. The woman's alluring figure was laid bare before him, her long, slender legs glistening with a porcelain sheen. Her delicate cherry lips parted slightly, her exquisite eyes reflecting terror. Lin Yi surveyed the room. Realizing that aside from the woman, there was no one else present, and he gradually calmed his racing thoughts. He closed the door behind him and crouched down to scrutinize the woman's exquisite visage. Who are you? A flicker of doubt flashed in the woman's eyes. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Yi had already brandished the Xianyuan sword, its blood-stained blade pressed against her throat. If you cannot provide me with the answers I seek, you are well aware of the consequences, Lin Yi stated. My apologies, I forgot that your mouth was gagged. With that, he tore away the tape that bound her lips. The woman pursed her lips and spoke. Good day, sir. My name is Allison, and I am the daughter of the arms magnate, Hunter. A few days ago, I secretly came to the black market to trade for a 190 sniper rifle. I had hoped for a smooth transaction, but unexpectedly, after leaving, I was targeted by the Black Wolf gang and subsequently captured. She implored, Sir, I beg you to spare me. I promise not to reveal your presence here. Hunter, the arms magnate. Lin Yi recognized the name. As the third largest arms dealer in the beautiful country, the Hunter Group dominated over 15 of the nation's arms sales, following only the first-place Mike Group and the second-place Jax Group. He was indeed a figure of considerable notoriety. Rumor had it that Hunter had only one daughter, yet no one had ever seen her. Now, this woman before him claimed to be Hunter's daughter? How could the illustrious daughter of an arms tycoon fall prey to the likes of the Black Wolf gang? Do you think I desire a descendant of Qin Shi Huang? Lin Yi gazed at Allison with a bemused smile. Had she not mentioned the 190 sniper rifle, he might have acted on impulse. Allison nodded, affirming his conjecture. Lin Yi could have killed her, but upon hearing her resolute response, he found himself reconsidering. It was not that he was overly sentimental. If this woman spoke the truth, perhaps matters regarding arms could be more easily resolved. With that thought, Lin Yi reapplied the tape over Allison's mouth, choosing not to untie her, but instead tossing her onto the bed. Once I have dealt with the remaining members of the Black Wolf gang, we shall discuss your predicament. He closed the door and began to search each room methodically. Before long, he had nearly completed his search of the second floor, where a dozen members of the Black Wolf gang lay forever asleep, their dreams eternally silenced. Next, he ascended to the third floor. To his surprise, he had not encountered the 3 thugs who were of comparable stature to the tattooed brute. Where had they vanished to? Had they fled prematurely? In a state of perplexity, Lin Yi approached the staircase leading to the first floor. Suddenly, sounds echoed from below. No, a myriad of images flooded Lin Yi's mind in that instant. No wonder he could not find anyone. They were engaged in revelry. In the hall, 5 or 6 scantily clad women lay on the ground, their bodies convulsing, foam spilling from their mouths. Nearby, several similarly dressed women were hunched over a coffee table, wildly pounding against its surface. As time progresses, the pace has even begun to quicken. Move. Hurry up. If you wish to survive, heed my words. Lao San, are you being cowardly? Don't you dare claim to be part of our Black Wolf gang out there. I cannot bear the shame. Lao Si, you too. Before the man could finish his words, he sensed something was amiss in the room. Ordinarily, Lao San and Lao Si would have responded, but now they were eerily silent, as if they had perished. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he abruptly turned his head, only to find Lao San and Lao Si lifelessly sprawled on the ground, a long sword ominously poised at his neck. Lin Yi smiled and said, Why didn't you call me? How about adding me to the mix? The man's expression froze. Turning pale, and he was on the verge of tears. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, everyone in the hall would be dead? This was the stronghold of the Black Wolf Gang, and unless one was a member, few knew its exact location, let alone in a place under surveillance and patrol. The man before him, appearing here, suggested that those outside had likely met their demise. In the next moment, under Lin Yi's watchful gaze, the man knelt down without uttering a word and prostrated himself with a loud thud. Please spare me, sir. I will grant you anything you desire. Gold, women, drugs. Even myself are all yours. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. Such brazen words. Coercing a strong man. Besides, if I were to kill you, wouldn't everything belong to me? Lost in thought, Lin Yi raised the Xianyuan sword and struck down decisively. With the sound of a head thudding to the ground, the hall fell into silence. Observing the scattered bodies of women, Lin Yi frowned and ultimately seated himself upon the sofa. Let me see what is going on here. An hour later, Lin Yi opened his eyes to the sun rising outside, a smile gracing his features. After devouring the corpses of several individuals, he gained a more profound understanding of the Black Wolf Gang, not only their personnel, but also the matter concerning Cologne. Just as Lin Yi had surmised, the recent international pursuit by the beautiful country to Jiangcheng to find him was largely influenced by the Black Wolf Gang. Otherwise, prior to the discovery of Colombe's body, he would never have been implicated. This provided yet another justification for their annihilation. Drawing upon the memories of the deceased, Lin Yi effortlessly located a wooden crate in a concealed corner, containing over $300,000, 2 gold bars, and several bags of drugs. Roughly estimating, the weight was considerable. Surely, this would be delivered to the police. I wonder how long they would keep me for tea. Westlake or Longjing. In any case, I do not partake in jasmine tea. Lost in contemplation, Lin Yi stored the gold, cash, and drugs into his spatial realm, precisely filling it, leaving only 2 slots remaining. He then ascended the stairs once more. Allison's eyes flickered with a hint of fear as she beheld the suddenly opened door. However, upon recognizing Lin Yi, her gaze instantly brightened. With a furrowed brow, Lin Yi approached and tore off the tape from her mouth. Almost immediately, Allison's anxious voice rang out. Thank goodness, sir. Have you resolved the situation with the outsiders? I am eternally grateful for your rescue. Can we leave now? In one respect, Allison was correct. The memories of several individuals downstairs could indeed verify that she was the daughter of arms magnate Hunter. The Black Wolf Gang's intention in kidnapping her was simple, to use her as leverage for arms. Yet, if the Black Wolf Gang was capable of such a maneuver, why should Lin Yi not be? Chapter 33, Transaction, Collaboration, Revenge. Rescuing you is feasible, but if I were to do so in this manner, it may indeed bring me trouble. Lin Yi, having moved a chair to sit before her, continued, You have seen my face. And to prevent any word of this incident from leaking, perhaps eliminating you would be the most prudent course of action. Please, sir, don't. Before she could finish, Lin Yi raised the Xianyuan sword, its edge gliding across her form. The ropes binding her were severed, and her figure became increasingly defined. Realizing Lin Yi was not jesting, Allison's fear intensified. Sir, I assure you, I will not mention having seen you to anyone, nor will I disclose that it was you who vanquished the Black Wolf Gang. They are not only your enemies, but mine as well. I am your steadfast ally. My father has only one daughter, and he intends to groom me as his successor. Should you require it, I could even assist you in procuring weapons. It must be said, when she mentioned weapons, Lin Yi's objective was already within reach. As the 3rd largest arms dealer in the United States, this implied he need not worry about sourcing his arsenal. Yet, a stark reality loomed before him. What if she were deceiving him? Lin Yi's eyes, devoid of emotion, remained fixed on Allison, betraying no hint of fluctuation. Facing such cold scrutiny, Allison felt an icy dread settle in her heart. She was not unafraid of death. The Black Wolf Gang, fearing her father, dared only to engage in transactions through the foremost arms dealer, the Mike Group, before proceeding further. Thus, aside from binding her here, they had refrained from any egregious actions. Otherwise, she might have already become one of the women downstairs. Lin Yi, capable of effortlessly locating the Black Wolf Gang as stronghold and dispatching nearly 40 armed thugs without a sound, had transcended her perception of him. He was no longer merely Lin Yi, but a reaper walking the earth. Even if she were to deceive him, who could guarantee that he would not find her, eliminate her, or even obliterate the entire Henry Group? She dared not take that gamble. As Lin Yi offered no response, Allison became increasingly convinced that for one such as him, a harbinger of death, Murder was but a sport. Yet she did not wish to die. As she gazed upon Lin Yi's handsome visage, Allison pressed her lips together. If you do not believe me, I am willing to become your woman. As her words lingered in the air, her wine-red spaghetti strap dress slipped from her delicate shoulders. Her fair skin, striking beauty, exquisite collarbone, and alluring figure caused Lin Yi's sword to tremble slightly in his grasp. The atmosphere grew momentarily awkward. After a brief silence, Lin Yi rose from his seat. Are you serious? Allison nodded. If you doubt my words, you may test them yourself. With that, she stood from the bed and gracefully approached Lin Yi, her arms slowly resting upon his shoulders. If you are willing, you shall be my first man. Feeling the silky touch of Allison's waist, Lin Yi's breath quickened. Half an hour later, Lin Yi had never anticipated that matters would unfold so seamlessly. It felt like a dream. After a series of negotiations, the two reached a deal valued at over 100 million. Allison would provide the weapons, while Lin Yi merely needed to supply the funds. Although he currently possessed just over 60 million, once he returned to the Apocalypse and struck a deal with Ling Loi, his worth could easily surpass 100 million. Allison smiled. Are you not afraid I might betray you and breach our contract? Do you dare? Lin Yi boldly expressed his thoughts. Are you not concerned that such an act could lead to the downfall of the entire Henry Group? Perhaps that would be difficult, she conceded. But once I accumulate enough time in the Apocalypse, when a top-tier evolver appears in modern times, it is unimaginable what could bring him to justice. Then I have a proposal. Allison leaned against Lin Yi, licking her lips. Why don't we join forces to eliminate my father and take over the Henry Group? Lin Yi was taken aback. Do you harbor animosity toward your father? Not at all, she replied. I simply thought saying so would bring you some joy. Allison continued. The internal structure of the Henry Group is complex. While my father is alive, even if I were to inherit his position, those old-timers in the company would never agree. I cannot contend with them. Even in our current deal, I must operate in secrecy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi sighed in relief. Allison's attitude indicated that she was unlikely to retract her commitment, significantly increasing the likelihood of their collaboration. How should we address one another now? Calling you sir feels rather inappropriate. Allison said, her sapphire eyes sparkling. Then let us call me master, Lin Yi suggested, a hint of mischief rising within him as he regarded her enchanting gaze. Allison appeared momentarily bewildered. The only daughter of Henry, the third largest arms dealer in the beautiful nation, would surely face her father's wrath if he learned of Lin Yi's actions. It would be fortunate if he did not send assassins after him, let alone expect her to call him master. Yet, moments later, a smile broke across her face. Master, then should we not leave this place, as dawn has arrived? Soon after, the two individuals emerged from the villa, which was soon engulfed in a fierce blaze. The specially crafted wooden structure, set aflame by Lin Yi, would leave no trace of their presence once the flames extinguished. We must depart. It won't be long before the authorities are alerted, but whether this fire can be quelled remains uncertain. Allison nodded, her curiosity piqued. Where shall we go now? To your residence, or mine? Lin Yi replied. First, find a hotel to freshen up. I shall join you shortly. It was imperative to eliminate any potential threats. Having made an enemy of the Black Wolf gang, he would ensure they would not have another opportunity to retaliate. From the memories of a few individuals, Lin Yi had already discerned the location of the Black Wolf gang's headquarters, which was not far away. Meanwhile, at the headquarters villa of the Black Wolf gang, Wang Defa lamented, what kind of adversary have I attracted? One of our branches has been utterly annihilated overnight. Boss, we are unsure of the perpetrator's identity. Could it be linked to the kidnapping of Henry's daughter, a deliberate act of revenge? Unlikely. We have already established contact with the Mike Group. Henry would not dare retaliate. Besides, we have all agreed upon this. Does he not fear for his daughter's safety? The gang leader, seated in the high-backed chair of the hall, drummed his fingers against the armrest, perplexed. Apart from Henry, the Black Wolf gang had made numerous enemies. Yet, to eliminate 30 to 40 members in a single night without detection would require at least 100 individuals. Observing the growing commotion among his subordinates below, the leader coldly admonished, silence. What is all this ruckus? You have no viable suggestions? Get out. Suddenly, the door of the villa burst open, and a figure clad in the garb of a Black Wolf gang member rushed in, exclaiming, Boss, I know who did this. The leader's eyes narrowed, and he sprang to his feet, fury evident in his voice. Speak. Who is it? The individual brushed off some dust and smirked from beneath his mask. Lin Yi replied with calmness, It is I. Chapter 34. The Gifted Player, Anaya. Curse it, so it was you. Wang Defa seethed, I will avenge my brothers. Kid, you better possess an identity that instills fear in us, or you may find it impossible to leave here today. In an instant, countless hostile gazes were fixed upon Lin Yi, their faces contorted with malice. Were it not for the presence of the gang leader, these men would have likely pounced upon Lin Yi and torn him apart. I apologize, but I have no time to converse with a horde of lackeys. I require your leader to speak with me. Lin Yi discreetly assessed the number of Black Wolf Gang members in the room. I am the leader of the Black Wolf Gang, the foremost figure declared. The subordinates retreated, clearing a path in the hall. It was then that Lin Yi beheld the appearance of the gang leader, a mixed-race Asian man, clad in a suit, adorned with a tattoo of a celestial dog devouring the moon on his chest. The combination of a suited thug and a tattooed brother, the leader's sharp gaze conveyed. Can we now reveal our identities? In a world turned upside down, one could assume the name Han Li, and in modern times, adopt a new persona. A killer and arsonist, Li Feiyu, a savior, Han Tianzuan. The only concern was whether these individuals had read novels. Instantly, he tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, his left hand gesturing in a manner of confidence. I am a citizen of the Stick Nation. Should this identity suffice? Lin Yi's words left the members of the Black Wolf Gang in a state of hesitation for several seconds. Each member's face flushed with excitement, longing to draw their guns and unleash their pent-up fury upon Lin Yi. Alas, the leader had yet to speak. Then why do you not speak in the language of the Stick Nation? The leader inquired. Such pure and beautiful Mandarin. Even if you hailed from the Pot Basin Chicken Nation, we would remain oblivious. As long as you are not from the Dragon Nation, it suffices. Lin Yi mused inwardly. Recognizing the opportune moment, he swiftly retrieved 2 AK-47s from his space. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, dozens of 7.62mm bullets erupted, and the members of the Black Wolf Gang fell to the ground, their deaths gruesomely tragic. To the outside world, this was merely an internal matter of the Black Wolf Gang, or perhaps a gang skirmish, a scene all too familiar for the beautiful nation. Lin Yi had preemptively cleared the patrolling personnel outside. A few passers-by, mustering their courage, approached to investigate, but upon witnessing the fallen Black Wolf Gang members outside the villa, they quickly lost their resolve. Confirming that no living souls remained in the hall, Lin Yi commenced a thorough search. Every few minutes, he discharged a bullet into the air to deter anyone from approaching, while simultaneously affording himself time to consume these thugs. Several hours later, Lin Yi finally departed from the Black Wolf Gang's villa. The endeavor proved immensely fruitful, yielding 10 gold bars, over 400,000 US dollars, and more than 20 pounds of white powder. By evening, Lin Yi arrived at the hotel as agreed. Upon seeing the door swing open, Allison dropped her phone in excitement, exclaiming, "Master, you've returned. The Black Wolf Gang is no more." Lin Yi then turned his gaze to the phone on the bed, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Observing this, Allison hurriedly approached, saying, "It's my father. I did not inform him that you rescued me. I merely told him the Black Wolf Gang had a change of heart and needed weapons for my release. Now, Master can acquire a batch of weapons for free." "And what did your father say?" Lin Yi inquired. Allison's expression soured slightly as she replied. "He said the number of weapons was excessive and that I should negotiate with the Black Wolf Gang, suggesting we revisit the matter later, knowing they wouldn't dare to harm me." With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Yi reflected on the father-daughter duo's bond, steeped in filial piety. "I shall take a shower. Master, would you like my assistance?" she offered. "You are truly formidable." Following a round of negotiations, the two resumed discussions regarding the weapons trade. The relationship between the two individuals deepened further. The following day, Lin Yi bid farewell to Allison, simultaneously settling the tour guide fees for Ku, who over the past 2 days, alone, he embarked on a flight to the Dragon Kingdom. Allison had once invited him to her private estate in Hawaii, subtly hinting at her desire to support him financially. However, Lin Yi declined her offer, fully aware that relying on others without personal strength could lead to complications. After several hours of flight, the airplane finally landed at the airport in Jiangxing. Lin Yi sought a secluded spot to release his Porsche 911 from its confines. He sped away, heading straight for his rented accommodation. As he navigated the bustling streets of Jiangxing in his Porsche 911, he gazed at the vibrant nightscape, which starkly contrasted with the desolate world he had known. A sudden thought of purchasing a house crossed his mind. In the apocalyptic realm, he had owned a standalone villa and was soon to have a maid dedicated to his needs. Living in such modest conditions in the modern world felt profoundly unbalanced. Perhaps he would reconsider the idea upon his next return to the present. While retrieving tea from the courier point, the sight of the red Porsche 911 drew the attention of numerous passers-by, greatly satisfying Lin Yi's vanity. Just as he was about to return to his rented unit, preparing to anchor himself in this world, a call from Su Yuding suddenly rang out. Observing the crowd of residents gathered at his doorstep, he seemed to sense what was unfolding. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi vanished from his spot, and the modern world fell into a standstill. While he arrived at the villa in the apocalyptic realm, pushing open the bathroom door, Anaya and Nasha stood frozen in place, maintaining their previous positions. For some inexplicable reason, Anaya felt that Lin Yi appeared considerably more energized after his brief absence, having changed his attire and seemingly gained a slight amount of weight. There was nothing to eat in the bathroom, yet as a servant, she understood that such inquiries were inappropriate. "Master, you recovered so quickly. Would you care to taste the dishes prepared by Anaya?" Lin Yi nodded, for he was indeed famished. He had not had the opportunity to eat since disembarking from the plane and was eager to sample Anaya's culinary skills. However, as he closed his eyes and took a bite, his face flushed crimson in an instant. How could anyone create such unpalatable food? He thought. With a single mouthful, he encountered a cacophony of flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. "Is this scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" After gulping down several sips of water to alleviate the shock, Lin Yi remarked, "Scrambled eggs with tomatoes shouldn't be sweet. While adding salt is acceptable, why on earth did you include so much chili and vinegar? One might think you were attempting to poison me." Noticing his reaction, Anaya quickly lowered her head, murmuring, "Master, I only thought that this would enhance the dish's flavor." "I had no idea." Lin Yi, feeling exasperated, realized that the greatest taboo in cooking was to innovate without mastering the basics. He set down his chopsticks and gently patted her shoulder. "It's all right. If you cannot cook, then do not. There is something important I wish to discuss with you. So please come to my room." Chapter 35. The arrival of Ling Luoyi and news from the Volta. Yes, a little further down. "Master, how is Anaya's strength?" "Just right. 3 days have passed, yet there are still no signs of Ling Luoyi's arrival. During these 2 days, Lin Yi has replaced the furnishings and equipment within the villa, deliberately purchasing an engine from the modern world. Utilizing the technology acquired from the members of the Black Wolf Gang, he has restored power to the once-abandoned villa. The air conditioning and refrigerator are all in place. Due to signal issues, watching offline movies lacks appeal, so no television has been installed. As Lin Yi indulges in the comforting massage provided by Anaya's skilled hands, a light footstep echoes from outside the door. Moments later, the door swings open and Natasha's voice chimes in. "Sir, dinner is ready." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Lin Yi responds casually. Unlike Anaya's spontaneous culinary flair, Natasha, a princess from an unknown small nation, exhibits remarkable talent. Even with the cooking procedures he provided, she effortlessly replicates the desired dishes, achieving flavors and presentation that rival those of top chefs in 5-star hotels, reaching an impressive 80% standard. As Natasha gazes at Lin Yi's tall figure on the bed, an inexplicable sense of safety washes over her, a feeling that is quite peculiar. Initially, she had compared Lin Yi with Tang Shan, but now that seems utterly laughable. She has not experienced the imagined mistreatment, nor has she suffered the ruthless ravages inflicted upon her sisters in the Qiming Pavilion. The living conditions here surpass even those described by Tang Shan in the inner city. In a world where a mere piece of bread can spark fierce competition, here she finds not only bread but also blood-red steak, freshly picked vegetables, and an array of exotic fruits beyond her wildest dreams. Any single item could easily trade for a woman of her beauty. The fridge is brimming with such abundance. Moreover, when she casually mentioned missing the taste of seafood from before the apocalypse, Lin Yi returned from the restroom with 2 4-pound fresh lobsters in hand, accompanied by the cooking instructions for the lobsters. Little did she know that the villa is situated dozens of kilometers from the sea, with countless zombies wandering along the way. Ultimately, she was allotted only a lobster head, one for her and one for Anaya. At times, she wonders why Lin Yi treats her so well. Whenever she hears Anaya's voice at night, her mood turns sour. What is she thinking? Is she going to let the food go cold? Lin Yi waved his hand in front of Natasha's eyes. He seriously suspects that Natasha has been frozen in shock. Ever since he installed the air conditioning in the villa, she seems like a different person. Aside from her normal demeanor while cooking, she often stares blankly at the restroom door. Surely, he knows what lies within that restroom? Nasha suddenly snapped back to reality, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks as she forced a smile and remarked, "No, it's nothing." Turning around, she discovered that Lin Yi was already seated beside the living room. "Anaya, it's time to eat." "Master, I'm here." Just as Lin Yi was about to partake in his meal, a crisp sound of the glass door sliding open echoed from the bathroom. As anticipated, it was Ling Luoyi making her entrance, still avoiding the front door. Soon enough, under the gaze of the three, the bathroom door creaked open. Ling Luoyi emerged, single-handedly dragging a wooden box and tossing it in front of Lin Yi. "This is 100 kilograms of gold. Where's my tea?" Lin Yi glanced at the box on the ground, then at Ling Luoyi at the bathroom entrance. Unable to fathom how she could carry a box that required both hands to embrace with just one. The coward boar has certainly met his fate without injustice. Lin Yi crouched down and gently lifted the lid of the wooden box, confirming its golden contents. He then tossed a jar of tea leaves towards Ling Luoyi. "Here's your tea." Upon seeing the tea leaves that were packaged entirely differently from before, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ling Luoyi's face. However, as she opened the jar, a delightful aroma of tea wafted through the air. "Not bad. Is this tea even better?" she mused, surprised that she had underestimated him. It seemed he had quite the stockpile. Indeed, Lin Yi possessed 9 more jars of the same tea, with a promise of tenfold compensation for any counterfeit. The delivery had brought 10 jars directly. Ling Luoyi, sensing Lin Yi's peculiar demeanor, continued, "Save the tea for me. Once I gather enough gold, I shall return." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she froze, her gaze drifting past Lin Yi to the table laden with an array of dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, grilled steak, braised prawns, garlic roasted oysters, grilled leeks, and roasted lamb kidneys, with steam still rising from the rice. These dishes belonged not to the West, nor to the apocalypse, but were the exclusive delicacies of the nobility in the land of Gaul, with many noble feasts not even rivaling this spread in opulence. "Is this reasonable?" she mused, frowning as she approached the table, scrutinizing Lin Yi and his companions. "May I have a taste?" Ling Luoyi suddenly asked. Without waiting for Lin Yi's consent, she audaciously pulled out Lin Yi's chair and seated herself at the table. Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect on the dire scarcity of food in the current apocalypse, compelling even an evolved individual to seek sustenance from him. But had he agreed? His right hand subtly lifted, revealing a Glock pistol. "Consider this carefully. Our transaction seems to have concluded." Ling Luoyi raised her head, reminding him, "I told you before, don't point that broken gun at me. It's of no use." "And what about now?" Lin Yi was aware that the Glock might indeed be ineffective against Ling Luoyi. He raised his right hand once more, revealing an AK-47. Ling Luoyi's lips twitched slightly as I questioned her necessity, remarking that it was merely about sharing a meal, which seemed rather unwarranted. I suggested that I could divulge a secret she might find intriguing. A flicker of trepidation crossed Ling Luoyi's eyes, revealing her genuine fear of Lin Yi. While she was indeed an evolved being, she was no ordinary one. Although the 47 could certainly eliminate her, she felt confident enough to snatch it from Lin Yi's grasp in a moment's notice. However, the issue lay in her inability to discern how the 47 had materialized in Lin Yi's hand. The villa contained nothing normal. The generator was acceptable, as there was one available in the northern town, but everything else was brand new: refrigerator, air conditioning, and even the table, still adorned with unpeeled plastic films. Not to mention the lavish spread before them. Should Lin Yi be provoked, brandishing a detonating grenade, everyone in the room would perish. Therefore, I inquired about the nature of the secret. Lin Yi replied, "If it is within reason, I wouldn't mind adding another pair of chopsticks." Ling Luoyi chuckled. "I wonder if a vault filled with gold counts." Chapter 36. The Zombie Horde, the Perilous Green Town. The three of them fixated their gazes on Lin Yi's face, awaiting his decision. Lin Yi sheathed the 47 and retrieved a nearby stool. "You win." Upon hearing this, Anaya promptly rose to fill a large bowl with rice for Ling Luoyi, placing it before her. "Madam, your meal is served. Let me know if you require more." "Ahem. I, Lin Yi, am merely in a cooperative arrangement. There's no need for such formality." "Very well, madam. Please, just call me Sister Luoyi." "Yes, madam." Ling Luoyi wore an expression of exasperation. Anaya was someone she had rescued, and she genuinely couldn't summon any ire towards her Arab sister, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After lunch, Natasha took it upon herself to clear the remaining dishes, and Anaya joined in to assist, creating space solely for Ling Luoyi and Lin Yi. Holding a chilled cola, Ling Luoyi's expression was peculiar. still reeling from Anaya's repeated address of Madam. She might have considered dragging Linny out for a duel had he not presented her with a bottle of ice-cold cola. The entire meal had been a test of endurance. With her cold gaze fixed upon Linny, she queried, "Do you still wish to know about the vault?" As they approached within 100 meters of the western gate of the town, Ling Luoyi halted Linny. "Let us pause here. We must navigate around the side." Linny, too, had heard the intermittent calls and the cacophony of footsteps ahead, suggesting a congregation of zombies lay in wait. How had these zombies come to inhabit this place, which was originally the domain of the cowardly bull? Did she recall the three evolved beings from their last encounter? Ling Luoyi turned her head and said, "It was they who lured the zombies here. Had it not been for the cowardice of Bull, who met his end just in time, Greentown would have succumbed entirely." Linny pressed himself against the wall, peering inside where a horde of zombies was blocked behind a barricade formed by a row of dilapidated cars. The vehicle line could be breached at any moment, relying solely on the columns steadfastly holding the front line. However, this could only serve as a temporary measure. The western gate had already been breached, and a continuous wave of zombies was surging into the town. It would not be long before Greentown faced its downfall. Just as Lin Yi prepared to reinforce the car barricade ahead, a hand suddenly grasped him from behind. "What are you planning to do?" Ling Luoyi inquired. Her face devoid of any emotion, her tone calm. "Such actions are utterly futile. Getting closer will only burden the car line further. At that point, they will no longer be as aimless as they are now." She had recognized the gravity of the situation early on, which was why she had remained in Greentown, preventing the sisters she had painstakingly rescued from falling prey to the zombies. Lin Yi was an anomaly. At this moment, her concern for Anaya's safety had considerably lessened. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, she continued, "Rest assured, as long as you do not provoke these zombies, Greentown will remain safe until we return." Lin Yi was particularly mindful of Anaya's safety. Losing such a capable maid would be a misfortune. He nodded. "Then where do we go from here?" Ling Luoyi surveyed their surroundings before leaping onto the adjacent courtyard wall and climbing to the rooftop. "If we exit from the north or south of the town, we will waste much time. This route has a higher concentration of zombies. The unique terrain here allows us to minimize contact with them, while also diverting some of the zombies, effectively alleviating the pressure on the car barricade. The choice is yours." Linny nodded, took a running leap, and effortlessly jumped onto the wall, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "If that is the case, let us proceed." Yet, in the next moment, Ling Luoyi suddenly halted, glancing back at Lin Yi with a twinkle of amusement in her eyes. She beckoned him with a finger. "Your physical prowess has surpassed that of the average person. You are not far from becoming an evolved being. Why not race me and see if you can keep up?" The two took advantage of the wall's cover, swiftly leaping between the buildings. Occasionally, they encountered stretches that necessitated walking on the ground. They did their utmost to evade the zombies before scaling the high walls. Even so, dozens of zombies trailed closely behind them. "Did you not say there were no zombies? Why are there so many?" Lin Yi contemplated drawing his Xianyuan sword to engage the zombies, yet he feared losing track of Ling Luoyi. Ling Luoyi glanced back, frowning. Who knows why so many zombies have entered from outside in these past few days? However, the more zombies we attract, the safer your two maids in Greentown will be. Despite her words, Lin Yi felt that their current escape was somewhat constrictive. Inside his backpack lay a formidable 47. Amidst the tension, the two leaped onto the outer walls of the town, revealing a staggering horde of zombies before their eyes. Lin Yi inhaled sharply. He felt a wave of relief at having retrieved the 47. He could hardly fathom the consequences had the gunfire attracted the attention of the relentless undead. The last time he witnessed such a scene was during a flag-raising ceremony. Must we traverse through this tide of corpses? He pondered, questioning how so many zombies had amassed around Greentown. He turned to Ling Luoyi, who had previously indicated that the three evolved beings had disrupted the survivor enclave. Yet nothing had been mentioned about the zombies. The zombies from the neighboring city must have been drawn here. Otherwise, how could there be so many? He reasoned. If we can push through this throng, the path ahead will surely be less treacherous. Ling Luoyi sighed, her gaze sweeping across the mass of zombies, her beautiful eyes searching for a suitable route. Suddenly, she pointed in a direction. Over there, the trees obstruct a large portion of the horde. The density of zombies within is comparatively less, so we should be able to pass through without much issue. Lin Yi smiled wryly. Having come this far, what choice did they have but to press onward? Then let us proceed. They moved along the edge of the wall, eventually finding a gnarled tree growing beside it. Utilizing the crooked tree, They deftly leaped onto its branches and then slid down to the ground, making scarcely a sound. This was the advantage of evolved beings over ordinary humans. Yet, the density of the zombie horde was alarmingly high. Upon landing, a few scattered zombies noticed their presence, triggering a chain reaction. The sound of their roars attracted zombies from afar, who quickly converged on their position, while nearby zombies inadvertently formed a circular encirclement. Their dead gray eyes fixated on the two, emanating a foul stench. It wouldn't be long before they found themselves surrounded by thousands of zombies. And even the strongest evolved beings would be torn to shreds amidst such an endless onslaught. Chapter 37. Can devouring zombies enhance one's abilities? It seems we are on the brink of death. Before we meet our end, would you be interested in becoming my maid? Lin Yi suggested suddenly. Turning to him, Ling Luoyi had already assumed a combat stance, wielding a folding knife approximately a foot long. This was the first time Lin Yi had seen her with a weapon. If you're frightened, I'll kill you first and escape the encirclement alone, she replied coldly. Are you joking? Don't take it so seriously, Lin Yi retorted. Ling Luoyi furrowed her brow, her irritation growing at his words, yet she soon found herself in possession of the 47. Before you kill me, at least help me find the gold first. Firearms are undoubtedly more effective against the horde than a knife. The process is inconsequential. The zombies have detected their presence, and the priority now is to swiftly break free from the encirclement. Lin Yi forcefully kicked away a lunging zombie, and A-47 appeared in his hand once more. As he retreated, he abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. At such close range, the gun's power exceeded expectations, eliminating the need for precise aim. A single shot created a gaping hole, and striking the head resulted in a gruesome explosion. With 5,000 rounds at his disposal, Lin Yi was unconcerned about ammunition. Amidst the swirling mist of blood, the two quickly tore through the zombie horde, making their way into the woods behind them. Although the undead pursued relentlessly, the trees provided a barrier, gradually increasing the distance between them. What a thrill! Thank goodness I prepared ample weaponry in advance. Otherwise, I would surely have met my end here. Lin Yi sighed deeply. To prevent an overwhelming accumulation of zombies within the forest, the two stowed away the 47 upon entering and resorted to cold weapons to deal with the sporadic undead along their path. Their pace remained unimpeded. Suddenly, Lin Yi glanced sideways. Since entering the woods, Ling Luoyi had grown significantly quieter, as if deep in thought. What is the matter? Are you contemplating when to kill me? Lin Yi remarked. A flicker of complexity flashed in Ling Luoyi's eyes as she pressed her lips together and said, There is something I find somewhat perplexing. Are you a spatial ability user? Lin Yi was taken aback and countered, Ability user? I am only familiar with the term evolutionary. What does ability user entail? Ling Luoyi's expression reflected even greater confusion. An ability user is indeed a subtype of evolutionary, but in reality, they are considerably more formidable, possessing the same physical attributes as an evolutionary. They also exhibit unique capabilities that amplify with their personal development. For instance, this short knife, Ling Luoyi said as she effortlessly dispatched a zombie that had lunged at her. This short knife is my ability weapon. It accumulates energy over time and can shield me from a fatal blow once the energy is fully charged. She was bewildered that, after several years of the apocalypse, Lin Yi was completely unaware of such common phenomena. After listening to her, Lin Yi began to form a basic understanding. It seemed the apocalypse was far more intricate than he had initially thought. Beyond evolutionaries, there existed even more powerful ability users. This revelation led Lin Yi to question whether he classified as an evolutionary or an ability user. However, apart from his physical enhancements, all other abilities were attributed to the system. The storage space and the capacity to devour corpses were inherent to the system. Conclusively, he might just be an ordinary evolutionary. At that moment, Ling Luoyi spoke again. Yet, based on your situation, it does not seem to align. Typically, ability users awaken their powers only after becoming evolutionaries. At present, one might consider oneself a mere quasi-volver, akin to that cowardly bull. Ling Luoyi has always harbored a lingering doubt regarding Lin Yi's identity. Even if Lin Yi admits to having awakened spatial abilities, he still cannot provide a reasonable explanation for the origins of the food and furnishings within the villa. Unless it is a form of unimaginable advanced spatial capability that allows him to acquire resources across dimensions. Lin Yi's urgent need for gold may be intricately linked to this ability. Noticing Ling Luoyi once again plunged into silence, Lin Yi redirected his attention to the matter of dealing with zombies. Compared to ordinary humans, the bones of zombies are considerably more fragile, often yielding effects akin to critical hits. With just a moment's carelessness, Lin Yi could shatter a zombie's skull with a single strike. Gradually, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Lin Yi. Zombies were once human, and their corpses were also once human. If the spatial backpack consumes human remains, what might happen with a zombie? What could he potentially gain? The memories of the zombie, perhaps, or even the abilities they possessed in life. As Ling Luoyi observed the zombie's corpse suddenly vanishing beneath Lin Yi's blade, her expression grew increasingly grave. Lin Yi's focus remained fixed on the zombie's body contained within the grid. The instant it was placed inside, it began to vaporize at an astonishing rate. This time, it manifested as white mist. 56, 57, 58, 59. Lin Yi silently counted in his mind. When the number reached 60, precisely 1 minute after being placed in the grid, the zombie's body was completely disintegrated. The white mist dissipated, and no memory images emerged. Only a faint warmth inexplicably enveloped him. The soreness in his arms from slashing zombies vanished, restoring him to his full state. He had grown stronger, although it was but a slight increase. Lin Yi could deeply sense the tangible enhancement. It could be said that, should he encounter a sufficient number of zombies in quick succession, he could undoubtedly elevate himself to the status of an evolver through their consumption. Thank goodness I didn't traverse into a fantasy world, otherwise. What would be the difference between me and an evil cultivator? Lin Yi found himself speechless. He couldn't help but recall a line from a novel that now seemed particularly fitting for his situation. Evil zombies, obediently enter my human emperor banner system. Ling Luoyi found Lin Yi's actions increasingly inscrutable. Every few seconds, a zombie would vanish in his grasp. While gold may now be akin to scrap metal, in the pre-apocalyptic world, it represented absolute value. Yet, what purpose did gathering these zombies serve? Fully aware that Lin Yi would not provide an explanation, she still contemplated asking for clarity. Just as Ling Luoyi was about to speak, an inexplicable chill surged from the depths of her heart, as if something terrifying was fixated upon her, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. Simultaneously, Lin Yi sensed the impending danger and swiftly raised his gaze. He beheld a shadow plummeting from the sky, hurtling rapidly toward Ling Luoyi. In that instant, Ling Luoyi executed a roll and positioned herself behind him. Lin Yi, what are you running from? An evolver hiding behind me? In a moment of panic, Lin Yi could only raise the Xianyuan sword to shield himself. A resounding clang echoed as an indescribable force surged through the blade and into his hands. Before he could react, the Xianyuan sword was wrenched from his grip. The immense recoil sent Lin Yi flying 10 meters, ultimately crashing to the ground behind him. Chapter 38. The Liquor? Instant kill. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He beheld a grotesque zombie sprawled on the ground where he had just stood. Unlike any zombies he had encountered before, this one towered over 2 meters, its muscles exposed. Black veins visible beneath the surface of its flesh. Its arms were as thick as a grown man's waist. The distorted face bore a gaping maw, with a tongue as thick as an arm extending out. Is this not the Liquor? The last time he saw such a creature was in a movie, and he never expected that the first elite monster he would confront in this apocalypse would be it. Lin Yi felt a rush of anticipation. He glanced down at Ling Luoyi beneath him. Do you have any tyrants here? Ling Luoyi's expression tightened. You know this is a Liquor. We must run quickly. Its speed in the woods will be significantly slower than in open areas. We might just escape. Can't we kill it? Lin Yi inquired. The Liquor is a terrifying monster comparable to a Tier 2 evolver, typically preying on ordinary evolvers. One is more than enough to handle 3 evolvers effortlessly. Don't assume that having a firearm means we are safe. Before you can take it down, it could easily kill us all. And could you please get off me? You're crushing me. Listening to Ling Luoyi's explanation, Lin Yi began to understand the nature of this Liquor. Yet, he remained skeptical. The Liquor blocked their path ahead, while a horde of zombies loomed behind. The outcome of their escape seemed predetermined. With nowhere to flee, he resolved to confront it instead. Lin Yi, be careful. As Lin Yi rose, the Liquor leaped from its position, now targeting him. Lin Yi swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the Liquor's massive claws. And the 47 reappeared in his hand as he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the Liquor. With a thunderous crash, the Liquor landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi fired another volley into the haze. Under the carbon-based realm, all beings are equal. This time, you shall not survive. It's useless. The liquor has evolved a unique muscle structure. Mere bullets cannot easily bring it down. Ling Luoyi stood up, her short blade poised defensively. It seems you've provoked it. Even I cannot guarantee a kill against this liquor. Moreover, once enraged, its speed increases, making it even more formidable. Lin Yi remained silent, for the liquor had risen once more, its tongue extended as if savoring the scents in the air. Its body, marred by numerous small puncture wounds, oozed blood, marks left by 47 caliber bullets. The impact was effective, albeit limited. A thunderous roar erupted from its maw as the liquor leapt again. Crack! Simultaneously, Lin Yi pulled the bolt of his firearm. A barrage of bullets descended upon the liquor, enveloping its form entirely. The sound of bullets piercing flesh resounded anew, a crimson mist swirling in the air. As the liquor landed once more, its body was covered in wounds of varying sizes, drenched in blood. Yet, it remained vibrantly alive. You were right about one thing. This liquor is indeed a formidable foe. Lin Yi turned to give Ling Luoyi an encouraging glance, signaling that the next move was hers. With no bullets left, he would reload the magazine. Be quick. Ling Luoyi felt a pang of confusion. Over the years of the apocalypse, her once prized heavy weaponry had been reduced to scrap metal due to the depletion of ammunition. She had long forgotten the terrifying dominance heavy weapons held over carbon-based life forms. Initially resigned to her fate, Lin Yi unexpectedly instilled in her a flicker of hope. Her eyes sharpened with resolve as she gripped the short blade tightly. Leave it to me. Very well, I shall await your good news. Lin Yi casually remarked while leaning against a tree. The liquor, however, offered no respite to the two. Seemingly intimidated by Lin Yi's weapon, the liquor's crimson eyes betrayed a flicker of human-like fear as it turned and lunged towards Ling Luoyi. She also readied her blade, opting not to confront the liquor head-on. Instead, she adeptly utilized her speed to evade its attacks. Although she could not match the liquor's velocity, it was considerably easier for her to manage than it was for Lin Yi. Yet, during one of the liquor's lunges, it unexpectedly deviated from its pattern, abruptly twisting its body and swinging its tail at Ling Luoyi. Lin Yi's heart raced. Damn it, it's unpredictable. Before he could issue a warning, the liquor's tail struck Ling Luoyi's back, sending her flying. This is bad. A surge of alarm coursed through Ling Luoyi as she quickly turned, only to find the liquor leaping at her once more, its sharp claws descending upon her fragile form. In a moment of dire urgency, she could only raise her short blade defensively. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as a crack appeared in her blade. Seizing the brief moment, Ling Luoyi distanced herself from the liquor once again. Lin Yi, you should leave. This liquor is beyond our capabilities. Save your bullets for when you evolve into a higher being. The vault lies ahead within the city's bank. Continue forward, and you shall see it. I will do my utmost to delay for you. When you return, do not take this path. If Greentown has not yet succumbed, hasten to escort Anaya away. I hand you the token. And upon hearing Ling Luoyi's words, Lin Yi stood in a daze. Is this a farewell? He was either incapable of confronting this devourer or was simply reluctant to waste bullets. He had not yet located the vault, yet had expended thousands of rounds, leaving him with fewer than 500. Perhaps, if you agree to become my maid, I could eliminate this devourer for you right now? Lin Yi had overestimated Ling Luoyi's strength, as she was unable to contend with even a single elite creature. To his surprise, Ling Luoyi became suddenly furious upon hearing this. Lin Yi, I am not jesting. If you do not flee, we shall both perish here. The delay caused by the devourer had attracted the horde of zombies behind them, and they could now feel the earth tremble beneath their footsteps. Lin Yi nodded. Very well. In the next moment, a deafening gunshot rang out. Though termed a gunshot, it bore little difference from the sound of an explosion. The devourer's head, a meter in diameter, was shattered into fragments. Eliminated? Ling Luoyi turned her head stiffly. She had prepared herself for certain death, yet the devourer was vanquished so effortlessly. Furthermore, several trees over a meter in diameter behind it were pierced through. Where did you acquire such a weapon? Though unaware of the model of the sniper rifle in Lin Yi's hands, one could not deny its immense power. Moreover, who would employ a sniper at such close range? Or was it high explosive ammunition? Chapter 39, Arrival at the Vault. This is not your concern. What you should ponder is how you will compensate me. There were originally 50 rounds, and now only 49 remain. Is this something a person should say? One bullet capable of annihilating a trio of evolved devourers, and instead of feeling elated, you lament the loss of a bullet? Ling Luoyi's expression was peculiar as she approached the devourer's corpse, short knife in hand. I wonder if the core remains. With that, she plunged her knife into the devourer. Beginning her search, Lin Yi noticed that her knife emanated a faint glow, seemingly absorbing the abilities from the corpse. The cracks along the blade visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. As Lin Yi approached, Ling Luoyi explained, "The Devourer's core may have been shattered by your sniper rifle. My knife is absorbing the residual energy to restore itself. Has the cooldown of the legendary sword, Destiny, finished?" Lin Yi inquired. "One might say so." Ling Luoyi rose from the ground, gazing at the horde of zombies surging from behind. With the Devourer appearing here, the zombies possessing cores have likely been consumed. Very well, let us depart. Lin Yi also dismissed any thoughts of lingering behind. Soon, the two traversed through the woods, the distant city barely visible on the horizon. Throughout the remaining journey, Lin Yi remained steadfast in his intention to consume the zombies. Every morsel consumed was a step towards improvement. Upon devouring his 54th zombie, a crisp chime echoed in his mind. Lin Yi swiftly checked his backpack. The originally 14-slot bag had now expanded to 15 slots. 5, 25, 125. He seemed to have discerned a pattern. Counting the 68 members of the Black Wolf gang, the 2 foreign individuals with yellow hair, and 1 cologne, it amounted to precisely 125 individuals. By the same logic, once he consumed 625 individuals, he anticipated another increase in slots, theoretically with no upper limit. Lin Yi now possessed yet another compelling reason to detest the undead. 2 hours later, the duo reached the city. Aside from the desolate streets, there appeared to be nothing of particular interest. The shops on either side retained their semblance from the time before the apocalypse. The shattered glass of their doors blanketed in a thick layer of dust. Lin Yi's only fleeting interest was in a jewelry store. But upon observing the empty display cases beneath the broken glass, he quickly abandoned the idea of entering. However, just moments after they delved deeper into the streets, a window on the 3rd floor of a nearby building abruptly swung open, revealing 2 heads cautiously peering out at the street below. "Boss, it's that woman again. And this time she's brought a man," one of the observers exclaimed. The woman appeared injured, a trace of blood at her lip. At this, the young man seated on the couch suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Really? This time we cannot let her escape." Memories of their previous fleeting encounter ignited excitement within Song Ming. That figure, that face. He could hardly fathom the pleasure of binding that woman and cherishing her on the bed. For 2 consecutive days, he had been plagued by dreams of her, so vivid that he nearly stabbed one of his subordinates out of sheer impulse, leaving the poor fellow instinctively shielding himself. "Boss, I believe that man is formidable. He wields a large sword," one subordinate remarked, still defensively covering himself. "Indeed, boss. Perhaps we should first lure the man away. That would be more prudent," suggested another subordinate, mirroring the same gesture. Song Ming dismissed their concerns regarding the man. "Don't be so cowardly. Have you forgotten we are already evolved beings? With the 2 of you as perspective evolved, can we not handle them?" Laughter erupted among the group. "You're right, boss. Even if they are both evolved, 3 against 2 gives us the advantage." The subordinates chimed in. They were no strangers to bloodshed. 5 years had passed since the apocalypse, and had they not been ruthless, they would have perished long ago. They had witnessed their parents transform into zombies, their sisters defiled and killed, and they bore the scars of having violated other sisters and daughters. With hands stained by countless bloodshed, the fates of others held no significance to them. Their apocalyptic worldview was simple: survive, kill, and thrive. One of the underlings exclaimed with excitement. "Since the boss is about to indulge in such exquisite women, what about the women in the adjacent room? Those 2 shall be yours to enjoy. But remember to cleanse yourselves, lest you be infected." After exchanging greetings with his subordinates, he descended the stairs alone. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his companion had arrived at the bank in the city center. Scattered across the floor lay over a dozen zombies, each with their skulls brutally opened, creating a scene of utter chaos. "I recall that the last time I visited, the zombies were not like this," Ling Luoyi remarked, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Indeed, she had been the one to slay the zombies, yet the task of gathering the cores required her ability to accurately discern whether a zombie's brain housed a core. It was plausible that other survivors were present. In such a vast city, a few survivors were quite reasonable, Lin Yi suggested, diverting his gaze from a zombie clad in a miniskirt. Currently, his only concern was gold. Ling Luoyi shared his perplexity regarding the corpses littering the ground. The pair made their way inside the bank, where they were met by a colossal silver steel door. Approaching the entrance, Ling Luoyi explained, "This bank is the largest in the city. After conducting daily operations, Nearly all of the city's gold reserves are housed here. The onset of the apocalypse was so abrupt that there was no time to relocate the gold, and its quantity here may be beyond imagination. A surge of joy filled Lin Yi's heart. If what Ling Luoyi said was true, the opportunity for immense wealth might be upon them. 100 kilograms could equate to 70 million, and upon returning to the modern world, his fortune could multiply several times over. However, a pressing question arose. I understand the rationale, but the challenge lies in how we get inside, Lin Yi remarked, tapping the steel door before him. Those who had attempted to rob banks knew well that the selection of vault doors was exceedingly stringent to prevent theft, even with their combined strength. Lin Yi and his companion could only leave a faint mark on the door. The notion of breaking it down by sheer force seemed futile. Ling Luoyi's brow furrowed slightly. Logically, accessing the vault door requires both a password and biometric identification, but unfortunately, all the personnel here have turned into zombies. The only viable option left is to blow it open. Her gaze shifted to Lin Yi, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Perhaps others would struggle. But for someone like Lin Yi, who could effortlessly draw a weapon and confront a horde of thousands, acquiring some explosives should be a trivial matter, right? Why not just bring a tank and blast it open? Lin Yi jested. Ling Luoyi raised an eyebrow. That could work. With that, she stepped back a few paces, leaving ample room for a tank to maneuver. Chapter 40. 1 ton of explosives, seeking a nanny. I need to use the restroom. The tank is absent. Yet the possibility of returning to the modern era remains. With this thought, Lin Yi exited the bank through a staff entrance and arrived at the front desk. As a spark of inspiration struck him, the surrounding space began to stagnate, freezing in time. Upon returning to the present, Lin Yi found himself seated at a bus stop, a freshly opened chilled cola in hand. How nostalgic it is to be back in the modern world. Just as he prepared to rise, his phone rang once more. It wasn't Su Yuding, but rather her father, Su Dazhuang. Lin Yi promptly answered and held the phone at arm's length. At that moment, Su Dazhuang's voice erupted. Damn it, Lin Yi, do you intend to drive me to my grave? What has happened to Yuding? Lin Yi, feeling the weight of the tirade, endured a lengthy monologue filled with expletives that lasted a full 5 minutes, culminating in a fit of tears intermingled with curses. Bystanders turned their heads in curiosity, their sympathy gradually shifting towards Lin Yi. Who is this guy? He seems quite unhinged, one remarked. Just hang up, it's unsettling to listen to, another added. Lin Yi sat nonchalantly, sipping his cola. Since Gu Chan orchestrated his fainting at the hotel, Su Yuding's family had been in a perpetual state of unrest. Each time he returned to the modern era, calls from Su Yuding's father, mother, and brother bombarded him incessantly. While he refrained from specifying the infidelity that plagued Su Yuding, her family relentlessly pursued photographs from his hotel room. A drunken father, ailing mother, a school-going brother, and a fractured Yuding, her family embodied chaos. Although he could disregard the rest, he had to placate Su Dazhuang. The man held steadfast to his views, unwavering in his conviction, dismissing any explanations, no matter how lucid or rational. Only what he deemed correct was deemed right, and anything else was equally valid in his eyes. Once the call ended, Lin Yi returned his phone to his pocket. Relishing a moment of peace from his esteemed father-in-law, he sighed softly, never losing sight of his purpose for this journey. To breach the vault, explosives were essential, necessitating contact with his servant across the vast ocean. In the beautiful nation of Hawaii, on an unnamed small island, excitement surged within Allison as she gripped her fishing rod tightly and pulled upwards. This island, a gift from her father Henry upon her birth, was her private domain, complete with a mansion and 200 servants attending to her every need. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind, and a middle-aged man in a suit halted beside her. Miss Allison, you have a phone call, the butler announced. As Allison was on the verge of reeling in a fish from the water, her full attention was fixated on the rod. She casually remarked, if it's my father calling, just hang up. Behind her, the butler offered a wry smile and explained. It's a transoceanic call from the Dragon Kingdom, and they have called multiple times, claiming to know you. The mention of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to spark a thought in Allison, prompting her to casually toss the fishing rod into the sea. She reached out to take the phone from the butler's hands. Hello, Miss Allison, this is Lin Yi, came the voice on the line, igniting a flicker of excitement in Allison's eyes. She turned to the butler and said, Jack, you may leave now. I have important matters to discuss with Mr. Lin Yi. The butler hesitated momentarily. That is an order, Allison commanded coldly. Very well, miss. Once the butler had departed, a smile returned to Allison's face. Just a few days had passed, and her master was already calling her. Did he miss her? Lin Yi cleared his throat and replied, perhaps. I am in urgent need of a batch of explosives, preferably grade 4. The more powerful, the better. Hearing this, Allison frowned. She was curious as to why Lin Yi, possessing 47 weapons and the 109 she had sold to the black market boss, would still require explosives. May I inquire what you need the explosives for? I'm merely curious, but you need not disclose if you prefer not to. To blow up a vault. Lin Yi replied candidly. Allison nearly dropped the phone upon hearing this. Master, you cannot be considering blowing up the vault of the International Bank of Beautiful Country, can you? That would be quite difficult. If you were caught, not even my father could save you. No. Lin Yi's voice came through again, prompting Allison to exhale in relief. Thankfully, it was not the International Bank of Beautiful Country. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to assist Lin Yi. Then where is it? The Dragon Kingdom? Lin Yi thought about mentioning the apocalypse, but knew the other party would not believe him. However, according to the principles of parallel world theory, he had discovered a bank in a similar location. He then said, the Gallant Kingdom. A knowing expression crossed Allison's face. Ah, that vault. It does indeed hold a substantial amount of gold. But master, if you simply bring explosives to blow up their vault, won't the Gallant Kingdom come after you? Lin Yi was unsure how to explain. Perhaps the only trouble he would encounter would come from zombies. He then stated, if we are to blow open that bank, how much explosives would we need? Once we retrieve the gold from the vault, it will be a 3-to-7 split. No, master, I do not want your gold. How about this? I will steal a ton of grade 4 explosives from my father. That should suffice. As for the gold, such a large quantity would certainly raise suspicions. I will help you launder it through my father's connections, which should not pose a problem. After a round of discussion, Lin Yi and Allison concluded their conversation. Allison promised that the explosives would be ready in 3 days, and after that, they would head to the beautiful country to collect them. As for the reasons, those in the know understood quite well. After a hearty meal, Lin Yi chose not to return to his rented apartment. The Su family had already set up camp outside, vigilantly guarding the entrance around the clock. Su Dazhuang even positioned himself directly at the door, indulging in a bit of alcohol-fueled revelry. He was beyond reproach. Neither could he be struck nor scolded. Furthermore, with 70 million in his bank account, why deprive himself of a home when he could easily purchase one? Lin Yi first made his way to the dealership, where he paid in full for a Rolls-Royce Phantom at the cost of 1 million. Under the gaze of numerous attractive saleswomen, he drove out of the dealership. He then proceeded to the real estate office, where he paid 200,000 in full for an apartment. Living alone, there was no need for a villa. The apartment was spacious, measuring over 200 square meters, featuring 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, located on the outskirts of the city center, which was not quite suburban and offered convenient transportation. All thanks to the $1 million Rolls-Royce Phantom. The real estate agent was exceptionally amiable, and there were no dramatic encounters to speak of. By evening, Lin Yi had settled into his new home. Just as he was contemplating a meal, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a woman in her 30s standing before him. Excuse me, are you looking for a nanny? Chapter 41. Is there nothing better to do, mother? Who are you? Lin Yi scratched his head, noticing not only the woman before him, but also a tall lady behind her, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing to be around 28 or 29 years old. Hello, we saw the advertisement for a nanny on a certain app and came here to inquire, said the woman in glasses. It dawned on Lin Yi that when he purchased the apartment, he had considered that now that he had the means, why not enjoy a bit? Cleaning a 200 square meter apartment alone would indeed be tiring, and when it came to meals, heading downstairs to the restaurant or grocery shopping was a hassle. It was far more practical to hire a nanny. Please come in and make yourselves comfortable. He welcomed the 2 women into the room and opened the app's backend to review the job postings. In just one afternoon, the number of applicants had surprisingly reached over 100, all from the vicinity of the city. This was undoubtedly influenced by the attractive conditions he had offered, a monthly salary of 8,000, requiring a culinary skill level equivalent to that of a 3-star hotel chef, with a preference for female candidates. However, the broad criteria led to a diverse age range among applicants. There were those aged 50, like one named Blossoming Prosperity, who claimed to have worked in the kitchens of 5-star hotels in Jiangxing for 20 years. There were also individuals in their 30s, boasting experience running chain restaurants in other provinces. Additionally, there were several with quirky usernames like Coriander Hater, Coriander Lover, Gummy Bear, and soft sauce, all of whom addressed him as brother. Lin Yi promptly blacklisted all male candidates. The two women who had just arrived were among those who applied. The woman with the child was named Zhao Jia, while the bespectacled lady was called Zhang Li. However, since they have all arrived, Lin Yi could not possibly expel them. Given that the two have come, I shall refrain from further elaboration, as the recruitment information has already been made clear. The assessment method is quite straightforward. There are 2 kitchens here, the ingredients are prepared, and there is no time limit. You are each to create a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes that you find satisfactory. Ultimately, I will determine who stays and who leaves based on the dishes you prepare. For some inexplicable reason, ever since tasting Anaya's scrambled eggs with tomatoes, he has developed an obsession with this dish. Soon, both women emerged simultaneously from the kitchens, each bearing a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Boss, this is mine," Zhao Jia said, bending to place her plate on the coffee table. "This is mine, boss." Zhang Li also set her plate down, instinctively adjusting her glasses. Lin Yi sampled each dish, and the superiority was immediately evident. "Zhao Jia, you may stay. Starting today, you can work here." "Thank you, boss." Lin Yi then turned to the bespectacled woman, explaining, "Your dish was delicious as well, but I prefer my scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the sweeter side." In the end, the room was left with only Lin Yi and Zhao Jia. Lin Yi remarked, "The job entails merely washing, cooking, and cleaning. How could it warrant a salary of 8,000 per month? You might suspect I have ulterior motives." Zhao Jia nodded, then feigned busyness by shaking her head. "No." Lin Yi chuckled, "It's not that simple. This 8,000 yuan is not your entire salary. It includes the costs of groceries and daily necessities, and the remainder will be yours." Unconsciously, Lin Yi realized he resembled a capitalist, having grown accustomed to exploitation. Nevertheless, it was essential to impose some constraints before fully understanding the character of the newly hired nanny. Lin Yi specifically requested that she prepare dinner and lunch daily, ensuring that each meal consisted of 1 meat dish and 2 vegetables, with the rest left to Zhao Jia to arrange, as long as she utilizes the funds wisely, earning a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, surpassing that of ordinary laborers, should be quite achievable. Regarding accommodation, Lin Yi offered her a room free of charge. However, she declined, merely agreeing to arrive punctually for work. Lin Yi respected her choice. The next day, Lin Yi was stirred from his slumber by a persistent knocking, reflecting on Zhao Jia's diligence for arriving so early on her first day. Yet, upon opening the door, he found Hu Tsuifan standing at the entrance. Not only that, but Su Dazhuang and Gu Qin were also beside her. "How did you find this place?" Lin Yi's expression immediately grew cold, just as he intended to close the door. Hu Tsuifan blocked it, rushing into the room without a word. Seeing this, Su Dazhuang and Gu Qin swiftly followed suit into the room. Su Dazhuang, unfazed, noticed the teapot on the coffee table and generously settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea, while discreetly slipping a sachet of tea leaves into his clothing. Hu Tsuifan scanned Lin Yi's new home and abruptly sat on the floor, cursing. "Lin Yi, you heartless wretch. My daughter is gravely ill, and you abandoned her, didn't you? I must let the neighbors hear what kind of son-in-law we have. With a sick wife in the hospital, you shamelessly seek out a mistress. If it weren't for Mr. Gu's kindness in informing us, we would still be in the dark." As Hu Tsuifan's words echoed, Lin Yi began to question his existence. How could such a haranguing shrew exist in this world? It was your daughter who strayed first, yet she clings to him, blaming him incessantly. Lin Yi scoffed. "So this is Mr. Gu? Not only did you betray me, but you also conspire to slander me. Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" Gu Qin's gaze was equally frigid. "You did this. Why not admit it? The evidence is right there in the photographs. What more excuses do you have? Are you not afraid I will call the police?" Infidelity within marriage leads to losing everything. Leaning slightly closer, she disdainfully remarked, "Do not think that possessing a few million makes you worthy in my eyes. If I choose, I can easily reduce you to a pauper again. Of course, if you can explain where that gold came from, I might consider sparing you." So, this was all about the gold. There was truly no need for such theatrics. Lin Yi curled his lips in a smirk. "Then go ahead and call the police. I am eager to see what you can do to me." Gu Qin took out her phone. "Let us wait and see." Soon, the police arrived, led by the same attractive officer who had translated during the previous visit, seemingly named Chen Xishuan. Outside, Zhao Jia entered with a large bag of vegetables. After noticing Lin Yi's lack of appreciation for her culinary skills the previous night, She had prepared her signature dish to astonish her young employer. She knocked on the door, finding it unlocked. Upon entering, she was greeted by a cacophony of voices arguing. "Boss Lin, do we have guests?" Upon seeing Zhao Jia, Hu Zuifan suddenly recalled Gu Qin's instructions. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. And she rushed to the entrance. "Goodness, Lin Yi, not only do you keep a mistress, but you also have an old one. You are truly shameless." Without warning, she lunged at Zhao Jia, striking her face with a resounding slap. Chen Xishuan turned to look, her expression frozen in shock. "Mom." Chapter 42. I need ginseng. "Kneel and beg me." In the next moment, Zhao Jia collapsed to the ground, her vegetables scattered. "I will kill you." Hu Zuifan, in a frenzy, charged at Zhao Jia. Disregarding who she was, the more chaos she created, the louder the cries, the better her chances of claiming this house, something Gu Chun had promised them. "Not only did your daughter seduce that scoundrel Lin Yi, but at your age, you truly have no shame. You shameless hussy." At Hu Zuifan's accusations, Zhao Jia's face flushed crimson. However, the mere thought of being just a maid, especially with her daughter present, compelled Zhao Jia to clarify. "Madam, you may be mistaken. I am the maid hired by Mr. Lin Yi." Coincidentally, the entire room had heard Officer Chen Siyuan's call for her mother, and it was Hu Zuifan's obsession with the house that had clouded her judgment. Even in anger, one should reflect before acting, shouldn't they? Gu Chun felt utterly exhausted. She had instructed Zhao Jia to handle the situation, yet it had spiraled into chaos. Gu Chun quickly intervened, grasping Hu Zuifan, who seemed intent on confronting Zhao Jia. Furrowing her brow, she said, "Aunt Hu, this lady is the maid hired by Mr. Lin Yi. Please calm down, and let us discuss this rationally." Their main support lay with the newly arrived police officer. Provoking her would render all accusations against Lin Yi futile. As Hu Zuifan was about to retort, she recognized Gu Chun and immediately softened her demeanor. She shot a threatening glance at Zhao Jia, declaring, "Can a maid also be a mistress? Consider yourself fortunate this time." Observing the scene, Lin Yi felt reluctant to involve himself. What began as a straightforward matter had become increasingly convoluted due to Hu Zuifan's antics. And at this rate, they might not even have time for lunch. What can one say about the father-in-law's profound wisdom? He had chosen to remain detached, sipping tea and ignoring the chaos around him, as if he were merely a bystander rather than Su Yuding's father. Entirely oblivious to having berated Lin Yi for 25 minutes over the phone the previous day, Lin Yi settled onto the sofa, indulging in his tea. It was decent, albeit somewhat bland, lacking the richness of fine tea. Su Dazhuang remarked, "In any case, there's an indescribable quality about it that can be somewhat intoxicating." Indeed, Lin Yi agreed wholeheartedly. The 9 yuan and 90 cents, with free shipping and a buy one get 10 offer, was rather exceptional. It even turned out to be cheaper than iced tea from the supermarket downstairs. As the two savored their tea, Hu Zuifan resumed her performance. "Officer, please listen to me. My daughter is in the hospital, her life hanging by a thread, and this heartless Lin Yi shows no concern whatsoever. If it weren't for Mr. Gu, she might have already perished." She continued, "That scoundrel Lin Yi, with his pregnant wife, still finds time to seek out a mistress. Without Mr. Gu, we would still be in the dark." As she spoke, she cast a menacing glare at Zhao Jia. All of this left Hu Zuifan feeling overwhelmed. Although she was present to address the situation as a police officer, there were moments when she genuinely considered calling for backup. From the police's perspective, Lin Yi's actions were certainly questionable. From Hu Zuifan's narrative, Lin Yi appeared to be nothing short of a cad. Yet, from her own viewpoint, the notion that her mother intended to find her a father was utterly bewildering. Moreover, to assert that she was Lin Yi's kept mistress, how could she possibly be unaware? Chen Xishuan turned her gaze towards Gu Chun and said, "Mr. Gu, may I kindly request that you present all evidence concerning this lady? We, the police, are committed to ensuring a fair outcome for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Chun's eyes gleamed with pride. "This is the evidence," he declared, producing several photographs that depicted Zhao Mengqi and Lin Yi in a hotel room. Although the images did not reveal anything scandalous, their implications were undeniably significant. In an instant, a faint blush appeared on Chen Xishuan's face as she accepted the photographs and walked towards Lin Yi, seated on the sofa. "Mr. Lin, do you have any explanations now?" she inquired. Let me take a look." After glancing at the photographs, Lin Yi returned them. He picked up his teacup and took a delicate sip, acknowledging, "Indeed, the center of these images features me, and they are quite well captured, albeit lacking depth." He was well aware of their intentions. However, If they sought to validate the authenticity of the incident, it would require concrete proof of his actions. He believed that modern scientific advancements should facilitate such verification. Lin Yi had contemplated this matter thoroughly. While it was true that Gu Chun aimed to frame him, it was merely an attempt to ensnare him. Utilizing a woman to entrap him was indeed a possibility, yet it would imply that he had betrayed Gu Chun, a scenario that Gu Chun could never tolerate. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun's expression darkened once more. Lin Yi, the facts are laid bare before you. Your evasions are futile. If I were you, I would concede swiftly, Gu Chun urged, his impatience palpable. At that very moment, Lin Yi's phone rang. Expecting it to be part of Gu Chun's scheme, he was surprised to see that the caller was Li Gubin. He answered the call. Old Li, what is the matter? Did you not wish to take my call? Enough with the pleasantries. Do you have any wild ginseng left? I need another urgently. Lin Yi's expression twitched, and he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Sichuan. Old Li, please refrain from making baseless claims. The police are present, and I have no wild ginseng to offer. After a brief pause, Li Gubin's voice returned. Where are you? I will come to you. I can explain to the police. Trust me. Moments later, the door swung open, and Li Gubin hurriedly entered, clad in traditional attire. He was not alone. Gu Qingyan had also arrived. However, upon noticing that Gu Chun and Su Yuding's parents were present, her brow furrowed even more deeply. Li Gubin approached the sofa. Officer, I am Li Gubin, a physician at the city's traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and I hold a degree of respect within the local TCM community. Today, I vouch for Mr. Lin Yi and assure you that his wild ginseng poses no issues. I wish to purchase a piece from Mr. Lin Yi, and I implore you not to trouble him with any matters. Should there be any issues, direct them to me. Mr. Lin Yi, may I proceed with this transaction? Lin Yi glanced at Chen Sichuan, who, after Li Gubin's assurance, no longer appeared as vigilant as before. He then surveyed the individuals at the entrance, all of whom seemed to be fixated on him. Only his esteemed father-in-law remained absorbed in his tea. Detached from the unfolding drama, Lin Yi declared, I have no intention of selling. Li Gubin furrowed his brow and quickly responded, we can offer double the price. For a 50-year-old specimen, how does 100 sound? In previous circumstances, he wouldn't have hesitated, even if the sum were 80, 60, or even 20 million. However, now he was not short of funds, especially having deduced that Gu Chun was connected to the elderly gentleman whose life was saved by this ginseng. With a smile, Lin Yi produced a 60-year-old wild ginseng. Have Gu Chun kneel before me, and I might consider it, he proposed. Zhao Jie, if this esteemed Mr. Gu is not too costly, you may take it to make soup. Chapter 43, A Condition. Henry Gu Chun was instantly incensed. It was the first time in his life someone had dared to threaten him in such a manner. What are you, Lin Yi, to demand I kneel before you? Smack. Before Gu Chun could finish, Gu Qingyan delivered a sharp slap to his face, frowning as she ordered, kneel before Mr. Lin now. Sister, let me explain. I have not wronged him in any way. I refuse to kneel. Gu Chun protested, clutching his face, yet he felt a lingering fear of Gu Qingyan. However, the thought of kneeling was out of the question. He glared at Lin Yi, his expression twisted with rage. Speak. Are you threatening my sister? Why would she assist an outsider like you? Smack. Before Lin Yi could respond, Gu Qingyan struck Gu Chen's face again. I said kneel. Her harsh voice echoed through the hall. Startled, Lin Yi nearly dropped his teacup. It was the first time he had witnessed Gu Qingyan display such impatience. Completely disregarding her own image, it seemed she was truly desperate for the wild ginseng. Was the old gentleman on the verge of death? Yet, observing Gu Chen's stubborn demeanor, Lin Yi sensed his lack of urgency. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, he would have shot such a troublesome person without a second thought, regardless of their status. However, in modern times, he was a law-abiding citizen. Lin Yi gestured to Zhao Jie, sister, let's use this ginseng to make soup for lunch today. You should join us to nourish your body. That slap was no trifling matter. Zhao Jie felt torn, but as Lin Yi was her employer, she refrained from further protest. All right, boss. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan's heart sank. The sole reason for her visit was the wild ginseng. The backbone of the Gu group, her grandfather, was hanging by a thread. It was Lin Yi's wild ginseng that had given him a fighting chance. According to Li Gubin, the old gentleman's revival was not solely due to the ginseng's inherent properties, but also related to a unique component contained within it. He has perused numerous ancient texts, yet found no trace of the wild ginseng akin to that of Lin Yi. This signifies that if one wishes for the esteemed Mr. Gu to survive, reliance must be placed solely upon Lin Yi. Should Mr. Gu pass away, the Gu Corporation would crumble, and she would be coerced by her elder brother into an unwanted alliance with the provincial governor's son, a union with a stranger, leading her to a life devoid of her desires. After a prolonged silence, Gu Qingyan approached Lin Yi and bowed deeply. Mr. Lin, if Gu Chun has wronged you in any way, I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Should you agree to sell me this wild ginseng, I will purchase it at double the previous price, and I, Gu Qingyan, will owe you a favor today. Is he worthy of such an offer, sister? Gu Qin interjected furiously. The notion that a mere pawn could manipulate his sister into making such a promise was unacceptable to him. Gu Qingyan was not an ordinary individual. If Lin Yi were to make any unreasonable demands, it would be Gu Chun who would suffer the consequences. Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at them. Were the two siblings performing a play for his amusement, one taking on the role of the villain and the other the hero? My conditions have been stated clearly. Gu Qin must kneel before me, and I would be willing to give it to you for free, Lin Yi declared. Lin Yi, you slap. Gu Qingyan suddenly knelt before him, the sound of her knees meeting the cold marble floor resonating in the silence, causing Lin Yi's heart to tremble. He was taken aback by her resolve. Mr. Lin, I bring Gu Chun to apologize on his behalf. This kneeling is for him. Please sell me the wild ginseng. The Gu Corporation cannot function without a chairman, and I cannot lose my grandfather. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Gu Qingyan's eyes reddened, tears cascading onto the frigid marble surface. Lin Yi sighed. What a predicament. Who could remain unmoved at the sight of the woman they longed for kneeling before them, especially when he had yet to ascertain his own worth? Turning to Su Dezhuang, his esteemed father-in-law, he found him calmly sipping tea, having consumed an entire pot. Lin Yi's gaze flickered. He acknowledged the softening of his heart. Given the circumstances, it would indeed be uncharitable to deny them. However, before proceeding, he required a promise from her, a condition that he had yet to articulate. Yet it would be imperative that she could not refuse whatever it might entail. Gu Qingyan fell silent once more. In the next moment, she rose from the ground and declared earnestly, I agree. Lin Yi nodded, retrieving another ginseng root and placing it in Gu Qingyan's hands. No payment is necessary. I shall gift you an 80-year-old specimen to aid your grandfather's recovery. Additionally, Gu Zong, should you trouble me further, I would not hesitate to acquire an additional brother-in-law. Please see yourselves out. Soon, the others departed, and after a brief conversation with Zhao Jia, Qin Sixuan also took her leave. The living room was left with only Lin Yi and Li Gubin. Old Li, why haven't you left yet? Lin Yi inquired with surprise. Li, stroking his beard, revealed a hint of embarrassment in his eyes, uncertain if Mr. Lin's 50-year-old ginseng was still for sale, as he intended to add it to his private collection. Lin Yi chuckled softly. Old Li, have you forgotten? I asked Zhao Jia to use it for soup. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Zhao Jia showcased her culinary skills, delighting his palate with both presentation and flavor. Employing a housekeeper proved to be a wise investment. The money was well spent, especially after savoring the soup made from that 50-year-old wild ginseng. Her complexion appeared even more radiant. The beauty of good things brings joy to the heart. Over these 2 days, the two had grown quite familiar with one another. Boss, the room has been tidied up. What do you plan to have for dinner? Or shall I decide? Perhaps due to the sweltering weather, she wore a light-colored short-sleeve top paired with white shorts, her long, straight legs glimmering subtly under the soft light. Lin Yi found himself increasingly pleased with Zhao Jia. Not only did she complete her tasks punctually, but she also provided a touch of emotional comfort from time to time. However, Lin Yi had no intention of dining that evening. Do you know how to drive? He asked. Drive? Yes, if you have a license, you could take the wheel. Zhao Jia flushed slightly, instinctively tightening her long legs, her gaze becoming somewhat reserved. Boss, isn't that beyond the scope of a housekeeper's duties? Lin Yi appeared indifferent, but quickly realized it was a misunderstanding. Although the wild ginseng was indeed nourishing, he held no inappropriate feelings towards his housekeeper. He awkwardly corrected. I meant the car. A few hours later, Lin Yi arrived in the United States as promised. Hey, Lin Yi, over here. As he exited the airport, he spotted Allison waving enthusiastically, followed by a stretched Lincoln. Just as he was about to respond, the back door of the Lincoln swung open, revealing a tall man in a suit and tie who strode directly toward him. The man extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Henry, Allison's father. I need to discuss something with you. Father, this is none of your business. Henry interjected. Allison turned to Lin Yi, her eyes wide with urgency, as if wanting to convey something. Lin Yi, momentarily perplexed by the dynamic between the father and daughter, could only wait in silence. Father, Lin Yi, she started. But the man interrupted, stay out of men's affairs. He looked at Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. May I have the honor? As his words fell, the bodyguards behind him shifted slightly, making a motion as if to draw weapons. Lin Yi noticed this, but felt no fear whatsoever. Lin Yi smiled and said, since it is Mr. Henry's invitation, I would be delighted to accept. Upon hearing this, Henry nodded in satisfaction and suggested, there is a bar nearby that is reputed to serve excellent drinks. Let us go and sample them. Shortly thereafter, a Lincoln car came to a halt in front of the bar. Henry ushered Lin Yi inside, while the others, including Allison, remained outside. The bar had been cleared in advance, devoid of patrons, and even the owner hastily departed after serving the last drink. With a glass in hand, Lin Yi initiated the conversation, saying, I wonder what brings Mr. Henry to seek my company with such secrecy. Henry swirled the red wine in his glass before setting it down. Mr. Lin, or shall I call you Lin Yi? Is that acceptable? Indeed, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Henry's expression grew serious as he remarked, I presume the Black Wolf gang has been eradicated by you, Mr. Lin, in order to rescue the young lady. Allow me to propose a toast to you. I am unworthy of such praise. It was a mere act of personal vendetta, Lin Yi responded, raising his glass in return. Both men drank heartily. It is well known that one should offer respect before engaging in conflict, a principle Lin Yi fully understood. As he refilled their glasses, Henry abruptly placed a Glock handgun that matched his own stature upon the table. With a cold voice, Henry stated, I am immensely grateful for your intervention in saving the young lady, but might you elucidate why you took her virginity? Why did she resort to thievery under my name for an outsider? Is it merely the nature of filial piety? Lin Yi, maintaining his composure, replied, it was entirely her choice. Henry's demeanor shifted noticeably, though his gaze still held a hint of displeasure. He continued, in your dragon nation, there is a belief in destiny, a notion I also embrace. It seems Allison's encounter with you is indeed fated. Had she not evaded my watchful eye, how could she have fallen prey to the Black Wolf gang or found herself entangled with you? My intention was to have her inherit my position, yet she is far too young to manage the alliances within our organization. I had even identified a suitable husband for her to handle such matters. Ultimately, your unexpected appearance, marked by your singular triumph over the Black Wolf gang, spared your life. Had it not been for your remarkable feat, I might have eliminated you the moment you disembarked from the plane. You are fortunate. I have decided to offer you an opportunity. It was clear that Henry still regarded him with caution, having summoned him solely out of perceived advantage. Lin Yi, too, harbored similar sentiments. What is it that Mr. Henry desires from me, and what rewards might I expect in return? Henry, pleased with this response, nodded affirmatively. I am an arms dealer, operating within the third largest arms enterprise in the United States. I require your assistance in surpassing the top 2 competitors within 5 years. Should you guarantee the fulfillment of this request, my organization will unconditionally supply you with any weaponry you desire, and Allison will become your woman, granting you a 10% stake in the group. It must be said that the terms are rather generous. Of course, the drawbacks are quite evident. Should the task remain unfulfilled, it is likely that not only would I be abandoned, but the entire Henry group would be in pursuit of me. What are your thoughts? Henry seemed to perceive Lin Yi's contemplation and refrained from demanding an immediate response. It is feasible, yet 5 years is a protracted duration. Let us agree on 3 years instead. Lin Yi raised his glass, expressing a need for a tank, urgently. It's a deal. Simultaneously, in Long Country, within a cramped second-hand apartment, for members of the Su family found themselves nearly unable to stand due to the limited space. Dad, could you possibly lower the air conditioning temperature? It's set at 28 degrees. I'm nearly suffocating from the heat, Su Dazhuang frowned, a glimmer of displeasure evident in his eyes. 28 degrees is still insufficient. I find it quite chilly. After a considerable interval, he impatiently grasped the air conditioning remote, adjusting the temperature to 27 degrees. Lifting his glass, he took a small sip and proclaimed, Today, when I stood before Lin Yi, I frightened him so much that he respectfully invited me for tea. In this household, I alone can handle him. Upon hearing Su Dazhuang's words, a plain-looking young woman in her 20s, who was Su Yuding's sister-in-law and Su Chuyang's new girlfriend, Lu Feng, sat up from the bed. She inquired, Dad, when will our family buy a house? It's too cramped for all 4 of us in this one room. If Chaoyang and I have children, it will be even more congested. Su Dazhuang's expression shifted once more as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, This property was left to me by your grandfather. I will never sell it. Lu Feng, bewildered by Su Dazhuang's sudden outburst, was about to ask for clarification when he abruptly stood up, seemingly reminded of some unpleasant matter. Without uttering another word, he stormed out, and just as the door closed, his sobs echoed from outside. You've never regarded me as a person. Must I die before you are satisfied? Lin Yi is no good either. I have never consulted with you. This house was left to me by my father, and how dare you sell it? Even if it were to burn, I would not relinquish it to you. Should Lin Yi hear this, it would not stir a single emotion within him, as the house was not bequeathed by his parents. He had grown accustomed to such turmoil. After a brief exchange, Lin Yi and Henry exited the tavern, both wearing smiles. Henry affectionately patted Allison's head, stating, I have already assured you that I would not put Mr. Lin in a difficult position. Why do you not trust your father? I am quite pleased with my new son-in-law. Now, it is your time together. I shall not intrude. As Henry entered the newly arrived bulletproof vehicle, he instructed the surrounding bodyguards, ensure the young lady's protection. She must not encounter any more incidents. Subsequently, under Lin Yi's gaze, Henry's vehicle gradually vanished into the night. At dawn, the two arrived at a villa nearby belonging to Allison. After a brief freshening up, Allison eagerly tugged Lin Yi to tour her room. The uniquely atmospheric lights startled Lin Yi, sparking an urge to voice his thoughts. Yet, he noticed Allison's expression shift from excitement to one of complex emotion as she gazed at him. Did my father threaten you? She inquired. Before Lin Yi could respond, Allison pushed him onto the bed and softly whispered, Master, I wish to bear your child. Chapter 45 Song Ming. You are safe now. The night was as dark as ink, with moonlight pouring down like water, casting a gentle silver glow upon two figures glistening with sweat. Allison lay atop Lin Yi, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. A night passed in silence. Moments later, Lin Yi found himself in the bank's lobby. Oh dear, my back. This journey has been arduous. He hastily spotted a chair in the lobby, disregarding the dust upon it, and plopped down, breathing heavily. No one knew what he had endured over the past few days. The effects of a 50-year-old ginseng root were indeed formidable. Even with such potent assistance, he had succumbed after just 3 days. The relentless pursuit of a woman was truly terrifying. He was utterly spent. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance, and Lin Yi caught sight of a furtive figure. Where are you running to? Is there anything useful in this bank? Song Ming grumbled. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Lin Yi staring at him from a nearby chair. Buddy, who are you? It seems you were looking for us. Song Ming was taken aback. What a coincidence. He recalled that his subordinates had spotted Lin Yi and his companion, and it was possible they had been noticed in turn. But what was the meaning of waiting here? Rubbing his back, he appeared somewhat impatient. Brother, I mean no harm. I saw a fresh corpse of a zombie, and thought I'd come check if there were new survivors. My name is Song Ming, residing nearby, a newly evolved individual. May I ask how you are addressed? Lin Yi, a prospective evolver, Lin Yi replied. Song Ming, as a survivor in this city. Do you know what has happened to the zombies here? They have all had their heads severed. Song Ming shook his head. The bank area is swarming with zombies, and resources are scarce. This is my first time in this district, let alone in the bank. While appearing indifferent, he was actually quite excited. This fellow was a prospective evolver, and his subordinates were also on the same path. With two prospective evolvers on their side, the odds seemed favorable. After a brief exchange, Song Ming promptly departed the bank. Watching him leave, Lin Yi's gaze hardened. Why had he only emerged now, instead of during the onslaught of zombies? Do you think I would believe that? Lin Yi straightened his back and retrieved the 4 explosives he had prepared from his backpack. It seemed that he needed to hasten his pace. Returning to the interior of the bank, the sudden sound of footsteps caused Ling Luoyi to stiffen momentarily. However, upon seeing the explosives in Lin Yi's hands, her expression relaxed once more. With a slight movement of her beautiful eyes, she remarked, You truly need not avoid me. I believe you could produce a tank. I genuinely just need to visit the restroom. With a wry smile, Lin Yi swiftly installed the explosives and adeptly arranged the detonation wires, ensuring a safe distance for the two of them. With a resounding explosion, a cloud of dust descended from the ceiling as the heavy metal door of the vault was violently blown open. The two shook off the debris from their heads and hurried into the vault. The dazzling golden light caused Lin Yi to tremble with exhilaration. A glance revealed that, aside from the mountains of euros, the gold reserves alone were at least a significant fortune. I sense you have struck it rich, Ling Luoyi murmured. Despite the apocalypse having lasted for several years, the cash within the vault though covered in a thin layer of dust, remained pristine. Lin Yi estimated its value to be at least over 100 million euros. Regardless of whether it could be utilized in the modern world, he decided to take it. This is your reward. He casually tossed a canister of tea leaves to Ling Luoyi. Thank you, boss. Ling Luoyi exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, revealing 2 faint dimples. Unbeknownst to her, the canister of tea leaves had cost Lin Yi a mere 99 cents. Shortly thereafter, the two emerged from the vault, only to find Song Ming and his 2 companions rushing towards them. Lin Yi, brother, run. There's danger. Song Ming panted, clearly out of breath. His 2 subordinates, equally breathless. Observing Song Ming accompanied by 2 potential evolved beings, Lin Yi became immediately alert. Their arrival could not bode well. Yet, in the next moment, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from behind. It's a horde of zombies. Ling Luoyi exclaimed, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. As they spoke, zombies began to materialize in their line of sight, and even from a distance, the overwhelming stench was unmistakable. At the forefront of the horde stood a licker. Lin Yi's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated encountering another licker so soon. While it was not beyond his capability to eliminate it, a single shot would require someone to distract the licker to create an opportunity for him to fire. Clearly, Song Ming and his companions were not up to the task. They were already fleeing. Hey, aren't you an evolved being? Why are you running? Lin Yi called out. Why wouldn't we run? That's a horde of zombies. Hurry, I know of a side path that might help us evade them. One of Song Ming's subordinates grumbled, wielding his weapon as he fought off the zombies in their way while dashing in a particular direction. Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. However, not long after they began their journey, the two sensed something amiss. The footsteps of the horde behind them had indeed diminished, yet the surrounding environment grew increasingly unfamiliar. These individuals harbor ill intentions, attempting to lure us further into the city, remarked Ling Luoyi. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, fearing that the number of zombies ahead would multiply. Urban areas, densely populated with complex traffic, could swiftly transform into the epicenter of a zombie outbreak. This was the most fundamental of truths. Although the outskirts of Greentown were rife with zombies, they merely attracted those from the city's periphery. The genuine terror lay within the urban core. They had nearly fallen into a trap. Moreover, the greed evident in the gazes of their pursuers, lingering on Ling Luoyi's face, had long since betrayed them. Seeing their pace slow, Song Ming and his 2 subordinates turned back. Lin Yi, hurry up. We're almost there. We must shake off the lickers. Understood, Lin Yi responded. Yet the distance continued to grow. Boss, do you think they've realized something? It seems like they're trying to escape, one of the subordinates remarked. Song Ming scoffed, enough chatter. That woman is severely injured. She can't possibly keep up with us. She'll likely collapse to the ground soon. It's that kid. He gives me an unsettling feeling. But boss, you're an evolved one. Are you afraid of a mere quasi-evolved? Huh. I fear he might disrupt my enjoyment of beautiful women. The 3 exchanged glances, gradually reducing their speed. This was their territory. Lin Yi and his companion had become easy prey, unable to flee now. Countless survivors had been deceived into this secret base, reduced to mere sustenance and playthings, including evolved individuals and evolved women. Song Ming approached the entrance of a building and opened the door. Lin Yi, come inside quickly. We are safe. Don't wait. If you don't come in now, the lickers will be upon us. Song Ming urged again, stepping inside first. After exchanging a glance with Lin Yi, the 2 subordinates followed closely. Could they have misjudged the situation? Lin Yi and his companion hesitated before the ajar door. Shall we take a look inside? Ling Luoyi suggested, a short blade silently appearing in her hand, discreetly concealed behind her. Then let us see. Recognizing that the interior was unsuitable for combat, Lin Yi, in preparation for any eventuality, tucked his Glock into his waistband. They stepped inside side by side, closing the door behind them. A peculiar scent lingered in the corridor. Memories of past deceptions resurfaced, heightening Lin Yi's vigilance. Be cautious. There may be lickers here. Ling Luoyi's voice echoed. What is that smell? Lin Yi inquired. Ling Luoyi nodded, and noticing Lin Yi's confusion, she furrowed her brow and explained. This scent is the stench of evolved beings decaying after their cores have been consumed by the lickers. Zombies possess a core, and similarly, the evolved beings have a crystal core, which elucidates why the devourers primarily hunt human evolvers. They are far more delectable. Lin Yi smiled slightly and pondered. Why can humans not consume the crystal core? For such an act would transform them into devourers. The two continued their exploration in the corridor, seemingly devoid of any zombies. The entire building appeared to have been cleared out, and Song Ming along with his companions were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Lin Yi pointed in a certain direction. "Look over there. Is that one of the individuals who came with Song Ming?" There, a subordinate of Song Ming was suspended upside down, a blood-red tongue, thick as an arm, licking his body, while his head had vanished. In an instant, Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi took a step back in shock. Yet, soon after, Song Ming's laughter echoed. "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. The moment you entered this building, you were already dead. Before you lie only two paths, to become my subordinate or my woman." Song Ming emerged from the shadows, his gaze greedily assessing Ling Luoyi. He raised his hand. "Come down." The devourer above leaped down, quietly positioning itself behind Song Ming, its enormous eyes fixated on the two, blood dripping from its lips. This devourer was even more robust and formidable than the one in the woods. "A corpse speaker," Ling Luoyi murmured to herself. She had not anticipated that Song Ming was an ability user, endowed with the rare power of corpse speaking. They were indeed in grave trouble. She quickly moved behind Lin Yi and added, "Lin Yi, you may not comprehend the prowess of a corpse speaker. They can communicate with zombies, temporarily turning them into allies. The fact that this individual can command a devourer indicates that it possesses a consciousness comparable to that of a human, or that many evolvers have been lured here to be devoured." Lin Yi wielded a weapon, an undeniable fact, and given the narrow confines of the corridor, this was their sole chance of survival. "Retrieve your anti-material sniper rifle. This is our only opportunity. Aim for a precise point." To Song Ming, Ling Luoyi's words merely seemed like a boast of his strength. Finding subordinates was easy, but a beauty like her was rare. Sacrificing a subordinate's life to acquire such a top-tier beauty was hardly a loss. Anti-material weaponry. He scoffed at the notion. "Beautiful lady, are you frightened? Worry not. If you agree to become my woman, I promise to let you go immediately. What do you say? You have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom." Lin Yi acted in the blink of an eye, launching a rocket directly from his shoulder. The confined corridor required no aiming. A powerful explosion reverberated through the building, shaking it to its core, as Song Ming and the devourer were buried beneath the rubble. "What are you waiting for? Go for the kill. This time, the devourer's core should still be intact." As Lin Yi stepped forward, Ling Luoyi gazed at the collapsed building, her heart restless. She had initially believed that the Glock pistol represented Lin Yi's utmost capabilities. However, after witnessing his fierce combat against the Horde with the 47, the annihilation of the Lickers using the anti-material weapon, and the demolition of the vault door with the 4, he now drew forth a rocket launcher. Was he truly of this world? Amid her hesitation, 2 explosive sounds resonated from outside. Grenades? Well, that seemed more plausible than before. Meanwhile, after replenishing with 2 more grenades, Lin Yi confirmed that Song Ming and the Lickers were entirely vanquished, leaving only the debris and the spreading crimson liquid beneath the stones. Consequently, he unsheathed the Xianyuan sword, using it as a shovel to clear the rubble above. His speed was remarkable, and with Ling Luoyi's arrival, the progress became even more efficient. Until a glimmering diamond-shaped crystal emerged from a pile of flesh and blood, both their eyes sparkled. Was it a core or a corpse nucleus? Lin Yi pried it out with his sword, wiping the bloodstains away. The corpse nucleus typically shone brightly, while the crystal core appeared deep brown. It was indeed the corpse nucleus, as Ling Luoyi elucidated. With that, she placed her hand upon the nucleus and continued, "I have a humble request. Might you allow me to take this nucleus? I am in dire need of a corpse nucleus for recovery. And this Licker's nucleus might even elevate me to the 2nd tier." Upon witnessing Ling Luoyi's fervent gaze, Lin Yi felt an unusual impulse. Yet, he was quickly brought back to reality by a twinge of pain in his waist. "Very well," Lin Yi replied, "as long as you agree to become my maid. Consider this a gift for our first meeting." Ling Luoyi shot him an exasperated glare but then responded earnestly, "Greentown is perilously close to disaster. If you agree, I can help you find a safer refuge, sparing you and your companions from wandering aimlessly. What could be more desirable than a secure sanctuary, especially for survivors in this apocalyptic world? Deal." Seizing the moment while Ling Luoyi turned away, Lin Yi stowed Song Ming's body into his backpack. Due to the explosions, the area outside was now besieged by zombies, forcing them to alter their escape route and ascend the building via another corridor, traversing between buildings using the rooftop. Hours later, as dusk approached, they finally emerged from the city. Lin Yi had not anticipated that his first experience with parkour would occur in the midst of an apocalypse. Thankfully, it wasn't in Rongqing. Otherwise, they might have been trapped inside for half a month. The road to the west of the town is impassable. The zombies are even more dangerous at night. We should head north, Ling Luoyi asserted. Lin Yi nodded. All right. In the villa of Green Town. Anaya sat quietly by the window, observing the tranquil streets outside. Master, when will you return? Anaya misses you. The gentle moonlight cast a soft glow upon her sun-kissed visage, tinged with a hint of melancholy. After sitting in silence for an extensive time, Lin Yi had yet to return. As midnight approached, Anaya could no longer withstand her drowsiness. She rose slightly, only to inadvertently catch sight of a shadow. Master. But soon, her gaze steadied. Illuminated by the moonlight, a dozen figures had gathered below, silently converging towards the villa. Chapter 47. The villa under siege. A foreboding sensation seeped into Anaya's mind. This is troubling. It is the townsfolk. And with the master absent, they have come. Her beautiful eyes widened in alarm as she hurried to the living room, resolutely barricading the door leading downstairs. Next, she knocked urgently on Natasha's door. Madam, please open the door. There are intruders approaching. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 dozen townspeople had stealthily arrived at the base of the villa, wielding an array of tools: wooden sticks, rusted iron bars, hammers, canes, and even stones. Unmistakably, each bore an unusual grin. Remember, do not harm the pale-skinned woman. She is the prize that the prominent figure from the north of the town has paid handsomely for. Move swiftly and quietly, lest they discover us. The others exchanged glances, and one complained, why are there so many of us for such a simple task? You should all go back. 3 of us will suffice. Indeed, there are too many. I think that one should return. Their leg is injured and unhelpful. Perhaps you should be the one to leave, lest your wife be taken advantage of tonight. As the group's chatter grew increasingly raucous, the initial speaker's expression soured. Everyone, silence. I know your intentions. Once we capture her, the air of beauty shall be yours to share. The crowd stirred with excitement, their voices diminishing, their minds envisioning Anaya's alluring form. Especially after learning Lin Yi had ventured westward into the town, this modern abode had become a house without a master. They relished the comforts of air conditioning and female companionship. What a dystopia this was. Before long, the villa's door was forcefully breached, and the throng surged inside. They ascended the corridor leading to the second floor. Anaya and Natasha concealed themselves behind the sofa, already perceiving the violent tremors of the staircase. Who are you? Natasha quavered, addressing the door. Almost immediately, a greedy voice called out, Miss Natasha, someone from the north of the town has sent us to bring you back. Please open the door. Natasha was struck with fright, grasping Anaya's hand tighter. Can you tell me who that person is? She trembled. I must explain this to Lin Yi upon his return. Unbeknownst to her, she suddenly yearned for the man. If Lin Yi were here, perhaps her fears would dissipate. Yet, at that very moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air, for the aging wooden door, already in a state of disrepair, was suddenly breached, leaving a gaping hole. Greedy eyes emerged from the entrance. Miss Nasha would likely be disappointed, for Lin Yi was probably dead, surrounded by a horde of zombies. In my estimation, Miss Nasha, it would be prudent to open the door. We shall take it upon ourselves to protect you. Someone uttered these words, and the mood of those behind the door swiftly shifted. If Lin Yi was indeed deceased, it meant that the 2 women were left unprotected. While the villa was modest in size, it could still accommodate them. They savored the cool air from the air conditioning and the faint aroma of food wafting through the room. To hell with any influential figures from the north town. From this moment forth, this villa would belong to them, and the 2 beautiful women would be theirs to enjoy in turn. Damn it, let us break the door down. Whoever is first to breach it shall have the privilege of the 2 women. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his companion had already returned from the North Town gate to Green Town. They now strolled along the streets of the North Town. This was the reality. The apocalypse had descended 5 years ago. Although the world had changed, the fundamental structure remained intact, even in the small green town. Disparities between the rich and the poor persisted. The wealthy remained affluent, and while some had perished in the apocalypse, the number of deceased among the impoverished was far greater. However, the apocalypse did afford the less fortunate a chance for mutation, akin to evolution, much like that individual, Song Ming. The 2 conversed, both intentionally and unintentionally, as they passed by the Dream Pavilion, instinctively casting a glance inside. Ling Luoyi suddenly remarked that Tang Shan is quite the surprise, given his status. He should not have been in this quaint green town, even if he has since departed. One could not deny that he was indeed a remarkable figure in certain respects. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze from the dream pavilion and turned to Ling Luoyi, who piqued his curiosity more than Tang Shan. Take, for instance, their earlier encounter with a swarm of zombies. Any ordinary evolver would have been paralyzed with fear. In contrast, Lin Yi was able to traverse between realms in an instant, with ample supplies of ammunition, maintaining his composure before the horde. It is worth noting that at that moment, Ling Luoyi was only aware that he possessed a Glock. Not to mention their subsequent encounter with the Lickers, where she was able to provide an immediate explanation. Though she may not have been able to defeat them, her experience had allowed her to survive their clutches. May I inquire about you? Why can't you be my servant? Lin Yi asked. In response, Ling Luoyi rolled her eyes. After a brief silence, she retorted, Are you truly so lecherous? Are Anaya and the other not sufficient for you? She pursed her lips and continued, Perhaps you believe you are powerful, and indeed your abilities are formidable, but before true strength, they would not afford you the opportunity to draw your weapon. Now, she merely wishes for Lin Yi to recognize that the world extends far beyond the confines of Green Town. It is teeming with prodigies, many of whom falter on the path to greatness. She and Lin Yi inhabit entirely different realms. Lin Yi nodded, questioning whether this implied that he held no value to her. Not quite. You possess a certain uniqueness, Ling Luoyi declared, at the very least. I cannot procure tea leaves as pure as yours. Observing Lin Yi's bewildered expression, she felt a sense of triumph. She could easily discern his thoughts. Wasn't he merely yearning for her physical form? In terms of figure and appearance, she believed she matched up quite favorably against Anaya and Nasha, not to mention she was on the verge of advancing to the second tier as an ability user, whereas Lin Yi was merely a prospective evolver. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Luoyi slowly spoke, In truth, you are not without opportunity. When your level surpasses mine, I could serve as your attendant, perhaps even a maid. Although this condition appeared straightforward, Ling Luoyi understood that its realization was far from simple. However, Lin Yi's focus was wholly diverted from her. Do you hear that sound? At her words, Ling Luoyi's body tensed, her gaze shifting toward a particular direction, toward the villa. Lin Yi's heart raced as he sprang into action. We must hurry. Upon their return to the villa, they were met with the horrifying sight of it engulfed in flames. Chapter 48. The Lost National Treasure, the Yongle Emperor's Sword. Lin Yi inhaled sharply. Who could have anticipated that just a day after their departure, the villa would be reduced to this? Is this the apocalypse? Anaya. Without hesitation, Ling Luoyi dashed towards the villa. Lin Yi grasped her arm, turning to say, Look, who is that? Amidst the flames, Anaya emerged from the neighboring house. Clutching a weapon, blood splattered across her head, face, clothing, and even the weapon she held. Upon seeing Lin Yi, her hand trembled, the weapon slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground as she lunged into his embrace. Master, you have returned. Her body quivered, pressing tightly against him. Just as Lin Yi intended to speak, Anaya bit her bloodstained lip. I am unharmed. Her aquamarine eyes brimmed with sorrow and exhaustion. Lin Yi smiled gently, tenderly wiping the blood from her face. You must be weary. Rest now. You are safe for the time being. At his encouragement, Anaya's eyelids gradually drooped, her breathing becoming soft and shallow. Lin Yi glanced up to find Nasha standing nearby, looking bewildered, her complexion pale. Tell me, what transpired during our absence? It was those villagers. Nasha's eyes gradually turned red as she trembled and said, They claim that someone from the North Town has paid a hefty price to take us away. Anaya only resorted to killing to save me. Even at this moment, she had yet to recover from the terror she had just experienced. Those individuals had burst through the door, leaving her and Anaya no choice but to hide inside, barricading the entrance with a bed and a cabinet. They had hoped that once the intruders finished the food from the refrigerator, they would depart. However, after consuming the contents, the intruders did not leave. After failing to break down the door for an extended period, they chose to set the place ablaze instead. The villa's wooden structure, combined with years of decay in this post-apocalyptic world, made it burn at an alarming rate. With no other option, Anaya picked up the .47 caliber weapon that Lin Yi had placed by the window. Did those people mention who they were from North Town? Ling Luoyi suddenly asked, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Nasha shook her head frantically. They only mentioned that they were important figures from North Town and that they had already gone to Liuguang City. Beyond that, I know nothing. Liuguang City? Lin Yi turned to Ling Luoyi. A bitter smile crossed her face as she explained. Liuguang City lies to the east of Greentown, several dozen kilometers away. And it is indeed the city I was considering recommending to you. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. It seemed he had no choice but to visit Liuguang City. It conveniently aligned with his ultimate goal, the Dragon Kingdom of another realm. As the group conversed, townsfolk began to emerge from the village, elderly individuals, women, and children. In the flickering firelight, one could discern the makeshift weapons they wielded, including wooden sticks, hoes, and even rubble. They were undoubtedly there for revenge. Lin Yi smirked derisively. We are akin to the cowardly bull, are we not? I wonder, if you were the leader of the foot soldier group or a member of the shattered organization, what would you choose to do? Ling Luoyi's expression darkened. Yet a disdainful smile played upon her lips. As a foot soldier, we are fundamentally prohibited from harming the survivors of the gathering place, she replied ambiguously. Zombies, however, do not fall under that principle. Lin Yi felt similarly. He glanced at the sleeping Anaya in his arms. Her eyelids fluttered occasionally, as if she were dreaming of something terrifying. Perhaps, for Lin Yi, concepts of right and wrong held little significance. It was the apocalypse, after all. What relevance did modern theories have anymore? Can you drive? Lin Yi suddenly inquired. At this, Ling Luoyi showed no reaction, while a faint blush crept onto Nasha's face. Mr. Lin, isn't it inappropriate to discuss this here? A somewhat awkward voice escaped Nasha's lips. A sense of helplessness surged within Lin Yi. Her expression reminded him of Zhao Jia. I mean a real vehicle, not the kind you're thinking of. Sir, you can't drive? No, it is you who will drive. As the words fell, a Wuling Hongguang appeared beside them. In the post-apocalyptic world, this vehicle stands as one of the legendary machines. Though it may not rival the four horsemen of the apocalypse, its formidable power undoubtedly makes it a vehicle of divine stature amidst the desolation. Notably, within its modest cabin, it possesses the capacity to carry far more than its own spatial limitations suggest, particularly in terms of human cargo. One could scarcely fathom how many souls it could harbor. Can this vehicle be driven? Nasha hesitated for a moment, her eyes shimmering with excitement. I shall give it a try. In the distance, the sudden appearance of a Wuling Hongguang ignited a spark of exhilaration among the townsfolk, who no longer concealed their intentions. Having just taken lives, do you intend to flee? Do you feel no remorse? My husband was just slain by you. How do you propose to atone for that? A group of murderers. Their true nature apparent from the moment they entered. Leave your vehicle behind, and perhaps we shall grant you forgiveness. After all, we cannot allow you to escape from Greentown. Listening to the intermittent curses from behind, Lin Yi felt no guilt whatsoever. The vitriol directed at him was hardly as unpleasant as that from Su Dazhuang. It was a blend of psychological and physiological frustration. Farewell then. Lin Yi opened the car window and casually tossed 2 items backward. What was that? Nasha inquired, puzzled. M26 grenades. With a blast radius of 15 meters and a lethality radius of 30 meters. You now have 3 seconds to decide whether to drive away or be blown to pieces. Nasha's expression turned serious. With determination, she engaged the gear, released the brake, and pressed the accelerator in one fluid motion, hurtling towards the outside amidst the shockwave of the explosion. Only the dazed crowd remained, followed by the deafening blasts. Soon, the Wuling Hongguang surged forth like a fierce tiger, escaping the confines of Greentown. Seated in the rear, Lin Yi gazed upon Anaya's slumbering visage, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Turning his head, he found Ling Luoyi staring intently at her. What is it? If you're tired, my spacious chest on the other side is available for your comfort, free of charge. Lin Yi remarked casually. Ling Luoyi shook her head, replying earnestly, I possess a secret. Would you care to hear it? Just a can of tea in exchange will suffice. A mere $1 for a secret seemed a fair trade. The recent heist had likely netted him several billion. Yet the thought of encountering 3 gluttonous creatures left him feeling ominous. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Ling Luoyi revealed her secret, given your appearance. You might be from the Dragon Kingdom. What if my secret pertains to a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom? She continued, I have heard that Nicholas Gaguli, the lord of Liuguang City, recently acquired a Yongle sword believed to have originated from a museum in the Eagle Country. Lin Yi's heart raced at this revelation. Could it be that the imperial sword she referred to was the very one that had been taken from them? This would imply that a national treasure, lost for nearly a century, was about to fall into the hands of the dragon people. As I was about to inquire about specific information, the Wuling Hongguang suddenly came to an abrupt halt as if it had collided with something. Chapter 49, Evolution, zombie transformation? What is happening? Lin Yi instinctively glanced toward the front of the vehicle. The road was relatively even, and the car's chassis was sufficiently elevated, eliminating the possibility of obstruction. Nasha was equally perplexed. The vehicle had been performing admirably, boasting more power than some luxury cars she had driven. Just as she contemplated showcasing her driving skills, the car unexpectedly failed. Perhaps a tire had burst, Lin Yi thought, placing Anaya in the passenger seat and surveying the surroundings as zombies began to converge from all directions. Notably, a multitude of zombies trailed behind the Wuling, numbering no fewer than several dozen. He realized that if they did not exit the vehicle soon, they might find themselves truly trapped here. As it turned out, Nasha's assessment was correct. The car had indeed suffered a double blowout, with glaring punctures visible on the tires, the origin of which remained a mystery. He should have anticipated the treacherous conditions of the post-apocalyptic roads, but he never expected the vehicle to fail so swiftly. Fortunately, it was a Wuling. Had it been a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Yi could only imagine the extent of his dismay. Simultaneously, Anaya was awakened by the cacophony of the surrounding zombies, her gaze fixated anxiously outside the window. "Lin, open the door, let us proceed on foot," he declared, retracting the Wuling into the spatial realm. Lin Yi's expression grew considerably grave. Ling Luoyi was an evolved being, so there was no need for concern on her part. However, both Anaya and Nasha were ordinary individuals, and their safety had to be prioritized as they prepared to depart. "I will take Anaya. You handle Nasha," Lin Yi suggested. "No, I will take Anaya," Ling Luoyi countered promptly. "Very well." With that, the two positioned themselves on either side, ensuring the protection of the two women. Both were skilled fighters, adept at dealing with zombies. Throughout their encounter, there were no signs of lickers or other unforeseen anomalies. They fought their way through and ultimately broke free from the encirclement of the undead. At this moment, a village emerged within their line of sight. Though referred to as a village, it was merely a series of over a dozen two-story villas standing along the roadside, with a few stray zombies lingering at their entrances. "Mr. Lin, why don't we take refuge in one of those villas? I sense you are nearing your limit," Nasha proposed suddenly. Indeed, Lin Yi had already contemplated this course of action. After a day and night without rest, he was utterly exhausted. Were it not for the adrenaline induced by the zombies and the faint warmth brought on by consuming them, he would have succumbed to sleep long ago. Who could endure such a grueling stretch of wakefulness? The sole reason he had not returned to the present was that doing so would lead him straight to Allison's bed. That woman, for reasons unknown, was insistent on bearing him a child. Should he return, he would inevitably face a torment that would surpass the trials of the apocalypse. However, after a few individuals had dealt with the zombies surrounding the villa, several unfamiliar figures suddenly came into their view, among whom were 3 evolved beings. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he prepared to draw his weapon, but Ling Luoyi swiftly grasped his arm, urging him not to act impulsively, as they were allies. She then waved her hand forward. Upon noticing them, the strangers approached quickly. "Miss Ling, what a coincidence to encounter you here. May I ask who this is?" inquired the leader among the evolved beings. Among the 3, this particular individual exuded the strongest presence, though not quite matching Ling Luoyi. He certainly surpassed Song Ming by a considerable margin. "This is Lin Yi, my employer, and these are his 2 younger sisters. As for this individual, he is a member of our organization, known as Hu Junwei, and possesses special abilities," Ling Luoyi explained. Upon hearing this, Hu Junwei's demeanor relaxed significantly. "Oh, so you are all friends. I thought you were highwaymen," he remarked. "Miss Ling, are you and this brother on your way to Liuguang City? If so, we can travel together." Ling Luoyi glanced at Hu Junwei, her eyebrows slightly raised as she smiled. "I initially intended to escort them to Liuguang City, but since we have encountered Brother Hu, I have a favor to ask." "Please, do not hesitate to ask, Miss Ling," he replied. "I would like to request Brother Hu's assistance in escorting them to Liuguang City, as I have urgent matters to attend to and must depart first." Upon hearing this, Hu Junwei patted his chest and grinned. "Since it is Miss Ling's request, I shall certainly assist you. Once we reach Liuguang City, I will arrange accommodations for them." With that, the 2 accompanying evolved beings displayed no signs of discontent, indicating their respect for Ling Luoyi. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, his curiosity about the organization named Shang deepened. Meanwhile, seeing Hu Junwei's agreement, Ling Luoyi exchanged a few brief words with Anaya before preparing to leave. However, just a few steps away, she turned back. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. It seemed this woman had not forgotten her priorities, especially after he had saved her twice. He was contemplating approaching her for a parting embrace when, to his surprise, Ling Luoyi walked past him without a glance, heading straight towards Hu Junwei. Brother Hu, I forgot to ask, do you have any first-tier zombie crystals on hand? She inquired. At her words, a pained expression crossed Hu Junwei's face. Yet he promptly reached into his pocket and retrieved a crystal, handing it to Ling Luoyi. Miss Ling, here you go. Ling Luoyi nodded, quietly expressing her gratitude before turning back towards Lin Yi. He thought it was finally his turn to receive her attention. However, to his dismay, Ling Luoyi appeared to overlook him entirely as she approached Anaya instead. Ling Luoyi said, Anaya, consume this. Once you evolve, you will be safer and no longer need to worry about that man failing to rescue you. As Anaya gazed at the corpse core in her hand, her azure eyes blinked. She then turned her attention to Lin Yi. Master, all right, I shall take my leave. After assisting Anaya in consuming the corpse core, Ling Luoyi did not linger and promptly walked away, leaving Lin Yi standing alone, half-raised hands still cradling the air, watching her graceful figure fade into the distance. Fortunately, Anaya timely nestled into Lin Yi's embrace, alleviating the awkwardness. Subsequently, with the mutual support of the three evolved beings, their journey became considerably smoother. By 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at a small town, merely a few kilometers from Liuguang City. The group decided to rest before setting off again early the next morning. In that case, let us take a break and set forth at dawn, Lin Yi suggested. Having bid farewell to Hu Junwei, the three found a relatively clean room on the second floor of a villa, laid down mattresses, and, after nearly 2 days without sleep, they succumbed to slumber the moment they lay on the bed. It was not until 2:30 in the morning that Lin Yi stirred from his dreams. He awoke with a parched throat. He retrieved a bottle of ice-cold cola from his backpack and downed it, feeling slightly refreshed. Remembering that Song Ming had nearly finished absorbing his share, he cast a glance in that direction. Suddenly, he heard a chime, and a wave of disorientation washed over him. Upon reopening his eyes, he sensed a transformation within his body. This power. Lin Yi tightened his fist, feeling capable of delivering a single blow strong enough to fell several bulls. At the same time, Anaya's body began to tremble violently, beads of sweat emerging on her skin, which turned an unusual crimson hue. Was she on the brink of becoming an evolved being? Yet in the next moment, a painful groan escaped her lips as a dark vein appeared on her face, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Chapter 50, Anaya's Evolution, the Dancer of the Night Corpse Transformation? Lin Yi had intended to voice his discontent regarding his abrupt evolution, feeling an utter lack of involvement. Yet now, he realized he had perhaps overthought it. Skipping the upgrade process had its benefits. In less than a minute, half of Anaya's face was enveloped in dark veins. The veins snaked down her neck, extending towards her collarbone, with a tendency to spread further. Before long, it seemed inevitable that Anaya's entire body would succumb to the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the door, followed by Hu Junwei entering with a knife in hand. It seems something has gone awry. Miss Anaya has not made it through, he announced. At these words, Lin Yi's gaze shifted slightly. In the stillness of the night, Hu Junwei remained awake, crouched outside the door, as if he were privy to some hidden knowledge. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, Hu Junwei's voice resounded once more. Initially, he had presumed that Miss Ling sought the corpse nucleus for some unique purpose. Yet who would have anticipated her decision to bestow it upon an ordinary individual for consumption? The consumption of a corpse nucleus by an ordinary person carries a significant risk of transforming into an evolver, but it concurrently presents a substantial possibility of succumbing to the infection and becoming a zombie. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, for as he had articulated, a pressing dilemma now confronted him. If Anaya were to become a zombie, should he slay her or spare her? Lin Yi inquired. Are you suggesting that Anaya is beyond salvation? At this, Hu Junwei lapsed into a brief silence. Not entirely, he sighed. Even if Miss Anaya, through sheer willpower, resisted the encroachment of the zombie virus, she would inevitably become a being that is half human and half zombie. His words faltered mid-sentence as he again fell into a contemplative silence, punctuated by deep sighs. Gripping the knife in his hand, he lifted it, only to lower it once more. Unless what? Lin Yi pressed. Hu Junwei looked up and replied. Unless Brother Lin can find an evolver with the ability to cure the zombie virus, perhaps then, we could save Miss Anaya before she is fully infected. The zombie virus, once it infects a person, will erupt within 1 hour. Given that Miss Anaya has ingested the corpse nucleus, she has no more than 15 minutes before she undergoes complete mutation. We are still a day's journey from Liuguang City, and even there, such an evolver is non-existent. Typically, those with healing abilities among evolvers are exceedingly rare. They either perish at the hands of the lickers or are discovered by the aristocrats on the day their powers are revealed, hidden away for private use. Although there is indeed an evolver with similar abilities within the Shang organization, regrettably, that individual is currently not in Gaul and cannot offer assistance. Very well, I understand now. You may leave. I can handle the situation here alone, Lin Yi replied casually. Observing Anaya, who was suffering in torment, he felt a pang of compassion. Yet simultaneously, a bold notion arose in his mind. He recalled a scenario from a novel he had read, wherein the system backpack could decompose zombies. Might he attempt to absorb the zombie virus within Anaya through this method? If it were feasible in the novel, why could it not be possible for him? Be sure to close the door, Lin Yi added. Hu Junwei was about to voice something, but abruptly sensed a shift in Lin Yi. A subtle yet foreboding aura emanating from him. Preoccupied with Anaya's plight, he had not paid much heed to Lin Yi. To his astonishment, in the brief span of his slumber, Lin Yi had already transformed into an evolver. Now, he need not worry about any misfortune befalling Lin Yi, which would prove difficult to explain to Ling Luoyi. Very well, if any issues arise, call for me. I will hear you. With that, Hu Junwei closed the door. In the next moment, a sound echoed sharply. 2 hours later, Hu Junwei's brow relaxed. Finally, it was over. At the beginning, he pondered how Lin Yi would handle Anaya, who was on the verge of becoming a zombie, but soon he realized something different. Anaya's voice began to improve, as if Lin Yi had truly found a way to suppress the spread of the zombie virus. Gradually, Anaya's voice returned to normal. It was remarkable to encounter yet another healer among the ability users, yet this was soon followed by the emergence of his nightmare. The faint sounds wafting from the room made him question whether Lin Yi was genuinely detoxifying Anaya, or if they were simply engaged in a fierce battle. Could there really be such a method of detoxification? He slapped himself several times to regain a semblance of clarity. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the door of Lin Yi's room. Sleep would elude him tonight. Rising to his feet, he resolved to seek out a few zombies to vent his frustrations. Surely, brother who had not departed yet, perhaps a sparring session would suffice? Lin Yi's voice resonated. Hu Junwei's gaze flickered. Sparring? Could it be that kind of sparring? I think it would be better to wait until tomorrow. It's quite late, and you just unfortunately. He could not finish his thought before a graceful figure appeared at the doorway. The moonlight illuminated Anaya's exquisite profile, casting a soft blush upon her cheeks, with the dark veins on her face having vanished. She wore Lin Yi's oversized clothes, which, while loose, did not detract from her commanding presence. An evolved being, no? She should be referred to as an ability user. Hu Junwei exclaimed. He noticed the faint blue glow emanating from the Arabian scimitar she held. A similar weapon was possessed by Ling Lui as well. Please enlighten me. Anaya's indifferent voice rang out as she positioned the scimitar against her chest. Very well. Hu Junwei replied lightly, his shirt tearing apart to reveal his well-defined muscles and 8-pack abs. Pardon. With another low exhale, a silver sheen enveloped his entire body. It resembled the armed color he had seen in anime, with black replaced by silver. Hu Junwei patted his chest and smiled. Miss Anaya, my ability is full-body hardening. In a one-on-one scenario, you surely cannot best me. Considering you are Miss Ling's friend and have just become an ability user, I stand here. If you can break through my defense within 20 strikes, then you may claim victory. Upon hearing this, Anaya turned to Lin Yi, seemingly awaiting his command. According to Anaya, her ability was called Night Dancer, which significantly enhanced her various capabilities at night, particularly her speed, far surpassing others of the same level of evolution or ability. A scimitar. Close range, speed. Those familiar with games would recognize this as akin to an assassin. When a godly assassin faces a godly tank, they would typically avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Not to mention, Hu Junwei's rank far surpasses that of Anaya. Lin Yi remarked, let us proceed as brother who suggests. Remember, do not strike at vital points. If you injure my sister-in-law, you will find that I cannot afford the consequences. Hu Junwei cast a grateful glance, then slowly lowered his hand from his groin. Come forth. With that, Anaya lunged forward, wielding her Arabian short sword, from which an invisible blade of light erupted. Chapter 51. Aliyah in a secluded courtyard within Liuguang City. A bright voice rang out, Sister Leah, I have good news. Ling Luoyi excitedly pushed open the courtyard gate and rushed towards a figure within. The person bore a delicate visage, accented by large, azure eyes and sun-kissed skin that shimmered faintly. Had Lin Yi been present, he would have been astonished to discover that this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Anaya. A hint of pallor graced her features, as if she were enduring immense suffering. After a prolonged moment, the woman opened her eyes and gazed at Ling Luoyi. "Luoyi, how old are you now, still pouting at me? One might mistake me for your mother." She then inquired with a serious expression, "What has transpired with Anaya?" Ling Luoyi stuck out her tongue, taking a moment to compose herself. "Sister Leah, rest assured, Anaya is quite safe now, and no one is aware of her continued existence." "What else is there?" Aliyah asked, her expression tinged with curiosity. Ling Luoyi quickly approached and handed Aliyah a canister of tea leaves. "Sister Leah, this is for you. It was obtained from the person who sheltered my sister Anaya." Aliyah's demeanor shifted as her gaze fixated on the canister of tea. Tea leaves. It was only when she opened it and inhaled the aromatic fragrance that her surprise lessened. "I see, such fresh tea leaves must have been procured by a formidable evolver. Is this how you have arranged for my sister?" The woman's countenance bore a fearsome aura. She was indeed Aliyah, the biological sister of Anaya. Upon hearing this, Ling Luoyi hastily shook her head. "Sister Leah, I cannot ascertain where he acquired the tea, but I can assure you of one thing, aside from his slight lechery. He is remarkably upright. Moreover, this individual is shrouded in mystery, though he has yet to become an evolver. He has awakened special abilities and has even rescued me on 2 occasions through extraordinary means." Aliyah paused, pondering if she had misjudged the situation. This tea was not obtained from the aristocrats of Gaul, but rather from the enigmatic individual Ling Luoyi mentioned. Had her sister not been sold? That did not align with her understanding, for typically, individuals with special abilities are bound to evolvers. When humans become evolvers, there exists a slight probability of awakening special powers. If one has not awakened their extraordinary abilities, the next opportunity will only arise upon advancing to the 2nd tier of evolution. However, compared to earlier stages, the likelihood of awakening such powers diminishes exponentially. With each elevation in the level of evolution, the chances of awakening abilities decrease significantly, even for the legendary 8th tier evolvers. Upon reaching the 9th tier, the probability of awakening powers stands at a mere 0.01. The scenario described by Ling Luoyi is utterly implausible. "Are you deceiving me?" Aliyah inquired. "Though we refer to each other as sisters, you are well aware of my disposition." Upon hearing this, Ling Luoyi hastily stepped forward to clarify. "Sister Aliyah, please allow me to explain. Everything I have said is the truth." After a brief narration, Aliyah's expression gradually softened, replaced by a look of astonishment. To think that in this post-apocalyptic world, such extraordinary abilities exist, and this Lin Yi is indeed quite remarkable. "In that case, I shall accept this tea," Aliyah said, as she accepted the tea leaves and subtly indicated it was time for her guest to depart. Recognizing the cue, Ling Luoyi chose not to linger. "All right then, Sister Aliyah. I shall take my leave." Once Ling Luoyi had exited, Aliyah promptly returned to the inner chamber and retrieved a few leaves from the tea canister. Instead of brewing them immediately, she hesitated briefly before grinding the leaves into a fine powder, mixing it with water. After ensuring the tea was thoroughly infused with the water, she slightly lifted her robe, revealing a long wound spanning several inches on her smooth arm. Gently, she applied the tea leaves to the injury, a sense of clarity dawning in her eyes. Months prior, while rescuing Anaya, she had inadvertently encountered a 3rd-tier mutated zombie, which had remained hidden so well that no one noticed its presence. However, just as they were about to leave, the creature suddenly revealed itself. A 3rd-tier zombie charging into a crowd is akin to a grenade thrown among unsuspecting civilians. As the sole 3rd-tier evolver, she had no choice but to respond swiftly. Ultimately, she succeeded in slaying the zombie, but not before sustaining a gash from its dying thrash. This incident also led to Anaya being captured. While evolvers possess a certain immunity to the zombie virus, the virus can still cling to them like a parasite in situations of equal tier. Despite being a 3rd-tier evolver, her combat prowess has waned since that day. The only method to heal her wound lies in the procurement of antibiotics. However, 5 years into this apocalypse, antibiotics are scarce, and even anti-inflammatory medications are exceedingly difficult to acquire, nearly impossible to find. As for the tea, it was suggested by a traditional medicine practitioner within their organization to possess analgesic properties that could alleviate her wound. In the end, Alia could not resist the alluring aroma of the tea and decided to brew herself a pot. The sweet aftertaste astonished her, prompting her to exclaim repeatedly, "What a fine tea! What a splendid tea!" As a Westerner, she had never been particularly fond of tea. However, after years in a post-apocalyptic world, the usual alcoholic beverages and soft drinks had long since been depleted, and even access to clean water had become a luxury for most. The long-lasting solid beverage offered her a refreshing sensation. It seemed imperative to acquire more tea and perhaps pay a visit to Lin Yi. Meanwhile, within the city of Liuguang, after 2 days of travel, Lin Yi and his companions had finally entered the city. Under the enthusiastic invitation of Hu Junwei, they took up residence in his home. Over the course of these 2 days, their camaraderie had blossomed significantly, especially after the battle with Anaya, who had wholeheartedly acknowledged Lin Yi's prowess. If Anaya was so extraordinary, then Lin Yi must be even more remarkable. They clamored to forge a brotherly bond with him, to which Lin Yi readily consented. In a CAF near the central skyscraper, Lin Yi scrutinized the distant buildings, seeking the optimal entry point. It had taken them over 3 hours to arrive at this location. During this time, the attentive server approached multiple times to inquire if they desired coffee. In a moment of exasperation, he resorted to trading a compressed biscuit for a cup. To his surprise, one sip nearly sent him reeling. The peculiar taste, though he recognized it as coffee, was reminiscent of someone having scooped soil from beside a latrine to steep in his cup. Yet, this flavor seemed to delight others. As the moon ascended in the sky, Lin Yi rose and brushed the dust from his trousers. Yongle Emperor's Sword, I am coming. Chapter 52, The Progress of Civilization 1. Has the system spoken again? In the memories of the cowardly Boer, the corpse core was concealed within this building. Now that Lin Yi had become an evolver, the allure of the corpse core was far less compelling than it had once been. Devouring zombies could yield similar results. The only difference lay in the speed of the process. However, during his discussions with Hu Junwei, they had explored the distinctions among various grades of zombie cores. The appearance of corpse cores varied according to their tier, and astonishingly, this particular core was a Tier 3 core. The presence of a Tier 3 core in the hands of a quasi-evolver was indeed absurd. Moreover, the manner in which he obtained this crystal core was even more outrageous. At that time, Boer had just embarked on his journey as a quasi-evolver, intending to slay more zombies in hopes of obtaining a core to expedite his evolution. Little did he expect that shortly after setting out, he would encounter a chaotic clash between 2 factions of evolvers. In such a tumultuous scenario, anyone would seek to distance themselves as much as possible, and Boer was no exception. Yet, it was precisely this instinct that inadvertently led him to confront a Tier 3 zombie. The sheer terror of that encounter nearly overwhelmed him, and in a moment of fright, Boer found himself paralyzed with fear, lying on the ground for 2 minutes. Until 2.5 minutes had passed, he remained motionless on the ground, observing the zombie, which showed no signs of life. Eventually, he rose, approached for a closer look, and discovered that the creature had perished, with its core untouched. Thus, in this absurd manner, he obtained the 3rd-tier corpse core. The protagonist lamented, "What a misfortune to be born at such a time." Lin Yi sighed, deftly maneuvering around the protrusions of the wall to evade the patrolling guards, and entered the central building. Inside, 2 items awaited him, the corpse core and the Yongle Emperor's Sword. After briefly contemplating his route, Lin Yi knocked out a patrolling guard. Donning his attire, which consisted of a long robe, a black hat, a mask, glasses, and an extended scarf. In this disguise, he felt confident that even if monitored, not even his own mother would recognize him. Dressed accordingly, he strode boldly towards the office on the 6th floor. However, upon arrival, he found more than one individual present. As he opened the door, he collided with someone. "Who are you?" the other person inquired first. The speaker was an evolved individual, his abilities unknown. Yet he exuded a formidable presence, equivalent to a level 6 in the 1st tier. Another individual seated on a vintage sofa was even more impressive, reaching level 8. Lin Yi was taken aback, startled by the unexpected presence of such skilled adversaries. When had experts become so commonplace? He was merely at level 1. Tier 1. Should a confrontation arise, he would have no chance to plead for mercy. Cursing internally, he realized retreat was not an option, nor was advancing feasible. Just as the other party prepared to remove his mask, Lin Yi decided to take a bold risk. "I'm the cleaner summoned by the lady to tidy up," he declared. As for which lady, he left that to their imagination. Indeed, the moment his words left his mouth, both individuals sighed in relief, parting to grant him passage. Ah, I see. Next time, don't cover yourself so thoroughly. One might think you were an assassin. Hurry along and clean well. Lin Yi seized the opportunity to enter the room. He quickly searched the area, picking up a broom to meticulously begin his task. Meanwhile, seeing no unusual behavior from Lin Yi, the man closed the door again and returned to the sofa, finding a stool to sit upon. Mayor Mike, let us resume our previous discussion. Ling Luoyi's appearance in Liuguang City is surely suspicious. Perhaps we should take the initiative? Mayor Mike shook his head. We both understand that former Mayor Old Jack has only recently passed. My sudden rise to mayor would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Precisely for that reason, we must remain composed, allowing Ling Luoyi to question the situation. If Old Jack's demise is indeed on my conscience, my calm demeanor would only serve to suggest that I am not his murderer, the man replied, momentarily stunned before exclaiming, brilliant. What is it called again? I recall reading about it in a military strategy book from Longhua. It seems to be referred to as the grandfather's strategy. It is Suanzi. Lin Yi corrected. Ah, yes. Yes. Lin Yi listened to the conversation between the two, feeling a wave of bemusement. Did they truly believe that without the eagle language, he would be unable to comprehend their words? He possessed a rudimentary understanding of their dialect, all thanks to the gifts from Song Ming. The situation unfolded with unexpected ease. Soon, Lin Yi stepped into the inner study of the office. The two were engrossed in their animated discussion, completely oblivious to his presence. They merely glanced at him, tacitly permitting his entry into the study to continue their idle chatter. It seemed they were deliberating strategies to deal with Ling Luoyi. Naturally, Lin Yi had little interest in their forthcoming discourse. With Ling Luoyi at level 10 and having devoured the corpse nucleus, it was conceivable that she had already evolved to a second-tier entity, making her a formidable opponent for the two minor Kurami. Quietly, Lin Yi closed the door to the study and briskly approached the water dispenser. He deftly moved the dispenser aside and skillfully extracted a small knife to pry open the floor tiles beneath it. This particular tile was designed to be hollow, serving as a hiding place for concealed items, and he accomplished this task effortlessly and silently. Simultaneously, a petite wooden box emerged from the recess below. To his astonishment, there truly was something concealed. Lin Yi eagerly opened it, devoid of any intention of preservation. A third-tier corpse nucleus. One could hardly fathom the extent of the energy contained within. Surely, consuming it would allow him to ascend from first tier to second tier without question. However, upon opening the wooden box, he found it utterly vacant. Where was the corpse nucleus? Had someone consumed it? That seemed implausible. According to the recollections of the cowardly boar, he had hidden that third-tier nucleus right here, and there were no signs of tampering with the water dispenser's base prior to his arrival. Lin Yi pondered the unexpected disappearance of the nucleus and subsequently scoured the entire study, yet yielded no results. Nevertheless, this venture was not entirely fruitless. In addition to discovering several diamonds and a sapphire within the desk drawer, he beheld an ancient long sword prominently displayed upon the wall, its blade glimmering with metallic luster under the moonlight. Lin Yi gently removed the sword, feeling its weight in his hands. It represented not merely a weapon, but a fragment of history. Goodness, this is a fortune. This must be worth billions. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Yongless sword. Genuine. Hidden system task completed. Civilizational progress 1. Reward. Space backpack 5. Current total 20. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. His capacity had increased by 5 slots. What a delightful surprise. If memory served him correctly, this marked the second occasion in several days that the system had issued a task notification. Outside the door, he mused, in that case, I shall proceed with this plan. Ling Luoyi will undoubtedly not escape. Haha. Then, dear Jackson brothers, please accompany me to the study to admire my newly acquired sword. Reputed to originate from the Dragon Kingdom and boasting a history of over 2 years. Chapter 53. Chase me? Then I shall give you a momentary explosion. Indeed, could it be that the sword was truly acquired by Mayor Mike? A man named Jackson displayed an expression of astonishment, his eyes brimming with envy. This sword, beyond its own name, is referred to as a national treasure among the populace of the Dragon Kingdom. There was once an evolutionist who wielded a similar national treasure from the Dragon Kingdom, and upon revealing that artifact, a formidable evolutionist from the Dragon Kingdom approached to purchase it. Furthermore, he guaranteed that should the bearer encounter peril, they would receive the full support of a Dragon Kingdom evolutionist. It is worth noting that the one who uttered those words was a 5th-tier evolutionist. Mayor Mike chuckled. Indeed, It is the one from the Eagle Country Museum, fortuitously obtained by a group of itinerants. I paid a hefty sum to acquire it. He added, let me make it clear, you may only observe, but refrain from touching. That is only natural. The two hastened towards the study's entrance. However, upon pushing the door open, they were taken aback. The door was locked. Was it that cleaner from earlier? Mike pondered. Jackson, momentarily stunned, instinctively remarked, did he not just say your wife asked him to come and clean? But I have no wife. Those women are but mere playthings I have ravaged. She perished during the year of the zombie outbreak. As for me, I too killed my wife. Both sensed an unusual significance in the exchange. They had been deceived. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted as the study door was forcefully flung open. Yet, within the room, there was no sign of Lin Yi. The water dispenser had been moved. The floor pried open, the bookshelf toppled, and the desk was in disarray. Even the Yongli's sword, which hung upon the wall, was nowhere to be found. Mike felt an overwhelming surge of rage. Chet, summon someone to capture that individual. I shall shred him and feed him to the zombies. Everyone out. If that boy is not retrieved, prepare to accompany my sword to your demise. Lin Yi leapt from the window. At the height of the 6th floor. He was fortunate for the air conditioning units outside the building. Otherwise, he would have surely met his end. Strolling down the deserted street, the sensation was indescribably exhilarating. Setting aside the several tons of gold in his backpack, simply brandishing the Yongli sword would compel modern experts to kneel before him in submission. One from the Eagle Country Museum and one from my collection. Two identical genuine artifacts. I wonder what a sensation they would cause in the modern era. Lost in thought, he retrieved the Yongli sword once more. Such a magnificent weapon, it would surely enable me to conquer the entire field of rapeseed, the sword's edge pointing forth, invincible. He acknowledged that he was slightly plagued by a bout of youthful delusion. Yet soon, the sound of footsteps behind him jolted Lin Yi back to reality. He cast a cold, piercing glance over his shoulder. Had they followed him so swiftly? They were certainly not as foolish as the antagonists in novels. In the moonlight, 5 or 6 shadowy figures stealthily trailed him from behind, wielding sharp, cold weapons. Such matters may be manageable when it comes to dispatching zombies. Yet eliminating Lin Yi is an altogether insurmountable task. Nevertheless, Lin Yi remained far from complacent, for despite these individuals being mere ordinary folk, the strongest among them was merely a quasi-evolved being. Their ostentatious display in confronting a single evolved individual clearly suggested that their intentions were far from straightforward. There was certainly treachery afoot. With a resounding thud, Lin Yi had no intention of posturing. He swiftly propelled himself forward, darting down the side path. Having acquired a fundamental understanding of the routes surrounding the edifice during daylight hours, his immediate objective was to distance himself from the direction of Hu Junwei's residence. He sought a secluded locale to ambush them. In an instant, Lin Yi envisioned a pack of rabid hounds pursuing him relentlessly. He pushed his speed to its utmost limits. Damn it, that kid didn't fall for it. In the next moment, 2 additional figures emerged from the side, both evolved beings, one at the first tier 3, the other at the first tier 4. Expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. They had previously ensnared numerous evolved beings far superior to themselves using this very ruse. They had lured the adversary into a false sense of security, striking when least expected, and now, for the first time, their tactic had failed. Could it be that he had discerned something? Or did he possess some form of advantage? Ridiculous. He is merely a first-tier 1 weakling. Had it not been for your insistence on this approach, I would have crushed his skull long ago. So, shall we pursue? If you are prepared to return and be reduced to fodder for the zombies by Lord Mike, then by all means, go back. Upon finishing their exchange, the two disregarded the others behind them and hastened in the direction Lin Yi had fled. Given the significant disparity in their levels, Lin Yi soon came into view of the duo. Stop, kid. Hand over your sword, and we may consider sparing you. As they spoke, the two drew their weapons. Hearing the shouts from behind, Lin Yi felt a chill run through him. Had it truly been less than 2 minutes, and they were already upon him? The distance between them was diminishing rapidly. He realized that if he did not halt, they would surely catch up within half a minute. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the disparity in combat capabilities. Those who could engage in battles across tiers were truly formidable. It was a pity that he had not awakened any extraordinary abilities upon becoming an evolved being. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to contend with them directly. With their speed being so formidable, escape was not an option. Resolving himself, Lin Yi came to an abrupt stop. Autumn Bean sack. As he spoke, His hands reached behind him, retrieving 2 grenades from his spatial storage. If he could not overpower them, he would resort to cunning. He activated the grenades, for there was no one else around. Meanwhile, the 2 evolved beings halted as well. Who wouldn't he wish to impress the weak in such circumstances? Before they could complete their remarks, 2 black spherical objects were hurled towards them. Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding explosions, 2 grenades detonated before the 2 individuals, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Lin Yi was acutely aware that the evolved beings were not so easily dispatched. Observing the duo shrouded in dust, he decided to take decisive action and retrieved another set of grenades from his spatial storage. After hurling 11 grenades, a vast pit had formed on the ground. To ensure that the 2 were truly incapacitated, Lin Yi drew out his firearm and unleashed 2 bursts upon their bodies before cautiously advancing. Surely they must be dead now? Lin Yi checked for signs of life. None. Only then did he absorb the 2 evolved beings into his spatial realm. The cultivation of the sinister practitioner was rather straightforward. After a night's rest, he estimated he would ascend to the first tier, level 2. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Ideally, he aspired for level 3. Especially since there were 2 of them, the minimum ought to be level 3. Brushing off the dust, he emerged from the depths of the pit. Little did he expect that as he stepped onto the surface, a chilling voice echoed ominously. An ability related to firearms? The capacity to wield modern weaponry at will? No. You must possess dual abilities, perhaps a spatial one. This certainly piqued my interest in examining your physical structure. Lin Yi's pupils widened in shock. Level 6. Chapter 54. Arya's request. A simple matter. Are you startled? Speak your last words quickly. I can hardly contain my curiosity to explore your anatomy. The evolved being ahead rubbed his hands together. An expression of impatience etched across his face. I shall grant you 3 seconds. At this, Lin Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him. The chasm of 5 levels was a daunting gap. No protagonist in any novel would dare to claim the ability to overcome such odds. Even if Xiao Huohuo were present, it would be futile. He was neither capable of fighting nor escaping. Lin Yi swallowed hard. You bang. Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, the evolved being before him collapsed to his knees. A gaping hole appeared in his head. Dead. This was utterly absurd. He had no inkling that among his acquaintances there existed such formidable prowess capable of instantaneously dispatching a level 6 evolved being. Ling Luoyi was not even close, unless she had ascended to the 2nd tier. Yet, the conundrum lay in the fact that Lin Yi had distinctly witnessed the evolved being slain by a streak of radiant light. While Ling Luoyi was evidently a close combat assassin, Lin Yi promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the figure ahead. I am unaware of which esteemed senior has saved my life, but this humble youth is willing to serve you in the next life. No sooner had he spoken than a woman clad in a simple dress emerged from the shadows of the street. Under the moonlight, her skin shimmered with a faint luminescence, revealing a delicate bronze hue. Her elongated legs bore no excess flesh, and her physique was nothing short of perfection. However, when Lin Yi's gaze settled upon her face, he was momentarily taken aback. Anaya? No, wait. Lin Yi quickly realized that Anaya was of similar strength to him, both being at level 1, while the woman before him was undoubtedly at least a level 2 evolved being. The weapon in hand was not an Arabian scimitar, but rather a flute shimmering with a cerulean glow. At the same time, Alia was equally astonished, her gaze scrutinizing Lin Yi as if attempting to peer into his very soul. The entirety of the battle unfolded under her watchful eyes. First, he produced a grenade, silently neutralizing 2 evolved beings far superior in strength to himself, then brandished a firearm, ultimately absorbing 2 more evolved beings into his spatial realm. It was highly likely that he possessed dual abilities. Although Ling Luoyi's description had been somewhat exaggerated, she was increasingly convinced that this was Lin Yi's awakened powers after becoming an evolved being, an extraordinary simultaneous awakening of spatial and firearm abilities. Her perception of Lin Yi shifted. He was indeed worthy of her sister. With this thought in mind, Alia sheathed the flute and approached him. Are you Lin Yi? You resemble her so closely. For a moment, Lin Yi nearly mistook her for Anaya. He blurted out, Yes, I am Lin Yi. However, immediately after, regret washed over him. His body became immobile. Alia radiated an overwhelming presence, the azure flute reappearing in her grasp. In a cold tone, she demanded, Speak. Why does my sister call you master? In an instant, Lin Yi was taken aback. How was he to respond? Voluntarily? Glancing at the flute draped around her neck, He seriously doubted that uttering such an answer would not lead to a fate akin to that of the unfortunate man on the ground. Death, or, more accurately, a severance of soul from body. But Anaya did so willingly. Torn in his thoughts, Alia remarked indifferently, I can overlook what you have done to my sister. But you must agree to one thing. Before Lin Yi could process her words, Alia gently lifted her garment, revealing her smooth arm. Though greatly astonished, Lin Yi respected her choice. He removed his outer shirt, exposing his chiseled abdomen. What are you doing taking off your clothes? It is simply too hot here. This will provide some relief. Lin Yi noticed the wound on Alia's arm, wrapped in tea leaves. The moment he saw the tea leaves, everything became clear. He had sold them to one person, Ling Luoyi. The woman before him must have learned of his existence through her. Her visit was undoubtedly prompted by the grotesque injury on her arm. Lin Yi chuckled. It appears to be a wound inflicted by a zombie. As a second-tier evolved being, you have no solution. What could I possibly offer? To be precise, I am a third-tier evolved being. And this injury was incurred due to a surprise attack from a third-tier zombie. Alia scrutinized him keenly, a cold smile gracing her lips. Since I have come here, I am already aware of your capabilities. Before you lie only two choices. Provide me with anti-inflammatory medicine, or face death. Confronted with a threat to his life, Lin Yi's focus was not on the two choices before him. Anti-inflammatory medication was readily available in the modern world. Instead, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the woman before him, evoking a sense of wanting to embody Anaya. The gentle, obedient little maid versus the cold, domineering queen? Lin Yi smiled and said, I can provide you with the medication, but you must agree to one request of mine. What is it? Arya's tone softened slightly. Become my maid. Arya thought to herself, if only she could crush this man before her. Yet, considering her sister, and the fact that he might be her only hope to eradicate the zombie virus, she bit her lip. That won't do. You may choose another. How about Ling Luoyi? Since Ling Luoyi had brought trouble upon herself, Lin Yi felt no remorse. Deal. They exchanged smiles, seemingly having reached an agreement. Suddenly, Lin Yi had a thought and quickly walked towards the evolved being that Arya had swiftly eliminated, retrieving it into his space. He could not afford to waste the free experience. After completing his task, Lin Yi asked again, May I know how to address you? Arya. She replied. Lin Yi nodded, sensing that this woman might indeed be related to Arya. By the way, do you wish to completely eradicate this wound? Lin Yi inquired tentatively, regardless of the underlying principles. If the anti-inflammatory medication was effective against the zombie virus, did that not imply that other modern medications might also hold efficacy? To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, a spark of hope flickered in Arya's eyes. Can you find antibiotics? Indeed, but prior to that, you must agree to another condition. In the city of Liuguang, at Hu Junwei's home, laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, still hardening? Let's see if you can manage that this time. Once we finish these delicacies, your wife and daughter will witness what true hardening looks like. 5 or 6 first-tier evolved beings sat in Hu Junwei's house, greedily devouring the food laid before them. Their faces adorned with mockery. Not far from them, Hu Junwei knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his arms, a sharp dagger protruding from his chest, blood flowing freely from the wound. Hu Junwei grimaced, glancing back at his wife and daughter. Miss Anaya, I will do my best to hold them off. Please, ensure their escape, I beg you. Chapter 55. The organization reemerges. Zhao Jie's subtle intentions. Anaya was filled with anxiety, yet Lin Yi was absent, and she could only silently nod. Just moments ago, the two women had been savoring the delicious food Lin Yi had brought with Hu Junwei's family, who were equally astonished. However, as they had barely finished half of their meal, several evolved beings burst into their home, intent on capturing them. Hu Junwei would not acquiesce, immediately activating his abilities to confront 6 adversaries. The opposing force seemed acutely aware of Hu Junwei's capabilities, completely avoiding direct confrontation. It was only after the abilities had waned that they exploited their numerical superiority to inflict severe harm upon him. In her unwavering commitment to safeguard Nasha and Hu Junwei's wife and daughter, Anaya refrained from participating in the battle, yet she was confronted with a far harsher reality. Even should she intervene, the outcome would remain unchanged. Upon Anaya's acquiescence, a smile graced Hu Junwei's face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a reassuring glance toward his wife and daughter, remarking, In that case, I am grateful. If I survive, I shall insist that Brother Lin treat me to a drink. It has been far too long since I savored that delight, and I find myself yearning for it. Time was of the essence, and he refrained from further idle chatter. With a thunderous shout, he proclaimed, "Harden," beginning at his chest. Hu Junwei's skin transformed into a silvery hue, the dagger embedded in his torso shattering under the pressure. The evolutionists at the table rose in unison, fully aware that Hu Junwei was merely a spent force. If they could eliminate him, the 4 women within the room would be theirs, 2 of whom were breathtakingly beautiful, worth double the effort. Although Ling Luoyi had managed to escape, they anticipated that the sight of his wife and daughter pleading for mercy would compel her to divulge their whereabouts. "You dare?" Hu Junwei's eyes blazed with fury. "Let us see if we dare." 2 of them blocked Hu Junwei's path, while the remaining 4 charged toward the 4 women in the back. As they neared their quarry hidden in the shadows, wicked grins spread across their faces. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air shattered the tension. Puff, 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 puff. In rapid succession, the heads of the 4 evolutionists erupted, blood splattering onto Hu Junwei, staining him a crimson hue. Before he could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, a woman clad in plain garments materialized within the room. The remaining 2 evolutionists paled at the sight. A second-tier evolutionist? They scrambled to retrieve a token inscribed with markings. "Do you not fear the retribution from our organization for slaying us?" Arya furrowed her brow, noting the colors, blue, purple, black, red, gold, and black lettering, indicating their master was no ordinary individual. "However, those who dare to kill me must meet their demise." With a swift motion of her green flute, both men collapsed instantly. The overpowering scent of blood permeated the room, rendering even those seasoned by the apocalypse momentarily pale. At last, Hu Junwei exhaled in relief, embracing his wife and daughter while expressing his gratitude to Arya. She nodded slightly, intending to check on her sister Anaya's injuries, only to turn and find Anaya nestled in Lin Yi's embrace. Clenching her fist, she coldly remarked, "Lin Yi, do you remember our agreement?" Initially, he had doubted Anaya's relationship with Arya as sisters, but the nearly suffocating glare she directed at him confirmed his suspicions. Hu Junwei had protected both Anaya and Nasha, and Lin Yi, naturally, could not allow him to perish. Lin Yi remarked, "Of course, I can provide you with antibiotics immediately, but first, I must use the restroom." "I will go too." Anaya struggled, reluctant to leave Lin Yi's embrace. This time, Lin Yi did not refuse. With a resounding bang, the bathroom door was shut. Within the cramped confines, their breaths quickened, and Anaya's sparkling eyes were fixated intently on Lin Yi. The mistress, Anaya, seemed to hesitate, turning away. In that very moment she turned, Lin Yi raised his finger. "Modern world, activate." When he opened his eyes again, Lin Yi found himself in Allison's private estate. The sun, the sea breeze, and the beach were all visible through the villa's windows. He stretched languidly, only to realize something was amiss. Looking down, he discovered that Allison was still in bed, gazing at him with a forlorn expression. "Master, do you dislike me? It has only been 3 days. And you are already unresponsive?" She lay atop him, seemingly intent on fighting to the bitter end. Is this even human speech? Lin Yi had no time to engage in lengthy discourse with this woman. 2 hours later, he emerged from the villa, his face alight with satisfaction. "The esteemed evolver underestimated me. This time, I have surely convinced you." Upon returning, Lin Yi did not rush to leave. Hu Junwei had sustained a fatal injury, and it would be irresponsible to return prematurely without ensuring he had the means to save him. However, this did not imply that he intended to spend decades in the modern world acquiring medical knowledge. He had no time for such indulgence. A far superior option lay before him. With the system's devouring function, he could complete his transformation in merely 10 seconds. Of course, the estate's butler played a significant role in this endeavor. Initially, the butler had been reluctant, but under Lin Yi's coercion and persuasion, he helped locate several graves of notable Western physicians, the most recent of which had only been interred a few months prior. What followed was straightforward. Under the cloak of a moonless night, after ensuring no one was around, Lin Yi proceeded to send each of their bodies to meet their maker. After spending several days in the beautiful country, he had adeptly mastered the fundamentals of surgery. During this time, aside from philosophizing about life while fleeing with Allison, he successfully infiltrated a private hospital with Henry's assistance, masquerading as the attending physician to perform several thrilling rescue surgeries. His practical surgical skills had greatly improved. There is no need for a send-off. I am not heading to my demise. I am returning home. Is it not permissible to be a bit joyful? This place, after all, was a foreign land. Although the estate was quite comfortable, it lacked the warmth of home. Watching the plane disappear into the clouds, Allison lingered in place, her mind a whirl of thoughts. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jiangqing's airport, a Porsche 911 stood out conspicuously. On the crimson hood of a Porsche, Zhao Jie perched with her legs dangling, her form accentuated by a sleek black skirt that highlighted her curvaceous figure. Her long legs, elegantly adorned in black stockings, appeared strikingly straight. With a subtle smoky eye makeup gracing her exquisite features, she elicited gasps of admiration from onlookers. Surely, her appearance would astonish her boss, Lin Yi. As she gazed at her reflection in her phone, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, suggesting a fleeting thought, yet she quickly shook her head, embarrassment washing over her. After all, she was a mother, her child not far in age from Lin Yi. What was she thinking? As her mind spiraled into confusion, she impulsively recorded a video. Chapter 56. Tang Ling, an unexpected encounter with a former leader. Shortly thereafter, the plane touched down. Engrossed in lively conversation with her friends, Zhao Jie hastily ended her video call and hurried towards Lin Yi. "Boss Lin, you're back," she exclaimed, personally opening the passenger door for him. A lingering blush still evident on her cheeks. Lin Yi, taken aback by Zhao Jie's alluring appearance, nearly dropped his jaw. She was already a striking woman with an enviable figure, now dressed deliberately to entice him into mischief. If not for the aura of this luxurious vehicle, he might have felt like the one being courted. "Shall we drive now?" he inquired. At his words, Zhao Jie regained her composure, promptly closing the passenger door and returning to the driver's seat. "Where are we heading now, Boss Lin?" she asked. Lin Yi, left speechless, thought. Where else could they possibly go but home? Did a brief excursion render this beautiful caretaker somewhat daft? Had she indulged too much in ginseng? With a quizzical tone, Lin Yi replied, "Let us find a field of rapeseed. I wish to wield my great sword." "Really?" Zhao Jie questioned, skepticism lacing her voice. "Indeed. Hurry. My sword is eager for action." Lin Yi intended to tease his enchanting caretaker, but to his surprise, Zhao Jie actually drove them to a nearby field of rapeseed. With no one around, the vast expanse of the field was graced only by the setting sun, a gentle breeze, and the two of them. Exiting the vehicle, Lin Yi sauntered into the field. It was the season for rapeseed blossoms, and the air was infused with their fragrant aroma. Strolling through the field, he wielded two swords, one named Xinyuan, the other Yongle. Half an hour later, not a single upright rapeseed flower remained in the 2 acres he traversed. Time to go. It wasn't until Lin Yi returned to the car that Zhao Jie realized he had genuinely come to the rapeseed field for amusement. Was it truly entertaining for a grown man to wield 2 swords and lay waste to a field of flowers? Did she not hold a higher place in his heart than this field of rapeseed? A sense of disappointment welled up within her as she settled back into the car. Igniting the engine, she shifted gears and set off, all the while observing Lin Yi's demeanor. "Boss, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to prepare dinner today. He would simply return home to enjoy a bowl of instant noodles. Zhao Jie's demeanor had not escaped Lin Yi's keen observation. Ever since disembarking from the plane, she had exuded an aura that suggested an overwhelming desire to devour him. However, Lin Yi was utterly fatigued and yearned only for slumber. Moreover, he had yet to ascertain whether there were ulterior motives at play. Exhausted, he sighed and promptly closed his eyes. With a considerable distance still to traverse before reaching his residence, he seized the opportunity to doze off for a while, hoping to later engage in a few exhilarating rounds of the game Honor of Kings. After suffering a staggering 23 consecutive defeats, surely he would manage to secure a victory this time. In a state of drowsiness, Lin Yi lost track of time until he felt his fingers brush against something smooth, with a subtle grainy texture. At that moment, the vehicle came to a halt. Blinking in a daze, Lin Yi was startled to discover that his hand had unknowingly found its way onto Zhao Jie's thigh, where a conspicuous tear had formed above her stockings, revealing her pristine skin. To his dismay, the situation grew even more awkward when he followed Zhao Jie's gaze and noticed Chen Sichuan leaning against the passenger window, her expression a blend of curiosity and disbelief as she scrutinized the two of them. Lin Yi exclaimed, "Can someone please explain what just happened?" At that moment, an automated voice announced, "Dear passenger, due to an accident ahead, please take an alternate route to your destination." Chen Sichuan furrowed her brow and added, "There's one more thing. I do not approve of this marriage." After departing the scene without further incident, Zhao Jie bid farewell and hurriedly left after escorting Lin Yi back to the community. The following day, Lin Yi awoke before 8, roused by his own irritation. He had spent the night immersed in gaming, ultimately achieving a 30-day streak of defeats after enduring 23 losses in a row. He could not fathom why. In a world overrun by zombies, he could triumph, yet this game eluded him at every turn. Gazing into the mirror at his somewhat haggard reflection, he was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He began contemplating whether he should investigate the game's developers. Be cautious with your mind. Don't let the zombies devour it. After completing his morning routine, Lin Yi changed into a fresh outfit, only to realize that Zhao Jie had yet to arrive at such a late hour. It was only upon checking his phone that he discovered she had taken the day off, a message sent the previous night that he had overlooked in his gaming fervor. All right, I understand. I have matters to attend to as well. See you tomorrow. After a brief reply, Lin Yi drove out of the community, making his way to the commercial center of Jiangqing. His objective was straightforward, to purchase a few upscale outfits to disguise his less-than-desirable status. He had never admitted to being a loser. Even while driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, he often felt it was merely a gift from a wealthy benefactor. Additionally, there was one crucial task at hand, getting a haircut. Soon, Lin Yi arrived in front of a hair salon. The establishment, known as Yunding Yaju, stands as the epitome of luxury within the vicinity, being the most upscale hair-washing salon in the area. The gentle lavender-hued lights, harmoniously paired with opulent decor, exude an air of extraordinary elegance. In this realm, one word encapsulates the essence: expensive. As Lin Yi pushed open the door, he was immediately enveloped by the fragrance of lavender. Welcome. The attendant at the reception bowed deeply to Lin Yi, each individual possessing a poised stature, embodying grace and maturity. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. However, as he approached the front desk, his gaze became fixed. A cascade of lustrous black hair was elegantly tied behind her. Her exquisite features carried a hint of aloofness, clad in a standard professional outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure beneath a crisp white shirt. This was Tang Ling, age 25, a dual master's degree holder in economics and finance from the prestigious National State University. She was also Lin Yi's former superior. Congratulations, boss, you two have been laid off. Lin Yi inadvertently voiced his candid thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tang Ling's eyes flickered, recognizing Lin Yi as her former subordinate. Just as she was about to express her indignation, she realized that she was no longer in a position of authority over him. A professional smile graced her face. Sir, may I inquire what type of service you require? Our prices range from 288 to 1888. Lin Yi, here for indulgence, naturally deemed the premium 1888 price befitting his status. Yet, sensing his former boss's deliberate pretense of unrecognition, Lin Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. May I ask how much it would cost if I were to choose Boss Tang? Lin Yi's words shifted the atmosphere in the grand hall to an awkward tension. The lobby manager swiftly approached, clarifying, Sir, our salon operates with utmost professionalism. Please be mindful of your words and actions. I am fully aware. If it weren't legitimate, I wouldn't be here, Lin Yi retorted. Then what did you mean earlier? With a sigh, Lin Yi responded, I merely saw my former leader and felt a surge of excitement, wishing for an intimate conversation. How about 18,888 yuan if she agrees to join me? Seemingly moved by Lin Yi's righteous tone, the lobby manager ceased speaking, retreating to leave the matter in Tang Ling's hands. Chapter 57. Encountering the organization again. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Tang Ling finally nodded, her voice calm as if she had resolved to make a significant decision. Lead the way, Lin Yi instructed. Soon, they found themselves in a private room. The music within was rather loud, prompting Lin Yi to immediately turn it off. Upon turning around, he noticed Tang Ling had removed her outer garment. The glaringly white attire caused Lin Yi to instinctively swallow hard. Setting aside the matter of hair washing for the moment, he expressed his curiosity regarding how she had been laid off. Picking up a bunch of grapes from the table, he reclined on the sofa, adopting a spectator's demeanor. There is nothing more amusing than witnessing one's superior in an embarrassing predicament. Lin Yi, despite his fortune exceeding 100 million, remains unable to escape this undeniable truth. Upon hearing this, Tang Ling placed her coat on the sofa, her eyes slightly swollen with emotion. She bit her lip and spoke. After the dismissal of your batch of employees, the company's performance did not see significant improvement. Moreover, my work methods have irked many, leading to Lin Yi grasping the situation after a period of explanation. In essence, he too faced termination. Once an unattainable former boss, now holding dual master's degrees. She stood at the front desk, and Lin Yi felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Thus, He returned the half-eaten bunch of grapes to the fruit basket and inquired, "If I were to offer you a chance to prove yourself anew, would you be interested?" Tang Ling, taken aback, responded, "What do you mean?" "Of course, I mean to offer you a position under my employment. I find myself in a fortunate financial state and am considering starting a business for fun. Would you be interested?" Lin Yi then produced his phone, casually displaying the balance in his bank account, a long string of numbers. "What do you think? Are you interested in working for me?" Tang Ling was momentarily stunned, not expecting that in just over a month, Lin Yi had transformed into a sudden tycoon. Not merely an ordinary affluent individual, but one with at least $1 billion in assets, sufficient to acquire their previous company. Thus, with a hint of awkwardness, she asked, "Why would you choose me?" Her gaze flickered, her expression somewhat uncertain. Lin Yi was quite pleased with her reaction. Had she immediately come begging for his favor, he would have disregarded any thoughts of future company operations, a realm in which he was utterly inexperienced. Lin Yi chuckled, "Naturally. I wish for you to experience the trials I once imposed upon you. This time, you will have to heed my commands, albeit only in matters of work." Tang Ling fell into silence. Lin Yi, undeterred, proceeded to wash his hair, taking a seat afterward. "Do not forget your task. Give me a stylish haircut." Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi emerged from the salon with a new hairstyle, looking even more dashing. Tang Ling followed closely behind him. After careful consideration, she agreed. She too had her own struggles. This was her sole avenue to acquire substantial funds. With Lin Yi's considerable wealth, he was bound to lend her assistance. Of course, that would only be discussed once she commenced her employment at Lin Yi's company, essentially trading labor for debt relief. Where are we headed now? To buy clothes. At the very least, let me not appear shabby. Moments later, the two arrived at a nearby shopping center. Henceforth, they became a striking sight within the mall. Lin Yi strolling ahead with his hands behind his back, while a beautiful woman trailed behind, laden with bags, a smile adorning her face. As they passed, whispers filled the crowd. "My goodness, this is utterly inconsiderate of the girl. This man lacks responsibility, making her carry so many items. This young man must be a scion of wealth. Just look at his unremarkable demeanor. I truly wish to confront him. Why would I resort to violence when he possesses both talent and beauty? I never claimed he was unattractive. I simply have the urge to confront him. Brother, let us part ways. I notice that the young lady appears weary from carrying her belongings, and I wish to alleviate her burden." As dusk descended, the two finally emerged from the shopping mall. At times, Lin Yi genuinely questioned why women could spend so much time shopping. Fortunately, he was an evolved individual, and it was fortunate that all the items were being carried by Tang Ling. He felt no fatigue whatsoever. Glancing at the sky, Lin Yi suggested, "It is getting late. Shall I escort you home? We can find a suitable location to establish the company tomorrow." Tang Ling gazed at Lin Yi's handsome visage, momentarily at a loss for words. The company had yet to be established, yet he was already bringing her on board. However, Lin Yi's immense fortune rendered this concern trivial. One could only conclude that Lin Yi harbored a profound desire to utilize her talents, contemplating her involvement so early on. Yet she had little choice, as he was her only source of support at present. "I have no home," she replied. "Then shall we go to my place?" Lin Yi ventured tentatively. Tang Ling nodded in agreement. Seeing her response, Lin Yi refrained from saying more. The once formidable boss, Tang Ling, now appeared so pitiable. How could he refuse her? After all, his residence boasted 4 bedrooms, and he could only comfort himself with this thought. Thus, they proceeded towards the parking lot. To maintain a low profile, Lin Yi's Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked discreetly. However, upon entering the parking area, they spotted 2 figures perched atop his car's hood, taking photographs from a distance. What were Su Yuting and Zhao Mingqi doing here, and why were they on my vehicle? Lin Yi pondered. Something unusual was afoot. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Lin Yi promptly shared his home address with Tang Ling via her phone. "You should take a taxi home. I have matters to attend to before returning," he said. Observing Lin Yi hastily departing, Tang Ling said nothing further and simply hailed a taxi by the roadside. Meanwhile, Su Yuting and Zhao Mingqi were caressing the exterior of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, their eyes sparkling with delight. "If only Brother Guchun would buy me a car like this," Su Yuting mused. Zhao Mingqi quickly replied, "Brother Guchun will surely buy one for me. If you desire one, go ask your Lin Yi." Upon hearing this, Su Yuting's brow furrowed. Ever since Lin Yi realized that her bank card was linked to his account, allowing him to see her balance, he had severed the connection, leaving her unaware of her financial standing. With disdain, Su Yuting remarked. How could he even compare to brother Gu Chun? I am on the verge of divorcing him. Really? Zhao Mengqi responded. That must be true. Therefore, Mengqi, you should let brother Gu Chun be with us. We are the best of friends. Hearing this, Zhao Mengqi felt a chill in her heart. Lin Yi was fully aware of the substantial sum at her disposal, an impressive 7,000, a fortune that could last a lifetime. Yet, the thought of divorcing Lin Yi lingered in her mind. Whether Su Yuting was feigning ignorance or genuinely naive, she had no intention of revealing her true feelings. A good friend is often one to deceive. Unbeknownst to Su Yuting, Zhao Mengqi's shifting gaze caught her attention as she began to scan her surroundings. Hadn't brother Gu Chun promised us a surprise? Where could he be now? Indeed, upon encountering him, she would demand a luxurious handbag as compensation. Otherwise, this matter would remain unresolved. In the midst of their conversation, a black van approached, and before they could react, they were forcibly pulled inside. Lin Yi arrived fashionably late, leaving behind a wooden token on the ground, etched with inscriptions. Chapter 58. The Bar, Gu Chen's Deal. An organization, perhaps? Intriguing. Lin Yi picked up the wooden token, scrutinizing the blue lettering. Blue, purple, black, red, gold. Although blue represented the lowest tier, its presence in this post-apocalyptic world hinted at numerous implications. Ling Luoyi had mentioned that during the years of the apocalypse, 9 formidable organizations emerged globally, apart from the official ones. The Walking Organization and the Shattered were among them. Thus, encountering an organization in the modern world piqued Lin Yi's curiosity. Could it be that some organizations existed even before the apocalypse? He resolved to investigate further while ensuring Su Yuting remained safe. Otherwise, divorce would become an impossibility. Observing the black van gradually disappearing into the night, Lin Yi leisurely approached a nearby shared bicycle. He scanned the code, made the payment, and unlocked the bike. While ordinary individuals could hardly catch up to a car, in the bustling commercial district of Jiangxing during rush hour, the van might not outpace him after all. Stay close, or you might get left behind. Lin Yi murmured to himself as he pedaled away. The shared bicycle beneath him reached astonishing speeds, causing even the elderly passerby to quicken their pace. Old man, what are you doing? I've reached my stop. Please, stop. This ride is free. I'll take you back later. Goodness, old man, that expression of yours is alarming. If your partner runs off with someone else, don't drag me down with you. The old man said nothing, merely accelerating in an attempt to overtake the shared bicycle before him, reclaiming his lost dignity as a man. At the Nightfall Bar, in a private room on the 3rd floor, the team leader of the organization S Division, Naxin, sat on the sofa, raising his glass to the assembled company. Ladies and gentlemen, let us toast to the imminent success of our mission. Cheers. Cheers. The pride on Naxin's face was unmistakable as he surveyed his subordinates around him. Those who have arrived here are not mere individuals. They are the elite among the elite within their organization, impeccably dressed and exuding an extraordinary presence. This is especially true for him. At the tender age of 23, he has ascended to the position of team leader within the organization, thanks to his father's influence. His father often instilled in him the belief that he is akin to a captain in the Dragon Nation's elite group. He holds this conviction unwaveringly. How far have we infiltrated the Gu family conglomerate? Surely, we can return soon, Naxin inquired. At this, the subordinates present displayed expressions of discontent. One of them remarked, according to our plan, the chairman of the Gu family, the elderly Gu, is gravely ill. However, it seems some fellow discovered a wild ginseng root and revived him. Naxin abruptly stood, exclaiming, What? You inept fools, can't you manage even this simple task? Captain, please remain calm. We have new developments. Oh. Naxin resumed his seat on the sofa, his displeasure evident. Do tell. Recently, we made contact with the second young master of the Gu family, Gu Chun. He expressed his willingness to collaborate with us, provided we eliminate a certain individual, which would facilitate our access to the elderly Gu. Moreover, to demonstrate his sincerity, he has prepared a surprise for us. Upon hearing this, Naxin's demeanor softened. He gestured to one of his subordinates, and shortly after, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Gu Chun, impeccably attired in a suit. Are you Naxin from Galia? Gu Chun's eyes gleamed with disdain, his demeanor haughty. Indeed, I am Naxin, he replied, rising to extend a hand. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Gu. However, Gu Chun disregarded the handshake, instead seating himself on the sofa, his gaze piercingly fixed on Naxin. I am not here to reminisce. This is our first encounter. Let us get straight to the point. Can you fulfill my request? Naxon's expression turned cold as he waved his hand, ordering the women in the room to leave. Once only Gu Chun and his subordinates remained, he spoke softly. We will certainly fulfill our promise regarding that individual named Lin Yi from the Dragon Nation. But I am curious, what exactly is the surprise you have for us? A glimmer of pride flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he replied, It has already been placed at the entrance. Just have your people bring them in. Soon, Su Yuding and Zhao Mingqi were dragged into the room, unceremoniously tossed onto the carpet. Both women were unconscious, their faces reflecting terror. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Gu? Naxon asked, astonished, his eyes gleaming with greed. Compared to the women in the bar, these two possessed exquisite figures and striking beauty. While their presence stirred desire within him, he couldn't shake the suspicion that Gu Chun harbored ulterior motives. Gu Chun curled the corners of his mouth, deeming the two women mere trifles, mere playthings for your amusement. Just don't let them perish in the process. As for what follows, you need not concern yourself. Witnessing Gu Chun's nonchalant demeanor, the last vestiges of caution within Naxon dissipated. He had dallied with numerous women from the Dragon Country. Yet upon learning of his noble lineage, none had exhibited discontent. Quite the opposite, they clamored for a second rendezvous. So, with that in mind, I extend my gratitude. Pray, indulge yourselves. After a moment's contemplation, Naxon yanked Su Yuding onto the sofa, while others seized Zhao Mingqi and dragged her to a different corner. Just as the group was about to escalate the encounter, a knock resounded on the door of the private room. The sudden interruption left all present momentarily stunned. Naxon, irked, exclaimed, Who the hell is it? A delivery of red wine. A patron has generously invited everyone in the bar to partake, specifically selecting a bottle worth 200,000 for the gentleman, came the reply. Naxon's expression softened. He had long been desensitized to the subservience of the Dragon Country's inhabitants. Engaging in schemes against them was quite the norm. Come in, Naxon commanded. Gu Chun found the voice somewhat familiar, but thought little of it. After all, in such a secluded bar, he had relied on a guide to find it. And Lin Yi was even less likely to know of it, let alone arrive unaccompanied. In the next moment, Lin Yi, clad in a server's attire, wheeled in the wine cart. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, he was genuinely taken aback. Still at it? However, he quickly regained composure. Sensing Gu Chun's gaze upon him, he promptly placed the exquisite red wine on the coffee table. Gentlemen, please enjoy. Here, this is your tip. Thank you, sir. Clutching the two bills, Lin Yi swiftly exited the room. Chapter 59. Tang Ling, you lack martial virtue. As the door closed, the atmosphere in the private room relaxed once more. Since we have a guest of honor, how about we raise a glass, Mr. Gu? As an old saying in the Dragon Country goes, let us elevate our spirits with a celebratory drink. Naxon first uncorked the wine, pouring himself a glass before casually placing it before Gu Chun. In his eyes, despite the allure of the two women, they paled in comparison to the precious wine in his glass. Gu Chun lifted the wine bottle, giving it a slight shake, a flash of pride gleaming in his eyes. With Mr. Naxon's invitation, I, Gu Chun, shall not be a spoilsport. After pouring the wine, he raised his glass, declaring, to our celebratory toast. Cheers, echoed the others, as they poured themselves glasses, treating it as a delightful prelude before the beauty's company. Just as they were about to drink, Gu Chun suddenly wrinkled his nose and surveyed the surroundings. Do you all smell something? Boss, there is indeed a scent. It seems like the eyes of one young man lit up with fervor before he collapsed to the ground. Bang, bang. As Naxon failed to uncover anything, his companions fell one by one to the ground, their faces adorned with entranced smiles. Mr. Gu, you actually, before Naxon could finish his sentence, he collapsed. The red wine he held spilling onto the floor. The wine glass shattered upon contact with the coffee table, shards of glass scattering onto his body, piercing his skin without him realizing it. He too wore the same exhilarated expression as the others. Gu Chun was momentarily frozen, a sense of terror blossoming within him. It was that waiter. He must leave this place swiftly. Just as he attempted to rise, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to fall face down into the gap between the sofa and the coffee table. In the next moment, the door swung open. Lin Yi entered the private room, surveying the unconscious figures sprawled on the floor, and a flicker of pity welled in his eyes. Still attempting to deceive me? Unfortunately, this is not the apocalypse. Otherwise, you would all meet your demise. Reluctantly, Lin Yi followed the driver who had been coerced, resolving the matter swiftly in the restroom. In a matter of 10 seconds, he grasped the entirety of the situation. Conveniently, all his adversaries were gathered here, allowing him to deal with them in one fell swoop. As for the cause of their collapse, it was a testament to the profound influence of the Black Wolf gang. Donning gloves, he extracted a mobile phone from one of the henchmen's pockets. Modulating his voice, he dialed the emergency services, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. Hello. Is this the police? There are people gathered here. Yes, it's narcotics. Not flour, nor protein powder, but narcotics. The other end fell silent for 2 seconds, likely confirming the location. Lin Yi promptly hung up, confident that they would find their way here without his unnecessary concern. Casting a glance at the unconscious Su Yuding, Lin Yi smirked, saying, "No need for thanks. Consider this a gift from your husband. After the cooling-off period, there won't be another opportunity." After a moment of contemplation, his fingers trembled slightly, and a bag of narcotics appeared in his hand, weighing exactly 1 kilogram. That would average to about 50 grams per person. Without lingering, he placed it on the coffee table, closed the door, and departed. Upon returning home, Lin Yi discovered Tang Ling waiting at his doorstep. More accurately, she was squatting there, her head bowed, lost in thought. When she heard his footsteps, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her hazel eyes. Meeting Lin Yi's gaze, she organized her thoughts before speaking slowly. "Lin Yi, were you deceiving me during the day? Your savings aren't merely screenshots, and that car is rented, isn't it?" Lin Yi had not anticipated facing such a deadly trio of inquiries upon his return. Why hadn't he considered this while shopping for clothes? If she had doubts, why not simply refrain from coming over? He shook his head and opened the door. "My dear boss Tang, as you might expect, I am indeed a poor wretch." I gazed at Lin Yi's retreating figure and the expansive living room within, while Tang Ling's hands tightened momentarily, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. She picked up the clothes scattered on the floor and followed him into the room. "Boss Lin, may I stay here tonight before I secure a rental?" Tang Ling inquired. It must be said that the title of boss struck a profound chord within Lin Yi. Imagine the once imperious and commanding beauty of a superior suddenly gracing your home and humbly addressing you as boss. The exhilaration of such a moment is known only to Lin Yi, who is, after all, rather superficial in nature. However, he harbored no improper intentions towards Tang Ling. She was now his treasure, and his ascent in the modern world would inevitably commence with her. In the apocalypse, strength signifies absolute power. One may employ any means, be they merciful or vile, even ruthlessly cruel. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, no one can confine them. The choice of whether to partake of beef lies solely with oneself. For that is the nature of the apocalypse. Chaos reigns. Yet in the modern world, such conduct is unacceptable. He is, after all, a law-abiding young man of exemplary character. Lin Yi had contemplated initiating his ascent in the modern realm through Shen Qingyan, but in truth, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. Lin Yi saved her grandfather, and in return, she offered financial support and an agreement. He could leverage that demand, an unrefusable request, to make Gu Qingyan his woman. Yet, what significance would that hold? As of now, Lin Yi had yet to receive a response to his invitation for her to join him for spicy hot pot. After a moment's reflection, he lifted his gaze to Tang Ling and said, "I'm not particularly hungry. If you are, feel free to prepare something in the kitchen. There are noodles and vegetables available. Just remember not to blow up my kitchen. The house has 4 bedrooms, and the other 3 are unoccupied. So you may choose any one of them. The bedding is all new. There's a television in the room. You may watch it. But please keep the volume down so as not to disturb me. The password is my phone number, and you won't need to pay for internet access. Alright, that's enough for now. The rest of the time is yours. I'm going to bed, so please don't disturb me." Having given his instructions, Lin Yi took his clothes and headed to his room. After a refreshing cold shower, he comfortably lay on his bed. It had been nearly 10 days since his return to the modern world, and he found himself unexpectedly missing that woman, Anaya, pondering whether Anaya and Aliyah might be sisters. He yearned to inquire but dared not, for Aliyah could easily dispatch him with a single blow, quite literally. Gradually, slumber began to encroach upon him. Lin Yi extinguished the light, staring at the ceiling as his eyelids grew heavy. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open and then softly closed once more. A shadow stealthily appeared in the room. Tang Ling. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, the figure visibly trembled and immediately leaped onto the bed. Before he could react, Lin Yi felt as if the other party had seized the very grip of his destiny, rendering him utterly motionless. "Goodness, Tang Ling, you lack propriety. Tang Ling gently leaned in close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "I am hungry." Chapter 60. An appointment under the moonlight. A subtle flush appeared on Tang Ling's face. Her body was cold, as though she had just emerged from a bath, her skin still glistening with a delicate layer of moisture. "You're hungry? Then why not prepare a meal?" Lin Yi retorted, bemused. "Do you expect me to cook for you?" Tang Ling shivered slightly and replied, "Is that not permissible? Are you afraid, my boss?" Lin Yi was taken aback by her words. The atmosphere had reached such a point that to refuse her would seem rather unkind. "What would you like to eat?" "Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and add a piece of ham." Silence enveloped the night. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a stark red stain upon the pristine white sheets. "Lin Yi, do you truly despise me so?" Tang Ling clung to Lin Yi's chest. Her beautiful eyes filled with lingering sorrow. She had been satiated, yet the fullness made even walking a challenge. The slightest movement brought waves of discomfort. "This is our bond. After all, it's not as if you Haven Tea exploited me in the past, Boss Tang. From now on, our grievances are resolved." Lin Yi's gaze flickered as he continued, "Boss Tang, shortly we shall select a site for the company. Allow me a moment to gather myself." The room fell into silence. Lin Yi's thoughts drifted to another realm. He had not intended to linger in reality for so long. Hu Junwei's life hung by a thread, although time stood still. Leaving him in such a state weighed heavily on his conscience. The issue lay within Lin Yi's spatial backpack, which contained 8 evolved beings. Alas, the disparity in strength meant that it was only today that a first-level 4 evolved being had been consumed, while the remaining first-level 6 evolved being would likely require several more days. For now, Hu Junwei would have to endure his injuries for a few more days. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a soft pressure and glanced down to find Tang Ling once again nestled in his embrace. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, he thought, "Boss, may I ask a favor? Could you lend me 300,000? I have an urgent need for it, and you can deduct it from my salary." Seeing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, Tang Ling hurriedly clarified, "Due to certain issues, I am currently in significant debt. Otherwise, I would not have been driven to work at a hair salon as a receptionist." Lin Yi nodded and countered, "Explain the specifics. What is the situation? I shall determine whether to advance your salary." Tang Ling's gaze flickered as her brow furrowed slightly. "Lin Yi, why does this statement sound oddly familiar?" When it comes to advancing salaries, Tang Ling consistently finds various excuses to defer. Why did she not express such concerns during overtime? Lin Yi remarked candidly, "I learned that from you, Boss Tang." Tang Ling's expression stiffened, revealing a trace of resentment. They had previously agreed to set aside past grievances. Yet now she was reminded of bygone matters. Nonetheless, she truly had to repay this debt. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom what the future held for her stability. Resolute, she spoke with determination. "My brother purchased a car in my name while I was still employed, and I paid it no mind at the time. However, after I left the company, he revealed to me that he had financed it through usury and, despite depleting his savings, he still owes over 300,000. Lin Yi, these funds may seem trivial to you now, but if you help me settle this debt, I assure you I will remain loyal to you and bind myself to you henceforth." Upon hearing Tang Ling's words, Lin Yi's gaze flickered. 300,000, an amount that would hardly be a loss for a perennial worker, especially considering she was his former beautiful boss. A lucrative deal. His expression grew contemplative as he smiled. "Do you know where your brother secured the loan? I have a friend who is also interested in such matters." 300,000 was indeed excessive. Given that it was usury, he contemplated a simpler solution. Eliminating the usurers would allow the system to deal with them, wouldn't it? It was said they hailed from Gallia, a group known as Naxon, Tang Ling informed. "If that's the case, then there's no issue. I have already settled your debt." "Really? That cannot be false." Lin Yi glanced at the time. It was merely 8 in the morning. He had not eaten since last night, and now felt quite hungry. "Allow me to treat you to breakfast." Meanwhile, in a hospital in Jiangcheng, Naxon lay on a hospital bed, his lips involuntarily twitching. He was engulfed in profound suspicion. He had been poisoned, afflicted by a toxin for which there was no antidote. His plans had been thoroughly disrupted by an unknown waiter who had evidently targeted him, leading his entire crew into addiction while leaving behind a kilogram of white powder in the private room. 1 kilogram, an entire 1,000 grams. This was the Dragon Country, where even 50 grams of white powder could warrant a death sentence. Even as a foreigner, he understood the gravity of the situation. Were it not for the bar owner who, sensing the impending arrival of the police, had thrown him into the restroom, he might well have been lying there now. In the afternoon, Lin Yi and Tang Ling emerged from the bedroom. met with Zhao Jia's astonished gaze. Due to work commitments, Zhao Jia refrained from inquiring further. Silently standing by the table, luncheon was prepared, including Lin Yi's favorite dish, tomato scrambled eggs, prompting him to serve himself a generous bowl of rice. Last night, in a bid to catch up with Naxon and others, racing on shared bicycles and cars proved to be no trivial endeavor. Determined to reclaim every ounce of energy expended, Lin Yi urged, "What are you staring at? Come, let us dine." After a considerable duration of indulgence, Lin Yi realized he was the sole one fervently devouring the meal. With his tacit approval, the enchanting caregiver was permitted to join him at the table, far less reserved than she appeared now. Observing the awkward exchange between the two women, Lin Yi quickly discerned the root of the misunderstanding. "This is a mere miscommunication." He promptly introduced them. "This is Tang Ling, my former employer, and this is my housekeeper, Zhao Jia. Now let us eat." Subsequently, amidst an atmosphere of silence, Lin Yi concluded his delightful repast. After a brief respite, he stretched comfortably, leaving behind a wild ginseng as a reminder for soup preparation before departing the house, with Tang Ling navigating through the city for over half an hour. A towering building of over 20 stories came into view. Gu Group International Trade Company, Limited. "Are you considering acquiring this place?" Tang Ling suddenly inquired. A twinkle of amusement in her eyes. Lin Yi's expression stiffened as he retorted, "Do you believe I can afford it?" Tang Ling solemnly nodded, her gaze imbued with unwavering trust. "If Boss Lin says it can be purchased, then it can indeed be purchased. I have faith in you." After pausing momentarily, they entered the edifice. Today marked the appointed time of reality. Chapter 61. The Promise, the Breach. In the 24th floor executive office, Gu Qingyan stood before her desk like a child, her eyes fixed intently on the man before her. "Brother, the hospital has conveyed news that grandfather's condition has significantly improved. It won't be long before he can resume overseeing the company." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan turned, a hint of relaxation easing his brow. "With grandfather in good health, I can focus on my own matters. With him here, I shall undoubtedly fulfill his expectations." "Sister, have you given further thought to our previous discussion? Governor Wang has mentioned you several times," Gu Qingyan inquired, casting a questioning glance at Gu Qingyan. She felt a wave of frustration, yet was at a loss for how to decline. She could scarcely recall how many times she had been asked this question. Just as Gu Qingyan wavered in indecision, the office door swung open. "President, it has been a while. Do you still remember our arrangement?" The voice preceded the figure. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan rose from the sofa, looking expectantly toward the entrance. "Qingyan, who is this?" "This is the seller of the wild ginseng we provided to grandfather," Gu Qingyan replied. Gu Qingyan shook his head in disappointment, returning to his seat as his gaze drifted out the window. With a sigh, Gu Qingyan recognized that the inevitable had arrived. Having made a promise, she could not be one who betrays her word. "Mr. Lin, first and foremost, I express my gratitude for your wild ginseng. Grandfather is nearing recovery." Gu Qingyan inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Lin, what requirements do you have for me?" Gazing upon Gu Qingyan's exquisite visage, it was evident that her charm was unparalleled among the beauties Lin Yi had encountered. He felt a flutter of emotion, yet simultaneously, an ambivalence stirred within him. His feelings were quite complicated. He increasingly perceived himself as a one-sided admirer, unbeknownst to the object of his affections. Lin Yi replied with a smile, "What do I desire of you? To be my woman?" His gaze remained steady on Gu Qingyan, noting every subtle movement she made. The slight furrow of her brow spoke volumes. In the next moment, Lin Yi shrugged, realizing that maintaining an air of aloofness was rather taxing. Perhaps embracing a more humble persona suited him better. "Just teasing you," he continued. "I have come into a bit of money, and I am considering starting a company. The reason is quite simple. I have suffered 32 consecutive defeats in my ranking. My request is for President Gu to assist me in locating a prime site, one that is easily accessible and bustling with foot traffic, to serve as the company's base." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan's expression darkened instantaneously. "You must be Lin Yi, the one who used ginseng to aid my grandfather. We are indeed grateful, but we have already compensated you for the ginseng. Do not presume this grants you the right to act unreasonably." Lin Yi was taken aback. Who was this man, and why the sudden agitation? "My brother," Gu Qingyan reminded him timely. So, he was her elder brother. Lin Yi gradually relaxed his clenched fists. He stepped forward nonchalantly and remarked, "This is the condition your sister agreed upon. If you disagree, I shall allow you to have a brother-in-law for the night." Lin Yi attempted to employ the same tactics he used on Gu Qian against the man before him, but to his surprise, his provocation had the opposite effect. Gu Tingyun's demeanor grew calm, and he spoke with an undeniable authority. "Qingyan, is what he said true? Indeed, I agreed to his terms. Regardless of the conditions, I will fulfill them 100%. At the time, my grandfather's condition was critical, and he was our only hope," Gu Qingyan affirmed. Receiving her confirmation, Gu Tingyun's countenance grew increasingly grim. After a lengthy pause, he stated, "My sister cannot represent the company. Therefore, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Moreover, as her brother, I shall not permit any behavior that might intimidate my sister. Should you choose to do so, you will be opposing the entire Gu Group. Considering our prior commitments, we are prepared to compensate you, Mr. Lin, with 2 million as restitution." At this, Lin Yi nearly lost his composure. The euros stored in that vault from the apocalypse had been meticulously verified by Henry's men. Although there might be risks associated with modern currency sharing the same serial numbers, they were undeniably genuine banknotes. For safety, Henry was gradually converting them into the currency of the Dragon Nation. A division of 2/3 to 1/3 was proposed. With 500 million euros, not to mention the 3 tons of gold, Lin Yi's personal wealth had already surpassed 30 billion. The 2 million truly held no allure for him. Lin Yi sighed and cautiously probed, "Is a mere 2 million enough to equate to your sister's unconditional obedience?" Gu Tingyun replied, "This is my final bottom line. Please do not force my hand." Lin Yi shrugged and turned, wrapping his arm around Tang Ling's shoulders. "Come, let us go downstairs for some spicy hot pot. 2 million is excessive. Let them use it to buy supplements for old Gu instead." "All right, boss." As Lin Yi and Tang Ling departed, Gu Qingyan felt a slight tremor in her body. Was their agreement so easily nullified? A sense of relief mingled with a tinge of unease arose within her, an indescribable bitterness. Sister, you are far too soft-hearted. How many times has your brother advised you against accruing debts of gratitude? Such debts are the hardest to repay." Gu Tingyun stood from the sofa and patted Gu Qingyan's shoulder. "Listen to me. I know you are weary. Tonight, meet Wang Tingting. I have already reserved a restaurant for you two. Trust me, brother always has your best interests at heart." Gu Qingyan lifted her gaze to meet Gu Tingyun's eyes, the anguish within her becoming impossible to suppress. She abruptly swept the documents off her desk, exclaiming with a heart-wrenching intensity, "If you truly cared for me, why were you absent when grandfather was gravely ill? I was the only one caring for him. If you genuinely considered my well-being, why burden me with the entire weight of the company? What about you? What about Gu Qin? Is it solely because I am a woman? Why, just why?" Gu Qingyan's composure shattered, her demeanor frenzied. The resounding outburst drew the attention of employees from the same floor, who gathered at the doorway, eavesdropping. As murmurs drifted from the threshold, Gu Tingyun's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and struck her face. "Enough. You are the president of our Gu Group. How can you allow outsiders to perceive us this way? You embody the face of the Gu family." He patted Gu Qingyan's shoulder. "Sister, everything I do is for your own good. I will go check on grandfather. You should reflect on this." Once Gu Tingyun departed, the vast office was left desolate, with only Gu Qingyan remaining. She trembled slightly, collapsing onto the sofa, her gaze vacant as it drifted toward the window. What more can I contemplate? Can I truly become the person I wish to be? Suddenly, Gu Qingyan grasped her phone and opened Lin Yi's WeChat. Chapter 62, The Surging Power, First Level 3. After much contemplation, Lin Yi returned to the alternate realm. Nothing was more paramount than strength. When he could withstand a nuclear bomb, he would still be able to assert his refusal to consume beef in the modern world. Setting a modest goal, he aimed to catch a missile with his bare hands. As he opened his eyes again, Lin Yi found himself in the restroom of Hu Junwei's home. At the same moment, upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, Anaya instinctively turned around, only to discover that Lin Yi's hairstyle had undergone a remarkable transformation in the blink of an eye. Such an astonishing change left her bewildered, and with a flutter of her beautiful eyes, she exclaimed, "Master, you look so handsome." Realizing the issue lay with his hairstyle, Lin Yi promptly dismissed the thought of stepping out immediately, knowing it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Furthermore, his attire was not the same as before. Given the circumstances, he decided to divert attention, a task he was quite adept at. He pulled Anaya into his embrace and said, "I have something to discuss with you." In the living room, Hu Junwei was helped onto the sofa, where blood began to seep from his chest as his hardening ability waned. Natasha stared intently at the bathroom door, lost in her thoughts. An unusual silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the bathroom, accompanied by the deliberate creaking of the door as it opened slightly. Alya, sipping tea, felt a sudden tremor in her arm, followed by a shrill scream from within the bathroom. Her eyes narrowed, and just as she was about to rise, a series of continuous sounds filled the air. The intoxicating melodies stirred a hint of color back into Hu Junwei's pale face, prompting him to glance subtly at his wife. Meanwhile, the expressions of the women in the room stiffened. Alya slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "How dare you, sister, wait." Natasha quickly interposed herself in front of Alya, explaining, "Mr. Lin always brings supplies from the bathroom that are not of this post-apocalyptic world. Please, calm down and wait a moment longer." As she met Natasha's unwavering gaze, Alya's expression darkened further. The one in the bathroom was her sister. Although Lin Yi was Anaya's master, did this matter not deserve a bit of consideration? Uncertain whether it was due to the reopening of her wound or something else, Alya's arm trembled slightly as she returned to her seat, remaining there for half an hour. After this time, Lin Yi pushed open the bathroom door. Before anyone could react, he strode directly toward Hu Junwei. He had nearly forgotten about this brother. Had he delayed any longer, the man might have perished. Hu Junwei's blood had almost drained away, and his face was a painful mix of hues, both blue and red. "Brother, you finally arrived. I feel like I'm dying," Hu Junwei uttered. "I disagree. Trust in my medical skills," Lin Yi declared, retrieving a syringe of adrenaline from his space and administering it to Hu Junwei, followed by an antibiotic at the wound site, and then applying a specially prepared herbal paste. The integration of traditional and modern medicine would surely ensure Hu Junwei's survival. Only after tending to Hu Junwei's injuries did Lin Yi return to his seat, casually placing some anti-inflammatory medication on the table. "Both topical and internal use are possible. Now, can we fulfill your agreement?" Alya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly opened the medicine box, revealing neatly arranged rows of anti-inflammatory capsules. Her gaze then fell upon the prominently displayed production date on the packaging. 5 years had passed since the apocalypse, and these medications had been produced 7 years prior. A moment of astonishment washed over her. Ling Luoyi was indeed correct. Lin Yi's abilities were undeniably formidable. Strangely, after confirming this fact, a sense of emptiness crept into her heart. She found it hard to believe that such potent powers came without restrictions. If they truly operated without limitations, the only options would be to recruit him into an organization or eliminate him on the spot. Of course, only after thoroughly tending to her wounds. Alya pondered whether this box of medication had any connection to Anaya. Lin Yi, who had been closely observing Alya's expressions, noted her inquiry and realized it aligned perfectly with his expectations. The tallest tree catches the wind, he mused, a conclusion he had drawn from his return to the modern world. His abilities would inevitably be exposed before demonstrating his formidable strength. He needed others to perceive limitations in his powers. In reality, however, there were none. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi retrieved a small vial of antibiotics from the spatial realm. "I currently possess limited strength and can only acquire antibiotics of grade 05. To obtain more potent antibiotics, I require the assistance of a more powerful evolver, just as I did earlier," Lin Yi explained. Alya's expression shifted as she realized that indeed, such powers necessitated female assistance to unleash their true potential. Fortunately, in the post-apocalyptic world, cheap women were plentiful. Regrettably, the antibiotics at hand were insufficient to completely eradicate the zombie virus from her wounds. "Very well, I shall accept the antibiotics. I promise to protect your woman. And I will have Luoyi come to assist you another day," Alya stated. Lin Yi chuckled in response. "Ah, so you wish to deceive me again, Ling Luoyi? This time, you seem to have fallen into your own trap." It was evident that Alya found the antibiotics lacking. Otherwise, she would not have hastily summoned Ling Luoyi. Thus, the source of the thousands of vials of antibiotics in his backpack became clear. One bottle at a time, it would be a lucrative endeavor. With Alya's cooperation, Lin Yi was determined not to disappoint her. "I shall certainly strive to double my efforts and rapidly utilize my powers to acquire more antibiotics for Anaya." Upon hearing this, Alya felt reassured that her sister had not chosen poorly, and her attitude towards Lin Yi improved considerably. "Then it's settled. I shall give my all." That evening, Alya did not leave. Her original agreement with Lin Yi was to take the two women to the inner city of Gaul. As for Lin Yi, their relationship was purely transactional. Although he had gained her recognition, it did not imply that he possessed the qualifications to enter the inner city. Hu Junwei's home had only 3 rooms, one shared by Hu Junwei and his wife, another occupied by Lin Yi and the 2 women, and the third shared by Aaliyah and Hu Junwei's daughter. This appeared to be a reasonable arrangement, with each room housing an evolver. Aaliyah was assigned to the middle room. As midnight approached, a wave of regret washed over her. The sultry sounds emanating from the adjacent rooms made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Simultaneously, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. The energies of 7 evolved beings surrounded him, save for 1 first-tier powerhouse yet to be fully consumed. Among them were 1 first-tier 3, 1 first-tier 4, and 5 first-tier 1s. After his transformation into an evolved being, Lin Yi gained the ability to control whether to absorb the energy within the spatial backpack, akin to a switch. However, to his astonishment, the influx of energy from the 7 evolved beings was far beyond what his body could withstand. Merely absorbing the energy of 3 evolved beings left him with a sensation of impending explosion. Fortunately, he managed to endure. Upon consuming the energy of the 5 first-tier 1s, he ascended to the 2nd tier, with the residual energy propelling him directly to the 3rd tier. He felt the restless energy with no outlet for release. At that moment, a chilling sensation briefly brought him back to clarity. Anaya was indeed capable. Chapter 63. The 2 realms are one world, traversing through history and the future. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as the door swung open, the expressions of the gathered individuals varied. Lin Yi exchanged a glance with Hu Junwei, both sharing an understanding look that only men could comprehend, causing them to falter in their composure. Brother Lin truly is a remarkable figure, a living miracle, Hu Junwei exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. A single injection of adrenaline, followed by another of antibiotics, had pulled him back from the brink of death. Had Lin Yi not declined to treat him the previous night, he would have already pledged his allegiance to Lin Yi as a surrogate father. Thanks to the efficacy of traditional medicine, the accumulated toxins within him were expelled, resulting in a complete rejuvenation. Of course, this was only possible because he was an evolved being with a robust constitution. A mere mortal would have perished long ago. Lin Yi understood this well. Nevertheless, his thoughts were far from Hu Junwei. His mind was in disarray. The drawbacks of absorption began to manifest. His brain felt akin to a central processor struggling to keep pace after receiving the memories from these significantly superior, evolved beings. Various memories intertwined chaotically, like noodles tossed into boiling water, indistinguishable and tangled, requiring careful unraveling. After contemplating for a moment, he realized that anxiety would yield no results. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Thus, he resolved to set his thoughts aside. Lin Yi exhaled deeply and nodded at Hu Junwei. Nearby, Aaliyah, expressionless, watched Lin Yi and gradually grew impatient. "We are leaving." Without waiting for Lin Yi's consent, she grasped Anaya and Nasha by the hands, leading them toward the exit. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. By the time Lin Yi reached the threshold, the 3 women had vanished without a trace. The formidable nature of 3rd-tier evolved beings was indeed terrifying. He sighed inwardly and turned towards the Hu family. Lin Yi said, "Brother Hu, there is something I am uncertain whether I should express. Feel free to speak, my brother." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and continued. "I would like you to vacate this city of Liuguang for new accommodations as soon as possible, ideally today." He then recounted how he had inadvertently wandered near the central building, accidentally entered it, and found himself in the mayor's office, ultimately overhearing their conversation. As for the rest, Hu Junwei understood that remaining here would only lead to their demise. As anticipated, after expressing their gratitude to Lin Yi, the family of 3 disguised themselves and quietly departed. The vast house was left with Lin Yi alone. Comfort. This was the apocalyptic existence he yearned for, unfettered and fearless. Savoring spicy hot pot packed from reality and sipping chilled cola, he enjoyed a hearty meal. Returning to his room, he indulged in a nap while sorting through the memories of this group of evolved beings. Before he realized it, the night descended, darker than the previous evening. It seemed rain was imminent. Could this be the first rainfall in this apocalyptic world? Leaning against the headboard, his thoughts were clearer than ever. In the span of one afternoon, he sifted through the majority of trivial memories he had previously overlooked, disregarding the commonplace brutality of the apocalypse. There were 2 significant points. The first, nearly identical to what he had overheard in the office of the building, was even more explosive in content. These individuals were preparing to seek a moment when all survivors of Liuguang City would be gathered to cultivate zombies through a method akin to breeding. They intended to infect everyone, betting on a 1 in 10,000 chance to birth a high-level zombie, thus acquiring a core. For this, Ling Luo and the organization behind him, the Shang organization, would naturally be their stumbling block. The second point was a name, Naxxon. Perhaps the organization he had encountered not long ago was related to the one he saw in the present. These two could potentially be the same individual. What puzzled Lin Yi was that Naxxon had been apprehended due to his report. If they were merely sharing a name, it would be one thing. But if they were indeed the same person, it would plunge him into an inexplicable paradox. Were parallel worlds at play? Or was the apocalyptic realm merely a different time period of the modern world? Yet, this raised further questions. If the apocalypse and the modern world were indeed the same realm at different temporal junctures, who was he? Was he the Lin Yi of the modern world, or the Lin Yi of the apocalypse? Or, as the system suggested, could he traverse freely between the two realms? Would this imply that another Lin Yi, equipped with a system, existed in this world? Who was he then? The Lin Yi of this world, or the Lin Yi of the modern era? It seemed he needed to engage his mind more thoroughly. Lin Yi, upon awakening, was greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from outside his door. It struck him as peculiar. Where could Hu Junwei and his family have gone, leaving their belongings behind? The room itself bore remnants of a hastily abandoned presence, with torn black silk still strewn across the bed, yet the occupants were nowhere to be found. Let us investigate that room. There may be clues, he suggested. At this, Lin Yi paused, realizing that Hu Junwei's family had departed in the morning, only for others to arrive by nightfall. There was no need for him to seek them out. They were delivering themselves right to him. With this thought, Lin Yi discreetly retrieved 4 devices from his backpack, placing them before the door and swiftly setting the triggers, taking cover behind the balcony. Observing the door that remained obstinately closed, he marveled at the caution displayed by the others. He lit a solitary candle, pondering the excessive wariness of these individuals. Must you be so meticulous? We are all pressed for time. The door trembled slightly, revealing at least 3 or 4 silhouettes behind it. Predominantly evolved beings and those on the cusp of evolution. Assessing the situation, Lin Yi found no immediate threats among them. Resolute, he pressed the detonation button. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the wooden door shattered into splinters, inflicting grievous harm upon the evolved beings and their lesser counterparts. The Xianyuan's sword materialized in his grasp as he leaped forward, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity presented by the bounty of experience before him. Any potential adversaries, no matter how minute, were not to be spared. Every morsel counted. He gathered them into his backpack, arranging them methodically within its compartments before swiftly retreating to the room, avoiding any delay and descending directly from the balcony. Below, Jackson awaited Lin Yi's emergence, blissfully unaware of the impending explosion. Upon witnessing the chaos, he sprinted towards the second floor. "Stop! You cannot escape," he shouted. Hearing the urgency behind him only spurred Lin Yi to quicken his pace. He was merely at the first tier, while his pursuer was at the 6th. Standing idly to meet his demise was not an option. However, the enticing prospect of the experience package was not to be relinquished easily. Turning back with a grin, he taunted, "If you desire the Yonla sword, then come and claim it." Chapter 64, Counterattack, Ambush on Mike. Swiftly retrieving the Yonla sword from his backpack, he brandished it briefly before stowing it away once more. Though it was but a fleeting glance amidst the rain-soaked eve, Jackson would not let slip the chance to forge an alliance with a high-tier Dragon Kingdom powerhouse. The Yonla sword represented that very opportunity. "Thank you, then. I had no intentions of killing you, but you have forced my hand." With that, Jackson pursued Lin Yi. The disparity between a 6th tier and a 3rd tier was stark, especially when compared to the earlier encounter of a 3rd tier against a 1st tier. Lin Yi realized that, reliant solely on his speed, he could not hope to outpace Jackson, who was evidently far superior in that regard. One can only strive to accelerate one's own pace. A First-Order 6 is not the limit. Should Mayor Mike catch wind of this and witness a First-Order 8, one might as well prepare for a grave consequence. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two had dwindled from 100 meters to 50. It was then that Lin Yi realized he had overstepped. He should have waited a bit longer before flaunting his prowess. Fortunately, he had already devised a strategy. When the gap narrowed to 20 meters, Lin Yi extracted the corpse of an evolved being from the grid and casually placed 2 grenades in its pocket. "Away with you." With all his might, he hurled it forcefully. Behind him, Jackson's lips curled slightly at the thought of the soon-to-be acquired Yongle sword. Now let us see how you escape. However, in the next moment, a corpse came hurtling towards him. Jackson's gaze sharpened, and he halted abruptly, swiftly retreating behind a nearby wall. Bang! Bang! The anticipated explosions erupted. Though they did not harm him, nonetheless, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Damn! Jackson's eyes turned crimson, his speed surging beyond previous limits. Observing this, Lin Yi dared not indulge in any false hope and quickened his own pace. As Jackson closed in, Lin Yi threw out another corpse to create an explosion. One must sacrifice something to gain something. These minor experience packages were inconsequential, while the larger one was his true objective. Their speeds were remarkable, and before they knew it, they had reached the outskirts of Liuguang City. Lin Yi had utilized all the low-level evolved and quasi-evolved corpses in his backpack for explosive purposes, leaving only the First-Order 6 corpse. He hesitated to part with it. Sensing the time was right, Lin Yi abruptly halted. Approximately 2.5 seconds later, Jackson also came to a stop not far behind him. At that moment, his breath was even more labored than Lin Yi's, his eyes bloodshot, as if ready to bleed. Who would have imagined that such an unremarkable First-Order 3 weakling could toy with him in this manner? Why not simply lie down and embrace death instead of tossing corpses that explode? Jackson glared at Lin Yi, who continued to feign indifference with his back turned, his expression growing increasingly ruthless. Damn it! Even if you hand me the Yongle sword today, I will not spare you. I will make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. Observing this, Lin Yi quickly tossed the Xianyuan's sword to the ground. Feigning a plea for mercy, "My lord, I was in the wrong. Could you spare me this once? I promise to comply with whatever you decide." Upon hearing this, a flicker of wariness arose in Jackson's heart. That fellow Mike often remarked that the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom seldom adhered to conventional norms, much like the ancient stratagems. Now, he was fully aware of Lin Yi's tenacity. He had no intention of granting Lin Yi any opportunity. However, the sound of the Xianyuan sword clattering to the ground instinctively drew his gaze downward. It was but a fleeting hesitation. Bang! Lin Yi swiftly turned, his anti-material sniper rifle firing instantaneously. The bullet, capable of shattering even a blue whale, obliterated Jackson's skull with a single shot. Jackson, until his last breath, remained oblivious to the fact that a First-Tier 6 would be outmatched and killed by a First-Tier 3, completely unaware of how his demise came to pass. Was Lin Yi more decisive in killing? The previous victim was a licker, and this time, Jackson's death was not in vain. To prevent any possibility of him rising from the dead, Lin Yi drew out a .47 and discharged another round into Jackson's lifeless body before finally storing the corpse away in his spatial realm. Another substantial experience package. Lin Yi exclaimed in delight. 2 First-Tier 6s. If this did not elevate him to First-Tier 5, then it must be an issue with the system. By consuming him, it is highly probable that he would uncover the reason behind the disappearance of the corpse core. Of course, this process might take some time. Nonetheless, now was not the moment for such thoughts. It was likely that Mike would soon arrive, and with such a commotion, he would undoubtedly come to investigate. After calming his emotions, Lin Yi retrieved Jackson's clothing. He was neither a pervert nor someone with peculiar interests. Mike himself was a formidable First-Tier 8 expert, challenging 5 levels above him, especially under the opponent's full strength. Even Xiao Huohuo would not dare to guarantee success. This time, he intended to play the role of the cunning 6th. With Mike potentially approaching at any moment, Lin Yi could not afford to delay. He promptly took out the 4th item and placed it sequentially into Mike's clothing, using a nearby broken flower pot to serve as Jackson's head, thereby creating a high-spec version of Jackson. A hefty 80 kilograms of explosives. Not to mention Mike at First-Tier 8, even a 3rd-tier evolved being would be utterly obliterated. Naturally, to avoid early detection by Mike and for his own safety, he opted for remote control this time. Standing behind a window on the 2nd floor of a nearby derelict building, Lin Yi opened a bottle of ice-cold cola, quietly awaiting Mike's arrival. When he did, he would press the button. Bang. A flawless resolution. However, in reality, Mike's arrival was absurdly slow. He had already finished 1 bottle of cola and consumed a bowl of spicy hot pot, yet Mike still had not shown up. The sky had turned ominously dark, as if it were about to rain at any moment. Just as Lin Yi considered descending to check, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, illuminating the ground below. In the distance, on the street, a group of a dozen emerged, with Mike among them. Lin Yi felt a jolt in his chest. Goodness! Truly the old fox. How remarkably patient they were. He almost fell prey to their ambush. Such was the cunning of a foreigner well-versed in the art of war. Fortunately, he had not employed any illumination throughout. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, the question arose, who possessed greater patience? Lin Yi remained motionless, and Mike did not stir, both locked in a tense stalemate. One in light, the other cloaked in darkness. Thunder rumbled, and raindrops began to fall. Ultimately, it was Mike's faction that could no longer withstand the pressure. Mayor Mike, the other areas of Liuguang City are fully prepared. In my opinion, we should take our leave. Whether that rascal Jackson lives or dies is of no concern to us, remarked an evolver. A mere first-tier weakling could not have possibly slain so many of us without Jackson's interference. The assembled evolvers nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Chapter 65, First Tier 4. Target, Narik Province. Enough said, let us not forget the disparity among us. After a prolonged deliberation, Mike ultimately reached a decision. Jackson possessed too much knowledge about him. Their partnership had been predicated on mutual understanding of each other's vulnerabilities. Since betrayal had occurred, it was imperative to ensure Jackson's demise. The gap in their strengths rendered Mike fearless of any tricks Jackson might employ. This was the essence of formidable confidence. He strode alone towards the lifeless form of Jackson. The closer he approached, the more vigilant he became, keenly observing the body while remaining alert for potential ambushes that might arise. Soon, he found himself within 5 meters of the corpse, abruptly halting in his tracks as if he had discerned something. In that moment, Lin Yi's mind raced. Clutching the remote control tightly, his gaze fixated on the front. Hurry, hurry, just a little closer. 5 meters was already within the kill range. Yet he yearned to close the distance further, aiming for a decisive strike to claim the substantial experience points from this first tier 8. Move quickly. As torrential rain began to pour, Lin Yi grew increasingly anxious about the possibility of the explosives becoming damp and failing to detonate. Just as he prepared to press the ignition button, Mike advanced several paces forward. The rain obscured his vision, but amidst the intermittent flashes of lightning, he could still make out the sharp contours of Jackson's body. This was no mere corpse. It appeared to be a collection of stones concealed within clothing. The facade of the shattered flower pot had already been compromised. Damn it! Realizing he had been played, Mike's eyes blazed with fury. That despicable Jackson had dared to mock him. His pace quickened as he charged towards the supposed body. Witnessing this, Lin Yi showed no hesitation and promptly pressed the button. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, ascending into the sky. 1 kilogram of explosives could obliterate an entire building. What of 80 kilograms? The vicinity of several dozen meters was likely rendered perilous. Lin Yi dared not linger, swiftly retreating. In this moment of close proximity, Mike experienced something entirely new. Explosives? As shock coursed through him, a blue shield manifested before him. This was his supernatural ability, the Mirror Shield. It could actively deploy a protective barrier to absorb lethal damage, simultaneously redirecting a portion of the impact towards his adversaries. Such extraordinary abilities granted him the strength to contend even with second-tier evolved beings. However, the shield could only withstand a finite amount of energy. Although it redirected part of the explosive force elsewhere, the remaining impact was far beyond his capacity to endure. The shield held for a mere second, propelling him backward several meters, yet he was still left battered and bruised, lying on the ground drenched in blood. The evolved beings behind him, realizing the situation, rushed forward in alarm. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already drawn his 109 from over 100 meters away. This firearm boasted a lethal range of 2,000 meters. Thus, a sniper shot from less than 200 meters away was scarcely distinguishable from a close-range discharge. He aimed at the opposing evolved beings. Bang, 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 bang. Indeed, the anti-material weapon proved to be highly effective, taking down one foe with each shot. It was not until the last evolved being fell that Lin Yi exhaled in relief. Another batch of experience packets awaited him, promising another wave of enhancements. He swiftly approached, collecting all the evolved beings into his spatial storage, utilizing the remnants of the dwindling firelight. Several minutes later, he departed from the scene, ultimately halting in a derelict building 3 kilometers away to spend the night and devise his next plan. While the living conditions here were inferior to those at Hu Junwei's place, it was still tolerable. He barricaded the entrance, set up a tent, and laid a blanket beneath it. With this double-layered barrier, the dust within the room was rendered inconsequential. As dawn broke, the initial first-tier 6th evolved being had finally completed its decomposition. A surge of immense energy, once again grounded in space, flooded into Lin Yi's body, filling him with vitality. In but a moment, he ascended to First Tier 4. The ranks of evolved beings were not as intricate as those in the cultivation system, lacking the myriad tiers of early, mid, late, peak, and grand completion stages. The gulf between First Tier 4 and First Tier 5 was merely one level. Currently, Lin Yi assessed himself to be at the latter stages of First Tier 4, tantalizingly close to breaking through to First Tier 5. Indeed, after absorbing Jackson's energy, reaching First Tier 6 was not out of the question. It is noteworthy that from the awakening of his system to the present, no more than a month had passed. Within this brief span, he transitioned from an ordinary individual to an evolved being, and now approached the ranks of First Tier 6. Even he found it somewhat remarkable that he might possess a talent for the dark arts. Concurrently, the memories of this First Tier 6 evolved being surged into his consciousness. His name was David. In modern terms, he could be considered an envoy. His mission was to convey messages from Naxxon and collaborate with Mike and others, aiming to firmly secure the Nalek province as their own. It is significant to note that, in contemporary terms, this equated to the scale of a province. Naxxon indeed had grand ambitions. Yet, he possessed formidable credentials, boasting a power level of Second Tier 1, making him, aside from Aaliyah, the strongest individual Lin Yi had encountered. There exists a means to resolve the predicament. Given the recent explosion's magnitude, it is unlikely that Mike could withstand it, and even Nathan, a Level 2 evolver, would find himself equally incapacitated. However, a stark reality confronts us. The adversary would not simply remain idle, awaiting his approach. If discovered, Lin Yi would almost certainly meet a swift demise. It was only through favorable circumstances that he managed to vanquish Mike. Without the torrential rain, the corpse of Jackson serving as bait, and the allure of the Yongless sword, the outcome of their confrontation would have already been predetermined. Lin Yi would undoubtedly be the survivor. He harbored no dissent regarding this conclusion. Yet, in his recollection, that core was firmly grasped by Nathan. It seems that sparing you is no longer an option. With this thought, Lin Yi's mind crystallized into clarity. If I cannot defeat you, shall I not seek assistance? I wonder if Ling Luoyi has ascended to a Level 2 evolver. If all else fails, there is still Aaliyah. A discarded Level 3 is still a Level 3. The advantage lies with me against a Level 2. His heart surged with exhilaration, as if it had absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy, ready to unleash something profound. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the modern world. At this moment, he was seated in the driver's seat of a car. The vehicle was sparsely occupied, with only him and Tang Ling present. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. "Boss, why do I feel like you've changed in the blink of an eye?" Tang Ling remarked, scrutinizing Lin Yi in an attempt to discern the nature of his transformation. However, as she lowered her gaze, her eyes gradually fixed in astonishment. She licked her lips, tying back her flowing hair. With a gentle smile, she said, "Boss, I'm hungry." Chapter 66. Jiang Yu's Doubt Mom. How can that car move while Dad's doesn't he? You're still too young, children shouldn't he pry. But Mom, I want to play with such cars too. Can we ask Dad to buy one when we get home? The woman passing by instinctively tightened her grip on the boy's hand. Let us head home first. It looks like rain. Your father is calling you back for dinner. But don't say that. Am I not still Mommy's good child? The woman's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast another glance at the car where Lin Yi sat, hurriedly pulling the little boy away from the scene. 2 hours later, even with Tang Ling's mesmerizing gaze beside him, Lin Yi felt no interest, having seemingly entered a unique state. His mind was as tranquil as still water. Contemplating the wisdom of sages reciting mantras, his eyes exuding unparalleled clarity. His thoughts, previously chaotic due to overwhelming memories, were now rapidly organizing and assimilating. Tang Ling reclined in the passenger seat, her delicate collarbone pale and radiant, emanating a subtle warmth. In a slightly wavering tone, she inquired, "Boss, are we heading home now?" Upon finishing her question, Tang Ling turned to Lin Yi, her eyes reflecting satisfaction, with his silhouette mirrored in her pupils. Their journey was entirely prompted by the company's suggestion, as articulated by Lin Yi, yet they did not anticipate such unexpected complications. "Have you finished? If so, please step out of the vehicle. We have matters to discuss with you." A voice, tinged with a semblance of amusement, suddenly echoed from outside, accompanied by a gentle tapping on the window. Tang Ling's pupils constricted sharply as she hurriedly adjusted her slightly wrinkled attire. Lin Yi, too, regained his composure, looking quizzically towards the exterior. Who could it be? He was at a loss. Moments later, The car door swung open. Upon stepping out, Lin Yi was taken aback to find a police car parked nearby, with 3 officers observing him with expressions reminiscent of onlookers at a spectacle. "When did you arrive?" Lin Yi blurted instinctively. "About half an hour ago," Chen Xishuan replied, her gaze flickering. "We are here regarding a matter related to Mr. Lin. We kindly request that he accompany us." Lin Yi exhaled in relief. The fact that they had not immediately restrained him indicated that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. "If I must go, then so be it. Who dares to fear?" he retorted. "May I take my own car?" "Certainly." Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi found himself once again at the police station. Tang Ling was also asked to accompany him, trailing behind Lin Yi with a somewhat unnatural expression. They returned to the same interrogation room, where the police chief remained stationed at the door. However, this time, without Chen Xishuan as a translator, the individual seated opposite them was a striking woman with wine-red hair, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, delicately holding a cigarette between her slender fingers. "Greetings, Special Operations Group of Jiangsheng. I am Jiang Yu." The woman seemed distinctly unimpressed by Lin Yi, barely glancing at him as her gaze remained fixated on Tang Ling's face. Unbeknownst to her, she subtly licked her lips, revealing a sly smile. Feeling overlooked, Lin Yi turned his attention to the chief at the door. "Chief, have you forgotten something?" The chief paused, his expression shifting to one of discomfort, uncertain of what mischief this young man was concocting. The previous case of the cross-border disappearance and death involved him, as did the current significant drug trafficking case. The last individual to trouble him was his own wife. The chief said, "The incident has been taken over by the Special Operations Group, and I am powerless in this matter. Any inquiries will be conducted by Agent Jiang Yu. I merely desire a cup of jasmine honey tea. If I'm coming to the police station for tea, it would be a waste not to partake." Lin Yi added, considering the presence of 2 individuals. "It should be 2 cups, please. Do hurry. I shall divulge nothing until I have my jasmine honey tea." Tang Ling remained silent, casting Lin Yi a look of astonishment. "Is this how it's done?" To her surprise, the police chief indeed stepped out, returning shortly with 2 unopened bottles of jasmine honey tea. "Now we may commence. Miss Jiang, please continue." After the director finished speaking, he hurriedly returned to the doorway, assuming an expression akin to that of an onlooker. Jiang Yu gently adjusted her glasses, diverting her gaze from Tang Ling's face. Lin Yi, a graduate of Jiangxing University, had joined the company where Miss Tang worked after graduation, but was laid off 3 months ago. Shortly thereafter, Miss Tang was also compelled to resign due to work-related issues. "Am I correct in my understanding, ladies?" Jiang Yu smiled and continued, "Since neither of you wishes to speak, I shall take it as an affirmation. I have summoned you not to discuss your relationship, but rather to address a case involving drug trafficking." No sooner had her words settled than Lin Yi became fixated on the bar's predicament. He believed no one had witnessed him placing the illicit substance in that private room. As the saying goes, one need not fear the shadow when one's heart is pure. Lin Yi shook his head, asserting, "I know nothing of this matter. The director is aware that I am a law-abiding and patriotic young man." The bar's surveillance footage indicated that he had indeed entered the establishment during that period and had departed just before the police arrived following the report. "Might I infer, then, that you two harbor some suspicion?" Jiang Yu inquired. Lin Yi remained steadfast in his belief that the opposing party possessed no evidence linking him to the drug. As the saying goes, one need not fear a misplaced step when one walks with integrity. He was confident they could not incriminate him. Lin Yi fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Yu's eyes and stated earnestly, "It was only when Boss Tang expressed her desire that I returned. It was merely a coincidence, was it not?" After posing 2 questions, Jiang Yu's demeanor towards Lin Yi notably shifted. This time, she chose not to pursue further inquiries into Lin Yi, instead redirecting her focus onto Tang Ling. "Miss Tang, are you aware of this situation?" Jiang Yu asked. Tang Ling shook her head, indicating ignorance. Jiang Yu appeared unconcerned, accepting Tang Ling's response. "Then, Mr. Lin, could you elucidate your purpose in visiting the bar, the timing of your arrival, and what transpired during that period?" Lin Yi harbored considerable suspicion that Jiang Yu was deliberately targeting him. Why not simply review the bar surveillance footage? He thought, feeling pursued without respite. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Jiang Yu displayed no sign of displeasure. Rather, she curled her lips into a slight smile, deftly opening her laptop to play the bar's surveillance video. According to the footage, after a customer entered the restroom, Mr. Lin followed closely behind, and that customer never emerged again. "Please explain this occurrence, Mr. Lin," Jiang Yu requested. Lin Yi maintained his composure, sipping lightly from his jasmine honey tea. I do not know, he replied. Upon hearing his response, Jiang Yu's smile subtly warped, and a barely audible sound of gritted teeth could be discerned. The evidence before him suggested that as long as he remained steadfast, they could not touch him. Yet Lin Yi's satisfaction was short-lived. Jiang Yu's voice resonated softly. If that is the case, then please elucidate how you amassed 30 billion in less than a month. Chapter 67. The crucial role of the devoted admirer. News from Naxxon. In an instant, Lin Yi became acutely aware of the situation. The source of substantial funds remained shrouded in mystery, prompting not only their complete confiscation, but potentially dire consequences for him. This woman had come prepared. Was she truly expending such effort merely to coerce his admission? However, Lin Yi was already equipped with a compelling rationale. At this juncture, Henry's role became pivotal. Attempting to claim 10 billion and an ostensibly unattainable 3-year commitment was no simple feat. It was given to me by my father-in-law. The moment those words escaped his lips, the officers at the police station, particularly the chief, were left utterly astonished. Had they misheard? This was a staggering 30 billion. They had always sensed Lin Yi's extraordinary nature, yet they had not anticipated such remarkable depths. Was he being supported by someone? 30 billion. What a grotesque thought regarding the woman who supposedly backed him. Nevertheless, the seasoned chief quickly regained his composure. They had thoroughly investigated Lin Yi's basic information. His father-in-law's family had even been embroiled in fierce disputes over a mere house, repeatedly reporting Lin Yi to the police. How could he possibly produce 30 billion? I hope what you say is true. Jiang Yu's suddenly icy words snapped everyone back to reality. In response, Lin Yi chose to be forthright. He retrieved his phone and dialed Henry's international number. You all may converse with him. After a brief exchange, the matter concerning Lin Yi's funding was resolved. Henry had unequivocally assured that Lin Yi was indeed his future son-in-law. And once Lin Yi's divorce proceedings were finalized, his daughter would commence a relationship with him. This 30 billion was to be considered a betrothal gift. As for whether it would come to fruition, he had no intention of reclaiming it. Instantly, the atmosphere in the police station became one of despondency once more. A gift of 30 billion, contingent upon Lin Yi's whims. Was this not the plot of a novel? Even fiction would dare not weave such a tale. While suspicions lingered regarding Lin Yi potentially possessing vital intelligence, he was merely an ordinary individual. What could he possibly know? Jiang Yu cast a profound glance at Lin Yi. Given this scenario, we have no further words. Are you interested in leaving a contact number for future correspondence? Not interested. I wasn't referring to you. I meant Miss Tang. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi and his companion exited the police station. Miss Jiang, what are your thoughts on this white powder trafficking case? I am simply curious. The police chief inquired, taking a seat at the spot Lin Yi had vacated. As of now, we lack a clear direction. Most suspects have been apprehended, and we remain unaware of the identity of the informant, as well as the whereabouts of an individual named Naxxon. Perhaps we can seek answers from these two angles. Jiang Yu turned slightly, revealing a nearly flawless, elongated leg, her black stilettos gently tapping against the floor. As for the matter regarding Lin Yi's ambiguous funding, we can temporarily set it aside. Suddenly, a playful smile graced her lips. Xixian. What is it, Sister Jiang Yu? Chen Xixian approached. I entrust you with a task, to follow Lin Yi and his companion. I am quite eager to discern the depths of his concealment. Upon exiting the police station, it was nearly 5 or 6 in the evening, coinciding with the peak hour. Lin Yi truly experienced the fleeting sensation of being pushed forward amidst the heavy traffic. Why are there so many cars? According to previous conjectures, if the apocalypse is to arrive in 2 years, will this traffic ever alleviate? What's wrong? Are you hungry? Ever since returning from the police station, Lin Yi noticed that Tang Ling had become considerably despondent. Could it be that she felt inferior upon realizing he had other women and lost her chance to ascend? At that moment, upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Tang Ling turned her head and quietly said, Boss, I may know where Na Xuan is currently hiding. Lin Yi was taken aback by her words. Really? Indeed. Tang Ling retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and handed it to Lin Yi, explaining. Na Xuan is attempting to reclaim the 40,000 in high-interest loans he is owed through this person. He came this morning, and I hadn't noticed. As she spoke, a hint of crimson appeared on her cheeks. Lin Yi, unfazed, calculated the timing. They were engaged in training at that moment, and their phones had been turned off, rendering any message unnoticed. However, as he scrolled through the chat history, he stumbled upon some unexpected revelations. The cringeworthy romantic lines were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Resembling a handwritten guidebook on how to woo women, mastering the phrases within could significantly enhance one's chances of success with women of all ages, from 18 to 80, by at least 80%. Ahem, given that the other party has expressed such sentiments, how could you still refuse? Lin Yi remarked. If memory serves, he was the one who secured the initial advantage. In response, Tang Ling shook her head. He is the Nashuan who helped my brother. When I found myself in a financial predicament, I sought his assistance, but he only cared whether I could be with him. A contradictory man. He does not appeal to me. So, does that mean our previous arrangement could be considered a transaction? Lin Yi inquired. Tang Ling hesitated but then nodded, a smile crossing her face as she added, if you wish to pursue me, I can grant you an opportunity. We shall each account for ourselves. The traffic remained atrocious, with vehicles moving at a snail's pace. Not far from Lin Yi's vehicle, Chen Xian silently observed every movement. All is well, Sister Jiangyu, she reported, hanging up the phone, only to suddenly realize she had overlooked something significant. After following for so long without discovering any useful leads, why not head directly to Lin Yi's home? After all, she knew precisely where he lived. I am quite clever. If questioned, I can simply say I miss my mother, she mused before departing on her electric bike. Inside the car, following their brief exchange, the atmosphere lingered. Lin Yi resolved to take action against a man named Fang Yuan, believing that through the power of money, he could compel him to divulge the whereabouts of Naxan. If Naxan were to perish, and the Naxan from the other world were to vanish as well, it would serve as evidence of an impending apocalypse 2 years hence. Thus, he must prepare in advance. As for the notion of causality, it mattered little. Having traversed 2 realms, he was the greatest cause of all. At the next intersection, Lin Yi veered off, abandoning his plan to return home, and instead made his way to a nearby CAF. Tang Ling, meanwhile, had managed to contact Fang Yuan. To be fair, his response time was impressively swift, leaving Lin Yi feeling somewhat inadequate. Of course, there were also the subsequent corny romantic lines that followed. Upon arriving at the CAF, the two chose a table by the window. Let us settle here. You wait for Fang Yuan. I'll indulge myself first, Lin Yi declared, laying out a generous spread of skewers he had purchased nearby. The combination of coffee and skewers created an oddly peculiar flavor, prompting disapproving glances from other patrons. Lin Yi found amusement in their reactions, and by the time he felt about half full, a middle-aged man in a suit sat down across from him. Fang Yuan had arrived. Excuse me, are you Tang Ling's brother? Just call me brother-in-law, he said. Truth be told, Lin Yi felt somewhat at a loss for words. First, there was that eccentric father-in-law, who had promised to use the house left by his parents as a divorce settlement, yet still managed to send him daily greetings. Notably, the property that Su Dazhuang had been arguing about was indeed his, entirely belonging to him, and not the one bequeathed to Lin Yi by his parents. The constant requests for Lin Yi to purchase him a new house were both persistent and insistent. Aware of the man's peculiar mindset, Lin Yi refrained from further dialogue, fearing that one day he might meet an untimely end at his doorstep. A vague sense of an impending encounter with another oddball loomed. Yet he never anticipated it would manifest in such a form. However, since this was not the troublesome father-in-law, Lin Yi had no intention of indulging him. I need information on Naxan. Name your price, he stated directly, slapping a stack of cash onto the table. Fang Yuan was taken aback, glancing between Lin Yi and Tang Ling, and chuckled. Tang Ling, surely you're not testing me? This must be some scheme you and your brother have cooked up, right? With a sharp motion, Lin Yi slammed another stack of cash onto the table. The location, he demanded. Fang Yuan swallowed hard, his composure beginning to falter. You must be testing me, right? I can withstand any test. My feelings for your sister are genuine. Lin Yi frowned and produced yet another stack of cash. I said the location. This time, not only Fang Yuan, but the entire CAF became focused on their table. Those who frequented this upscale establishment were not ordinary individuals, and 30,000 was hardly a substantial sum in their eyes. 300,000 is quite reasonable. However, Lin Yi's performance at this moment far exceeded their expectations. No one noticed where he had procured the money, and there were no bags or similar items resting on his seat. It was as though the cash had materialized out of thin air. Once more, I ask you, where is Naxan now? Lin Yi, undeterred by the hopeful gazes of those around him, produced 2 more stacks of cash. To everyone's surprise, Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Brother, what are you talking about? Lin Yi was instantly infuriated, regretting not having brought his dear father-in-law along for a little sparring session. Perhaps he should just swallow Fang Yuan whole? It would save time and effort. All right. Tang Ling quickly rose, addressing Fang Yuan. This is my boss. He wishes to know the whereabouts of Naxin. Upon hearing the goddess defend him, Fang Yuan's face flushed crimson, suddenly warm with embarrassment. Yet, he recalled how Tang Ling referred to Lin Yi. Boss. Isn't Tang Ling supposed to be at the hair salon? He frequented it every other day, just to catch a glimpse of the goddess, delighting in her presence and indulging in pleasant dreams at night. He finally grasped that Lin Yi and Tang Ling's relationship might be quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, he stubbornly clung to the belief that their connection was merely that of boyfriend and girlfriend. Angrily, Fang Yuan exclaimed, "What makes you think you deserve Miss Tang? Name your price to leave her alone." Lin Yi's heart lurched. There was a twist in the plot he hadn't anticipated, and he was already prepared to confront Lu Yuan. Extending 4 fingers, he replied coolly, "For $100. I'll pay that on behalf of Miss Tang. Don't underestimate the bond one share with her." Fang Yuan, in response, made a gesture as if to reach into his pocket, retrieving 4 crumpled $100 bills and tossing them onto the table. In that moment, Lin Yi saw a reflection of himself in Lu Yuan. Fang Yuan was him, and he was Gu Chun, while Tang Ling was Su Yuding. Though not an exact match, the resemblance was striking. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yi stated, 40,000. You should be well aware of this figure. Tell me Naxin's location. And she won't have to repay it. This 5,000 will also serve as your reward. It's a win-win situation for you. As Lin Yi finished speaking, Tang Ling nodded in agreement. They both awaited Lu Yuan's response, which was met with silence. Naxin had once said that as long as Tang Ling owed him money, he would have a chance to pursue her. Moreover, Naxin had indicated that even if Fang Yuan and Tang Ling were together, the 40,000 in high-interest loans would not need to be repaid by him. Fang Yuan believed Naxin more than anyone else. Impossible. This must be a lie. Miss Tang, please speak to him. We are truly in love. Convince him to allow us to be together. Not receiving a response from Tang Ling, Fang Yuan turned his gaze back to Lin Yi and declared fiercely, "You just wait. I won't allow Miss Tang to suffer with you." Lin Yi remained silent, merely gazing at him. Once again, he encountered an individual ensnared in the labyrinth of his own mind. No amount of conversation would suffice, as only personal enlightenment could lead to liberation. Yet, the duration of this awakening could be extensive, perhaps spanning years, even decades, or it might persist until death, with some never emerging from their stupor. I often ponder whether the protagonists of certain reincarnation revenge novels are reborn for this very reason. In a moment of hesitation, Fang Yuan had already seized the 400 yuan on the table and departed. Lin Yi gently patted Tang Ling's shoulder, indicating that it was time for them to leave. Today had not been in vain. If he chose silence, then they might as well find a secluded spot to deal with him. After settling the bill, just as they were about to exit the CAF, a figure stumbled and collapsed into Lin Yi's embrace. Looking down, he was taken aback. "Gu Qingyan, what are you doing here? Hurry, take me away from this place." Gu Qingyan was clad in a flowing white dress, complemented by a pair of white crystal heels. Her long legs elegantly on display. Her delicate features bore a subtle touch of makeup, suggesting she had made an effort to appear presentable. However, her expression was fraught with urgency, as if she were being pursued by a horde of zombies. In an upstairs private room, a young man in a tailored suit, who was slightly portly yet unable to conceal his youthful visage, sat across from Gu Chun, who wore a mischievous grin. Come, Mr. Wang. Just wait until my sister returns from the restroom. I assure you, she will provide you with a delightful surprise." This young man was Wang Tingting. Thanks to his guarantee, Gu Chun was able to be present here, along with Gu Qingyan, to partake in Gu Qingyan's rendezvous with Wang Tingting. Noticing Gu Chun pouring a white powder into his drink, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Tingting's face. As an avid reader, he understood that his father had bestowed upon him this name to remind him to remain low-key, particularly as someone bearing the surname Yi. It was wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Chun, what have you added to the drink?" "We must not engage in any illicit activities," Wang Tingting cautioned. In response, Gu Chun smirked and promptly clarified, "No need for concern, Wang. It is merely an enhancement for the evening's revelry. Once you and she consummate your union, we shall be one big family." "Miss Gu, how do you find my massage technique?" Lin Yi inquired. "So this is the reason for your encounter today?" He mused. The world of the affluent was beyond the comprehension of those not born into it. He could only envision Gu Qingyan as a member of an ancient bureaucratic family, where the preservation of status was ensured through strategic marital alliances. Lin Yi, with limited education, grasped this concept to some degree. Yet, what did Gu Qingyan's marital status have to do with him? She wouldn't even acknowledge him over a meal of spicy hot pot, yet she expected his assistance? Such thoughts were utterly preposterous. With a sense of resignation, Lin Yi retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and placed it in Gu Qingyan's hand. He stepped out to hail a cab, declaring that this sum would count as a debt she owed him, and reminded her to repay it when she had the chance. It truly felt like a waste of time. Had he not encountered this woman, he might have already consumed Fang Yuan. However, Lin Yi was not overly concerned. Men understand men best, particularly those who, like him in the past, are eager to please. With just a phone call from Tang Ling, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly appear without hesitation. Holding the 100 yuan note, Gu Qingyan felt as if the sky were collapsing around her. She could not fathom anyone other than Lin Yi coming to her aid. Although she sensed Lin Yi's irritation, she felt she had no alternative. Wait. Noticing that Lin Yi was unresponsive, Gu Qingyan could only chase after him. Lin Yi, aware of the footsteps behind him, chose to remain silent. Suddenly, a sound of a fall echoed behind them. Ah, the narrative of the novel does not deceive me. She has indeed fallen. Should I return to help her up and escort her home? Lin Yi mused internally. Of course not. Just as Tang Ling was about to turn around, Lin Yi seized her arm firmly. Remember, I am your boss. At his words, Tang Ling fell silent, merely following Lin Yi's lead. Upon reaching the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Tang Ling hurried to the driver's seat and opened the door. Boss, I want to experience driving a luxury car. Please take the back seat. Do you have a driver's license? I do. To Lin Yi's surprise, she was the first woman to take the initiative to drive, and she clearly understood the distinction between driving and merely being a passenger. In the distance, Gu Qingyan, who had been desperately pursuing them, finally saw the wide-open door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and felt her anxious heart settle. It was not that her own vehicle paled in comparison to this one. Indeed, she did not consider the Phantom to be particularly impressive. The real issue lay in the fact that Lin Yi was alone, while the entire Gu group stood behind her. After Lin Yi's departure, she promptly investigated his background and discovered he possessed over 30 billion in savings. Initially skeptical, the appearance of the car confirmed the authenticity of his wealth. As the president of the Gu group, she understood better than anyone that a company valued at over 100 billion merely reflected its market capitalization. However, in terms of liquid assets, having 10 billion would be a remarkable feat, far beneath the mere fraction of Lin Yi's savings. This man she had once looked down upon, with his resources, could obliterate her without leaving a trace. Why aren't you driving yet? If you don't, the ginseng soup that Sister Zhao prepared will go cold. Lin Yi settled into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, his brows slightly easing. Surprisingly, the experience of being in the back seat was entirely different from being in the front. It was comfortable. Tang Ling glanced back and chattered, Boss, you clearly do not understand. Before driving such a luxury vehicle, one must warm up the fuel engine for a better driving experience. Observing Tang Ling's earnest yet nonsensical chatter, Lin Yi found himself unwittingly drawn into her ruse. He lamented, so, those who drive luxury cars often block others not out of arrogance, but merely to warm up their engines. Tang Ling nodded, subtly glancing into the rearview mirror at the approaching Gu Qingyan. She continued her whimsical discourse. In winter, a simple warm-up suffices, yet in summer, one must employ the air conditioning to gradually achieve equilibrium between the vehicle and the external environment. This process inevitably requires additional time. Meanwhile, Lin Yi heard footsteps outside and saw Gu Qingyan limping towards them. Just as he was about to manually close the door, Tang Ling preemptively interjected, Boss, if you close the door now, it may compromise the vehicle's optimal driving experience. When should I then? Lin Yi inquired, but before he could receive an answer, he noticed Tang Ling descending from the driver's seat, walking step by step towards Gu Qingyan and assisting her into the rear seat of the Rolls-Royce. To alleviate some of Lin Yi's pressure on her, Tang Ling felt it necessary to enlist another woman's aid. It's all set now, you two can converse, she said with a gentle smile, closing the door with thoughtfulness. As the vehicle roared to life, the sounds of the engine echoed, and the night scenery swiftly retreated behind them. Tang Ling was entirely focused on driving, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. In that moment, Lin Yi realized he had been deceived. The theoretical musings she had shared were merely a facade to buy time for Gu Qingyan. Speak, Why are you following me? We are not of the same world, Lin Yi stated calmly, patiently awaiting Gu Qingyan's response. Had it not been for the pressing circumstances, he would have preferred she not remain in his vehicle to avoid unnecessary complications. Gu Qingyan pursed her lips. Thank you for rescuing me. I agree to your terms. I will establish a suitable area for a company in my own name. And simultaneously, Lin Yi prompted, I would like you to agree to a condition of mine. She replied. Taken aback, Lin Yi thought, what sort of reasoning is this? Before acquiescing to his terms, she insists on imposing her own. Nevertheless, he was intrigued to discover what Gu Qingyan sought. Yet before he could voice his curiosity, she lowered her head in his astonished gaze. Tang Ling, who had been attentive to the situation behind, displayed a flicker of surprise mingled with joy. Instinctively, she slowed the vehicle. It seems I will be gaining another sister. She mused inwardly, but dear sister, tie your hair back. You might end up swallowing it. Half an hour later, Gu Qingyan lifted her head once more, a strand of hair clinging to her cheek. Her complexion was slightly flushed, adorned with beads of perspiration. Her brow furrowed slightly as she slowly swallowed, seemingly enduring some discomfort. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled that she had been limping down the stairs earlier, and upon glancing down, he noticed a noticeable redness and swelling around her ankle. A crisp sound echoed as Lin Yi abruptly twisted her ankle and then gently set it down once more. He wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, by tomorrow, your foot would have been rendered useless. Be sure to soak it upon your return and refrain from vigorous activity. It should heal within a few days. Gu Qingyan slightly moved her ankle. Although she still felt pain, it was evidently much better than before. Thank you, she began, recalling her purpose for coming. I wish to borrow 1 billion from Mr. Lin, and in return, I willingly offer myself as your woman. Chapter 70. Gu Qin's visit. Excuse me? You mean 1 billion in cash? Lin Yi's heart raced. 1 billion represented nearly a third of his assets. Although it seemed merely a number to him, it was substantial nonetheless. In an alternate realm, one could easily stumble upon a vault containing far more than that. Yet, why should he grant this woman such a sum? If memory served him correctly, he had indirectly saved the esteemed elder Gu. Just yesterday, the Gu Corporation had attempted to dismiss him with a meager 2 million, 1 billion at most. And you shall serve as my maid, Lin Yi stated bluntly, laying his cards on the table without pretense. A flicker of delight crossed Gu Qingyan's mind. Although Elder Gu had recovered, there remained a considerable interval before his reinstatement. At present, the Gu Corporation found itself besieged by both internal strife and external threats, facing a financial shortfall that necessitated at least 5 billion to stabilize the situation. However, securing 1 billion would suffice to sustain them until Elder Gu resumed his position. Moreover, given her current circumstances, it would adequately repay the Gu Corporation for its nurturing. Deal. From this moment forth, I shall be your woman and maid. Gu Qingyan exclaimed eagerly. Lin Yi's eyes displayed a hint of confusion. What on earth? Why do I feel as if I've been tricked? He mused silently, regretting not simply agreeing to the 2 million. With a resigned sigh, he thought, hurry up. A 30-minute drive has already taken an hour and a half. Was he not concerned about disrupting the boss's atmosphere? Tang Ling chuckled. Then I shall accelerate, boss and madam. At Lin Yi's residence, Zhao Jia looked at her daughter, who sat silently at the table, with a mix of helplessness. Dear, I am your mother. Can't you just tell me the truth? What has Mr. Lin done? Why have you come here dressed in casual attire? Chen Xishuan, with chopsticks dangling from her mouth, absent-mindedly tapped her fingers on the table, her focus entirely elsewhere. When she arrived, it was still daylight, yet now darkness enveloped the surroundings, and Lin Yi had yet to return. She was relieved that her mother had not inquired about Lin Yi's whereabouts. It was likely she was unaware of the circumstances. Reflecting on Lin Yi's route, she concluded that even with the worst traffic, he should have arrived by now. Could it be that she has been discovered? Chen Xishuan realized that her mind was momentarily blank. Shortly thereafter, a rustling sound emerged from the doorway, followed by the laughter of Lin Yi. Sister Zhao, the soup isn't cold yet, but we may need an extra set of chopsticks. As the door swung open, Chen Xishuan abruptly rose, placing her chopsticks on the table, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Mr. Lin, my daughter decided to prepare a little extra food for my visit, so I hope you won't take offense. Zhao Jia interjected, stepping forward to take Lin Yi's coat from his hands. Lin Yi nodded. In that case, let us dine. By the way, please tidy up an empty room. Someone will be moving in soon. As he spoke, Tang Ling assisted Gu Qingyan into the room. Chen Xishuan's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. Both women were strikingly beautiful and possessed enviable figures. No wonder Lin Yi had been absent for so long. It appeared he had been out seeking companionship. Two exceptionally alluring women with contrasting styles. If Jiang Yu were to learn of this, she would surely rush over immediately. Chen Xishuan mused to herself. Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to dispel the unpleasant images from her mind, remembering the task Jiang Yu had entrusted her with. Chen Xishuan smiled. Since Mr. Lin has returned, I shall take my leave. Do visit the police station when you have time. I would be delighted to treat you to tea. She needed to hurry back to the station to inform Jiang Yu that Lin Yi posed no threat, merely a penchant for flirtation, and a rather lecherous one at that. Achoo. Who is thinking of me? No, having sneezed 13 times, it seems I might be coming down with a cold. In the early morning, Lin Yi sat up in bed and turned off the air conditioning. Observing the strands of hair that had brushed against Gu Qingyan's lips, a subtle smile crept across his face. Despite her physical limitations due to an ankle injury, she demonstrated what it meant to be a devoted maid. Although she fell slightly short of Anaya's standards, witnessing a once unreachable beauty CEO adopt such a humble demeanor brought Lin Yi an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Perhaps this is the mindset of an underdog? Even with newfound wealth, Lin Yi felt tethered to the habits and thoughts cultivated over the years. Pretending to be a domineering CEO was exhausting. He was merely a newly affluent individual with assets amounting to 3 billion. Who cares? Lin Yi rose from the bed, took a cold shower, and checked on the assimilation progress of Mike and Jackson in the spatial realm. Due to the first tier 8 status, Mike had melted less than a third, leaving only a thin mist in the grid. Conversely, Jackson, with a first tier 6 classification, had less than a third of his body remaining, yet to dissolve into vapor. Lin Yi estimated that within a day or two, Jackson would be completely disintegrated, enhancing his chances of success when he returned to the apocalypse. After finishing his morning routine, the two women had tidied up the room, which now appeared immaculate. Ms. Gu, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. Having reached this point, Lin Yi felt no desire to elaborate further. The month-long cooling-off period had come to an end, and today marked the day his divorce from Su Yuding became effective. Gu Chun had betrayed him, yet he too had become her brother-in-law. Upon reflection, it did not seem too much of a loss, as their entanglement concluded today. Gu Qingyan's gaze flickered, as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately, she remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. The three exited the room when suddenly, a loud knocking resounded. Lin Yi, open the door. I know Gu Qingyan is with you. If you don't open up, I'll burn your house down. Initially in a relatively good mood, Lin Yi's expression turned icy upon hearing that familiar voice, etched into his very bones. Gu Qingyan, did you inform Gu Qin of your whereabouts? Gu Qingyan quickly shook her head. It wasn't me. I left my phone at the CAF and didn't he have the chance to retrieve it yesterday. Perhaps she saw it on the surveillance footage? Tang Ling interjected. You brought Miss Gu back, and her family didn't he even bring the police, which is already quite gracious. At this, Lin Yi nodded. Chen Xishuan had been here last night, which provided an ample explanation and saved him the trouble of spending money. He opened the door, only to find Gu Qin standing there. Upon realizing Lin Yi had answered, Gu Qin immediately raised his fist. I knew my sister was here. The swiftly approaching punch appeared to Lin Yi as if in slow motion. He sidestepped effortlessly, pushing Gu Qin into the living room. As a first-tier powerhouse, he was akin to a giant among ordinary individuals, unable to exert any real force. A muffled thud followed. Chapter 71. If you want to die, you won't die as long as I don't allow it. Lin Yi, I'm going to kill you. Gu Qin screamed in agony. Lin Yi seemed to ignore the outcry, turning his gaze toward the door. In a barehanded confrontation, Gu Qin had no hope of breaching Lin Yi's defenses. It was akin to a battle between Iron Man and his armor and Thanos. They existed on entirely different planes of power. Of course, the situation would differ with a weapon in hand. Seeing no one outside, Lin Yi decided to relock the door, his gaze piercing as he inquired. What brings you here today? Should I reintroduce myself? You may now refer to me as brother-in-law. Gu Qin's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, a smile crept across his face. Brother-in-law? You don't deserve that title. And Gu Qingyan, do you genuinely believe you are my sister? You are just a wild child, not the president of the Gu Group. Gu Qingyan looked at the fallen Gu Qin, her heart jolting. Are you serious? Absolutely. This is something grandfather acknowledged himself. The sudden revelation pierced Gu Qingyan's heart. The Gu family had raised her for over 20 years, treating her as one of their own. Yet she was not truly a member of the Gu family. All those years she sacrificed her youth, tirelessly contributing to the Gu group. What had it all been for? To repay the kindness of her upbringing? Perhaps with the addition of this 100 million, she could finally settle her debts. Gu Qingyan trembled as she asked. So your purpose in coming here today was to inform me of this? Indeed, that is precisely the matter at hand. Of course, if you choose to leave with me now to seek an apology from Wang Tingting, I can assure you that you will still be my sister and will continue to hold the position of president of the Gu group. The living room fell silent, awaiting her response. For the first time in her life, Gu Qingyan found herself grappling with an agonizing decision. Was it the identity of the president of the Gu group or her freedom that mattered more to her? Her expression suddenly became dazed. Bang! She collapsed towards the floor. Beads of sweat quickly forming on her forehead, her body beginning to convulse uncontrollably. No one anticipated this sudden turn of events. Quick! Hurry! Get her to the hospital! Tang Ling screamed. Yet, Lin Yi had already reached Gu Qingyan's side, lifting her and heading towards the door. Driver, start the car. And you, President Gu, if you're coming, don't just stand there. Within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. Gu Chen, utilizing his connections, bypassed the queue and placed Gu Qingyan directly into the emergency room. Hurry, doctor, please save my sister. She absolutely cannot die. Use the best equipment, the most expensive medicine. We cannot let anything happen to her. Gu Chen paced anxiously like a grasshopper on a hot skillet outside the emergency room. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It felt like a scene from a movie. Was this a reflection of reality? Tang Ling furrowed her brows, perplexed, and remarked, Boss, I fear this might not please you. But don't you think saying this makes you seem rather cold-hearted? Faced with her inquiry, Lin Yi felt oddly indifferent. He had seen countless lives extinguished by his own hands, not to mention the evolved beings. The trials of the apocalypse had undeniably altered his psyche. So what do you suggest I do? Weep at the door or engage in a thrilling game of deadly pesticide? If I could assist in increasing Gu Qingyan's chances of survival. Why are we being kept outside? Shouldn't they allow me in? Returning to the crux of the matter, what was their relationship? What did her life or death signify to him? Tang Ling hesitated, indeed reflecting on this notion. If one were to criticize Lin Yi, it could only be for his apparent lack of empathy. Yet, with Lin Yi's dismissive demeanor, did such meaningless reproaches even matter? Boss, I've come to understand. If you were to die before me, I would not grieve for you do not care for my existence, Tang Ling stated. Lin Yi replied, while that may be true, it sounds rather peculiar. He cleared his throat and added, you're not wrong, but let us refrain from discussing it further. Soon, the door to the emergency room swung open, and the doctor emerged with a complex expression. I apologize, Mr. Gu. Although Miss Gu has escaped the clutches of death, our examinations reveal that her bodily functions have deteriorated significantly, and her time may be limited. Gu Chen anxiously grasped the doctor's collar, pleading, Doctor, this can't be true. She is only 25. She is still so young. However, the reality of her organs being far older than her years, compounded by the recent emotional turmoil, suggests she may have no more than 7 days left. The doctor bowed his head, his expression grave. Gu Chen felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. If Gu Qingyan were to pass away, it would not only leave Wang Tingting without closure, but it would also severely impact the already precarious Gu group. Yet, what could the doctor do in light of such dire news? With a heart heavy with despair, Gu Chen exited the operating room. A clear alert rang out in the corridor. Lin Yi had achieved a new record, 33 consecutive defeats. Casting a glance at Tang Ling, he tucked his phone away. Let us go save her, he declared. Tang Ling's eyes brightened. Boss, do you have a way to help her? No, but I wish to try something, a folk remedy. The doctors assumed the duo had come to inquire about Gu Qingyan's condition, but to their surprise, they bypassed them entirely and headed straight into the emergency room. With a soft thud, the door closed behind them, and the doctors suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. What are you doing? Come out. Miss Gu's condition is critical. If anything happens, you will be held responsible. They shouted in panic, banging against the glass door of the emergency room. Tang Ling was equally torn. On one hand, the doctors outside might hesitate to break the glass, yet the arrival of the police was imminent, placing them in a precarious situation. On the other hand, the thrill of the moment was intoxicating. Since Lin Yi had entered, there must be a reason behind it, for he himself was a miracle worker. Boss, what do you need me to do? Tang Ling inquired. Lin Yi seized the force stand and thrust it into Tang Ling's hands. If anyone breaks in, use this to knock them out. If anything goes awry, It will be on me. And you, boss? Guess, Lin replied as he drew the curtain, his gaze settling on Gu Qingyin's pallid face. Ultimately, he realized his misplaced trust. Initially curious as to why such a strikingly beautiful CEO would so readily agree to be his maid, it became apparent that she had merely sought to deceive him in her final days. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he retrieved a low-tier zombie core from his pocket. Gu Qingyin, rest assured, as long as I do not wish for your demise, you shall not perish. Before you now lie two paths, one where you choose to embrace death, having deceived me in matters of the heart twice. I assure you, should you choose that route, the entirety of the Gu group will face annihilation. The other is a complete submission to being my maid, should you dare betray me. You and the Gu group shall share the same fate. Chapter 72, Ability, Tool. Please make your decision. Lin scrutinized the corpse nucleus in his hand, indifferent. The corpse nucleus had the power to unlock latent potential within the human body, giving rise to the evolved. Whether or not one could survive, however, depended entirely on Gu Qingyin herself. I want to live, Gu Qingyin's feeble voice emerged, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a bittersweet smile. Who wouldn't he wish for life? Though the transparent crystal in Lin Yi's grasp remained a mystery to her, she had no other choice. Lin Yi nodded and placed the first-tier corpse nucleus into her mouth, awaiting her transformation in silence. Before long, a faint blush began to grace her pallid skin, her body temperature rising swiftly as soft murmurs escaped her lips. She radiated a vibrant vitality. Subtle black patterns appeared on her skin's surface, though not overt. They were unmistakable signs of an impending transformation into a corpse. Could it be that I am truly favored by fortune? Lin mused, a peculiar glint in his eyes. According to Hu Junwei, the act of consuming a corpse nucleus bore a significant probability of one becoming an evolved. Yet, based on his own experiences, that probability seemed far less than anticipated. Twice he had witnessed others consume corpse nuclei, and both times, transformation had ensued. Anaya had changed, as had Gu Qingyin, feeling the burgeoning power within her. Gu Qingyin seemed reborn, her body, once worn to the brink by relentless toil, now restored to its former state. She felt capable of besting a bull. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. I have come back to life. No, you are merely experiencing a fleeting revival. Death is imminent, Lin declared, grasping the scalpel from the laboratory table, preparing to offer Gu Qingyin a swift end. Not only that, but the entire hospital would accompany her in death. He could not allow the undead to roam in the modern world, nor could he bear the burden of being the harbinger of the apocalypse. Ding! The first mutated entity has been detected due to the host's actions. Achievement unlocked. True Evil Cultivator. Special abilities granted. Reward options are as follows. 1. Infinite Resource Rebate. The host may bind goddesses to receive resource rebates. For each binding, the host may choose to obtain unlimited quantities of a specific resource, usable across realms. 2. Minion. The host can bind any individual as a minion, who will unconditionally obey the host's commands and accompany the host across realms. Binding cooldown, 3 days. Quantity, unlimited. 3. Devourer. The host will gain the ability to devour, acquiring all capabilities of the deceased, including but not limited to professional knowledge, language skills, and memories. Devouring limit, unlimited. Choice required. 4. Random conceptual items, including but not limited to chewing gum that never stops, hair gel that makes one extraordinarily handsome, soda that induces endless burping, and an immensely entertaining flying chess game. Cooldown period, 2.5 days. Lin Yi was moved to tears. Others might not comprehend the significance of this for him. He was now an ability wielder. For this ability, he waited a full 72 chapters. I choose. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Toolman. Ability analysis. As a Toolman, the host will possess 100 command over Toolman, enabling temporary access to the opponent's vision and facilitating vision sharing. Upon first binding, the negative status of the Toolman will be completely eradicated, restoring the Toolman's full state. With the option to unbind at any time, no cooldown. Upon reading the detailed prompt from the system, Lin Yi suddenly understood. The mere function of vision sharing demonstrated that the Toolman's capabilities were even more formidable than he had imagined. Not to mention the eradication of negative states and the restoration of full health. In simpler terms, it was akin to a resurrection mechanism, reviving one with full vitality. I have a sudden change of heart. Gu Qingyin. It shall be you. Ding! Congratulations, host. for successfully binding the tool man, Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan's infection status has been cleared. The entire process took less than 0.1 seconds. Lin Yi barely had time to react when the black patterns on Gu Qingyan's skin vanished, her complexion returning to a fair hue. There was no longer any need to worry about the zombie virus manifesting in the modern world. Simultaneously, Gu Qingyan's physical prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary person. She was neither an evolved being nor a quasi-evolved one. Yet her combat strength was comparable to that of a bull. Seeing Gu Qingyan rise from the operating table, Lin Yi casually placed the scalpel back on the tool table. "Come, my tool man, let us return home." Perhaps a more likely scenario involves having tea. Before their conversation could conclude, Jiang Yu's voice resonated from the doorway. At her words, both turned to look, and Jiang Yu drew back the partition curtain that concealed the bed, regarding them with a smile that was neither wholly sincere nor entirely mocking. "Do not misunderstand, my dear friends. I happened to be nearby and arrived a tad early. My colleagues will likely be delayed a bit longer. Beautiful lady, would you be interested in adding me on WeChat?" At that moment, her gaze mirrored the one she had held in the police station, prompting Lin Yi to feel an exasperated silence. "Sir, we strongly condemn your unauthorized intrusion into the operating room despite our warnings. You do realize that your thoughtless actions have severely disrupted the normal order of our hospital?" Just then, the doctor rushed in, but before he could finish his sentence, his pupils widened in shock. The seemingly inexplicable symptoms of Gu Qingyan appeared to have vanished. Her rosy complexion betrayed no signs of her earlier condition. As a professional physician, he could not fathom the reasons behind this miraculous change, nor could he believe in their previous misdiagnosis. Had it only been a few minutes? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The doctor's expression shifted from anger to confusion, then to astonishment and respect. "Sir, could you elucidate the method of your treatment and the master from whom you learned?" "One matter must be addressed. Monetary compensation remains a necessity from Lin Yi. This does not hinder their pursuit of Lin Yi's methods for healing, which may potentially unravel the historic conundrum of treating cancer. This is my secret, and I prefer not to discuss it with those who are particularly ambitious," Lin Yi remarked, having no intention of elucidating further, except under the premise of a zombie crisis erupting in this world. "Sir, there is no need for excessive words." Lin Yi scrutinized the distinguished doctors before him, their prominent bumps on their heads evoking a sense of amusement. He should have anticipated that there would be a spare key to the hospital's operating room. Alas, these doctors were unfortunate, enduring repeated blows the moment they entered. "The medical expenses are on me. Dear doctors, please attend to your heads first." Soon, after examination, new feedback regarding Gu Qingyan's physical condition emerged. Her overall state had remarkably returned to that of a healthy 18 or 19-year-old, perhaps even more robust than before. At this moment, Jiang Yu approached with a smile, saying, "Mr. Lin, there is a matter I need to discuss with you." Chapter 73. The Assault. The house was bombed. Jiang Yu produced a business card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "Keep this. Some matters may involve you, and you might find it useful later. As for the specifics, I cannot divulge them at this time. You only need to know that it poses no harm to you." Jiang Yu's identity was not as simple as it appeared, and initially, Lin Yi had no desire to be entangled with her. Nevertheless, it seemed that Lin Yi had no choice but to accept the card. "Shall we return then? It is time to take my ladies home for dinner." "Of course. You are welcome to join us," he added. Jiang Yu shook her head, smiling. "We must adhere to the proper procedures. I must now detain you for your disruption of public order. Bring your two ladies along." Despite the gravity of her words, Lin Yi sensed something peculiar about Jiang Yu. Initially dismissive of her previous statement, he was taken aback by the intensity of her gaze, which exuded a brazen confidence. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "You aren't harboring intentions towards my women, are you? I have an extra bedroom at home. Consider this your opportunity." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of sirens echoed from downstairs, indicating that the authorities had arrived to apprehend him. "Let us go. We shall have tea." Jiang Yu witnessed Lin Yi's audacious nature firsthand. The two alluring beauties who piqued her envy had been so effortlessly captivated by him. Jiang Yu silently vowed, "Just wait. Remember these words. Ensure you secure those two beauties, lest you regret it later." Particularly regarding Gu Qingyan. The thought of Lin Yi potentially taking her left her seething with indignation. Jiang Yu chuckled, "We shall see. Just wait and see." Subsequently, Lin Yi was escorted to the police station by the arriving officers. One encounter breeds familiarity. He was becoming well acquainted with this routine. Upon his third visit, As Lin Yi stepped through the doors of the police station, 3 bottles of jasmine honey tea were promptly handed to him. Grateful to the chief, he remarked that returning here felt somewhat like coming home. The chief, wearing a look of resignation, responded, "I cannot share that sentiment. Then I shall come again next time. Please don't." Just as the words left his lips, the chief's expression darkened. "I truly am at my wit's end. Miss Jiang, I leave the rest to you. There has been a report from Qingguang Jiayuan. I need to investigate." Qingguang Jiayuan, located on the outskirts of the city center, is one of the few upscale complexes in Jiang City that harmoniously combines functionality with leisure. It was precisely this aspect that led Lin Yi to purchase a residence there, offering both the vibrancy of urban life and the tranquility of the countryside. If memory serves him correctly, there exists but one community by the name of Qingguang Jiayuan in the entire Jiang City. Could it be that my home is ablaze? With this thought, Lin Yi interjected. "Chief, please hold on a moment. May I inquire which building is on fire? Which building do you reside in?" "Building 7. Then there is no cause for alarm. It is Building 3 that is ablaze." Lin Yi exhaled in relief. "Very well, thank you." Just as he was about to follow Jiang Yu into the station, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The call was from Zhao Jia. Without hesitation, he answered. "Hello, Sister Zhao. I may be a bit late returning home this afternoon. Please set an extra place at the table. A new friend will be joining us." The next moment, Zhao Jia's slightly frantic voice echoed through the line. "Boss, I just went to the market to buy groceries, and upon reaching the ground floor, I discovered that our house had exploded." "Exploded?" "Indeed, it exploded. I rushed upstairs to check, only to find that our door had been forced open, and it was your residence that had suffered the blast." Soon, a photo of the devastation was sent over, revealing the house number unmistakably. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened immediately. He then inquired, "Sister Zhao, are you unharmed? If you're in trouble, please return home. I will notify you when it is safe." "I am fine, but boss, the house." "Leave the rest to me." "Very well, let it be so." For Lin Yi, a property valued at 2 to 3 million was of little consequence. However, he couldn't help but wonder who had set their sights on him, Gu Chen or someone else. This sudden upheaval compelled Lin Yi to reassess the words Jiang Yu had previously spoken to him. "What is your perspective on this matter?" Jiang Yu's expression was grave as she murmured, "Let us first ascertain the specifics." 2 hours prior, a shadowy figure appeared at the entrance of Qingguang Jiayuan. Masked and holding a bag of freshly ordered takeout, this individual was Fang Yuan. Damn it, do the residents of this affluent community truly never order takeout? Why has it taken so long for a delivery to arrive? After leaving the CAF last night, he did not return home directly. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, secretly observing Lin Yi's actions. Witnessing Gu Qingyan limping as she boarded a Rolls-Royce, no one could fathom the depths of his fury. Such a beautiful woman, and Lin Yi treated her so callously. Surely, he was no better than a scoundrel. One could only imagine the torment his goddess, Tang Ling, must endure. He felt compelled to rescue her and win back her heart. Thus, he trailed behind the Rolls-Royce, fortunate that the vehicle did not speed away. Under the influence of his strong will, he ultimately followed it to the entrance of the community. With a hint of disdain, he recalled the recruitment information he had previously found, which revealed the floor number of Lin Yi's residence. An exorbitant 8,000 a month for a housekeeper. Indeed, he was affluent. However, he had forgotten that even if he deleted the recruitment notice, the internet retains its memory. Fang Yuan seethed inwardly, gazing at the towering buildings ahead. He could not suppress his envy, mingled with jealousy. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't push your way in. You're the one responsible." The elderly security guard at the community booth emerged to block an approaching delivery person. Fang Yuan recognized that his opportunity had arrived. "Sir, I'm a delivery person. Please let us in together." He pleaded. "Sir, have a heart. We'll be out in no time. We're running late." The elderly man's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the 2 unfamiliar delivery workers. He rapped sharply on the table. "No outsiders are permitted inside. Can't you read the sign? Anyone ordering delivery must come to collect it themselves." As he spoke, he subtly flicked his fingers. Fang Yuan understood in an instant. The old man was asking for a cigarette. However, he did not smoke. Just as he contemplated asking the delivery person ahead if he had a cigarette, he witnessed the latter delivering a punch to the old man's face. The elderly man was knocked to the ground, his glasses flying off, a black eye forming on his right side. "Aren't you going in?" The delivery person scoffed, seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Yuan rushed into the community without a second thought. Chapter 74, News from Fang Yuan. Police Station. According to the surveillance footage, The cause of the explosion at your residence can likely be attributed to one of these two individuals. Hearing Jiang Yu's analysis, Lin Yi felt somewhat bewildered. In terms of timing, the delivery person seemed the more probable culprit. Yet, there was something vaguely familiar about the other individual that he could not quite place. Lin Yi inquired, "So, do we still need to speculate on which of these two is the perpetrator?" Jiang Yu frowned slightly as she stepped away from the surveillance screen. "If you wish to uncover more clues, you must visit the scene. However, you're safe for now. Perhaps the culprit is even more enraged than you are. Would you be interested in serving as bait? Rest assured, if you find yourself in genuine danger, I will look after your woman." At this moment, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself. He rose from his seat. "Jiang Yu, do you truly wish for my demise?" Jiang Yu nonchalantly diverted her gaze from the two women. "You said it yourself." Lin Yi, perplexed, replied, "If you are fond of my woman and are indifferent to it, we could settle this matter privately, if you're interested." Jiang Yu was on the verge of exploding with anger, wishing to seize this insolent youth immediately, but alas, she had no justification to do so. "Sister, why not move in with us? It wouldn't be a bother. We can have Boss Lin buy a larger bed." Tang Ling stepped forward to mediate, positioning herself between the two and pointing to the paused frame of the surveillance footage. "I know who that person is. It's Fang Yuan." Tang Ling's revelation momentarily redirected Jiang Yu's attention. The rivalry between the two was abruptly interrupted by the mention of Fang Yuan. "Who is Fang Yuan?" "Miss Tang, can you deduce the identity of the masked individual from the footage? What about the other?" Jiang Yu gently tapped Tang Ling's shoulder. "Miss Tang, could you enlighten me on the specifics? Who is this Fang Yuan? Then can Sister Jiang and Boss Lin cease their bickering? I will follow your lead." "Are you serious?" "Once spoken, words cannot be retracted." "Very well, that man is my suitor, persistently pursuing me despite my rejection over 20 times. What did you say?" Lin Yi, standing to the side, could not help but sigh. Shouldn't we be discussing Fang Yuan and his demolished residence? He decided to investigate the situation himself. "Fang Yuan, you better not be involved in this." Of course, if he was innocent, Lin Yi had no intention of letting him off the hook. The matter with Naxin was far from resolved. As Lin Yi departed, Jiang Yu made no attempt to stop him. Instead, she returned to scrutinizing the surveillance footage, seemingly analyzing something. Something was amiss, profoundly so. Could there truly be no connection between the fire and the explosion? When Lin Yi and the others returned to the community, they were greeted by the sight of a security guard struck squarely in the face, a rather shocking scene. Yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Tang Ling approached. "Sir, I reside here. May we view the community's surveillance footage?" Upon confirming their residency, the guard's expression softened slightly. "Even if you are residents, I lack the authority to grant access to the footage. I cannot bear the responsibility should something occur." Just as Tang Ling was about to speak, Lin Yi placed a box of cigarettes on the table, a hard pack. "This matter is negotiable. I cannot make decisions alone." Slap. Another box followed. "Sir, you." The guard pocketed the cigarettes, glancing around cautiously. "Today, I will make an exception." Slap. "Gentlemen, please come in. I shall retrieve the surveillance footage for you." In less than 2.5 minutes, the three of them observed once more from the surveillance footage that Fang Yuan and the delivery boy had entered the residential complex. Tang Ling nodded, affirming, "It is undoubtedly Fang Yuan, but that delivery boy has gone too far." Lin Yi unscrewed the cap of his jasmine honey tea and took a delicate sip. "What about the subsequent footage? Where did they go after entering?" The delivery guy headed to Building 3, while the other one went to Building 7. Lin Yi gazed at the surveillance footage, remaining silent for a long while. The surveillance cameras in Qingguang Jiyuan only covered the interior of the complex, lacking installation in hallways and other areas. This implies that, in the recorded footage, the delivery boy ignited something in Building 3, and Fang Yuan detonated his residence. This seems to be the only plausible explanation. "Boss Lin, where shall we go now?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment before replying. "Let us leave it to that woman. Jiang Yu, we should find another place to stay." Indeed, the two women did not express any objections. Apart from this residence, the only other property left by their parents had already been allocated to Su Yuding as part of the divorce settlement. Furthermore, that house could only accommodate 2 people, and with 3 now, it would undoubtedly be cramped. Eventually, through Gu Qingyan's introduction, the 3 of them purchased a residence in another upscale community located over 10 kilometers away. It comprised 4 bedrooms, a living room, 2 kitchens, and 2 bathrooms, mirroring the previous arrangement, but the living space was even slightly larger than before. They moved in that very day, and lying on the bed, they felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Tang Ling, has that woman Jiang Yu found Fang Yuan? Not yet. After he got into a taxi, he headed towards the suburbs, and there are currently no further leads. You didn't ask him? Isn't he your devoted follower? He not answering calls or responding to messages, Lin Yi replied, his eyes narrowing. Playing hide and seek, huh? This is indeed a clever strategy. And now Lin Yi truly finds himself at a loss. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly felt a vibration from his phone. Almost immediately, a call from an unfamiliar number came through. After a brief hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Who is this? Gu, it's Lu Yuan. Lin Yi instinctively misheard it as Fang Yuan, but quickly realized it was his old classmate, Lu Yuan. Yuan, what's the matter? Lu Yuan's laughter echoed from the other end. Well, someone just added me on WeChat, claiming to have a piece of gold for trade, and wanted to see how much it's worth. Lin Yi paused, taken aback. Aren't you the manager of a gold shop? What does this have to do with me? Lu Yuan replied. That person is scheduled to come for the transaction tonight. And the photos of the gold they sent me look identical to the gold you brought before, with seemingly the same purity. I'll send you the photos after we connect on WeChat. Soon, a friend request arrived, accompanied by a picture of a piece of jewelry. Lin Yi, with a mere glance, immediately recognized the gold jewelry he had discovered in the basement of the villa in Greentown. Due to its low purity, he had no intention of selling it and merely discarded it in the house. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi sent Lu Yuan a message, instructing him to delay that person tonight, offering a reward of 1 yuan for each individual involved. Chapter 75. The fish is hooked. Let's see where you run. Upon receiving a sudden transfer of 300,000 yuan from Lin Yi, Lu Yuan was taken aback. He knew Lin Yi was affluent, but this display of wealth felt excessive. After accepting the transfer, Lu Yuan messaged Lin Yi again. Gu, you seem to value this person quite highly. Have they provoked you? Are you coming over now? Clearly, what was presented as a red envelope was, in fact, a hush money. Lu Yuan had recently graduated but had spent a year or two navigating society. Thus, he understood the implications of the situation. Realizing he had been too conspicuous, Lin Yi glanced at the two women nearby and smiled. I have some matters to attend to for now. Please try to delay them as long as possible tonight. All right, Gu, Lu Yuan replied. After hanging up, Lin Yi carelessly tossed his phone aside. Feeling fatigued, he decided to rest. Come here. Tang Ling's face flushed crimson, but before she could respond, Gu Qingyan, as if compelled, climbed onto the bed, positioning herself atop Lin Yi's chest, her expression one of disbelief. Why can't I control my body? Gu Qingyan exclaimed. Lin Yi also exhibited a look of perplexity. In that moment, he realized the influence of his toolman ability was at play. As evening fell, the streets of Jiang City were illuminated with lights. The jewelry store, which should have closed by now, remained open due to Lin Yi and Fang Yuan's presence. Manager Jean, where are the two esteemed guests you mentioned? None have arrived, complained a staff member. Had it not been for the promised bonus of 1,000 yuan on top of their salaries, the store would likely be deserted by now. Just wait a bit longer. They should be here shortly, within 10 minutes at most. Lu Yuan reassured. Before his words had fully settled, a masked man appeared at the entrance of the jewelry store, sporting a vintage backpack and clutching a large skewer of barbecued meat. Huh, for such a trivial amount of gold. It hardly seems worth my effort to come all this way, Fang Yuan scoffed, biting into the grilled lamb kidney with a fierce expression, as if he were not consuming meat, but rather Lin Yi himself. Following Lin Yi's room number, he forcefully broke into Lin Yi's home with his tools, only to find that Tang Ling was nowhere to be seen. In a fit of rage, he sought to uncover what made Lin Yi capable of winning his goddess. Understandably, after rummaging for over half an hour, he stumbled upon more than 2 pounds of gold jewelry, which startled him profoundly. However, the thought of Lin Yi stealing away his goddess left him feeling immensely dissatisfied. There was no hint of courtesy. Everything was taken. This could be deemed as compensation bestowed upon him by the goddess. Yet, once he procured the gold, disposing of it posed yet another conundrum. Hence, he discreetly sought out Lu Yuan. With this fortune, he mused, it was likely the goddess would return to my side. Bolstering his spirits, he confidently stepped into the gold shop. Upon entry, Fang Yuan was taken aback. A row of tall, elegant saleswomen stood in perfect formation, adorned with standard smiles, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Typically, only exceptionally esteemed patrons received such treatment, far exceeding Fang Yuan's expectations. Greetings. Welcome to our gold shop. And congratulations on becoming our 1 millionth customer. Please, follow me. Our manager Lu will assist you with your transactions. The unexpected dialogue left Fang Yuan somewhat bewildered. Could such luck truly exist? The attention of so many beautiful women stirred a thrill within him. It was the first time he had garnered such focus from multiple beauties, eliciting a secret sense of pride. As the 1 millionth customer, do you have any special discounts on jewelry or perhaps complimentary gold bars or necklaces? The saleswomen exchanged knowing smiles. Did he truly believe that a wealthy patron would spend a mere 1,000 yuan per person, treating him with such significance? Regrettably, sir, the welcoming ceremony is the entirety of what we offer, one of the saleswomen replied, maintaining her professional smile. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan, fully aware of the substantial profits at stake, promptly approached. His sole intention was to facilitate the gold transaction while stalling for time, allowing Lin Yi to arrive. He couldn't fathom why Lin Yi had yet to appear, despite his assurances. Mr. Fang, please step inside. Meanwhile, in a nearby high-rise, Lin Yi leaned against the window, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. It seemed the bait had been taken. Tang Ling and Gu Qingyan also observed the entrance of the gold shop below. Boss, why don't you go down? Tang Ling inquired, her hand pausing in its massage of her shoulders momentarily. Lin Yi glanced behind him, grasping her wrist gently yet firmly, pulling her into his embrace as he tenderly smoothed her slightly disheveled hair. If I were to kill you, would I need to inform you first? Tang Ling's expression hardened, her body quivering slightly. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, she found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing crimson. Is this your place, boss? Is that not permissible? 2 hours later. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to your gold shop. Exchanging cash is so cumbersome. Am I not aware of the purity of this gold? It is clearly 24-karat gold, yet you insist it is only 18-karat. Those funds are akin to offering sacrifices to your ancestors. I shall never return to this place again. Fang Yuan cursed as he exited the gold shop. They boasted of being the millionth customer, yet there were no credible discounts to be found. The beautiful saleswomen stood in perfect formation, their figures alluring, merely spectating while igniting a fiery discontent within him. Furthermore, they severely shortchanged him on the weight of the gold, claiming impurity. Does he not know purity? He could afford a Rolls-Royce. Would he possess counterfeit gold at home? What should be valued at 80 was disgracefully reduced to 65. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his frustration seeking an outlet. Perhaps he could seek out his sister? A peculiar glint sparked in his eyes. He silently reassured himself that this was the divine retribution of a goddess. Once she realized his indifference, it wouldn't be long before she would seek him out as a boyfriend. At that moment, he would effortlessly replace Lin Yi as Tang Ling's man. Seemingly resolute, he discarded his barbecue, casting it into the trash as he strode toward a secluded alley. However, upon entering the desolate passageway, a figure had long awaited him, blocking his path. Fang Yuan, where will you run now? You've just blown up my house. Today, I will kill you. Chapter 76, Jiang Yu, a step too late. Fang Yuan's eyes widened in terror upon seeing Lin Yi. How did you end up here? I didn't blow up your house. Those gold pieces are rightfully mine. The moon hung low, casting shadows where Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smirk. I've told you. Killing you requires no justification unless you disclose the whereabouts of Naxin. As for the gold, I can overlook it. That is impossible. I would never betray Lord Naxin. Then prepare to meet your demise here. Huh. A smirk crept onto Fang Yuan's lips as he reached behind him to draw a spring knife. I believe it is you who deserves to die. He had already contacted Naxin via phone, alerting him that someone was inquiring about his address. Naxin's response had been unequivocal. Eliminate that person. Do not worry about the consequences. Should anything arise, Naxin will ensure your safety. This unconditional promise instilled an immense confidence in Fang Yuan. Since Lin Yi dared to confront him, he must be prepared to face death. He would rescue Tang Ling from his clutches. As Fang Yuan charged at Lin Yi with the knife, Lin Yi's expression shifted. Perhaps he should swap for a different weapon. The 47 seemed appealing. Bang! Lin Yi sidestepped effortlessly, dodging Fang Yuan's lunge. With a swift kick, Fang Yuan fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, his spring knife flung far from his grasp. Under the pale moonlight, Fang Yuan's eyes widened in horror. You cannot be. How could you possess such reflexes? You were meant to die by my hand. Simultaneously, Lin Yi advanced toward Fang Yuan. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the Xianyuan sword materialized in his grasp. Its 3-foot blade, in comparison to a spring knife, rendered the latter insignificant, leaving Fang Yuan in a state of terrified bewilderment, his eyes instinctively shut. Yet, as he heard Lin Es approaching footsteps, an overwhelming instinct for survival compelled him to struggle and rise. "I've suddenly changed my mind," Lin declared, sheathing the Xinyuan sword and stepping forward with his hands clasped behind his back. This was not an act of bravado, but rather a recognition that wielding a sword was excessively cumbersome. The incident with the Kerong prison had already demonstrated that even if a body vanished, the presence of blood at the scene would inevitably implicate him. But what if there were no blood? Those who had taken a life understood that a person disappearing without a trace was the most effective method of disposing of a body. Moreover, it seemed that Jiang Yu, that woman, had set her sights on him. "What are you planning to do? I warn you, if I die, Lord Naxin will not spare you," Fang Yuan shouted, frantically retreating. If he could reach a populated area, he would be safe. With surveillance in place, Lin Yi would think twice before acting against him. However, in the next moment, he felt himself seized by someone, lifted off the ground by Lin Yi. "Please, spare me. I promise to give you the goddess Tang Ling. Just let me go, and I swear I won't contact her again," Fang Yuan wailed, while inwardly marking Lin Yi for certain death. Once he escaped, he would immediately seek out Lord Naxin, bringing his entourage to deal with Lin Yi. Tang Ling would then become his woman. "I'm afraid I find that offer rather unsatisfactory. How about I take you to Lord Naxin instead? As long as you don't kill me, I can guarantee that Lord Naxin will agree to your joining the organization. First, I need to contact him," Lin Yi responded. "All right," with a slight twist of his wrist. A sickening crack echoed as Fang Yuan's limbs fell limply. The scene was too gruesome to behold. Lin Yi promptly discarded him into the spatial portal, where he would be refined in mere seconds. After all, he was just an ordinary man. Spending any more time on him seemed wasteful. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Yi set off in a particular direction. Minutes later, Jiang Yu arrived with a contingent of special police. After a thorough search lasting over half an hour, they found nothing but a folded spring knife. Everything else was missing. "Jiang Yu, Lin Yi hasn't returned home all night. As far as I can tell. I followed him here, and then he vanished," Chen Xin reported. "There are no surveillance cameras nearby, so finding his whereabouts may take considerable time." A complex expression crossed Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes. Following an analysis of the surveillance footage, it became evident that the individual responsible for the explosion at Lin Yi's home was not Fang Yuan. The true culprit was that delivery man, who had resorted to igniting the entire building as bait to eliminate Lin Yi. It was unimaginable what sort of adversaries Lin Yi had provoked. "Hasten. We must locate Lin Yi as swiftly as possible. Only he possesses the clarity regarding the events that transpired." In the ensuing hours, the group resumed their search of the surrounding streets, ultimately discovering Lin Yi's figure captured on the outdoor surveillance of a shop. Observing the footage of Lin Yi strolling leisurely, Jiang Yu's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness. "Continue searching for relevant clues in the surveillance. We shall depart for now." At this moment, Lin Yi had already arrived at the entrance of a hospital. In Fang Yuan's recollection, on the night he ensnared Naxin with white powder, the bar owner, sensing impending danger, had rescued him before the police arrived, subsequently delivering him to the hospital. It appeared to be the opportune moment to ascertain whether the modern world and the apocalyptic realm were one and the same. Lin Yi pushed open the hospital door. Before him lay two choices: to eliminate Naxin outright, erasing all traces, thereby ensuring that the Naxin of the apocalyptic world vanished as well. If both worlds were indeed intertwined, it was time to prepare for the impending apocalypse 2 years hence. Yet simultaneously, a new notion emerged. With the awakening of newfound abilities, the efficacy of the Tool Man was evident. If he could capture Naxin and turn him into a Tool Man, the causal chain would remain unbroken, and he could potentially gain an additional ally for the future. "Naxin, your master has arrived. Why do you not come to greet me?" However, as Lin Yi pushed open the door, he was met with an empty hospital room devoid of any human presence. Approaching the hospital bed, he discovered a letter pressed beneath a pillow, inscribed in the language of eagles. "Dear Mr. Servant, it seems you have made a misstep. My servant has already informed me of your affairs. Await my next act of vengeance. Dear Mr. Policeman, I regret to inform you that you have arrived one step too late. You may not believe that the white powder is not ours, but there is no need for explanation at this moment. Dear Dean, dear nurse, should you come across this letter, please keep it, as it not only represents my innocence, but will also assist the police in locating the unfamiliar servant." Signed, Naxin. Lin Yi found himself incredulous at the contents of the letter. Just this note alone could easily shift the blame for the white powder incident onto him. Naxxon, you are truly ruthless. If that is the case, I shall personally pay you a visit. Chapter 77, an experience package delivered to my door, Tier 1, Level 5. Upon opening his eyes once more, Lin Yi found himself in the apocalyptic realm. The sky was thick with clouds, and torrential rain poured down without a hint of respite. Within the space, Jackson's devouring had reached its conclusion, dense fog occupying the compartments of the backpack, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. A trace of helplessness crossed Lin Yi's face, quickly dissipating. With such relentless rain, could it be that he was compelled to travel regardless? As Naxxon stands as the most formidable challenge he currently faces, it is undeniably beyond his capabilities for the time being. Moreover, Naxxon's ambition is to dominate that particular region, signifying the fixed spawning points within the game that remain stationary and require no haste for immediate conquest. With a systematic ability to consume, the disparity between the two individuals is not as vast as one might presume. Are you here alone, relishing the rain? A sultry voice interrupted Lin Yi's contemplation. Shortly after, the dilapidated furniture blocking the doorway was pushed aside, allowing a stunning woman in her 30s to slip through the gap, faintly emanating the aura of an evolved being. Jiang Yin, Lin Yi's partner in consuming the rather unorthodox man, possessed a strength level of 4. As Lin Yi scrutinized her alluring figure, he couldn't help but acknowledge her remarkable physique, proportionate in all the right places, even grand enough to be described as majestic. How about a date, beauty? Little handsome. Is this how you flirt upon first meeting? Aren't you afraid of scaring the girl away? Jiang Yin repositioned the furniture to block the doorway and gracefully settled beside Lin Yi. If one were to say they fell for you at first sight, how would you respond, little handsome? Jiang Yin leaned her head on Lin Yi's shoulder, her hair still damp from the unabsorbed rainwater, feeling the gentle warmth emanating from her. Lin Yi couldn't help but scoff internally. While she might be unaware of his identity, when that level 6 brute sought to kill him, Jiang Yin inadvertently became his adversary as well. After all, the distance from where that level 6 man perished was no less than several kilometers away. How then? Did Jiang Yin manage to locate him? Her purpose was clear, to find the perpetrator who had slain the brute. Conversely, was this not a fortuitous offering of experience points? Soon, he would allow them both to reunite in the void. Lost in thought, Lin Yi suddenly felt an arm entwine around his neck, while the other gradually slid downwards. With a provocative gaze, Jiang Yin purred, "Little handsome, don't you desire this?" Lin Yi's body tensed momentarily as he chuckled. "We've just met. Isn't this a bit too forward? Please grant me a moment to ponder this." This woman was no innocent soul. A man's intuition was keen. He could already sense her murderous intent. "Little handsome, your body has already betrayed you." Jiang Yan's gaze grew increasingly seductive, her voice trembling slightly, yet her heart was ice cold. Should Lin Yi dare to engage further, she possessed the means to turn him into her sustenance. Her ability was poison derived from zombies. Detection of host infected with the zombie virus. Initiate purification process? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yi comprehended the entirety of the situation. It was revealed to be a biochemical mother body. No wonder that burly man of level 1 tier 6 had such peculiar inclinations. He was compelled. Purification. Lin Yi contemplated silently. Purification successful. Sensing the woman's renewed murderous intent, Lin Yi realized he needed to take action, both being at level 1 tier 4. If he wished to resolve the matter swiftly and without bloodshed, he must strike when she least expected it, plunging the knife into her body. This location was not suitable. It would be ill-advised to be seen. With a sudden surge of strength, Lin Yi lifted Jiang Yin and carried her into the tent. Crack. Outside, the torrential rain continued unabated. Inside, a tempest raged. The fierce battle between the two level 1 tier 4s caused the tent to emit sharp cracking sounds, as though it might collapse at any moment. Detected host infected with zombie virus. Proceed with purification. Purification completed. Detected host infected with zombie virus. Proceed. Completed. Detected. The entire process lasted nearly 2 hours, yet under the din of the downpour, it seemed trivial. Gradually, Jiang Yan's voice weakened. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, it cannot be. How are you still unscathed? Could it be that you are also an ability user? This cannot be. Even an ability user would be unable to withstand my poison, relying on her own abilities. Jiang Yan had successfully slain a Tier 2 Level 1 powerhouse with her Tier 3 strength, thereby ascending from Tier 3 to Tier 4 overnight. No one of the same rank could possibly remain vigorous while being tainted by her lethal venom. Because I have an advantage. Lin Yi gently brushed aside Jiang Yan's hair, dampened by sweat. Thank you for your gift, my experience pack. He then placed his fingers upon her delicate neck and exerted a sudden force. With a crack, Jiang Yan's frail body had no time to resist and relaxed completely, transforming into a lifeless corpse. He stored her away in his spatial compartment. The system began to devour Jiang Yan's remains. At the same level, the consumption time was 12 hours. He found himself once again in a state of idleness. Perhaps bringing that woman Gu Qingyan over would be a commendable choice. The abilities of a tool could allow him to traverse freely between the two realms, not only from the modern to the apocalyptic, but also vice versa. However, considering that this was not Green Town, and that soon there would be level 1 entities roaming freely, with level 2s hardly worth noting, he decided to abandon that plan for the time being. On the following morning, Lin Yi awoke early. Jiang Yan, along with Jackson's corpse, had been completely disassembled, and his level had risen once more to Tier 5, drawing him closer to Tier 6. Relatively speaking, Lin Yi did not feel overly exhilarated. 2 first Tier 6s, 2 first Tier 4s, and 1 first Tier 3, yet in the end, he had not even achieved a single first Tier 6 rank. He harbored grave suspicions that the system was corrupt. Time was of the essence. He needed to set out. Lin Yi sighed inwardly, setting a fire. He obliterated all traces of his past mistakes within the room before finally departing. After a night of torrential rain, as he traversed the street from the previous evening, the bloodstains had vanished, leaving behind only a large pit measuring several meters in diameter. Compared to last night, the street was now dotted with scattered zombies. Though meager, even the smallest morsel had its worth. Lin Yi promptly drew the Xianyuan sword, dispatching the zombies along his path. Before he had ventured far, a graceful silhouette caught his eye. Ling Luoyi. Judging by the time, the cooldown for the tool had expired. It was time to bind her. Chapter 78, Binding Ling Luoyi. The Omen of Prosperity. In the wake of the recent deluge, the entirety of Liuguang City had descended into chaos. Zombies had infiltrated the city. However, this was not Green Town. The number of evolved individuals was greater than anticipated, and within a day, the situation had stabilized amidst the rain. Lin Yi, so you are alive. This is quite disappointing. Ling Luoyi approached, holding 2 crystalline cores, her expression tinged with dismay. Yet, in the next moment, her countenance shifted from disappointment to astonishment. After a few days apart, Lin Yi exuded an entirely different aura, at the very least a high-level first tier evolved. What is your current rank? First Tier 5, soon to be First Tier 6. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Ling Luoyi's expression changed once more, her blue eyes reflecting shock. Could it be that Lin Yi was indeed a genius? Moreover, I have awakened an ability, Lin Yi added. What kind of ability? Ling Luoyi blurted out. In her understanding, Lin Yi's ability was merely to wield firearms. Yet, as Alia had mentioned, his abilities extended far beyond that. He could also procure essential resources such as anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics. As for the method of acquisition, it was somewhat difficult to articulate. Noticing Ling Luoyi's confusion, Lin Yi stepped closer and patted her shoulder. Binding? Binding what? A sense of unease washed over Ling Luoyi as she instinctively took a half-step back. Lin Yi, what have you done to me? I had previously informed you that Sister Alia sent me here, not only to protect you, but also to require antibiotics as compensation. However, Lin Yi paid her words no heed, simply stating, turn around and perform 20 backflips for me. Ling Luoyi's eyes widened in disbelief. For someone on the brink of second-tier evolution, this was not a daunting task. But just because you ask me to do backflips, should I simply comply? Do I not have any pride? To her surprise, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, her body uncontrollably executed 10 backflips on the spot. Lin Yi, you effortlessly completed 10 backflips and 200 push-ups. Still the same. Ling Luoyi possessed an admirable physique, and witnessing such a display was far more captivating than any risk of video on a mobile device. Upon finishing the 200 push-ups, she felt her bodily autonomy return, rising with a sense of embarrassment. Lin Yi, what exactly did you just do to me? Your extraordinary ability. I am at a loss for words to articulate my feelings. Lin Yi took the lead, his voice drifting back. Tool. My ability can be utilized once every 3 days, allowing me to bind a tool to fulfill specified commands. After 3 commands, the bond is automatically severed. Hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Ling Luoyi's expression shifted slightly. Fortunately, he mentioned the limitations. Otherwise, she might have believed she was destined to be Lin Yi's tool for eternity, subject to his whims. Then you should quickly use your last opportunity. I do not wish to. Within 3 minutes, the two halted before a building. The sounds of zombies echoing from behind the towering wall. Ling Luoyi's short blade radiated a brilliant blue light, flickering rapidly before settling into stillness. This blade could discern whether a zombie possessed a core, typically providing a warning only when in proximity to one. Most of the time, she was the sole witness to such warnings. This is unusual. It seems we have encountered something extraordinary, Ling Luoyi concluded. Is it a licker or a tyrant? Linny inquired. Neither. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation, suggesting that there may be unimaginable opportunities nearby. Ling Luoyi expressed her speculation, cautious not to overanalyze, as this was her first experience with such phenomena. Lin Yi recognized the current circumstances as well. Should we engage now or explore the nearby wild area? The answer was clear. Without further discussion, they reached a mutual understanding that transcended ordinary synergy. After walking alongside the wall for several minutes, they arrived at the main entrance of the building, realizing it was a school. The gates were wide open, with numerous zombies congregating within the campus, seemingly drawn by something, aimlessly wandering the playground. Lin Yi, let's find an alternative entry. The front door seems ill-suited. Acknowledging Ling Luoyi's words, Lin Yi nodded and turned back toward their previous path. If there's a better way in, why go through the front? In less than 2 minutes, they spotted a gnarled tree and, using its trunk, effortlessly leaped into the campus. The number of zombies inside was significantly reduced compared to the entrance, and they continued to dispatch the zombies in their path, heading directly for the teaching building. The teaching building is not far from the playground, and the iron mesh separating them effectively deters a horde of zombies. Undoubtedly, the teaching building will be their first point of exploration. Both individuals are evolvers. Ling Luoyi has even taken a step towards the second tier. Despite their minimal communication, they have already delineated their respective tasks. I will head towards Building 1. I will proceed to Building 3, and we shall meet at Building 7. The two ventured off in opposite directions. On the rooftop of Building 2, Yang Wei, tasked with observation, spotted Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi approaching from a distance. Their ability to navigate through a horde of zombies indicated that they possessed considerable strength. In the presence of this first Tier 3 evolver, he deemed the seemingly ordinary evolvers as no threat. Especially Ling Luoyi, with her delicate and statuesque figure, stirred a flicker of excitement within him. No, who knows if these two harbor hidden abilities, playing the role of a simpleton to devour the tiger? It would be prudent to inform the leader first. In Building 7, the principal's office. Within the spacious office, Wang Xiaoping reclined on the sofa, relishing the coolness provided by the air conditioning. Dozens of bread rolls, 2.5 bags of expired chips, 3 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 packets of pickled vegetables, and several bottles of discolored soda were meticulously arranged on the coffee table. On the floor before him knelt several women clad only in undergarments, trembling, ranging in age from 18 to 38. Be good and serve me well, and perhaps I will grant you some food. Wang Xiaoping rose from the sofa, seized one of the women, and pulled her close, pressing her down abruptly. Moments later, a satisfied expression graced his face. This was the apocalypse he desired, power and women. Since the stormy night 2 days prior, when zombies had emerged within the city, he realized that Luguang City was on the brink of chaos. Originally, as a mere first Tier 4 evolver, he was insignificant among the multitude of evolvers in Luguang City. Any random individual could easily crush him. Yet, unexpectedly, an opportunity for his rise had indeed arrived. Chapter 79. Beautiful lady, would you be interested in visiting my room? Your skills seem commendable. It appears you have had ample practice. I hereby promise to make you one of my harem. Wang Xiaoping patted the woman's cheek, helped her up from the ground, and then reclined on the sofa. Your skills above are impressive. Let us see how adept you are below. The woman gazed vacantly at Wang Xiaoping before tremblingly advancing towards him. Not only she, but the other women in the room had also endured inhumane treatment in recent days. This was the grim reality of the apocalypse. As zombies invaded Luguang City, the order that had been painstakingly re-established was once again crumbling. To survive, one must rely on powerful evolvers, and this necessitated a price. Wang Xiaoping did not choose to eradicate the zombies in Luguang City like other evolvers, nor did he attempt to restore human order. Instead, he took the initiative to escort the civilians. After settling in the school, Wang Xiaoping, along with Yang Wei and Wang Tong, dealt with the high-level evolvers from their own team, turning this school into a sanctuary for their indulgence. The rain had ceased. Yet the zombies surrounded the school, with not a single evolver returning to rescue them. Yes, indeed, that is the frequency. Gradually, a look of pleasure reappeared on Wang Xiaoping's face as he grasped the woman's arm, seemingly enduring immense pain. At that moment, the principal's office door swung open, and Yang Wei hurriedly entered. Brother Wang, good news, 2 evolvers have arrived. Wang Xiaoping's expression instantly darkened. Yang Wei, what the hell are you saying? Have you hit your head? Brother Wang, just listen to me. They seem to have just become evolvers. Otherwise, how could they be foolish enough to climb over the wall? One of them is a woman, and both her face and figure are exceptional. Listening to Yang Wei's description, Wang Xiaoping's face gradually flushed with excitement. Are you being serious? Hurry. He carelessly tossed the woman aside, rising to head towards the door. Watching the woman kneeling on the ground, Yang Wei swallowed hard, his gaze flickering. Though Wang Xiaoping called him brother, he had never shared any of these women with him. Yet, given the disparity in strength, he found it difficult to voice his concerns. However, perhaps this was the perfect moment to propose a condition. Brother Wang, what about these women? Damn it, what are you thinking? We are brothers. Take me to find that beauty. You can have your fun with these women later. Yang Wei's heart soared with joy, quickly indulging himself with one of the nearby women before hastily leading the way. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already exited the building. His reasoning was simple. Since there were zombies inside, it indicated a lack of survivors. Without survivors, there was no need to investigate further. The zombies, unable to catch up with him, were evidently weak and unworthy of engagement. Sitting on the edge of a large flower bed in the center of the teaching building, Lin Yi deliberately focused his gaze on the remaining Building 7. Why are you out so soon? I haven't even come out yet. Ling Luoyi's voice echoed from a distance. It was not until she approached that Lin Yi leapt down from the flower bed. A man cannot be too fast. If you don't believe me, why not try? Ling Luoyi was taken aback, momentarily puzzled by Lin Yi's words. It was only when Lin Yi walked towards the door of Building 7, and she observed his departing figure, that she understood, a blush suddenly creeping onto her face. Lin Yi, what is wrong with you? Lin Yi turned his head and remarked, my tool, don't forget that there's still one command left. With a creak, the glass door of Building 7 swung open. Wang Xiaoping observed the two teasing each other ahead, a flicker of discontent passing through his eyes. After a brief moment of adjustment, he approached with a smile. Wang Xiaoping greeted, hello esteemed guests. I am Wang Xiaoping, the leader of this sanctuary. May I inquire about your identities? Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi exchanged glances. It was a relief that the other party was unfamiliar with them. Keeping a low profile was paramount. Lin Yi spoke first. We are refugees who have fled from the outside, having arrived only a few days ago. I am an aspiring evolver. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoping sighed in relief, as he merely needed to ascertain that the beautiful woman was less formidable than he, allowing him to seize both of them. Ling Luoyi sensed the greed in Wang Xiaoping's gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she linked her arm through Lin Yi's, playfully declaring, this is my husband. My strength surpasses his slightly. I'm at the first tier. She leaned closer to Lin Yi, and while he felt comfortable, to Wang Xiaoping. It was far worse than death. How could such a stunning woman be with a mere pig? Though Lin Yi was indeed handsome, to Wang Xiaoping, he resembled a swine. However, in this apocalyptic world, did it truly matter whether a beauty was first-hand or second-hand? A different perspective emerged. She was a married woman. His expression soured as he lifted his chin, disdainfully stating, if you wish to stay, I need to speak with this lady privately. That is acceptable. But I have one condition. Let us converse tonight after I verify that you have not deceived me. Lin Yi replied coolly. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoping's intentions to act dissipated. An evening meeting alone? Wasn't that blatantly offering the beauty to him? Truly self-sabotaging. Wang Xiaoping quickly quelled his inner elation and replied nonchalantly, and what does this lady think? Ling Luoyi feigned hesitation, taking a long moment before responding, I will defer to my husband. Wang Xiaoping's heart swelled with joy as he hastily cleared a path for the couple, saying, please, do come inside. On the 3rd floor, the arrival of Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi caused an uproar among the onlookers. Goodness, did you see that beauty? She truly is radiant. The last time I saw someone like her was 2 years before the apocalypse. What does her beauty matter to you? She lies there. And do you have the strength to act? Besides, this is merely allowing Wang Xiaoping to indulge. We can't even sip on broth. The chatter subsided only when Wang Xiaoping led Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi upstairs. Lin Yi had overheard the earlier discussions but paid them no mind. In the face of absolute power, unforeseen circumstances were non-existent. Gently patting Ling Luoyi's shoulder, he smiled. My dear, I desire you. Perhaps we should find an unoccupied room where you can be a bit louder, just to indulge our comrades. Ling Luoyi playfully pinched Lin Yi's neck and, using what she deemed her most alluring tone, replied, all right. In the gaze of all present, it felt as though their very souls had been struck with 1,000 points of damage, especially for Wang Xiaoping, who felt severely insulted. Ah, you are all despicable. Chapter 80. Ling Luoyi's Breakthrough. Does the tool have hidden abilities? The aura of the first tier 4 surged forth in full force, causing the onlookers to retreat in haste. They were victims themselves, and upon realizing that someone else was about to endure the same torment, they found a morbid satisfaction in witnessing Lin Yi's despair. Bang! Wang Xiaoping struck the adjacent wall with such force that the embedded tiles shattered, leaving a palm-sized hole in the surface. I will ask you once more. Surrender your woman at once, or else. As he spoke, a blade engulfed in flames erupted from Wang Xiaoping's hand, hurtling towards the two with alarming speed. Unexpectedly, his opponent was also a supernatural being, possessing the very fire abilities Lin Yi had eagerly anticipated. Just when it seemed the most formidable elemental powers, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, had not yet manifested, here it was indeed, a power that could decisively surpass Lin Yi's. But what of Ling Luoyi, the quasi-second-tier evolutionist? Wife, save me! Lin Yi exclaimed. However, to his surprise, Ling Luoyi displayed no signs of panic, deliberately burying her face in Lin Yi's chest. Husband, I'm scared. This display left the onlookers utterly astonished, nearly gasping for breath. Was this a scene from a melodramatic romance? No. It was more akin to a cringeworthy skit from a short video. Amidst the hesitation, an icy frost blade surged from behind, colliding with Wang Xiaoping's fiery blade. The two forces were evenly matched, resulting in a simultaneous explosion that transformed them into a cloud of steam. The ground trembled, prompting the spectators to hastily clear a path. From the opposite direction of the hallway emerged a woman of ordinary appearance but imposing stature. She was none other than Wang Xiaoping's wife, Wang Tong, an ice element supernatural being of equal strength, also of first tier 4. Upon seeing her, Wang Xiaoping's expression fell, his voice laced with anger. Wife, did we not agree that the 6th floor is yours and the 7th is mine? What brings you to the 3rd floor? In response to Wang Xiaoping's inquiry, Wang Tong remained unfazed. What was he to her? Even with 3 times the courage, he would not dare utter a word of defiance. Return to your 7th floor. I did not come to seek you out. Do you believe that tonight I shall pay you a visit to loosen your muscles? At this, Wang Xiaoping immediately softened. They had an understanding. One occupied the owner's office on the 6th floor, while the other claimed the principal's office on the 7th, both possessing the only 2 air-conditioned rooms in the entire school that were functional. Beyond that, they would not interfere with one another. Wang Xiaoping, perplexed, replied, Wife, you misunderstand. I am concerned about you. Since you are here first, you go ahead. With that, he begrudgingly stepped aside, seemingly transformed into one of the bystanders. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss. In the next instant, Wang Tong approached him with a cheerful smile. Don't worry. Handsome. With me here, Wang Xiaoping wouldn't dare harm you. Would you be interested in visiting my room? It's air-conditioned. Lin Yi stood there, utterly bewildered. He quickly replied, No. I think I'll stay on the 4th floor with my wife for now. When they ascended, Wang Xiaoping had mentioned that the 3rd and 4th floors were designated for ordinary residents, while the 5th floor served as a middle ground. On the 6th floor resided Wang Tong, and on the 7th floor, Wang Xiaoping, a woman, standing at less than 5 feet tall and weighing undoubtedly over 350 pounds. Should I go upstairs? Or perhaps eliminate him? Before anyone could react, Lin Yi led Ling Luoyi to the 5th floor. They found an unoccupied office, and after a brief tidying, they cleared a sufficiently spacious area. Placing a double bed by the window, they set up a charged battery-operated fan, chilled cola, and a roasted duck he had casually purchased from the roadside before the apocalypse. After this preparation, Ling Luoyi was left astounded. Can I eat this? She asked, swallowing hard. Lin Yi tore off a duck leg and took a hearty bite, washing it down with cola. No, I need to conserve my abilities. They are not so easily replenished. What if I trade you for some corpse cores? Ling Luoyi proposed, producing 2 first-stage corpse cores. These should replenish your energy consumption and even enhance your level. It's a fair exchange. Lin Yi shook his head, refusing the offer. He already had plenty of corpse cores in his space. The system did not actively absorb them and required secondary confirmation, with the devouring effect being far less pronounced than that of actual corpses. Given the ample space available, he could not be bothered to consume them. Recovering his focus, he noticed Ling Luoyi, who was staring wide-eyed at the roasted duck on the table, swallowing with anticipation. An idea sparked in Lin Yi's mind. By the way, have you discovered whether that opportunity or treasure you mentioned still resides within this school? Ling Luoyi's eyes flickered as she turned to look toward the school gate. Logically, zombies tend to cluster in specific areas, which could indicate two possibilities. Either intelligent zombies had emerged, granting them cognitive abilities, or there was something they craved, drawing them together, whether intentionally or not. Of course, this was also related to the presence of some survivors here, but not absolutely so. As she approached a critical point in her reasoning, Ling Luoyi suddenly twitched her nose, seemingly sensing something, her expression shifting to disbelief. To her astonishment, the roasted duck and cola on the table had now been accompanied by 2 servings of red wine and steak. 2 red candles flickered on the table, their flames dancing in the reflection of the wine glasses. Didn't you say you needed to expend your abilities? How did you conjure this so effortlessly? Ling Luoyi asked, her gaze somewhat unnatural. Though it sounds effortless, the reality is quite the opposite. The moment she turned away, he had returned to the modern world, leaving the hospital behind. He drove to a nearby Western restaurant, using money to rouse the slumbering chef, insisting he prepare 2 steaks personally. During the wait, he even indulged in a game of Dead by Daylight. After a fierce struggle lasting half an hour, a record of 34 consecutive defeats was ultimately achieved. Lin Yi inquired, how about this dish? Does it meet your expectations? Is there a price? She asked. Of course, otherwise, I would not have invited you, he replied. Ling Luoyi nodded, drawing the curtains with a swift motion, plunging the room into darkness. Now, this could truly be considered a candlelit dinner. As she approached, Ling Luoyi seized Lin Yi by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Her strength, belonging to a quasi-second-tier evolved being, rendered him utterly powerless to resist. A playful smirk graced her lips as she proclaimed, let me leave a tip first. We can indulge later. In the next moment, she tossed Lin Yi onto the bed, and immediately, a figure lunged toward him. The sensation was delightful and soft. Unbeknownst to her, a faint cracking sound emanated from within Ling Luoyi's body. She shuddered slightly as her aura surged dramatically. She had broken through. Second Tier 1. Detected the level increase of the tool Ling Luoyi. Host receiving feedback. The system's notification resonated as a torrent of energy surged within Lin Yi, elevating his level, which had troubled him for half a day, once more. First Tier 6. Chapter 81. Mutated Beasts. Outside, Yang Wei listened intently to the sounds from within the room. He had come here on a mission. Wang Xiaoping had tasked him with monitoring Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi, ensuring that the two did not seize the opportunity to escape. Should they manage to flee, the promised reward of a woman from Wang Xiaoping would slip away. Yet now, he dared not move, barely able to breathe, fearing that the two within would discover him eavesdropping. One at First Tier 6, the other at Second Tier 1. They showed no signs of concealing their presence, clearly asserting their dominance. He admitted he was frightened, his pants becoming slightly damp. Even if he joined forces with Wang Xiaoping and Wang Tong, the 3 of them combined would not stand a chance against even a single finger of a Second Tier 1 powerhouse. No, this matter must be reported to Wang Xiaoping. Otherwise, not a single person in this building would survive, Yang Wei thought to himself. Supporting his trembling legs against the wall, he slowly made his way upstairs. 7th floor. Principal's office. That detestable Wang Tong. I have overlooked everything with her, yet she dares to meddle in my affairs now. Damn it, what are you staring at? Don't think your figure allows you to look at me like that. The beauty downstairs has a better figure than yours and a waist even slimmer. None of you are making things easy for me. Should you push me one step too far, I might just toss you downstairs to feed the zombies. I can't hold back any longer. I must bring that beauty here. Wang Xiaoping's curses echoed unabashedly within the office. The woman kneeling on the floor trembled uncontrollably, too afraid to lift her gaze, terrified of dying at any moment. Just as Wang Xiaoping stood to head downstairs, the office door swung open unexpectedly. Yang Wei trembled as he closed the door behind him, hastily exclaiming, Brother Wang, this is bad. Those 2 individuals are here to cause trouble. One is a level 6, and the other is a level 1. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoping was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, his eyes blazed crimson as he struck Yang Wei across the face. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you really think I need reminding? Of course. I know their ranks, a would-be evolver and a level 1. They said it themselves. You're not trying to hoard that beauty for yourself and vanish without a trace. Are you? Let me assure you, that's impossible. With another resounding slap, Wang Xiaoping summoned all his strength, sending Yang Wei crashing against the wall, his face swelling visibly. Before Yang Wei could regain his footing, Wang Xiaoping stormed out. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found himself utterly overwhelmed. Though he had attained level 6, he was no match for Ling Luoyi, who was at level 1, a vast disparity of 5 levels placing Lin Yi at a distinct disadvantage. He had never felt so humiliated. Get down here. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. Ling Luoyi smirked, playfully pinching Lin Yi's handsome cheek before leaning in to whisper in his ear, Down? Are you sure you want me to come down? You don't possess the capability to make me do so. Just then, the short blade capable of detecting beast cores sprang forth, emitting an eerie blue glow throughout the room. Both turned their gazes toward the window, and in the next moment, a shadow darted past, a creature akin to a wolf. A tiger, or perhaps a cat. If memories serve correctly, they were on the 5th floor. It's a mutated beast. Ling Luoyi elucidated. That creature we just saw should be a feline mutated beast, approximately at level 10. If we can obtain its beast core, the energy contained within could very well elevate a level 10 evolver to level 1. This revelation explained the sudden anomaly of her weapon. With Ling Luoyi's insight, Lin Yi's pupils constricted as he abruptly realized the gravity of the situation. This was far worse than he had anticipated. A level 10 mutated beast posed no threat to Ling Luoyi. She was well prepared, and Lin Yi could likely take one down himself. However, the issue lay in the fact that it was a feline mutated beast. The appearance of one indicated the potential presence of others nearby, perhaps 1, 2, or even a dozen more. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as both recognized the imminent danger. They had been targeted, likely intimidated by Ling Luoyi's level 1 presence. Yet, it would not be long before the beast returned. While they pondered their predicament, Wang Xiaoping had already arrived at the office door, guided by Yang Wei's directions. He listened intently, muttering, I knew it. You were lying to me. Where's this so-called level 1 powerhouse? Why didn't I sense anything? Gazing at the firmly closed door before him, Wang Xiaoping let out a cold chuckle, departing from the threshold in a fit of indignation. The faint sound of footsteps echoed, growing fainter as the two individuals inside sensed the retreating steps. Under normal circumstances, they might have been wary of eavesdroppers. But in the face of an evident disparity in status, Wang Xiaoping's threat paled in comparison to the imminent danger posed by the mutated felines. Ordinary beasts, once infected by the zombie virus and transformed into aberrant creatures, retained a semblance of their original intellect, akin to the first and second-tier zombies. Ling Luoyi aptly elucidated. They may not approach for the time being, but should we leave, we might very well encounter them. The principle of hunting was something Lin Yi understood well. Observing the dimming daylight, he realized that nightfall was not far off. Darkness would obscure much of humanity's perception, and the same applied to the evolved beings. It would then become the domain of these mutated creatures. Lin Yi turned to gaze at Ling Luoyi's exquisite profile, a flicker of inspiration igniting within him. Adjusting his breath slightly, he smiled and remarked, If the mutated beings won't be coming for now, what of us? Ling Luoyi's eyes narrowed slightly. It was time to battle once more. Just as a fragrant scent wafted through the air, Lin Yi found himself once again pinned to the bed, rendered immobile. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Having been stifled for so long, it was time to unleash his abilities. This time, I shall be on top. Activating the tool user's ability. Downstairs, in the office, a dozen survivors sat huddled around an old electric fan, engaging in casual conversation, when suddenly, a violent noise reverberated from above. What on earth is happening upstairs? An earthquake? One exclaimed. I think there's construction going on, with that rhythm and speed. Could they be breaking through the walls? Another speculated. Stop guessing. I saw that beautiful couple head upstairs. They're probably just tidying up. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had swiftly passed. Lin Yi climbed off the bed, his legs trembling slightly. After several deep breaths, he managed to stand. You're quite impressive. Let us see if you can still contend with me once my level surpasses yours. Ling Luoyi's complexion was flushed, her entire being radiating vitality, though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Effortlessly, she rose from the bed, adjusted her attire, and made her way toward the candlelit dinner. As she brushed past Lin Yi, her lips moved slightly, and she leaned in to whisper, Can you keep up? You ought to practice more with the dishes. Chapter 82. Another experience package. How embarrassing. Lin Yi's expression stiffened. By the time he regained his composure, Ling Loi was already seated at the table, savoring the steak laid before her, knife in one hand, fork in the other. Lin Yi let out a silent sigh, reaching for a bottle of cola and drinking deeply. Now that she had become his tool user, why was he still feeling vexed? At 1 o'clock in the morning, all the survivors had succumbed to slumber. Only Wang Xiaoping remained, reclining on the sofa, tossing and turning restlessly. The woman in his arms did little to quell the fervor within him. For the image of Ling Loi continued to flash through his mind. A group of insipid individuals, Yang Wei, come. Join me downstairs. We shall eliminate that scoundrel and seize the beautiful woman. Yang Wei. Yang Wei. Observing Yang Wei sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, Wang Xiaoping was filled with discontent. How could he be reduced to such a state merely from a dalliance with a woman? Truly, it was pathetic. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike him dead. However, considering that Yang Wei was his most trusted confidant and crucial for controlling the people in this building, he reluctantly lowered his hand and pushed open the office door. Upon exiting, he did not proceed immediately to the floor where Lin Yi was located, but instead directed himself to the 6th floor where Wang Tong's company resided. He knocked on the door, which was quickly opened by a somewhat handsome young man, though his malnourished frame bore the marks of fatigue, evidenced by the dark circles under his eyes. Similar to the office of Wang Xiaoping, Wang Tong's office also housed 5 or 6 men kneeling, their attire revealing well-defined muscular lines. Yet, like the young man who opened the door, they too appeared utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Wang Xiaoping enter, Wang Tong lazily pushed aside the man attending to her, her eyes opening with indifference. After regaining her composure, she spoke coldly. Wang Xiaoping, what brings you here? Are the women in your domain insufficient, prompting you to invade my space for men? Wang Xiaoping shivered at her words, quickly responding, Tong Tong. Do you recall the couple that came by at noon? Tell me you have no interest in them. How about we join forces to each have one? At his suggestion, Wang Tong's hefty frame trembled slightly. She waved her hand dismissively, stating, not interested. Yet, Lin Yi was undeniably more attractive than the men present, not merely in physique, but also in looks. As she ascended from downstairs, she felt a surge of warmth within her. It was only after being attended to by these men that her discomfort began to ease. Unlike Wang Xiaoping, who was rather crude, she sought to employ her charm to completely captivate Lin Yi, yearning for him to fall genuinely in love with her. Then I shall take my leave. Should I inadvertently kill him, do not hold it against me. Wang Xiaoping lacked the patience to linger. He had no desire to wait. On this dark, windy night, it was the perfect moment for a clandestine act of violence. Having already informed Wang Tong of this matter, he warned her that any further trouble from her would be met with no mercy. Wang Xiaoping turned and departed, leaving the door ajar. Once downstairs, he made a beeline for the office where Lin Yi and the others were, not pausing to think before delivering a powerful kick to the wooden door. With a resounding crash, the office door, though specially reinforced, could not withstand the full force of a first-tier 4th evolutionist's assault. Splinters flew as half of the door was kicked in. Upon surveying the disarray of the office, his eyes were immediately drawn to the bottle of red wine on the table, the remnants of burnt red candles, a bottle of sugary soda, and a half-eaten roast duck on the floor. What had he stumbled upon? A fleeting moment of disorientation enveloped him. How could it be that when the two individuals arrived empty-handed, food had suddenly materialized on the table? Could they be endowed with extraordinary abilities? It was no wonder their attire bore no resemblance to that of typical evolutionists. They resembled hoarders, abundant in provisions, exhibiting no signs of hunger. The phrase, while my neighbor stockpiles grain, I stockpile weapons. My neighbor is my granary resonated with newfound clarity. However, as his gaze shifted, his pupils dilated in shock. There, upon the bed near the windowsill, lay Lin Yi and another, their eyes fixed upon him with an intense gaze, beads of sweat still glistening on their faces. A considerable amount of moisture stained the sheets beside them. It was evident that the situation he had dreaded had indeed transpired. How dare you lay a hand on my woman? Wang Xiaoping felt on the verge of collapse, especially upon noticing the conspicuous red mark on the sheets. What had he done to deserve this? He began to regret not seizing the woman and confining her in his office the moment they had arrived. Meanwhile, within the office, Lin Yi too was taken aback. When had an experience package decided to present itself so conveniently? His woman? Wasn't she supposed to be his maidservant? Curiously, since Wang Xiaoping had uttered those words, Ling Loi had abandoned her intention to eliminate him. instead adopting a coy demeanor, shyly hiding behind Linny. Eager to play the role of a demure lady, Linny couldn't help but smile at the sight. More money was in order. As he spoke, Wang Xiaoping, in a fit of rage, shattered another door. "Damn it, I will make you pay." "Wait, leave the man to me," a familiar voice echoed, accompanied by tremors of footsteps approaching from afar. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Was another experience package on its way? This could work to his advantage, saving him the hassle of killing one only to have another appear. A most tedious scenario. Meanwhile, Wang Tong rushed in hastily. "Wang Xiaoping, take the woman, but leave the man. I have use for him." Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her excitement. Losing such a handsome and well-built man would be a tremendous loss for her. Hearing Wang Tong's voice, Wang Xiaoping's displeasure flickered in his eyes, his fists crashing against the wall. Dust erupted, filling the room. "Very well." Wang Xiaoping gritted his teeth. The two behaved as if they were merely negotiating the division of trivial possessions, utterly unconcerned by the unique gaze of Lin Yi and his companion. "Go on. It's time to demonstrate the prowess of a second-tier powerhouse," Lin Yi instructed Ling Luoyi. "I refuse." Ling Luoyi attempted to protest, but her body moved of its own accord, rising from the bed and swiftly leaping to stand before the two men. She was not particularly skilled in combat. Yet the disparity between a second-tier evolutionist and a fourth-tier one was incomparably vast, akin to the difference between an adult and a newborn infant. It was an absolute annihilation, or rather, a swift execution. Without any extravagant maneuvers, the two fourth-tier evolutionists collapsed to the ground, their heads rolling along the floor into the corridor. Goodness! As Yang Wei hurried down the stairs upon hearing the commotion, he was met with this gruesome sight, causing his legs to weaken, and he fell to the ground. In a panic, he propped himself up with his hands, trembling as he crawled back up the stairs. Fortunately, when Linny happened to pass by the office door, he had just managed to ascend the staircase. Strange, he distinctly heard footsteps. Where had they gone now? Lin Yi scratched his head, about to turn around when a large black cat, adorned with stripes, burst through the window. Chapter 83. Moral Coercion? Do I strike you as a moral individual? Could such a creature truly exist in this world? Lin Yi was startled by the sudden appearance of the monster. The creature opened its cavernous mouth, revealing sharp teeth, each one resembling a steel nail, glinting ominously. The thought of being bitten sent shivers down his spine. It resembled a wolf, a tiger, and a leopard all at once. A sound akin to a cat's meow echoed, prompting Lin Yi to ponder the nature of this mutated beast. Indeed, it was a cat. Unlike the humans turned into zombies by the viral infection, its characteristics were more akin to those of an evolved human. The zombifying virus had bestowed upon it a form of evolution, and now its size rivaled that of a tiger, its speed comparable to that of a black panther. In an instant, it was upon Lin Yi, a first-tier 10. Undoubtedly, it was beyond his capacity to confront. He hastily retreated back into the room, preparing to play the cunning strategist. Ling Luoyi, hurry up. As soon as he uttered these words, Lin Yi slipped back into the office, pressing himself against the wall, an anti-material sniper rifle appearing in his hands, silently awaiting the mutant cat's entrance. With the anti-material weapon, he was confident of delivering a lethal blow. Under carbon-based life, all are but ants. However, as he observed the mutant cat probing its head into the office, half of its skull already within his line of sight, a growling sound emanated from its mouth. Meow? The mutant cat seemed to sense danger, swiftly retracting its head back outside. Bang! Another loud crash resounded. A tremendous noise erupted from the corridor, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Had it fled? Lin Yi approached the doorway, momentarily uncertain if the mutant cat's retreat was a ruse to lure him out. The edges of the shattered glass still bore fresh bloodstains, indicating that the mutant cat had left in haste. Ling Luoyi, what do you think? Lin Yi did not believe that the mutant cat had fled out of fear of him. A first-tier 10 encountering a first-tier 6 was akin to a level 10 support facing off against a level 6 jungler, merely exchanging a few blows before the latter would typically retreat. Ling Luoyi, feeling inadequate, silently approached the window and drew open the tightly shut curtains, searching for something outside. Look, she said. Following her gaze, Lin Yi stepped to the window. Under the moonlight, though the illumination was scant, he could still discern a dark silhouette rapidly departing in one direction, with a horde of zombies trailing closely behind. It seemed that tonight it would not come, as if it had encountered some trouble. However, tomorrow night, there might be more than one. The blood of Wang Xiaoping and Wang Tong had awakened the ferocity of the mutated cat, inciting an assault on the teaching building. Lin Yi was now faced with two choices: to remain and attempt to rescue the occupants of the entire building, or to depart the following day. Regarding these two options, Lin Yi decided to first stow away the experience pack. After a brief search, he discovered 5 corpse cores on the bodies of the two individuals, but nothing else of value. Sleep. Since Ling Luoyi had assured him that the mutated cat would not come tonight, there seemed little need for a night watch. He stored the bodies in his space, disregarding the bloodstains on the ground, and returned to bed, embracing Ling Luoyi as he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yi was awakened by a cacophony of noise. Although he had slept comfortably, cradling a beautiful woman, he could not escape the morning grouchiness. Glancing down, he saw that Ling Luoyi had already awakened, her aquamarine eyes fixed on the ceiling, an expression of calm interlaced with a hint of defiance. Why the pretense of aloofness at such a time? Just as he was about to rise for breakfast, he turned to find a large crowd gathering at the doorway, their expressions decidedly displeased. How long had they been there? Just arrived, Ling Luoyi replied flatly. Seeing this, Lin Yi got up from the bed and approached the table. Rinsing his mouth with a bottle of cola, he caught a glimpse of the dried blood on the floor and then looked back at the discontented crowd outside the door. What brings you here so early? The crowd in the corridor, observing Lin Yi's nonchalant demeanor, grew increasingly agitated, their anger becoming harder to contain. Eventually, an unnamed man stepped forward from the throng. We need an explanation. What is the meaning of the blood on the floor? Where are the two evolved individuals? Wang Xiaoping and Wang Tong. At this, the crowd behind him echoed their inquiries. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. It was I who killed them, he stated indifferently. He was curious to see their reaction. Would it be one of fury? After all, these individuals were refugees from Liuguang City, leading a precarious yet stable existence in this post-apocalyptic world. They were not starving, but their living conditions were certainly far superior to what they had here, both in terms of shelter and facilities. He intended to leave today and had no plans to take these people with him, merely indulging in the grim humor of this apocalyptic reality. Soon, another individual stepped forward, this time a girl. Thank you for revealing the truth to us. Since it was you who eliminated both of them, from this moment onward, you shall assume the role of the new leaders of this institution. Observing Lin Yi's silence, another female student stepped forward. Outside, the entire area is swarming with zombies. We require formidable evolvers to safeguard us, and you are the most suitable candidates. If necessary, we can revert to our previous practices of selecting the most beautiful women for your amusement, which should suffice, right? The same goes for us men. In comparison to Wang Xiaoping, they seem to favor Lin Yi even more, not only because his looks and physique met their expectations, but also because the majority of men were eager to serve Ling Luoyi, much like Wang Tong. When individuals are left speechless, they often resort to laughter. In just a few days, these people had already acclimated to the new order. In the apocalypse, this is entirely normal. Survival hinges upon reliance on the strong. Lin Yi did not consider himself a villain, yet he was not a paragon of virtue either. The concept of moral coercion had been contemplated by him since the first day of his arrival in this post-apocalyptic world. Without morality, what is there to discuss regarding moral coercion? I would like to caution you all that this school may not be entirely secure. Perhaps we should consider exiting through the back gate, where the zombie presence is less pronounced, in search of a new refuge. Among you, there are undoubtedly evolvers and potential evolvers. I believe this should not pose a significant challenge. With that said, Lin Yi, accompanied by Ling Luoyi, proceeded towards the door. The matter of the mutated cats warranted further investigation. The corpses of Tier 1 zombies are rare and invaluable, and with assistance at hand, it would be uncharacteristic of him not to explore. As Lin Yi and his companion made to leave, the crowd at the entrance grew anxious, blocking their path. You cannot leave. You must ensure our safety. You must protect us. Lin Yi thought to himself, was my previous statement in vain? He assured them that if they followed him, their demise would be swift. Alternatively, should he take them along to hunt for the mutated cats? More bait could make the endeavor easier. Chapter 84. New Tools, Contract Beasts? Bang! Lin Yi ceased any further discussions and drew his firearm, firing a shot. It was only when the bullet from his Glock pierced the closest man that those blocking the exit calmed down, realizing that their moral coercion held no sway over Lin Yi. Consequently, Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi made their way through the gap created by the crowd, exiting the office. Upon reaching the lower level, they encountered no sign of Yang Wei. However, there was a clever individual among them. Such individuals tend to survive longer in the apocalypse. Are you referring to that Tier 1? 3 Evolver? Who else could it be? The two exchanged a few casual remarks before falling silent, each drawing their weapons as they proceeded towards the side of the teaching building. Deep within the school, this was also the direction in which the mutated cats had fled. Having arrived, it would be remiss not to explore further. Exiting the confines of the teaching building, they ventured forward, covering approximately 500 meters, until a structure came into view. It was a cafeteria. A horde of zombies gathered around has unmistakably indicated that this is the lair of the mutated cat. Lenny remarked, I thought we would have to venture into the residential area to find it. How did we discover it so swiftly? Ling Luoyi, her expression peculiar, responded. Surely you don't expect to find a surviving school bell there? 5 years have elapsed since the apocalypse, and even the bell has likely turned into a desiccated corpse. Do not speak so, Lenny retorted, for I am a paragon of virtue. Half an hour later, the duo successfully entered the dining hall. In stark contrast to the exterior, the number of zombies within the dining area was markedly diminished, with only a few scattered about, the majority seemingly in a dormant state. It was only upon their entrance that they stirred to life, raising clouds of dust. Has it truly been 5 years without anyone disturbing this place? Lin mused. Come on, you know that in this post-apocalyptic world, no one would come to clean up here. Lin shrugged with a smile. I thought it would be amusing to lighten the mood, especially since we have yet to find any trace of the mutated cat. With deft precision, they dispatched the remaining zombie corpses, restoring tranquility to the dining hall once more. The vast expanse of the cafeteria lay shrouded in dust, with decayed remnants of bones adorning the tables, everything appearing so eerily natural. The more normal it seemed, the more unsettling it became. Those familiar with horror novels understand that in such scenarios, the most likely occurrence is the sudden fright, non-lethal yet terrifying. They proceeded with utmost caution. However, even upon reaching the serving window of the cafeteria, no unusual events transpired. Scattered across the platform and the floor in front of the window were shattered plates, suggesting that the outbreak coincided with the lunch hour. A skeleton, collapsed on the ground, gripped a rusty spoon in its bony hand, presumably belonging to the cafeteria lady responsible for serving meals. Suddenly, 2 loud thuds echoed from the direction of the kitchen, accompanied by strange, uncanny cries. The two exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. After a brief preparation, they stealthily passed through the shattered glass window and approached the kitchen door. Creak. As the kitchen door was gently pushed open, the cries intensified. Lenny cautiously leaned in, and just a glimpse sent a shiver down his spine. There lay the mutated cat from the night before, its chest ravaged by a gaping wound spanning nearly half a meter. Entrails were strewn about, and dark red blood nearly engulfed the surrounding floor. Not far off, several dog-like mutated beasts, the size of Tibetan mastiffs, were ferociously howling at a corner of the kitchen, their russet fur bristling, each possessing a formidable strength of level 10. This is dire, Lin lamented inwardly. These mutated canines had already surpassed the threshold of what the two could handle, and there was something lurking in the kitchen that instilled fear in these beasts. The implications of what else might be concealed in the back kitchen were too terrifying to contemplate. It was approaching. As Ling Luoyi's voice faded, a shadow of black and gray descended from above, extending its long, sharp claws to fiercely slash at the neck of a mutated dog. The sound of flesh tearing echoed, and Lin finally discerned the appearance of this aberrant creature, reminiscent of a tiger in size, adorned with unique patterns. It was a mutated tabby cat, a second-tier beast. This revelation elucidated why the mutated feline had abruptly retreated last night. It was likely that these canines had invaded its territory. The battle may have raged throughout the night, and the first-tier mutated cat, overwhelmed by exhaustion and injuries, ultimately succumbed to the claws of several canine aberrations. Another had managed to endure solely by virtue of its superior rank, biding its time to eliminate these encroaching mutated dogs one by one. The mutated tabby cat was formidable, yet within the confines of such a cramped space, its agility was severely hampered, especially when confronted by numerous first-tier mutated dogs. At this moment, it was on the brink of exhaustion. The scene of wolves dragging down a tiger was vividly unfolding before their eyes. While they remain unaware of our presence, we should withdraw. We cannot confront them, Ling Luoyi advised. Lin shook his head. Wait. When the hawk and the crow fight, it is the fisherman who profits. Whether we can seize this opportunity depends on our courage. Ling Luoyi wished to voice her thoughts, but upon seeing Lin Yi's silence, she turned her focus back to the chaotic clash of cats and dogs. Minutes later, the skirmish drew to a close. The mutated tabby cat utilized its speed to eliminate several mutated dogs, but in the process, it sustained numerous injuries from the vicious counterattacks of the dying canines, ultimately succumbing to fatigue. Seizing this moment, the remaining 3 mutated dogs lunged forward, pinning the mutated tabby cat to the ground. In its final desperate counterattack, it managed to slay 2 of the dogs while severely wounding another. "It is time for us to strike," Lenny declared, seizing his chance. He retrieved a silenced 47 from his space. Given the multitude of zombies outside, the installation of a suppressor was indeed prudent. A low growl emanated from the last remaining mutated dog, which turned its head toward Lin Yi upon sensing his approach. Just as it prepared to pounce, the mutated tabby cat had latched onto its hind leg, severely hampering its movement. Lin Yi chuckled. He would not grant it the opportunity to attack. With a flurry of bullets from the 47, the gunfire shattered the silence of the kitchen. As he crouched down, ready to sever the skull of the mutated dog with his knife, he noticed a small tabby cat, no larger than a palm, scuttling out from beneath a cabinet towards him. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, quietly observing its behavior. Ultimately, under his watchful gaze, the tiny tabby cat approached the corpse of the mutated feline, gently licking its fur. "I knew you were their offspring, but why are you so small?" Lin Yi mused, lightly patting the fluffy head of the little tabby with the blade of his knife, perplexed as to how 2 colossal creatures could produce such a diminutive cat. Encountering a mouse is akin to a life-and-death scenario. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi extended a finger before the small tabby cat. "Little one, do you wish to join me?" Chapter 85. Filial Piety and Affection. Is the little tabby one of us? Meanwhile, atop building number 7, Yang Wei cradled a slick woman in his arms, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. What of the formidable evolved beings? First tier or second tier? They still fell victim to my cunning little charade. Yang Wei gazed at the distant, scattered corpses, blood soaking the ground, dismembered limbs strewn about. The gruesome tableau did not instill a shred of fear within him. Rather, it fueled a sense of exhilaration. When Lin Yi ruthlessly dispatched Wang Xiaoping and Wang Tong, he had never contemplated avenging them. After all, he was no fool. As a weaker individual, he was acutely aware of the chasm that separated him from Lin Yi. Only after Lin Yi had departed did he emerge, naturally assuming the mantle of leader as the strongest within the teaching building, inheriting Wang Xiaoping's woman. For a considerable time, he reigned as the king of this place. However, unbeknownst to him, a group of individuals was silently making their way towards the cafeteria. "It must be you." Regardless of the little tabby's consent, Lin Yi pressed down on its head. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on successfully binding a tool, the mutated little tabby cat." The system chimed, indicating that the little tabby had successfully been bound as Lin Yi's tool. Though uncertain of its utility, the ability that refreshes every 3 days was too advantageous to dismiss. In fact, it had only been 2 days since binding Ling Luoyi, presenting a perfect opportunity for leveling up. Lin Yi gently tapped the little tabby's head with his pinky, noticing that its spirit had significantly improved, no longer mewing in panic. He could sense a tenuous connection forming between them. This little spirit creature was quite impressive. As a precaution, Lin Yi pushed open the cabinet from which the little tabby had just emerged, confirming that no other kittens were hidden inside before returning to the corpse of the second-tier mutated cat. With a swift motion, he drew out his dagger, thrusting it into the creature's skull and tearing it open, revealing a corpse core the size of an egg. This was the corpse core of a second-tier mutated beast. Its efficacy surpassed that of a typical second-tier level 1 corpse core, attaining at least the potency of a second-tier level 3. "Would you like to eat?" Lin Yi placed the freshly extracted second-tier corpse core before the little tabby. "Meow?" The little tabby, displaying a remarkably human-like nod, gazed at him with yearning eyes. Its amber iris is strikingly beautiful. "This is your father's corpse core. Truly, a testament to filial piety." Honestly, Lin Yi had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. But having uttered the words, he had no intention of retracting them and proceeded to feed it to the little tabby. At long last, the little tabby managed to swallow the corpse core, which was nearly the same size as itself, leaving its belly resembling a round ball. Would it be able to digest it? A fleeting thought emerged, accompanied by a gentle warmth coursing through Lin Yi's being. Detected, the mutated little raccoon has ascended to level 1. Host receives feedback. A shard from its progenitor's corpse enabled the little raccoon's elevation. Though the enhancement was minimal, insignificant enough to barely register as an increase, it was indeed an advancement nonetheless. Feeding this shard to the little raccoon was undeniably a shrewd investment. Observing the little raccoon wagging its tail in delight, Lin Yi pondered for a moment. It seemed rather unkind to keep referring to it simply as Little Raccoon, for in his homeland, all cats bore names. Given its delicate appearance, he decided to name it Sang Biao. Lin Yi felt quite pleased with this moniker, and Sang Biao, exhibiting a touch of human-like understanding, nodded in approval of its new name. Casting Sang Biao aside, Lin Yi turned his attention to the corpses of the mutated cats and dogs strewn across the ground. Unlike zombies, the flesh of these mutated beasts was indeed consumable. While they too had been infected by the zombie virus, its primary effect was to awaken their latent potential, allowing them to transform into beings far exceeding their original forms. The emergence of evolvers was similarly attributed to the zombie virus. Thus, for evolvers, the flesh of mutated beasts was a veritable boon. For ordinary individuals, such meat could be regarded as a diluted version of a corpse nucleus. You can keep the corpse nuclei, and I shall take the bodies. Does that seem fair? Lin Yi inquired, casting a questioning glance at Ling Luoyi. After all, without Ling Luoyi, he would never have discovered these mutated beasts, much less encountered Sang Biao. Ling Luoyi lifted her gaze, contemplating Lin Yi's peculiar fondness for corpses, and realized this was precisely what she wished to convey. Without hesitation, she replied, agreed. The two reached a mutual understanding. Ling Luoyi would collect the corpse nuclei, while Lin Yi meticulously selected and cut the pieces of the mutated beasts, storing the remnants within his spatial grid for later consumption. Sang Biao energetically gnawed at the remains of its progenitor. Among the 20 or so mutated dogs, most were small breeds like corgis, alongside mutated border collies and Samoyeds. Only 2 were tabby cats. It was not that Lin Yi desired to devour them all. Rather, his spatial grid was simply insufficient to accommodate the entirety. After portioning, the bodies of the mutated beasts received a unified designation, the flesh of mutated beasts, allowing for the complete removal of the remains for the sustenance of Sang Biao. After thoroughly scouring the kitchen, the duo successfully cleared away all mutated beast corpses. In total, they amassed 32 bodies, from which Ling Luoyi obtained 29 corpse nuclei. 17 were level 1, grade 10 nuclei, and 9 were level 1, grade 7 nuclei. The sole level 1, grade 1 nucleus was sourced from a level 1 zombie that had unwittingly wandered into a high-tier area. The last 2 corpses belonged to Sang Biao's siblings, their demise portrayed in a truly harrowing manner. Having tidied up, the two were just about to leave when a sudden cacophony of footsteps erupted from behind another door in the kitchen, accompanied by a man's nonchalant voice. Be cautious for a moment. The mutated beasts inside may not be completely dead. If you wish to strike it rich, do not falter. At the entrance stood a dozen individuals, their faces alight with excitement, eager to burst through the door. Lu Yiguang, with an air of contentment, casually rubbed his bald head. He had made a decision that even he admired. Encountering 2 formidable mutated cats, one of first-tier 10 and the other of second-tier 1, his group could not hope to prevail. They sacrificed 2 of their own to lure the mutated cats away, and then used the 3 brothers of the zombies as bait to attract another pack of mutated dogs led by a mutated border collie. The outcome was unequivocal. They succeeded. The demise of the 2 mutated little raccoon cats stirred the primal instincts of the remaining mutated cats, leading to a fierce battle between the mutated cats and dogs. A night should suffice for their preparations. With the sounds from the kitchen now subsided, it was time to survey the battlefield. However, upon opening the door and seeing Lin Yi and the zombies on the ground, Lu Yiguang's expression instantly shifted. Blood pooled throughout the kitchen, a testament to the fact that the mutated beasts had indeed perished. Yet their corpses were nowhere to be found. There could only be one explanation. They were all with Lin Yi. The 2 parties eyed each other warily, about to make their move when Ling Luoyi suddenly brightened, positioning herself between Lin Yi and Lu Yiguang. Hold on. This is a misunderstanding. He is one of us. Chapter 86. First tier 10? I'll show you. One of us. Lin Yi intended to interrupt with thoughts of his 47 rifle, cradling the zombies in his arms. Who are these people? Lin Yi's voice was cold. He sensed no kindness from them, only pure, unadulterated murderous intent. The others seemed less concerning. But the bald man at the forefront, an evolved being at first tier 10, maintained a chilling gaze fixed upon him. In Lin Yi's eyes, Ling Luoyi's words held little sway. The bald man likely did not regard him at all. It was evident that a confrontation loomed, with a considerable likelihood of violence. In this apocalyptic world, murder and plunder were far too common. Yet, he was unafraid. He understood that contemplating murder necessitated a readiness to be killed. Lin pondered extensively, envisioning the worst possible scenarios. Meanwhile, Ling Luoyi remained oblivious, even feeling fortunate that the journey ahead to the Nalik province might be considerably more convenient. Noticing the silence between the two parties, Ling Luoyi clarified, Lu Yiguang is a trusted confidant of my sister-in-law, Hu Qinglan. Though they may seem rough and fierce, their original approach to matters is simply their nature. As Ling Luoyi's explanation concluded, Lu Yiguang's taut expression softened somewhat, and the rest followed suit. Lu Yiguang stepped forward, exclaiming, "Ah, it is Miss Ling. I nearly overlooked your presence amidst the striking charm of this gentleman. Initially, I was led to believe that someone had pilfered our belongings, but it appears to be a misunderstanding. May I inquire about your name, esteemed sir?" His words were directed at Lin Yi. Yet his gaze subtly lingered on the adorable tabby cat in Lin Yi's grasp. Lin Yi replied, "Sang Biao." He felt justified in his response, as Lu Yiguang's curiosity was evidently piqued by the name of the charming feline. "Ah, so you are Brother Sang Biao. I wonder if you were aware that the kitchen at the back of this room was in this state when we arrived, and might I ask, is this your cat?" Lu Yiguang's tone was domineering, as if compelling Lin Yi to divulge the truth. Observing the man before him, who possessed considerable strength, Lin Yi felt a twinge of displeasure at his demeanor. Gently stroking the cat, he replied nonchalantly, "It was in this condition upon our entry. This little cat is simply delightful, and I intend to adopt it." "Very well," Lu Yiguang nodded, turning to his companions and subtly signaling them. Lin Yi's assertion that he had not seen the corpses of the mutated beasts was something he was not inclined to believe, nor would his subordinates. With so many mutated creatures around, it was implausible that not a single carcass remained. However, with Ling Luoyi present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Casting a discreet glance at Ling Luoyi, he smirked slightly. "Miss Ling, Miss Hua is quite concerned for your safety due to the matters involving Naxin, and has sent us to ensure your protection. Might I inquire if your affairs have been resolved, so that we may escort you back?" At this, Ling Luoyi subtly pursed her lips. "My brother said nothing. It was entirely my sister-in-law who spoke." She continued, "Young Master Ling is still within the inner city, while Miss Hua awaits you at the estate in the provincial capital." Lu Yiguang surveyed the surroundings before his gaze settled once more on Lin Yi, his eyes brightening. "Brother Sang Biao, would you care to join us? Though we cannot enter the inner city, the Narak province is considerably safer than the corpse-ridden streets of Liuguang City." Lu Yiguang's numerous subordinates also focused their attention on Lin Yi, seemingly indifferent, yet their actions revealed a deeper significance. Lin Yi stood there, fully aware of their demeanor. With a resolute expression, he placed Sang Biao on his shoulder and confidently wrapped an arm around Ling Luoyi, smiling. "Let us proceed. Lead the way, everyone." Lu Yiguang was taken aback for a moment. "Very well, follow us. We have discovered a more favorable route out of the city, with significantly fewer zombies than usual." With Lu Yiguang and his men forging ahead, their pace was evidently swifter, and they soon left the confines of the school, heading eastward. As Lu Yiguang approached a road completely obstructed by abandoned vehicles, his footsteps abruptly halted, prompting the rest of the group to turn and gaze towards Lin Yi and his companion. "Brothers of the undead, there are no zombies here, which provides us with a temporary sense of safety. Can you enlighten us on the whereabouts of the corpses of those mutated beasts? Or do you harbor them on your person?" Not only Lu Yiguang, but the others also wore expressions of ferocity, transformed from their previous demeanor. They ceased their pretense. If Lin Yi wished to avoid demise, he must divulge the location of the mutated beast corpses. Both the cores and the flesh of these beasts rightfully belonged to them. Contemplating this, Zhao Yiguang stroked his bald head. "If Miss Ling were to know, she could inform me. My brothers have long coveted her figure. Should you reveal the location of the mutated beasts, I, Zhao Yiguang, assure you that I will not lay a finger on you." In Lu Yiguang's perspective, they were currently in an advantageous position. Furthermore, they had no genuine intention of sparing Ling Luoyi. Such a beauty is rare in the apocalypse, alongside Hu Qinglan. He had his leverage. Faced with Lu Yiguang's coercion, Lin Yi displayed a look of enlightenment. If only it had been this way from the start. Choosing such an open area was merely inviting me to flee. However, escape was not in Lin Yi's nature, especially not under the current circumstances. Whether he could successfully flee was uncertain. Should he escape, these individuals would become a persistent nuisance. It would be far better to ensnare them all. Lin Yi nodded, feigning ignorance. "I can inform you, and you may have your way with Ling Luoyi, but before that, may I indulge myself just once?" confronted with a dozen evolved beings, particularly with a Tier 1 evolutionist present. The previous conflict between the parents of the undead had already demonstrated that the second-tier Ling Luoyi could not possibly protect him. A mere chick, Lu Yiguang only needed to allocate 2 of his men to ensure Lin Yi's complete annihilation. Lin Yi then reached out, pulling Ling Luoyi close, pretending to exhibit greed. Hold your breath. At that moment, Lu Yiguang and his companions were still reeling from Lin Yi's sudden words. He intended to play with Ling Luoyi here? How audacious! Who granted him such courage? Before they could recover from their shock, Lin Yi tossed a bag of white powder high into the air, resembling a sack of flour. As the powder cascaded above their heads, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and the bag erupted midair. Watch out! Lu Yiguang screamed, instinctively attempting to evade. Unfortunately, apart from him, the others displayed no fear of the white powder. Wasn't it merely flour? They were evolved beings. Could it possibly harm them? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the remaining individuals, save for Lu Yiguang, found themselves enveloped in varying degrees of the white powder. Chapter 87. Breaking through 2 levels. Ha ha ha, what did you expect? It's merely flour, my friend. You truly waste it. Such a rare commodity could sustain you in the inner city for half a month. Perhaps even allow you to procure an exquisite companion. Ahem, we have suddenly changed our minds. Hand over the flour you possess, or we shall make your existence a living hell. In the face of the ridicule from Lu Yiguang's underlings, Lin Yi remained unfazed. This was no ordinary flour. It was a potent white powder. Internally, he counted down, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the group of thugs exhibited expressions of sheer ecstasy. Have you noticed something strange about your bodies? My impotence has suddenly vanished. Brother, why are you blushing? Ah, brother, you smell delightful. Ling Luoyi wore a peculiar expression. She had struggled to grasp Lin Yi's earlier words, but now she dared not even breathe. Compared to becoming like Lu Yiguang's subordinates, she would rather suffocate. Sensing the time was ripe, Lin Yi flicked his wrist, and 2.47 caliber weapons appeared in his hands as he decisively pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The enthralled evolutionists were now no different from living targets. Blood spurted forth as, after 3 bursts of gunfire, all of Lu Yiguang's surrounding thugs were reduced to mere sieves. The dominance of firearms continuing to ascend. Lin Yi then brandished an anti-material sniper rifle, taking aim and firing at the target ahead. At a distance of less than 50 meters, coupled with the supersonic speed of the bullet, even if Lu Yiguang had noticed the sniper rifle in Lin Yi's grasp, his arm would be obliterated by the explosive bullet before he could react. Simultaneously, 2 more bullets were discharged. Bang, bang. One struck the chest, the other the head. There was no hope for recovery. After eliminating Lu Yiguang, Lin Yi wasted no time, leading Ling Luoyi away from the area coated in white powder. Placing his hand atop her head, instantly, a refreshing cascade of water flowed from his hand. Lin Yi's spatial storage contained an abundance of water, costing him a fortune in water fees without any concern of depletion. Minutes later, all traces of the white powder on Ling Luoyi were washed away, her clothes thoroughly drenched, mingling with the blood of the zombies, creating a strikingly cool appearance, especially with the Pikachu on her chest. With little time to ponder, he placed his hand on his own head, giving himself a refreshing shower as he passed by Lu Yiguang, absorbing him into his spatial realm. At this point, every compartment in his space was filled to capacity, leaving no room to spare. The remaining evolutionists were of no concern to him. He feared that consuming them might lead him to an intoxicated state himself. Cough, it appears we need to regroup. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings and ultimately made his way towards a building that seemed to remain relatively intact. In just a day's time, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Entering the building, Lin Yi effortlessly dispatched the zombie obstructing the front desk and ascended to the 2nd floor. This place resembled a hotel, with unused expired condoms laid out on the table in the room. The equipment was all in place, even without water or electricity. However, Lin Yi paid it no mind, as all his thoughts were consumed by the compartment in his space that housed the body of Mike. The dense mist was almost spilling out of the compartment. Indeed, a first-tier H-strong was terrifyingly formidable. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays streaming through the glass and bathing the room in warmth. A zombie dog crawled out from Lin Yi's collar, shaking off the moisture from its fur, and comfortably nestled against Lin Yi's chest to bask in the sunlight. Yet soon enough, a delicate hand lifted it up and tossed it to the bedside. Little one, go play elsewhere. This is Sister's spot. Several kilometers away, atop a high-rise building, Two middle-aged men leaned against the edge of the rooftop, engaging in a seemingly casual conversation. Hey, Lao Zhang, do you think those bald guys are trustworthy? Do you really believe they can be easily bribed? Are you talking about that bald guy? Lu Yiguang. Have you really forgotten him? Upon hearing this, the man seemed to recall something, his face lighting up with excitement as he cast an eager glance at the other. He looked around and quickly grasped the other man's hand, pulling him closer. Brother, I beg you for one favor. Could you lend me your gun? No. The other man shot him a cold glare, firmly clutching his own hand, and coldly replied, Zhang Fong, get your hands off me. I'm not fond of men. Soon after, Zhang Fong lifted his head, his gaze still filled with yearning. He pleaded, Brother, Zhou Gu, Hao Gu, please grant me this one request. With your ability, it won't even be a problem. Just transform your gun, and I can handle it myself. Listening to Zhang Fong's serious analysis, Zhou Hao felt utterly dismayed. What nonsense is this? Handle it myself? Zhou Hao possessed the ability to evolve firearms, transforming various parts of his body into weapons. He could morph both arms into two AK-47 simultaneously or conjure a sniper rifle with one hand, even embodying the essence of a Western gunslinger at will. No one would ever know from where he might draw a weapon. It was precisely for this reason that the two had come to oversee Lu Yiguang's loyalty. Yet, for some reason, Zhang Fong harbored peculiar feelings for Lu Yiguang. If he wouldn't let him use it, fine, but why get angry? I'm going to fetch brother Lu Yiguang now. Lu Yiguang had agreed to return at dusk, and with it nearing 7 o'clock, Zhang Fong felt an itch of impatience in his heart. After Zhang Fong departed, Zhou Hao lingered on the rooftop for a while longer, and seeing that time was slipping away, he returned to the hotel where they had gathered. Creak, creak. In the hotel room, Lin Yi slightly twisted his arm, producing a series of crisp sounds from his joints. The level of the evolver has ascended once more, not merely by 1 tier, but by 2. If my memory serves me right, in the span of a single day, it surged from level 1 tier 5 to level 1 tier 8, entering the school yesterday afternoon. It is now the evening of the second day. Approximately 30 hours have elapsed, which rounds to a day, does it not? With a sudden motion, Lin Yi struck the air before him, producing a resounding explosion. Initially, he harbored concerns about advancing through levels so swiftly, fearing a superficiality akin to the fleeting realms depicted in cultivation novels. However, it appears such worries are unfounded. He could effortlessly seize a cow, one weighing 300 kilograms. No less. Casting a glance at the street outside, illuminated by the moonlight, it appeared particularly bright, and the air was considerably cooler than during the day. The two decided to depart that very night. Indeed, while the zombies are active at night, they are not weaklings. In the entirety of Liuguang City, there is no one, human or zombie, capable of obstructing their path. Remaining here would merely squander time. Chapter 88. A sense of being twisted. Having completed their preparations, Lin Yi and his companion descended the stairs with the zombie cat in tow. The cool moonlight cascaded down, casting shadows of the trio upon the ground. Meanwhile, on another street, a figure named Zhang Fong lay prone, meticulously searching through the corpses scattered about. One after another, numerous zombies, lured by the blood of the fallen, were incited by Zhang Fong's presence, roaring and charging toward him. Yet, Zhang Fong remained unfazed, wielding the broken blade in his hand with vigor to effortlessly dispatch the approaching zombies. He then crouched down to continue examining the remaining bodies. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Eventually, trembling, Zhang Fong rose from the ground, his eyes gradually turning crimson. After scouring every corpse, he found no trace of Lu Yiguang. Lu Yiguang and his party had been silently slaughtered, with Lu Yiguang himself mysteriously vanished. It is hard to fathom that such a calamity could befall this small team in Liuguang City. This is a squad of evolvers, a dozen or so with an average level of tier 5, each one adorned with singular holes, particularly evident on the ground nearby, where a vast pool of blood lay, yet no bodies remained. Even if he is reluctant to accept it, a truth stands glaring before him. Lu Yiguang is dead. His beloved has perished, devoured by zombies. A surge of intense resentment caused Zhang Fong's body to convulse, his visage contorting into a mask of fury, undergoing a profound transformation in an instant. Damn it, you all deserve to die, cursed zombies. Zhang Fong unleashed his abilities, entering a state of frenzy. Surrounded by the undead, his unyielding rage fueled him as he wielded the broken blade, relentlessly slaughtering the encroaching horde. With a power of level 1 tier 7, he unleashed an aura that rivaled that of level 1 tier 9. For nearly half an hour, He resembled a war god, drenched in blood. Hundreds of zombies, considered terrifying by ordinary people, fell before him as easily as chopping vegetables, their corpses stacked upon one another. Countless wounds adorned his body, yet he did not so much as blink. Only when the last zombie was vanquished did his frenzied state begin to wane. His blood-red eyes sought a new target for his aggression. He yearned for release. However, as his gaze landed at the entrance of another street, he suddenly trembled, the frenzy dissipating in an instant. What a strikingly handsome man. A man and a woman stood at the street corner, a small cat perched upon the man's shoulder. It was none other than the duo, Zhuang Biao and Lin Yi. Having slain so many zombies and alleviated their burden, should they not express their gratitude? Lin Yi mused with a sense of admiration. To encounter such a benevolent soul, who, upon knowing they were about to leave, had deliberately attracted all the surrounding zombies to spare them, concealing his own contributions. What a kind-hearted individual. Before he could approach, he noticed Zhang Fong striding towards him. Realizing that Lu Yiguang had perished and that death is irreversible, Zhang Fong understood he must not dwell in sorrow. So many handsome men awaited him. Why cling to a single tree? He resolved that Lin Yi would take his place. With good looks and an admirable physique, was he not more suited to be his boyfriend than that bald man? At this moment, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he saw Zhang Fong approaching. Instinctively taking a step back, those familiar eyes mirrored the one who had devoured the first-tier, 6 nameless powerhouse with questionable inclinations. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Fong preempted him. Brother, I see we are rather hesitant. How about we head to a hotel? What? A hotel? Lin Yi was taken aback, retreating another step and barely managing to steady himself by supporting Ling Luoyi. Every action mirrored that of the previous evolver. The way Zhang Fong scrutinized him, his lips curling into a slight smile, was akin to admiring a beauty just emerging from a bath. Even with preparation, Lin Yi felt unease wash over him. But I don't even know you. Aren't you afraid I might shoot you? To ascertain the other's intentions, Lin Yi decided to hold back for the moment. After all, the man had helped them clear numerous zombies, if not through merit, then through hardship. Only when Zhang Fong reached a distance of about 3 meters from Lin Yi did he halt, enraptured by Lin Yi's presence. He completely forgot that Ling Luoyi was still there. Through interactions with Lu Yiguang and others, he and Zhou Hao understood that Lu Yiguang and his companions had come to assist Ling Luoyi, and their involvement further confirmed Lu Yiguang's demise. Zhang Fong awkwardly smiled, attempting to disguise his intentions from Ling Luoyi, and stepped closer to take Lin Yi's other arm. Brother, do not misunderstand. My excitement stems from our immediate rapport. I am aware of a nearby hotel where many evolvers have congregated, intending to unite for the journey to Nerek province. This expedition is fraught with peril, as the distance is considerable and the path is obstructed by zombies. Our collaboration would undoubtedly facilitate our passage. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, found the argument quite compelling. From the memories he had absorbed from several individuals, he deduced that the distance from Liuguang City to Nerek province was at least several dozen kilometers, with numerous villages akin to Greentown along the way. For ordinary people, this journey would be fantastical. For evolvers, it poses a significant challenge. Should they encounter a horde of zombies, survival would be nearly impossible. Contemplating this, Lin Yi refrained from responding immediately and turned his gaze toward Ling Luoyi. What do you think? He sought her opinion. This was not merely out of curiosity. The man beside him was rather forward, his arm draped around Lin Yi's shoulder while his fingers caressed Lin Yi's skin. The sensation of a man's touch left Lin Yi feeling quite flustered. He feared that he might be swayed before even reaching Nerek province. This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Noticing Lin Yi's discomfort, Ling Luoyi's expression shifted, seemingly reluctant to answer. She merely nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. Very well, lead the way. As he spoke, Lin Yi withdrew his arm and created some distance from Zhang Fong. Should he dare to encroach further, Lin Yi would not hesitate to make him understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Sensing Lin Yi's displeasure, Zhang Fong refrained from advancing and instead turned to lead them in another direction. Come with me, my brother, he said, his tone laced with affection, as if he were already confident in making Lin Yi his own. Lin Yi chose not to comment, simply following behind. Surprisingly, Ling Luoyi remained silent throughout, quietly observing the surrounding structures, lost in thought. Lin Yi paid little heed, half listening to Zhang Fong's flirtations. To be fair, Zhang Fong was undoubtedly a master of charm, though it felt peculiar for Lin Yi, a man, to be on the receiving end. as Lin Yi contemplated whether to jot down notes for future reference. A sudden chill enveloped him, a premonition of death's threat. Chapter 89. Who fired the gun? Lin Yi, I've got your back. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped an arm around Ling Luoyi's waist and instinctively leaned to the side. Bang! A deafening gunshot reverberated from afar, its intensity stark against the quiet of the night, nearly drowning out the murmurs of the zombies within the city. The bullet grazed the top of Lin Yi's head, striking a pursuing zombie squarely between the eyes. What the hell? Lin Yi couldn't help but curse inwardly. It is hard to believe that without the ability to perceive danger, the consequences of falling would not be limited to mere zombies. The fallen could be him. The capabilities of a tool man allow for the potential inheritance of the bound toolman's abilities upon the elevation of evolutionary rank. Ling Luo, relying on her psychic short blade, can effortlessly discern nearby objects with high energy values, such as corpse cores and the flesh of formidable mutated beasts. Ultimately, it revolves around the awareness of one's surroundings. Once inherited by the system and enhanced through its mechanisms, this ability has significantly elevated in Lin Yi, evolving into a heightened sense of danger. With a grave expression, Lin Yi followed the trajectory of the bullet and spotted a man with a sniper rifle lying on a rooftop several hundred meters away, aiming directly at him. Under the moonlight, there was nowhere to hide. Damn it, it's Lao Lu. In an instant, Lin Yi conceived a strategy. If he was not mistaken, there were still dozens of shoulder-mounted rocket launchers in his spatial compartment, which had been gathering dust since he last used them against Song Ming. Now was the opportune moment for them to unleash their power. Blowing up that building should be a walk in the park, right? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Lin Yi quickly rose, only to find Zhang Fong rushing towards him, arms outstretched to shield him. Don't misunderstand. I'm one of the good guys. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao smirked, confidently redirecting his gaze to the reticle of his scope. This time you're finished. His psychic ability revolved around the evolution of firearms, earning him the moniker of a miniature automatic armory among the organization. The sniper rifle in his hand was entirely a transformation of his own arm, with the bullets generated from his own being. The speed and power of the projectiles could be altered at his whim. After numerous missions, he possessed unwavering confidence in his marksmanship. However, as he focused intently on Lin Yi and his companions, his eyes widened in disbelief. They were alive. How could that be possible? Surely, he must be imagining things. They had to be dead. Damn it, Zhang Fong, what on earth are you doing? It must be noted that his weapon was no ordinary firearm. Under his control, the bullet velocity had reached an astonishing 900 meters per second, surpassing twice the speed of sound. He was confident that he could hit even a second or third-tier evolutionary being. Yet this kid had somehow evaded it? And what about Zhang Fong? What in the world was he up to, blocking any chance for a follow-up shot? The former partners could never betray him, which led him to abandon the notion of eliminating Zhang Fong first before dealing with the other two. It was already late. Was Zhang Fong planning a secret rendezvous with him? How? Amidst his hesitation, a series of footsteps approached from behind. Upon seeing the woman arrive, Zhou Hao shuddered, and the sniper rifle in his hand slackened, transforming back into a normal arm. Fearful and flustered, I hastily responded with a couple of words and rushed towards the corridor. The woman paid no heed to Zhou Hao's departing figure, making her way to the rooftop to survey the streets below. As her gaze shifted, she spotted Lin Yi on the street. A spark of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. What a remarkably handsome young man, and indeed, he did not seem like one who would contemplate killing so early in the day. After a brief explanation, Lin Yi's demeanor improved considerably. The sniper on the rooftop, Zhang Fong, clarified that the individual was also a member of the group of evolved beings residing within the hotel. His strength was not to be underestimated. Among the hotel's evolved, he could rightfully be deemed the strongest, boasting an impressive rank of level 8. As for the reason behind the gunfire directed at them, it was merely the sniper's concern upon noticing the abnormality of the approaching horde of corpses, a casual greeting to prevent them from losing their way in the dark. Such an absurd rationale was naturally met with skepticism by Lin Yi. Had he not sensed the imminent danger, he might very well have become just another lifeless body on the ground. This mode of greeting was hardly believable, especially with the added excuse of a trembling hand. A sniper with shaky hands? What a farcical notion. Nevertheless, this only fortified his prior contemplation. Being randomly shot at was an experience that would leave anyone feeling irked. You shoot me, and I'll return the favor with a rocket launcher. After a journey of over half an hour, The dilapidated hotel emerged within their view. Unlike the prior lovers' sanctuary, this place bore evident signs of human activity, with the vacant spaces flanking it piled high with the corpses of zombies. The first and second floors appeared relatively normal, yet upon reaching the third floor, one could witness a myriad of colorful lights bursting forth from the rooms. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, reminiscent of a modern-day festival transported into the apocalypse. The situation above was becoming increasingly surreal. "Isn't this little brother surprised?" "No need for that expression. I wore the same one when I first arrived. You'll get used to it," Zhang Fong remarked. "With dozens of evolved beings present, there's no need to worry even if the zombies take notice. Just consider this an exuberant celebration of the apocalypse. After all, this is the end of days, and no one knows who will survive to see another sunrise. So let us relish today and not dwell on what tomorrow may bring." Despite Zhang Fong's explanations, Lin Yi's expression remained steadfastly unyielding. Throughout the journey, Ling Luo seemed to have transformed into a different person, remaining silent the entire time, which rendered the atmosphere rather oppressive. It felt as though something unpleasant was on the cusp of occurring. At that moment, the hotel's grand door swung open, and a casually dressed man stepped out. It was none other than the individual who had fired from the rooftop. "Zhang Fong, you're back. Let me see who this is, another survivor, or perhaps two evolved beings. My apologies, brothers, I didn't notice you down there earlier. I intended to teach this kid Zhang Fong a lesson and inadvertently hit you. Thankfully, you're unharmed. Otherwise, my conscience would be troubled. My name is Zhou Hao, Zhou from the surname, and Hao from the given name. In such circumstances, does he dare to emerge? Could it be that what he said is true?" As Zhou Hao raised his hand, intending to shake hands, Lin Yi approached without excessive hesitation, stating calmly, "Lin Yi." The two exchanged a smile, yet neither could discern the thoughts swirling within the other's mind. Soon, Lin Yi and his companion were escorted into the hotel, leaving only Zhou Hao and Zhang Fong on the street. Zhou Hao completely shed his disguise, his face contorted with anger as he exclaimed, "Zhang Fong, what the hell were you doing just now? Why did you stop me? I was on the verge of killing them." Zhang Fong remained unperturbed, resolute in his stance. "You may kill Ling Luo, but Lin Yi is off limits. I have sworn to protect his life." Chapter 90. An invitation from the organization, Jealousy Among Two Women. "Ha ha. What a joke." At these words, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhou Hao's eyes as he laughed derisively. "With your mere first-tier 7th-level strength and that reckless berserker ability of yours, do you truly believe you could withstand even a few exchanges with that woman? 2 exchanges, 3 exchanges, or perhaps a mere instant?" Seeing Zhang Fong fall into silence, Zhou Hao stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. "Listen, my brother. Do not linger in your own world. There are countless flowers in the world. When you decide to venture out, you will discover just how delightful women can be." Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his companion had ascended to the 3rd floor of the hotel. The moment they opened the door, even after enduring the apocalypse for so long, their pupils involuntarily constricted. The hall was shrouded in swirling smoke, and beneath the blinding, flickering lights, dozens of individuals reveled in a transformed banquet hall, suffused with an air of decadence. 3 stunning women clad in bikinis stood at the center of the revelry, dancing with fervor. If he had not misjudged, these 3 were indeed evolvers, with the strongest among them at first-tier 2nd level, while the other 2 were at first-tier 1st level. It evoked a strange illusion back in Greentown. Those would-be evolvers had possessed abilities that instilled fear throughout the entire town. Yet now, the exalted evolvers had been reduced to mere playthings. It was only natural, for it was their evolution that had allowed the 3 bikini-clad beauties to survive until this moment. Yet, at this juncture, their fate appeared little different from that of ordinary women. "The dish is original sin. Brother, why not step inside? Such a performance is a rarity in the apocalypse. Your timing is impeccable. Everyone, this is our new brother. Let us take care of him." Zhou Hao had made his way up from downstairs, while Zhang Fong had not yet appeared. With that, he brushed past Lin Yi and his companion, blending into the banquet. With a scream, the first-tier 2nd-level beauty, engaged in a strength contest, was swept up by Zhou Hao and taken into a back room. At this moment, the banquet had evidently reached its climax. Under the terrified gazes of the 2 first-tier 1st-level beauties, the remaining evolver subordinates grew unsatisfied with the ordinary women in the room and shifted their focus toward them. The outcome was all but predetermined. The vast banquet hall descended into chaos. The most primal desires were laid bare before Lin Yi, breathtaking and imbued with a deadly allure, profoundly stirring his soul. Perhaps this was the essence of the apocalypse. Beyond mere slaughter, Lin Yi mused. In his mind, two voices echoed, to enter or not to enter. Ultimately, after lingering at the entrance for what felt like an eternity, he chose to turn away. The fragment of his modern soul rendered him uneasy, as if taking a single step forward would result in that part of his essence being irrevocably assimilated by the end times. He adhered to the innermost thoughts of his heart. With a decisive bang, Lin Yi shut the door to the hall. The door's soundproofing was impeccable, isolating the depravity behind it, leaving only Lin Yi and Ling Li gazing silently at one another. Why not go in? Aren't you quite the lecher? Ling Luoyi leaned against the wall, her gaze surveying the empty, dark corridor. Her tone was calm, as though discussing a trivial matter devoid of any emotion. As for the reason, Lin Yi was uncertain. It had nothing to do with lust. What was the purpose of lust? To elicit joy and contribute to one's mental and physical well-being. This did not conflict with his decision to abstain. Downstairs, Zhang Fang ascended the staircase and, upon seeing Lin Yi leaning against the wall, felt a flicker of joy. A man chosen by him was indeed extraordinary, handsome, well-built, and unlike the likes of Zhou Hao, who became helplessly enamored upon encountering women. This was the boyfriend he had meticulously selected. Should he reveal his true feelings? In the brief pause of contemplation, he noticed Ling Luoyi also leaning against the wall, her piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. Lin Yi, Zhang Fang's voice abruptly interrupted, forcibly shifting the topic. Since both of you seem unsatisfied with today's revelry, allow me to escort you upstairs to arrange accommodations. We shall set off early tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi remained silent, simply following behind him. They were assigned a room on the 5th floor, adjacent to a window through which they could clearly see the entrance of the hotel and a substantial portion of the street below. What surprised them most was that the room appeared to have been preemptively cleaned, with even the bed linens being fresh. This was decidedly unusual. I feel as though I've been ensnared in a trap. It seems they are targeting me, Lin Yi remarked with a wry smile. If anything untoward occurs, I shall be ready to cling to someone for dear life. Ling Luoyi's expression shifted at his words, and she laughed. That doesn't he sound like the person I know? While I may be of a higher rank than you, when it comes to subtlety and deception, I cannot compare to you. Lin Yi was quite the cunning strategist. Ling Luoyi held little belief in his claims. Take, for instance, the incident on the street where he had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. She suspected that had Zhang Fang delayed by even 2 seconds, Lin Yi would have boldly brandished a shoulder-fired rocket. Wasn't he that precisely how Song Ming had met his demise? And now, Lin Yi was equally capable. Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. He had always projected an image of integrity, so why had he become so wretched in front of Ling Luoyi? His greatest disdain was reserved for the 6th member, particularly those duplicitous individuals in the game. When playing as support, even a mere attempt to scout a bush would result in 3 burly figures ambushing him. If he refrained from scouting, the marksman would question his competence as a support player. Lin Yi could only retort that he was not adept at support. To his surprise, Ling Luoyi truly had the audacity to come here. Lost in thought, the door swung open, and a woman clad in red entered, beaming as she scrutinized Lin Yi and Ling Luoyi. Her primary focus was on Ling Luoyi, though Lin Yi's handsome visage also drew her attention. The unexpected arrival momentarily stunned Lin Yi, and before he could react, Ling Luoyi had already sought refuge behind him. Another one? If memory served him correctly, Ling Luoyi had behaved similarly when encountering the lickers. With no other options available, Lin Yi feigned composure. He had to admit, the newcomer was indeed stunning, nearly on par with Ling Luoyi's beauty. Her prowess was evident, 2nd tier, level 1. The pressure exerted by high-tier evolvers over lower-tier ones was well known, and Lin Yi, at level 8, could not escape her notice. Yu Hongling offered a tantalizing smile, her gaze lingering on Lin Yi as she subtly adjusted her skirt, revealing an astonishingly long leg. Do you find it appealing? Lin Yi instinctively nodded, acknowledging the allure, though he lamented the missed opportunity for a tricycle ride. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from Yu Hongling. Listen closely, handsome boy, you have only 2 paths before you. Join our organization or face death. The potent pressure left Lin Yi gasping for breath. At that very moment, Ling Luoyi also unleashed a formidable aura. Wrapping her arms around Lin Yi's neck, she coldly declared, Yu Hongling, if you wish for him to join, you must agree to become his woman. Otherwise, he belongs to us, The Shangs. Chapter 91. Lin Yi. I am compelled. With a rip, Lin Yi's shirt tore, revealing 8 chiseled abdominal muscles, the contours of his physique accentuated by the rhythm of his heartbeat. This all transpired in an instant, leaving Lin Yi nearly unable to process it. Yu Hongling, what do you think of my proposal? If you agree to be his woman, I will permit him to join the organization. This request is not too burdensome for you. Ling Luoyi's eyes narrowed slightly, her slender fingers gliding over Lin Yi's skin. Her expression one of faint amusement. Feeling the sensations brought forth by her touch, Lin Yi silently lamented. This was not an exercise of his tool's abilities to influence Ling Luoyi. It was entirely her own volition. How absurd. As the master of a mere tool, he was treated as a bargaining chip in negotiations. He could only express that it was entirely coerced. Yu Hongling's mindset underwent a subtle transformation. Her disdain for Ling Luoyi did not alter her original stance towards Lin Yi. Ha ha ha, there is no need to speak further. Do not attempt to delay. As fellow second-tier ability users, I know you better than you know yourself. In the face of absolute power, your abilities will prove utterly ineffective. Now, answer my question. In stark contrast to Yu Hongling's confidence, Ling Luoyi remained exceptionally composed. Although she acknowledged the truth in Yu Hongling's words, she harbored her own advantages, or perhaps a mad notion. The chasm between auxiliary and combat abilities forged an insurmountable divide in their strengths. Even if she were to ally with Lin Yi, they would stand no chance against Yu Hongling. The thought of escaping from her grasp was nothing short of a fantastical dream. I possess the capability to eliminate him before you can act. Ling Luoyi's soft laughter echoed, her calm tone sending chills down one's spine. In response, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Yu Hongling's eyes, and she curled her lips in a smirk. Then let it be done. That suits me perfectly. Downstairs, the atmosphere was far more relaxed compared to the tension-filled room of Lin Yi. Amidst the rampant decay, vivid scenes of heightened emotions unfolded. Women lamenting and screaming, men arguing, cursing, and laughing maniacally. The rhythmic yet chaotic sounds of clapping reverberated through the room. Zhang Fong pushed open the grand doors of the hall, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes betraying a palpable disgust. After a moment's contemplation, he shut the door again and proceeded towards Zhou Hao's room. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a first-tier beauty lying unconscious on the bed, utterly bare. This unexpected scene momentarily caught him off guard. Zhou Hao lounged on the sofa, lightly tapping the armrest. You didn't come to seek my assistance, did you? That woman, Yu Hongling, is not someone we can afford to provoke. Zhou Hao, I believe we can. Zhang Fong seized the beauty's arm, lifting it before letting it fall again, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Don't you desire to experience the taste of that woman, Yu Hongling? Let us eliminate her. Zhou Hao fixed his gaze on Zhang Fong, then glanced at the woman on the bed, a flicker of greed igniting in his eyes. He had entertained this notion long before. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, unless through a surprise attack. Yet, he had to be prepared for the possibility of failure, of being torn apart by that woman and fed to the dogs. This was not his desired outcome. Is it really for that Lin Yi kid? Surely. My brother's life cannot be worth less than that boy's? Zhou Hao inquired, brushing off the dust from his clothes and rising from the sofa, a glimmer of excitement lighting up his eyes. Previously intrigued by Zhang Fong's request for help, he now saw sufficient proof of his conjecture in the other man's gleaming gaze. Indeed, he found himself somewhat intrigued. However, it is not merely Yu Hongling, but rather both Ling Luoyi and Yu Hongling. I am willing to assist you. Yet this matter requires careful deliberation. I must ponder how to ensure our mutual safety to the greatest extent possible. What else? Zhang Fong inquired, a sense of impatience subtly stirring within him. Zhou Hao's fingers were fixated on the 2 alluring beauties on the bed, who had just begun to awaken languidly. With a mischievous grin, he declared, I want to see if you truly dislike women. Now, I shall have you engage with her before my eyes, if you understand. Upstairs, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, showing no signs of abating. Lin Yi dared not exhibit even a modicum of negligence. His attention remained steadfastly on Yu Hongling, as he could be struck down in an instant. What a predicament! To plead for mercy? That does not align with his character. Moreover, given the current circumstances, such pleas would be futile. Suddenly, the voice of the cat-like creature, Sang Biao, broke the silence, causing the gazes of several individuals to involuntarily shift towards it. Observing its adept leap from the ground to the bed, it swiftly approached Lin Yi. Meow, it called out, expressing its hunger. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This creature exhibited no semblance of crisis awareness. Its calm demeanor explained how it had survived amidst the chaos of mutated beasts. He promptly produced a corpse core and fed it to Sang Biao. Remarkably, the mutated beast consumed it effortlessly, assimilating the energy and elevating its level, subtly transforming in the process. Beep, congratulations to the host. The tool-like mutated little raccoon has acquired the ability. Intimidation. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving feedback. Gaining the ability. Confinement. The sudden notifications startled Lin Yi. Sang Biao was indeed clever. It did not adhere to conventional patterns. While others typically awakened their abilities upon advancing through each tier, this one had awakened at the first and second tiers. Ordinary individuals might not grasp the magnitude of this revelation. It was akin to a cultivator achieving the golden core at the second level of foundation establishment, or condensing the Yuan Ying at the second level of golden core. Were it not for the awakening system, perhaps the protagonist of this narrative would be you. For reasons unknown, a thought abruptly surfaced in Lin Yi's mind. Without waiting for Ling Luoyi and Yu Hongling to recover from their astonishment, he spoke directly. I possess a secret regarding Naxin. Given that they were affiliated with the organization, they would undoubtedly be intrigued by this revelation, thereby granting Lin Yi the opportunity to test his newfound abilities. Indeed, as soon as Lin Yi's words fell, Yu Hongling's expression shifted, her beautiful eyes shimmering as if a realization dawned upon her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, smiling once more. Do tell, and I shall contemplate whether to spare you. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gracefully approached the bed, resolved to listen to Lin Yi's words before deciding his fate. One Ling Luoyi was hardly a cause for concern. Seeing the plan feasible, Lin Yi hesitated no longer. This is his only opportunity. Gazing at her contemplative face, a thought emerged. Lin Yi gently patted her shoulder and remarked softly, Confinement. Chapter 92. The mantis catches the cicada, but the yellow bird is myself. Confinement. As the words fell, Yu Hongling appeared visibly taken aback. Was he jesting? How amusing. To frighten her, a mere weakling. With just 2 words, did he not care for his own dignity? Suddenly, her thoughts shifted. What have you done to me? Why can't I move my body? Yu Hongling's eyes widened in horror for the first time. She intended to strike Lin Yi down, yet her body refused to obey, immobile, as if frozen. Observing Yu Hongling standing like a statue, Lin Yi felt a surge of delight. He circled her slowly, scrutinizing her from all angles, as if admiring a magnificent piece of art. It was a sensation akin to avenging a long-held grudge. Indeed, it is my supernatural ability, confinement. Lin Yi chuckled. The system was remarkably comprehensive. The awakened ability of Sang Biao was intimidation, allowing the target to succumb to fear for a period. It was already a potent ability. It was akin to encountering someone who, with a furious shout, commanded, Spawn, gaze upon me. Who would not be terrified? However, after the system's enhancement, the ability became even more formidable. Lin Yi acquired the power of confinement, which was straightforward yet immensely effective. It could compel an adversary to remain rooted to the spot, and could even be used against more formidable foes. As long as the confinement duration persisted, the opponent would lack even the capacity to retaliate, granting him ample opportunity to maneuver. Yu Hongling possessed a strikingly voluptuous figure, accentuated beautifully by her flowing red dress, which highlighted her alluring curves to an extraordinary degree. Initially, she had indeed been incapable of overpowering him. Yet now, upon closer inspection, he realized he could easily outmatch any tantalizing streamer he had encountered in brief videos. Unfortunately, his auxiliary ability was still on cooldown. Otherwise, the combination of confinement and that ability would have been a perfect synergy. Release me at once, or prepare to be minced for the zombies once the time is up. Hurry. Yu Hongling's heart raced with a tinge of panic. With such a beauty before him, it was evident what her intentions were, and Lin Yi's demeanor left little to the imagination. He showed no pretense, though she inherently resisted men. Not to the point of extreme cleanliness, she harbored a natural aversion to them. Given the circumstances, she would rather be killed than endure this. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within her. The potency of the supernatural ability must have its limitations. Surely, the confinement would soon expire. Once released, she would undoubtedly turn Lin Yi into mincemeat for the zombies. Such thoughts were optimistic, yet reality was cruel. Haha, Yu Hongling, today is your day. A sudden burst of laughter shattered her reverie, and Yu Hongling's gaze began to reflect sheer terror, her voice quivering slightly. What do you want? Ling Luoyi caressed Yu Hongling's delicate visage, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Nothing much, she replied, as she gradually stepped behind her, placing her hand upon her waist. In the midst of Yu Hongling's fright, she embraced her and tossed her onto the bed. I hear you have an aversion to men. I wonder if that holds any truth? A little experiment should suffice. By the way, the story I told you earlier was merely a ruse. Even if you become Lin Yi's woman, he remains one of us. However, you can certainly be our sister, old four. With that, she turned to Lin Yi with utmost seriousness. Lin Yi, hurry up. It's not easy to make Yu Hongling yield. You must persuade her. The ability to leave hinges entirely on your skills. Outside, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse starry sky, while inside, a tempest brewed. The following morning, Lin Yi, Ling Luoyi, I will have your heads. After a considerable time, Yu Hongling regained a semblance of her sanity, gazing at the empty room, her eyes filled with complexity. A doomed fate, and Lin Yi had escaped. Furthermore, her heart ached at the sight of the crimson stains upon the torn sheets. Her first time. She bent down to retrieve the fallen red dress from the floor and donned it once more, her beautiful eyes consumed by vengeance. Standing by the window, she reminisced about the madness of the previous night, a seed of hatred deeply planted within her heart. Yu Hongling gritted her silver teeth. Lin Yi, wait for me. The next time I see you, I shall make you pay. Downstairs, within Zhou Hao's room, Zhang Fong lounged on the sofa, impatiently watching Zhou Hao on the bed, a look of displeasure crossing his features. Zhou Hao, you are indeed deceiving me, are you? The sun has risen, and you still haven't made up your mind? Zhou Hao's expression darkened. What do you know? If it were that simple to deal with Yu Hongling, would we be taking orders from her? Then hurry up. Lin Yi is still waiting for us to rescue him. We are his only hope. That is your concern, not mine. No, I must go save Lin Yi now. As Zhang Fong attempted to leave, Zhou Hao swiftly pushed aside the alluring beauty attending to him, blocking his path. If you wish to live, do not act rashly. This matter requires careful deliberation. Ultimately, after a thorough discussion, a flawless plan was swiftly crafted. Outside Liuguang City, atop a hillside, Zhou Hao and Zhang Fong stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the canyon ahead. Here is the plan. You will return to the hotel and inform Yu Hongling that we have spotted Naxin entering the canyon below. I believe she will come running. Zhou Hao smiled. Once she arrives, the rest will take care of itself. Observing Zhou Hao's confident demeanor, Zhang Fong remained somewhat apprehensive. Are you truly confident? Yu Hongling is a second-tier evolver. Could it be that there are second-tier zombies or mutated creatures lurking below? Zhou Hao sighed deeply, retracting his gaze from the treacherous canyon beneath. While uncertain of the presence of high-tier zombies or mutated beings within the depths of the ravine, one truth resonated with unwavering clarity. The canyon was nothing short of perilous. Through the lens of his sniper scope, he discerned a multitude of zombies concealed within the foliage below, among which were certainly first-tier zombies. Yet, curiously, these zombies seemed to avoid a specific location with great trepidation. Under the magnification of the 16-power scope, Zhou Hao faintly perceived a massive iron door obscured by the cliffside, its surface marred by rust, hinting at a terrifying presence behind it. Regrettably, at his current level, his abilities could only manifest the scope's magnification, leaving the finer details beyond his reach. Very well. I shall place my trust in you this time, Zhang Fong declared before hastily departing, leaving Zhou Hao in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling winds. At that moment, two figures emerged from another direction on the hillside, accompanied by a cat. Even Lin Yi had not anticipated that the duo would stealthily exit the hotel without incident, only to encounter Zhou Hao at this juncture. Were they planning an ambush, or was it mere coincidence? Regardless, it mattered little. He had taken a shot at Liuguang City, and now it was time to exact retribution. Chapter 93. The Pursuit from Yu Hongling. Ling Luoyi surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily at a loss for which direction to take. After leaving the hotel, in an effort to avoid attracting Yu Hongling's attention by exposing their location to zombies, the two had been evading the undead, resulting in their disorientation. Perhaps if we cross this canyon, we shall find our way out of this woodland, Ling Luoyi suggested tentatively, trusting her instincts that the exit lay beyond the ravine. Lin Yi, however, offered no response. Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated through the forest. Bang! Lin Yi, wielding an anti-material sniper rifle, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Now, we are even. Even for an ability user, a shot from a .25 caliber sniper rifle could not be thwarted by mere supernatural prowess. Before Ling Luoyi could react, Lin Yi fired again. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao lay sprawled on the ground, incredulously gazing towards Lin Yi, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The moment the first shot rang out, he sensed something was amiss. Whether the gunfire was aimed at him or not, his instincts compelled him to dive to the side. Unfortunately, he lacked Lin Yi's acute danger perception. The bullet, traveling faster than sound, had already penetrated his body by the time he registered the noise. Subsequently, Lin Yi fired another shot. Damn it, how does that little rascal have a gun? Zhou Hao's mind screamed, yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength. Death was not a source of fear for him. He had contemplated being slain by zombies, annihilated by formidable evolved beings, ensnared in a horde of corpses, or even being strangled to death by a coalition of numerous evolvers. This was his destiny, the fate that awaited every human surviving in an apocalyptic world. In his quest for prolonged existence, he calculated every move, weighing the pros and cons, all for the slender chance of survival that might outstrip others. Little did he anticipate that he would ultimately meet his end at the hands of an old foe. Bang! Another shot rang out. Zhou Hao's eyes were irrevocably closed. The atmosphere grew suddenly awkward. Ling Luoyi glanced towards the distant Zhou Hao and then at Lin Yi, rendered momentarily speechless by the astonishment. Was this truly justifiable? Could it be that these two old adversaries shared a mutual appreciation for striking from the shadows? She found herself unable to comprehend it. Let us go and see what treasures he has left for us. Lin Yi took the initiative, approaching Zhou Hao's lifeless form to begin his search. Initially, he held little interest in scavenging corpses, as evolved beings rarely possessed anything of value, perhaps just a few corpse cores. For Lin Yi, corpse cores served no purpose. He had no intention of consuming such items. Moreover, the system regarded corpse cores with disdain, as the time required to devour a single core could yield 10 corpses of equivalent rank. The choice was glaringly evident. Shall I hope you do not squander my earnest intentions, corpse beast? Lin Yi rose from the ground, offering a first-tier corpse core to the corpse beast, while storing the remaining cores within his spatial pocket. With only 6 cores left, he felt little concern in this world teeming with zombies. The solution was simple: kill. Noticing Ling Luoyi approaching from behind, Lin Yi swiftly concealed Zhou Hao's body and extended a letter towards her. This missive was discovered on Zhou Hao's person. With a hint of surprise, Ling Luoyi accepted the letter and began to unfold it. Through the contents of the correspondence, the two gleaned a substantial understanding of the events transpiring within Liuguang City. Initially, Mike and his cohorts seized control of Liuguang City, intending to exploit its vast population to forcibly create second-tier zombies, thereby effortlessly acquiring second-tier corpse cores, to prevent Ling Luoyi and the shadowy organization behind her from inciting upheaval. Mike and his allies pursued Ling Luoyi and her companions mercilessly. Although Ling Luoyi was a first-tier 10, her combat prowess was lacking. Nevertheless, escaping was a trivial endeavor. This brought the focus back to Zhou Hao and his group. Yu Hongling, a second-tier 1, was more than capable of overpowering all the evolvers in Liuguang City and regarded Ling Luoyi, still a first-tier 10 at the time, with utter disdain. Coincidentally, Lu Yiguang and others were dispatched by Huqing Lan, Ling Luoyi's sister-in-law, to provide her protection. The outcome was predictable, as Lu Yiguang allied with Zhou Hao and his companions. Ling Luoyi tucked the letter away, smiling softly. Yu Hongling would never have imagined that one of her subordinates would betray her and maintain ties with Naxon. Lin Yi crossed his arms, gazing into the depths of the canyon below. To my surprise, I encountered 2 organized teams. Naxon has not fared well, after 7 years. I expected him to have grown into something significant, yet he remains inconspicuous. I am now rather curious about what lies beneath, which has prompted both Naxon and Yu Hongling to exhibit such concern. Surely, a mere glance will suffice to uncover the truth? Ling Luoyi's gaze flickered. Isn't that rather bold? Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He had yet to prepare himself for dissent, and yet Ling Luoyi seemed to be the only one in the dark. Noting Lin Yi's silence, Ling Luoyi elucidated. A rather pragmatic issue confronts us. We currently stand no chance against Naxon. That woman, Yu Hongling, is formidable, and without a desperate struggle, it is exceedingly difficult to gain any advantage from him, let alone for the 2 of us. One could not help but concede the validity of her argument. Lin Yi despised such relentless challenges that seemed insurmountable, where victory was only attainable through sheer luck. Was it not preferable to feign ignorance and bide one's time? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind. You too, stay right there. I shall eliminate you. Lin Yi froze in place. How could it be that she had caught up so swiftly, even from several hundred meters away? He felt a chill creep up his spine as a crimson figure surged towards him at an imperceptible pace. There was no escaping this time. Run! Ling Luoyi exclaimed, gripping Lin Yi's arm as they dashed downwards. Both women, being of the second tier, exhibited similar speeds, thus sparing Lin Yi from being captured before they had made significant distance. Damn it, Ling Luoyi, stop this instant. Yu Hongling, initially wary of the canyon below, had come to investigate upon hearing that Naxin was nearby, hoping to prevent him from unearthing the secrets within. In this uncharted territory, mutual avoidance seemed the most prudent course. However, upon sighting Lin Yi, all such considerations faded. Her sole desire was to eliminate him. Oh, Yu Hongling's speed surged once more, and Lin Yi could now hear the ominous rush of wind behind him, laden with a palpable intent to kill. As she barreled forward, any undead that obstructed her path was shattered into fragments. Such a fierce woman was unlike any Lin Yi had ever encountered, and he hoped never to see her again. At that moment, Ling Luoyi declared, I know how to shake her off. If death is inevitable, what harm is there in exploring inside? She abruptly altered their course. Ahead lay a clearing where even trees dared not grow, let alone the undead. A massive iron gate loomed on the cliff face behind them, rusted and weathered, with a narrow opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Detection: Tool Ling Luoyi has been infected with radiation. Proceed with purification. Chapter 94. The Secret Base and the Peculiar Life Form. Detection: Tool Ling Luoyi has been infected with radiation. Proceed with purification. Upon receiving the sudden system notification regarding the host's radiation infection, Lin Yi experienced a moment of clarity. It became evident why an expanse of exposed land had abruptly appeared at the entrance. It was not merely for convenience, but rather a consequence of radiation emanating from beyond the grand door. Was this natural radiation or nuclear? Surely, there couldn't possibly be a nuclear bomb present, could there? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lin Yi and his companion had already stepped through the breach and into the entrance, an unusual sensation enveloping their bodies. There was no doubt, radiation was at play. Without pausing to observe the interior's differences, Lin Yi instinctively opted for purification. Survival took precedence. Purify, continue purifying, and do not cease until we have departed from this place. He silently resolved. Purification complete, the system announced. Initiating mobile purification function, automatically cleansing host and tool person Ling Luoyi of infection status. Duration: 2 hours. Hearing this notification, Lin Yi released a sigh of relief as the discomfort in his body gradually dissipated. Upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily rendered breathless by the sight before him. It was as if they had entered an entirely separate realm. The entrance boasted a towering door nearly 10 meters high, suggesting that this site may have once served as a significant military installation, perhaps a base or a clandestine facility. Yet, it was only at this moment that he realized how naive his assumptions had been. Within this enclosed space, there was no sense of oppression. Rather, the ground was adorned with peculiar luminescent plants, and the illumination was not as dim as he had anticipated. Standing at the threshold, the ceiling loomed above them at over 50 meters, while the expanse ahead and to the sides seemed to stretch into infinity. Lin Yi, look over there. Suddenly, Ling Luoyi's voice pierced through the silence, laced with a tremor. Returning from his reverie, Lin Yi moved in front of her, following the direction of her outstretched finger. A chilling sensation crawled over him, sending goosebumps rippling across his skin. Lin Yi had long sensed that something was amiss. The entire area was saturated with radiation, indicating that unimaginable events had transpired here. Given the passage of time, he had not paid much heed to the luminescent plants growing on the ground. In a world where the apocalypse existed, what could be deemed unreasonable? However, as he examined the ethereal plants more closely, he was horrified to discover that they were not rooted in soil. Beneath them lay numerous corpses. The luminescent plants were drawing sustenance from the bodies, their flickering light eerily reminiscent of breathing. This revelation sparked a peculiar thought in Lin Yi's mind. If he were to consume these luminescent plants, might he also ascend in level? The sheer abundance of these plants could easily be described as a sprawling carpet. Should he attempt it? Yet, just as Lin Yi unsheathed his dagger to sever a plant, a glowing tendril shot forth from one of the buds, lunging towards him with alarming speed. Meanwhile, the flora within the entire field of vision seemed to become sentient, advancing towards the attack outside the gate. Yu Hongling stood at the periphery of the exposed earth, her hands clenched tightly, resonating with determination. Surrounding her were the lifeless bodies of the undead, both the shambling zombies and the first-tier creatures, all heaped together. Just a moment more, and she would have captured Lin Yi, settling the deep-seated enmity between them. Yet, Ling Luoyi had audaciously led Lin Yi through that very door, right beneath her nose. Logically, she should have been able to pursue them and seize both. But reason cautioned her that the interior of that door was far more horrific than she could fathom. Even she could not guarantee her own survival if she ventured inside. After much hesitation, Yu Hongling ultimately chose to relent. Lin Yi, I hope you emerge alive. And you too, Ling Luoyi. With a resounding thud, she struck a nearby tree, the trunk splintering beneath her powerful blow. The pent-up resentment showed no signs of abating as her icy gaze shifted once more to the approaching zombies. Today, you shall all perish. Yu Hongling's furious roar reverberated through the forest, momentarily overshadowing the growls of the undead. Like a goddess of war, she rampaged through the woods, leaving neither zombies nor trees unscathed. It's over, the female tyrant has lost her mind again. I must keep my distance, or I shall suffer the same fate. Zhou Hao, we shared a bond, and your demise pains me greatly, but I must prioritize my own survival. Given the chance, I shall avenge you. On the hillside, Zhang Feng murmured a few words over the bloodstains on the ground, turning away without a hint of nostalgia. Meanwhile, hearing Yu Hongling's roar outside the gate, Lin Yi completely dismissed the thought of retreating. It was not an inescapable fate. Why cower? Exiting was the only option. As he faced the onslaught of the mutated plants, Lin Yi sidestepped the tendrils reaching towards him, retrieving his weapon and pulling the trigger. The persistence of these aberrant creatures was undoubtedly linked to the corpses strewn about, rendering the assault of the luminescent plants far more comprehensible. They sought to transform him into one of those lifeless bodies. Impossible. Let his bullets do the talking. There was no need to aim. Every glance revealed a target. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets formed a barrage, and those terrifying plants were swiftly obliterated. Viscous, glowing sap splattered, filling the base with a heavy stench reminiscent of decay. Lin Yi surmised it was likely due to the rotting corpses. As a full magazine was expended, only a handful of luminescent plants remained, while those in the distance resumed their innocuous appearance. Unexpectedly, it bore a semblance of logic. They had retreated. It is estimated that these plants have given rise to something akin to human consciousness. Indeed, this place is truly peculiar. I believe it would be prudent to contemplate an escape, as an unsettling feeling lingers. Lin Yi cast a glance at the grand door behind him and continued. Such a significant facility must have more than one exit. Shall we venture inside? The intense radiation instilled an unusual sensation within Lin Yi. Perhaps terrifying monsters had already emerged within, yet there might also be valuable treasures awaiting him. Danger coexists with opportunity. Ling Luoyi remained silent, surveying their surroundings before giving a slight nod and retreating behind Lin Yi. The two hastily proceeded inward, embarking on their exploration. Along the way, the bioluminescent creatures exhibited an extraordinary silence, showing no signs of aggression toward the duo. Occasionally, they stumbled upon corpses, likely survivors who had unwittingly wandered here. Their bodies covered in festering sores, seemingly infected by the radiation, ultimately succumbing to this place. Without a systematic purification ability, Lin Yi and his companion could easily share the same fate. Just as Lin Yi felt a sense of normalcy, a jarring wave of impending danger washed over him. Chapter 95. The Dragon Girl of the Savage King. We may have been targeted. Lin Yi suddenly spoke, his danger perception flickering briefly, yet he knew this was no illusion. The two had traversed the sea of bioluminescent creatures, relying on their glow to barely illuminate the path ahead. They seemed to have entered a village or perhaps a temporary stronghold within this base, with an array of firearms scattered across the ground. Ammunition, grenades, scattered rifles, and even the sight of individual rocket launchers could be seen. A sudden upheaval must have occurred here, causing most individuals to flee without seizing their weapons. Lin Yi, do you think the corpses at the entrance? Ling Luoyi hesitated. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging the grim possibility. His gaze swiftly shifted from the firearms on the ground to a particular direction. The sense of crisis surged once more. Without hesitation, Lin Yi retrieved a rocket launcher from his spatial storage, hoisting it onto his shoulder and firing it toward the ominous presence. Let my projectile address whatever danger lurks. Boom. Illuminated by the explosion, he finally discerned the form of his foe. A massive head, exposed skin, razor-sharp claws, and robust muscles, the familiar visage of a licker, an old adversary. Lin Yi turned to Ling Luoyi, a smirk playing on his lips. Now it's your turn, give it a thrashing. He could not forget how, during their first encounter with a licker, Ling Luoyi had decisively retreated behind him. With a single shot, the licker was severely wounded, its chest caving in deeply. Watching the creature thrash wildly on the ground, Ling Luoyi's expression reflected exasperation. Given their previous encounters in the woods, harboring grudges was no trivial matter. No, I merely wish to observe the capabilities of this tool. It is rather unacceptable for a mere tool to have never fulfilled its purpose. Ling Luoyi cast a glance at Lin Yi, and as she advanced with the short blade, he abruptly grasped her from behind. Wait, something feels amiss. A sensation of unease surged within her once more. As Lin Yi's voice faded, the short blade in Ling Luoyi's hand suddenly gleamed, nearly blinding him in a flurry of panic. Quickly sheath your blade, lest you be dazzled. Lin Yi extended his 47 to Ling Luoyi, rubbing his eyes as he looked up. It took a full 3 seconds for his vision to clear. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi retrieved a flare from his space. Initially intended as a firework, given the current circumstances, it seemed most suitable. Let me see who has instilled such courage in you, that you do not flee upon seeing us. With a whoosh, the flare ascended, soaring beyond the 50-meter height of the cavern's ceiling, with no concern for its usability. The vicinity was illuminated in its radiant glow. A flare? You possess such an item? Are you not afraid? Ling Luoyi's words were abruptly cut short as her expression tightened. In the shadows, the enemy lurked while they stood exposed, rendering their position compromised. In an instant, her pupils widened in shock. There, amidst the distant ruins, a throng of gluttonous creatures amassed, no fewer than 100. Moreover, in addition to the 2 approaching directions, the cliffs surrounding them were teeming with grotesque, bloodied forms. I fear we are doomed, Ling Luoyi remarked with a bitter smile. The image of hundreds of gluttons rushing forth invaded her thoughts unbidden, a harbinger of inevitable demise. With no means of evasion or escape, any unforeseen delay would lead to their gruesome end. Run, while they remain unaware. We must exit through the main gate. We still have a chance, for their bulk cannot fit through the gap below. Ling Luoyi grasped Lin Yi's arm, ready to depart. 1 or 2 could be managed. And with weapons, perhaps a dozen. Lin Yi's prowess was remarkable, and she trusted in his abilities. Yet, hundreds of gluttons loomed before them. Feeling the slight tremor in Ling Luoyi's arm, Lin Yi secretly chuckled. Depart? Impossible. The abundance of experience packs could easily elevate him to a second-tier evolver. I think it unnecessary, especially with you, a first-tier second evolver, by my side. A mere horde of gluttons poses no challenge. Lin Yi. You. Just as Ling Luoyi attempted to retort, Lin Yi handed her a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Gazing at the weapon in her hands, her eyes glimmered with uncertainty as she instinctively asked, You cannot be suggesting this ammunition is as boundless as your wretched gun, can you? Lin Yi stroked his chin and shook his head slightly. Not much, merely 5,000 rounds. Calculating the comments, it suffices to say that 10 shots will claim 1 life. He patted Ling Luoyi's shoulder and continued, No need to conserve ammunition, use it freely. In reality, only a little over 100 rounds remained. The crux of the matter was his potential return to the modern era. For Lin Yi, the number of rockets was merely a figure, especially since he had Henry, his arms supplier. It would only take a bit of time. As the 2 conversed, the ground trembled. Instinctively, they turned towards the source of the sound. What on earth? Lin Yi exclaimed, as he witnessed the previously surrounding lickers retreating like a receding tide, seemingly fleeing from a creature even more terrifying. I feel it too, you are right. A colossal figure emerged from the warmth. With gray skin, indifferent pupils, and a massive frame towering over 3 stories, complemented by a distinctive bald head, Lin Yi's pupils constricted. Is this the tyrant? Each step it took resonated with violent tremors beneath their feet. The experience was more shocking than any cinema display. Yet a peculiar question emerged in his mind. Lin Yi turned to Ling Luoyi and inquired, Why is this tyrant bald? Imagine how handsome it would be with flowing locks. Even a simple parting would result in hair longer than 2 meters. He could sell it back in the modern era. Lin Yi was bewildered by this thought. Yet once it surfaced, he could not quell his desire to uncover the answer. Why was the tyrant bald? Ling Luoyi couldn't help but smirk. A hint of fear replaced by exasperation on her enchanting face. Lin Yi, this is the 2nd time you've left me speechless. Turning, she discovered that a tank had inexplicably appeared beside Lin Yi. A tiger tank. Lin Yi patted the tank's formidable armor, a flicker of madness igniting within him. The tyrant might be powerful, but his shells were undoubtedly sharp. Recalling scenes from a film, Lin Yi felt compelled to emulate them. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a girl standing in a distant corner. Her attire was somewhat tattered, subtly revealing a long, fair leg, Her figure was remarkable. However, as he glanced upward, he was taken aback to find she possessed a head reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Chapter 96. The tyrant is slain. Will you come and loot the spoils? What is this madness? Lin Yi felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. Just having traversed through a horde of carnivorous glowing creatures, he now encountered hundreds of lickers. With the tyrant's emergence, what was the situation with this girl? It would have been preferable had she been a true beauty. Yet her head was akin to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Radiation, mutation, or perhaps infection by a zombie virus. Lin Yi initially harbored doubts about whether this world had indeed transformed in some peculiar manner. Or was it merely his own frailty that rendered him oblivious to the truths lurking beneath the surface? Turning his gaze in another direction, he realized he had no time to ponder the origins of the girl before him. The tyrant had already detected their presence and was advancing towards them. In contrast to the lickers, the tyrant's massive physique considerably hampered its speed, granting Lin Yi a precious opportunity to prepare. And he was more than willing to seize this chance for experience. Lin Yi patted Ling Luoyi on the shoulder. Tanks are always equipped for a fight. All one needs to do is fire. Aim for the tyrant's head and unleash hell. Drawing from his cinematic knowledge, this seemed the most logical approach. As for its efficacy, let the cannon roar first. The thought barely crossed his mind when Ling Luoyi leaped atop the tiger tank and swung open its hatch. Wait for my good news, she exclaimed before slamming the iron door shut with a resounding clang. After a brief pause, a blinding flash erupted from the barrel. Lin Yi moved to the opposite side of the tiger tank and looked up just in time to see the shell soaring through the air, ultimately striking the tyrant's thigh. A tremendous explosion ensued. The tyrant's left leg was blasted open, leaving a gaping wound, obliterating the limb in the process. Surely, this can't be intentional. Weren't we supposed to aim for the head? Lin Yi queried. Ling Luoyi poked her head out from the driver's seat. A sheepish smile gracing her face as she replied awkwardly, "It's my first time driving a tank. I got a bit carried away. I promise to do better next time." Lin Yi was left speechless. He hadn't anticipated utilizing the tanks so swiftly during his transaction with Henry. He had forgotten to procure additional shells. Once the ammunition inside the tank was exhausted, the tiger would merely become a metal box. Casting a glance at the tyrant, which was now rising again, he noted its speed had significantly increased, despite the massive wound still oozing blood that seemed almost foreign to it. At this rate, he was reluctant to claim that experience package. Retrieving a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher from his spatial inventory, he aimed for the tyrant's head. "Look out, missile," he chuckled, pressing the launch button, sending the rocket soaring like a sword towards its target. "Shouldn't you be stronger? Why are you dodging?" Lin Yi felt no surprise as the tyrant evaded the rocket. Rather, he smiled knowingly at its maneuver. Indeed, this creature possessed a semblance of intellect. Zombies of such caliber were typically second tier or higher. The tyrant was no exception, at the very least, a second-tier entity. In the next moment, Lin Yi retrieved another shoulder-mounted rocket from his inventory, elevating the barrel slightly. Boom. Bang. Almost simultaneously, two streaks of light surged from the ground, one from Lin Yi's shoulder launcher and the other from the tiger tank. At last, the tyrant was thrown into disarray, caught off guard by attacks from both above and below, rendering it unable to evade. One shot struck its abdomen, while another grazed its scalp. Lin Yi could assure that had the tyrant possessed hair, it would have suffered a grievous blow. Fortunately, this assault exacerbated the tyrant's injuries, significantly diminishing the threat it posed to the two of them. "Lin Yi, your aim leaves much to be desired. Look at me, 2 shots, 2 hits." Lin Yi sighed, offering a gesture of acquiescence. "You are absolutely right. Ha ha ha. It's the first time I've seen you wear such a defeated expression." Ling Luoyi seemed to have discovered something and returned to the tank, raising the cannon once more. Moments later, her voice floated from within the tank. "Lin Yi, keep your eyes peeled. The first 2 shots were merely to warm up the cannon. Now, prepare to witness the prowess of a true sharpshooter. I truly am a genius, mastering such an impressive skill in no time." With a glance at the tyrant ahead and another at Lin Yi outside the tank, Ling Luoyi took a deep breath and decisively pressed the launch button. Lin Yi observed as the cannon's muzzle illuminated once again. She spoke the truth. She had succeeded. The shot struck true. The tyrant's head shattered like a watermelon, bursting into a macabre spray of flesh and blood. Ling Luoyi kicked open the hatch of the tiger tank, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. "Call me a genius. You truly are a genius," Lin Yi exclaimed as he pulled Ling Luoyi from the tank, waving his hand to retract it into the spatial realm. The tyrant was unlike ordinary zombies. Its massive headless body remained upright on the ground, enduring more than 10 seconds after its head had been obliterated. Finally, it collapsed, a great cloud of dust rising. Lin sighed, genuinely fearing that the tyrant might rise once more. That would be quite unacceptable. Let us go. He turned around to see the girl resembling a Tyrannosaurus, who had been observing from a distance, now fixating her attention on the fallen tyrant as she approached its corpse. Suddenly, Lin felt an unsettling premonition of being deprived of the experience pack, as if he were the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow lurking behind, ready to seize the opportunity. And he was the one left to lament. Without a second thought, he headed towards the tyrant alongside Ling Luoyi. Regardless of who the Tyrannosaurus girl was, the tyrant's remains were his to claim, traversing the rubble-strewn ground littered with shattered firearms. The Tyrannosaurus girl was the first to halt beside the tyrant's corpse. "Thank you for dealing with this nuisance. You may leave now." Her voice was hoarse, yet the meaning of her words was discernible. Lin paused, coldly remarking, "Are you speaking the truth?" He noticed that as he approached the girl, the system began to issue frequent infection alerts, prompting him to recall a term, the biomother. Not that biomother, possibly due to radiation. The structure of the girl's skull exhibited significant alterations, and he could ascertain that it resembled a head akin to that of a Tyrannosaurus. Certainly, Lin would not offer the tyrant to the uniquely formed girl before him, even if she truly resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex. With a smirk, Lin pulled the stunned Ling Luoyi behind him and said nonchalantly, "Before I contemplate examining your anatomical structure, it would be prudent for you to depart." In response to Lin Yi's warning, the tyrant girl displayed a disdainful smile, her crimson eyes glinting ominously. She retorted, "Everything here belongs to me, including both of you. You are now under my dominion." Accompanied by her roar, a rustling sound resonated from the ground and the distant cliffs. The hundreds of previously vanished lickers reemerged, encircling the two. Chapter 97. If your mind fails, I shall assist you. Lin, it seems we are once again facing doom. Ling Luoyi exclaimed, her palm resting on his shoulder. Strangely, she exhibited no fear whatsoever. Perhaps it was due to the inevitability of death, leaving no possibility of escape. Or it could be attributed to her habitual adventures alongside Lin. It seemed she had grown accustomed to such perilous situations. Lin patted her shoulder in surprise at her calm demeanor, which denied him any opportunity for reassurance. In this regard, she was less accommodating than Anaya. Their indifference drove the tyrant girl to the brink of wrath. She had witnessed countless individuals perish before her eyes, ordinary people and evolved beings alike, all torn to shreds by lickers amidst their agonized cries. What audacity did they possess? However, before the tyrant girl could react, Lin swiftly advanced and enveloped her in his embrace. Her skin was silky smooth, exuding an unusual sensation, peculiar, indeed. Yet Lin quickly regained his composure. It was odd for a woman in such a place to behave normally, much like her head resembling that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a dagger materialized in his hand. He pressed the blade against her neck and declared, "You are presented with but two choices. Either guide us to the exit or meet your demise." The situation was not as convoluted as it appeared. To leverage the authority of the emperor to command the lords was undoubtedly the most effective means of resolution in this moment. Surely, these lickers would not wish for their master to perish so easily, would they? With a slight pressure, the dagger left a faint crimson mark on the woman's neck, pale blue blood oozing from the wound, hissing softly as it met the dagger. "Do you dare to kill me?" The tyrant girl trembled. "I do not dare," Lin replied, "but as long as you remain alive, these lickers will likewise refrain from approaching. You are our lifeline." He made his intentions clear. The one who must make a choice was not him, but the tyrant girl. Upon hearing this, the tyrant girl fell into silence, seemingly questioning her existence in light of Lin Yi's words. Why had she approached? Would it not suffice to let the lickers swarm them? However, the subsequent soft gasp brought her back to reality. "Lin, look at your arm," Ling Luoyi whispered, her eyes filled with trepidation. The skin on Lin Yi's arm was visibly decaying at an alarming rate, with crimson pus-filled blisters appearing in abundance. A sudden, excruciating pain nearly caused him to drop the dagger he held. A strong premonition gripped him. In less than 10 seconds, he would succumb to the intense radiation here, transforming into a lifeless corpse. Ding. The automatic purification function has been active for 1 hour. Purification has ended. Would the host like to reinitiate the automatic purification function? Ding. Radiation infection detected in the host. Would you like to proceed with purification? Ding. Radiation infection detected in the tool. Ling Luoyi, would you like to proceed with purification? Lin Yi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was evident that the purification time had concluded. Did the system not have the foresight to provide a prior warning? With 3 minutes remaining, was it too much to ask for the host to extend the duration? Even paid apps notify users 3 days in advance when their subscriptions are about to expire. Purification. Huh. The Tyrannosaurus girl nudged Lin Yi with her arm. If you wish to live, then let go of me. She nearly forgot that, within this radiation-infested base, she was the greatest source of radiation. Unconsciously, she arched her impressive figure and leaned back further. Lin Yi felt overwhelmed by her presence. Lady, you are playing with fire, Lin Yi remarked. A smirk dancing on his lips as he redirected the dagger, thrusting it forcefully towards her heart. Thud. Deep brown blood erupted from the woman's chest as the dagger corroded almost instantly. This woman was undeniably dangerous under normal circumstances. Even an evolved individual would not guarantee survival after having their heart pierced. Yet, she remained as vibrant as ever, truly a peculiar woman. Lin Yi regarded her with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Answer my question. The Tyrannosaurus girl was jolted back to reality by the pain in her chest, trembling as she pressed her hand against the wound. You have successfully provoked me. Now I assure you, you shall not live. Her raspy voice, laced with menace, was abruptly silenced as she beheld the Xianyuan sword poised before her throat. She realized she was indeed frightened. There is an exit here. I can lead you to it. Can you please put the sword away? Absolutely not. Lin Yi maintained his grip on the Xianyuan sword. Unlike an ordinary dagger, this sword was the prized treasure of the blacksmith, forged from genuine materials and sharpened to perfection. The corrosive nature of the Tyrannosaurus girl's blood was formidable. Yet Lin Yi was confident he could sever her head before she could corrode the sword. Ultimately, under the threat of the Xianyuan sword, the Tyrannosaurus girl finally capitulated. All right. The tyrant's corpse was stored within the space, and guided by the Brachiosaurus girl, they ventured deeper into the base. After a short while, a cacophony of zombie-like howls erupted ahead. Indeed, there were zombies here, and they differed significantly from those outside. Their bodies and faces marred by pus-filled sores resulting from radiation infection, rendering them even more infectious. Fortunately, Lin Yi was not alone and had no cause for concern. Under the command of the Brachiosaurus girl, hundreds of gluttonous creatures, comparable to second-tier evolved beings, forged the path ahead, an unimaginable spectacle. One arm cradled the Brachiosaurus girl, while the other wielded the Xianyuan sword. Lin Yi could not discern Ling Luoyi's expression, but he found the scene profoundly striking. Is this the exit? Yes. You may set me down now, can't you? The Brachiosaurus girl nodded, her expression one of distress. Why do I feel like you're deceiving me? Lin Yi squinted slightly, sensing the movement of air around him, affirming the existence of a passage leading outside. Yet, a renewed sense of danger stirred within him, casting doubt on the girl's intentions for bringing him here. Were they preparing to ambush me, believing my hands too slow and my blades too dull? The entrance loomed before them, yet the Brachiosaurus girl seemed oblivious to Lin Yi's concerns, incessantly urging, "This is the only exit. Hurry, you must leave through here." Lin Yi turned to Ling Luoyi, who mirrored his confusion. With a sigh, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Then let me send you to ascertain whether this truly is the exit. No. The Brachiosaurus girl shook her head vigorously, terror etched across her large face. Her comical demeanor elicited a chuckle from Lin Yi as he summoned all his strength to hurl her toward the cave's entrance. Chapter 98, A Step Too Late. Huaqinglan Lin Yi watched her arc through the air, his vigilance unwavering since the moment his sense of danger had emerged. His scalp tingled with tension. Just as he had anticipated, in the fleeting moment before she landed, the Brachiosaurus girl's body seemed to flip uncontrollably in midair, then hovered suspended. Before Lin Yi could react, a hand emerged from the cave, deftly halting the Brachiosaurus girl's descent. An evolved being of mutation. It has been ages since I encountered a living human, especially a female. She can keep me company for quite some time. The voice belonged to a deep and resonant male. Lin Yi had never heard the term mutated evolved being before. Zombies, evolved beings, mutated beasts, ability users. Ordinary humans. These were the labels he was familiar with, but mutated evolved being was new, shedding light on the origins of the Brachiosaurus girl's formidable head. Regrettably, he had no time to ponder such thoughts. In the instant that voice emerged, the individual did not conceal his evolutionary rank, revealing a terrifying 5th-tier strength. 5th tier. That was indeed a fifth-tier evolved being. Even without supernatural abilities, one could easily reduce this little Kurami to mere remnants. Indeed, this was the case. Before he could react, the female Tyrannosaurus was swiftly seized by the evolved being, accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing. Her clothing was carelessly cast aside at the entrance of the cave. A scream of terror erupted from her lips. Help! Her voice gradually took on a somewhat ambiguous tone, mingled with fear, yet tinged with a hint of reluctant satisfaction. Initially, one might have thought she would be devoured, but it turned out she truly was consumed. In the midst of his hesitation, the sound of heavy footsteps resonated from behind, as a horde of lickers, commanded to charge, raced frantically towards the cave entrance. Regrettably, in the hands of a fifth-tier evolutionist. The combat prowess of these lickers paled in comparison to that of a mere rooster. With each wave of his hand, one licker met its demise. The staggering disparity of over 30 levels enabled him to fight while simultaneously maintaining the female Tyrannosaurus draped over him. What are you dawdling for? Run! Ling Luo's voice interrupted Lin Yi's reverent gaze. He turned and resolutely sprinted towards the cave entrance. Amidst the skirmish, the area around the entrance had cleared. It was the perfect moment to escape. You puff. Realizing that Lin Yi and his companion were about to flee, the fifth-tier evolutionist punched through a licker, instantly redirecting his charge towards them. The overwhelming pressure nearly made Lin Yi's scalp erupt. It felt as if a tiger had set its sights on him, causing his legs to weaken. Damn it! With determination, he bit down hard on his tongue, summoning a surge of unexpected strength. He swiftly retrieved a flash grenade from his space and hurled it away. What of Tier 5? Even Tier 10 must kneel before me now. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a blinding light illuminated the dim surroundings. In an instant, the bewildered fifth-tier evolutionist was nearly blinded by the sudden brightness, experiencing a brief moment of temporary blindness. Farewell. I hope we meet again, Lin Yi uttered as he quickly exited the cave. It was only after the two had completely vanished that the fifth-tier evolutionist began to recover from his blindness, angrily striking at the endless swarm of lickers. A moment later, near the spot where Lin Yi and his companion had departed, a figure clad in red lingered just outside the cave entrance. Compared to Lin Yi and his companion, Yu Hongling had wasted far too much time rushing here. Nevertheless, upon learning from Zhang Fong that another exit might exist, she pressed on without hesitation. Fueled by hatred, she was determined to make Lin Yi and that woman, Ling Luo, pay dearly. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. Spotting the provocative marks deliberately left by Ling Luo on the branches, her previously diminished hatred surged to new heights. Just wait for me. After departing from the base, Lin Yi and his companion hastened towards the Narak province. However, they had not ventured far when they sensed a menacing aura behind them, accompanied by fallen trees and the growls of zombies. Alarmed, Lin Yi and his companion feared it might be the evolved beings from the base, prompting them to seek refuge in the woods. Just as they concealed themselves, a crimson figure darted across the path less than 50 meters away. Even with a fleeting glance, Lin Yi discerned the identity of the figure. It was Yu Hongling. She emanated an intense, volatile energy, causing both of them to hold their breath until she vanished from sight, at which point they cautiously emerged from their hiding place. Could it be that this woman also has urgent matters to attend to in the province? Lin Yi mused. Ling Luo burst into laughter. I sense she intends to kill you, and perhaps me as well. After a moment, Lin Yi regained his composure. Had it not been for Ling Luo's ill-conceived suggestion, they might not have found themselves pursued by that deranged woman, a first-tier evolutionist, though they could indeed contend with her. Ample preparation was essential. Furthermore, rather than eliminating Yu Hongling, Lin Yi leaned towards binding her as a tool. With this thought, he ceased to dwell on the matter. The cooldown for the tool had a day remaining, marking a pivotal moment for the roles of hunter and prey to interchange. With someone clearing the path ahead, the remainder of their journey became considerably smoother. In just over 2 days, they traversed several kilometers through the zombie-infested areas, arriving at the outskirts of Narak province. During this time, Lin Yi even managed to elevate his level. The corpses within the space had nearly been devoured, and upon system feedback, his level surged by 2, reaching level 1 Tier 10. Not only that, but it was not merely a simple Tier 110. Lin Yi sensed he was on the verge of advancing to a Tier 2 evolutionist. Drawing upon their experiences in Liuguang City, the duo, along with their feline companion, opted against the main entrance to the city, choosing alternate routes instead. After navigating through perilous twists and turns, they silently entered the inner city of Narak province. Eventually, Under Ling Luoyi's guidance, they halted before a grand estate. Just as they stopped, 5 or 6 first-tier evolutionists emerged, their gazes keenly fixated on the pair. Yet, upon Ling Luoyi's approach, smiles broke across their faces. "Miss Ling, you have returned." She nodded in acknowledgement, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder before addressing the group. "This is my companion. We have some matters to discuss with my sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, the evolutionists ceased their obstruction, parting to allow passage. At that moment, a youthful woman clad in fitted attire emerged from the entrance. Ling Luoyi stepped forward to introduce Lin Yi. "This is Lin Yi, and this is my sister-in-law, Huqing Lan." Chapter 99, Binding with Huqing Lan, the sudden appearance of a Tier 3 evolver. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. Unlike the women he had encountered before, Huqing Lan truly captivated him. Beneath her exquisite visage lay an aura of heroism, reminiscent of a formidable woman emerging from the pages of a martial arts novel, instilling in him a compelling desire to forge a connection. As the adage goes, nothing surpasses the delight of dumplings. Lin Yi organized his thoughts and approached her, saying, "Miss Hua, I need not elaborate. I am already aware of Lu Yiguang's situation, and I will handle the matters concerning Naxin myself. However, regarding you," Huqing Lan interrupted Lin Yi, casting a fleeting glance his way. She continued, "Luo Yi, I had no intention of interfering in your affairs. But not everyone is worthy of associating with the Ling family." With that, she scoffed and turned, retreating into the manor, vanishing from their sight, leaving no opportunity for Lin Yi to respond. "That's just how my sister-in-law is. Please don't take it to heart," Lin Yi was informed. "Indeed," he replied. After enduring so much, he had grown accustomed to the various personalities he encountered, finding them all rather normal. Yet, the thought of Huqing Lan's cold but chivalrous countenance ignited his desire to engage with her further, an inquiry born from a wish for pleasant company. Lin Yi was escorted into the manor by a figure clad in black, who assigned him a room near the courtyard entrance, from which he could easily observe the gate. "Sir, this is Miss Hua's arrangement. Please forgive us. Regarding your request, Miss Hua will accompany you to meet Naxin tomorrow." The man in black stated briefly before leaving Lin Yi alone in the room. As he lay on the bed, he surveyed his surroundings. The accommodations were significantly better than those he had shared with Hu Junwei. He pondered about his brother Hu, wondering whether he was still alive or had succumbed along the way. Gradually, sleep overtook him, and he closed his eyes. Time flew by, and before he knew it, dawn had arrived. He had enjoyed a remarkably restful night. Lin Yi stretched and freshened up, and at that moment, the door swung open. Huqing Lan glanced in, her expression impassive as she remarked, "You're awake. Let us move quickly." After uttering those words, she turned and exited the room. Her aloof demeanor only fueled Lin Yi's curiosity further. This woman was intriguing. As Lin Yi stepped out of his room, he found several figures in black awaiting him at the entrance. Among them were Ling Luoyi and Huqing Lan, along with 3 other evolvers, with Huqing Lan being the most formidable, having reached the 5th tier of the 2nd stage. What perplexed Lin Yi the most was one individual among them. He could not discern their precise level, as they appeared as an ordinary person. Yet, his instincts warned him that this person was anything but simple. Lin Yi chose not to speak further, silently joining the procession as they moved forward. Under the leadership of Huqing Lan, a dozen individuals, including Lin Yi, departed from the manor, heading towards the estate of Naxin via the most direct route. However, Lin Yi soon discerned the peculiarity of this journey. Due to the early hour, most were still ensconced in slumber, making the scant numbers rather customary. Yet, the direct assault was perplexing. To be precise, it was an invasion. Upon entering the Naxin estate, Huqing Lan commenced indiscriminate slaughter of those within. The reaction of the guards made it abundantly clear that they were caught off guard by the intrusion, scrambling to respond. Standing at the rear of the group, Huqing Lan surveyed the fallen guards of the Naxin estate. "If you wish to avoid the demise of all your subordinates, summon Naxin to face us," she declared. Her words were followed by a burst of laughter, and a figure swiftly approached from within the manor, halting a mere 10 meters away to pick up a broken blade from the ground. "Have you come seeking death?" At a single glance, Lin Yi felt a tightening in his chest. The visage of the young man before him bore the marks of hardship from the years of the apocalypse. Yet, the familiar features unmistakably revealed his identity. This was Naxin. At that moment, Lin Yi was 80 certain that this dystopian world was, in fact, a version of the modern world 7 years hence. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Naxin's focus remained fixed on Huqing Lan. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Miss Hua. Are you in such haste to invite me for tea?" A glint of malice flickered in Naxon's eyes. He had initially pondered who possessed the audacity to wreak havoc on his territory, only to discover it was Hua Qinglan. Though her strength at the second-tier level 5 was formidable, it was unfortunate for her that he had recently ascended to the second-tier level 6. All signs indicated that Hua Qinglan and her companions had come merely to meet their demise, or rather, to offer their heads, particularly the two beauties, Hua Qinglan and Ling Luoyi. With the prospect of capturing both women, the slain subordinates lying on the ground seemed trivial. Naxon was acutely aware of the capabilities of both Hua Qinglan and Ling Luoyi, readily identifying one as a second-tier level 1 and the other as a second-tier level 5. The advantage was decidedly his. With this thought, Naxon raised his broken blade with vigor, aiming it at the nearest adversary. In a swift flurry, 3 of Hua Qinglan's evolved subordinates fell at his hands, including one at the second-tier level 1. This exemplified the overwhelming might that high-level evolved beings possessed over their lower-tier counterparts. Utilizing the cover of his remaining subordinates, Naxon charged forth, wielding the broken blade towards Hua Qinglan. He was resolute in his belief that capturing her would render the remaining evolved individuals manageable for his men. Upon witnessing this, a cold glint flashed in Hua Qinglan's eyes. Seeking death, as she spoke, she took a half-step back, and the young man who had remained passive all along stepped forward. In the face of Naxon's full-force swing, he merely raised his hand and casually grasped the broken blade from Naxon's grip. The unintentional aura he exuded sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. He was indeed a third-tier evolver. No wonder Hua Qinglan was so fearless. With such a formidable figure backing her, Naxon could easily be dealt with. Lin Yi stepped forward and paused beside Hua Qinglan. "Sister-in-law, who is this master?" He placed a hand on her shoulder, feigning curiosity while secretly binding her as a tool. Binding. As Lin Yi silently acknowledged this in his heart, the binding was successful, and Hua Qinglan became his third and fourth tool. However, the next moment, a chilling sensation washed over him. "Remove your filthy hands, or I shall not hesitate to say it again." Hua Qinglan's voice was icy, her delicate hand, carrying a faint fragrance, suddenly swung towards Lin Yi, imbued with lethal intent. Chapter 100. Naxon, a true man. Instantly defeated? Sister. Lin Yi. In the face of a strike powerful enough to shatter Lin Yi's skull, Ling Luoyi swiftly stepped forward to shield him. Lin Yi felt a flicker of gratitude. Had she been a second later, he would have resorted to using his tool's abilities, allowing Hua Qinglan to experience the fate of being dominated. The thrill of the game was intoxicating. The disparity between them was enormous, far beyond what Lin Yi could handle at present. However, that said, the absolute obedience of the tools meant that the gap between him and Hua Qinglan had vanished. He should rightfully be addressed as master now. Boom. A thunderous explosion interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. Hua Qinglan snorted coldly, her frigid gaze shifting away from the two of them. Much like Lin Yi's earlier predicament, Naxon now faced a powerful evolver 5 levels above him. It was a battle not just of levels, but of tiers, 2 against 3. The outcome was inevitable. Originally brimming with confidence, Naxon was now the only one in genuine panic. Moreover, he heard a name that would haunt him for a lifetime: Lin Yi. The very man who had forced him to flee from the Dragon Nation 7 years ago, leading to the demise of his underlings due to the white powder scandal. Damn it, who could have anticipated the torment he would endure upon returning from the Dragon Nation? His father's suspicions, his brother's doubts. He nearly got expelled from the organization because of it. Fortunately, the apocalypse that erupted 2 years later provided him with a glimmer of opportunity for resurgence. Now, facing this man who bore the same name and visage as the one from 7 years ago, he felt all too connected to that past. "Boss, what's wrong? Pull yourself together. We are here to shield you from these foes." "Indeed, my esteemed leader, even if he is a third-tier evolved being, it would still take him some time to eliminate us. We shall hold him off while you make your escape." The subordinate promptly expressed his determination, positioning himself between Naxon and the third-tier evolved being. Naxon waved his hand dismissively, urging them to step aside. "Do you really believe that a third-tier evolved being is as inconsequential as a cabbage? Today, none of us shall escape, or at least that is what he believed." Taking a deep breath, Naxon continued, "I shall bear the consequences of my past actions alone, regardless of the repercussions. However, I have one request. Can you spare my comrades?" The third-tier evolved being remained silent. He was merely a guardian of Hua Qinglan, and all decisions ultimately rested with her. Hua Qinglan cast a cold glance at Lin Yi and stepped forward, her voice icy. "You have no right to bargain. There is but one choice, and that is death." they shall meet the same fate. To everyone's surprise, Naxxon calmly nodded, seemingly resigned to the outcome. A question lingered in the air. Should it be voiced? Noticing Naxxon bowing his head, Hua Qinglan's expression softened slightly, though it remained frigid. Hua Qinglan, displeased, urged, "Speak." Naxxon's gaze lingered on Lin Yi, an idea forming in his mind. In his final moments, he desired to take Lin Yi down with him. At this declaration, the room fell silent. A second-tier evolved being's dying wish was to perish alongside a first-tier weakling. Had they not met before? What deep-seated enmity could exist? Or was it merely Naxxon's peculiar inclination? Indeed, Lin Yi stood out as the most handsome among them. In contrast, Lin Yi clenched his fist slightly. "No, brother. Please do not do this." Who could have anticipated that Naxxon would propose such a condition? Should Hua Qinglan acquiesce, he would be thrust into a realm of certain death. No need for them to intervene. Naxxon alone could easily dispatch him, unless he could flee back to the present at once. Yet, that would not resolve the issue. Upon returning to the apocalypse, the outcome would remain fatal. Hua Qinglan did not choose to answer this question, but instead inquired about Lin Yi's opinion. "What is your choice?" However, within her indifferent gaze, Lin Yi had already surmised her decision. Before Lin Yi could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by words that elicited both anger and amusement from him. "No need to say more, I understand. Naxxon, I accept your terms. This person is now yours." This woman seemed utterly unconcerned with his fate. After all, they were teammates. Upon hearing this outcome, Naxxon too was taken aback. He inclined his head respectfully towards Hua Qinglan, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Miss Hua Qinglan. I shall ensure that I treat that fellow Ling Tian well." As he spoke, a trickle of blood unexpectedly flowed from Naxxon's eye. Before the naked eye, black veins manifested upon his face, arms, neck, and all exposed skin. His aura surged dramatically. Second tier 6, second tier 7, second tier 10, third tier 1. He leaped 6 levels, transforming into a monstrous figure, charging towards Hua Qinglan with an unstoppable presence. In an instant, the previously relaxed atmosphere turned heavy once more. The third-tier Evolver's face contorted with rage, incredulously exclaiming, "How dare you devour an Evolver's crystal core and become a monster? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the entire world of Evolvers?" As he spoke, he did not neglect his duty, swiftly positioning himself in front of Hua Qinglan to ensure her safety. The other Evolvers surged forward, only to meet a fate of severed limbs and dismemberment. Naxxon remained silent, consumed by a singular thought: kill. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly and quickly retreated to find the safest spot, standing protectively behind Hua Qinglan. Ling Luoyi did likewise. In mere moments, Naxxon had dispatched the obstacles before him, leaving only the third-tier Evolver and a few others in sight. He unleashed a ferocious punch. In response, the third-tier Evolver raised his palm. Harden. A shimmering aquamarine radiance enveloped his hand, colliding with Naxxon's fist. In just a single strike, the third-tier Evolver was sent staggering back several steps, though his ability held firm for the time being. Conversely, Lin Yi and the others were caught in the crossfire, suffering the repercussions of the clash and were hurled backward, spitting blood. The three of them fell heavily to the ground, entangled with one another, Ling Luoyi beneath, Lin Yi in the middle, and Hua Qinglan on top. The awkward position left Lin Yi speechless, caught in a mix of pain and pleasure. Ding. Detecting significant damage to tool Ling Luoyi, initiate recovery. Ding. Detecting significant damage to tool Hua Qinglan, initiate recovery. The system's 2 notifications jolted Lin Yi back to reality. He confirmed there were indeed only 2 notifications, not 3. Was the hostess life not considered life? Chapter 101. This frequency is just right. After confirming the system's alerts were merely 2, he ultimately resigned himself to the situation. A thought crossed Lin Yi's mind. Restore Ling Luoyi, but not Hua Qinglan. One person must remain to accompany him in his injuries. It was certainly not a matter of his inner imbalance. Ling Luoyi, who had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the shock, felt a change within her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with disbelief. Lin Yi seemed to sense something and hastily closed his mouth, attempting to help the 2 of them up. Looking at Hua Qinglan, the highest ranked among the trio, her injuries were relatively minor. She shot a cold glance at Lin Yi and silently rose from the ground. Cough, cough. A sudden cough interrupted the contemplations of the 3 individuals. Clearly, the battle would not cease for their sake. The third-tier Evolver had already engaged the monstrous Naxxon multiple times. One was a formidable psychic of level 3, while the other was a forcibly transformed third-tier humanoid zombie. The side effects of the drugs soon manifested, and under the relentless assault of the third-tier powerhouse, the creature formed from Naxxon was nearly obliterated. At that moment, Hua Qinglan stepped forward with measured strides. Gazing at the incapacitated Naxxon, she coldly declared, "Naxxon, you now face but two options. 1. Surrender the third-tier corpse core, and perhaps I may consider granting you a sliver of mercy, or 2. Meet your demise. Were it not for the third-tier corpse core, she would not have rushed here so eagerly." The arrival of Ling Luoyi and the others further solidified her justification for eliminating Naxxon. In response to Hua Qinglan's inquiry, Naxxon revealed a derisive smirk. It was evident to any observer that his fate was sealed. He had already resigned himself to death when he chose to flee with the Evolver's crystal core. I know your thoughts more clearly than you do. The corpse core is unattainable. In an instant, Naxxon summoned his final reserves of strength, lunging toward Hua Qinglan despite his ailing form. The outcome was inevitable. Before he could reach her, he was intercepted by the nearby third-tier Evolver, who crushed his skull. The headless corpse collapsed, black blood gushing from the neck. Naxxon was dead. Spare none, commanded Hua Qinglan, and the third-tier Evolver wiped the blood from his face before soaring into the estate. Soon after, anguished cries echoed from within the manor. It was a one-sided massacre. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, such brutality was not unexpected. Observing this, Lin Yi chose to remain silent, retreating a step to stand behind Ling Luoyi. The only thing that mattered to him was the corpse of Naxxon on the ground. He needed an appropriate pretext to claim it. Shortly thereafter, the third-tier Evolver returned from the manor, dragging the bodies of two of Naxxon's subordinates, both of whom were second-tier. Disposing of them carelessly, as one would discard refuse, the third-tier Evolver remarked, "They never disclosed the location of Naxxon's hidden corpse core, but we uncovered a treasury within the estate." Hua Qinglan's gaze flickered toward the distance. After a brief moment, she nodded slightly, instructing, "Leave one to watch Lin Yi. The rest follow me." "Understood." Her subordinates replied promptly. They obeyed Hua Qinglan's commands without question, dispatching one second-tier and two first-tier Evolvers to monitor Lin Yi. Their watchful eyes, more alert than when Lin Yi had visited the police station for tea, were unmistakable. "Gentlemen, do your eyes not tire? Is it possible that you have taken a liking to me?" "Unthinkable. I am not interested. I prefer women." Once Hua Qinglan and her companions departed, he sought to gauge the three with words, yet received no response whatsoever. Consequently, Lin Yi ceased his verbal attempts and silently began relocating the corpses strewn across the ground to a nearby lawn. Among the fallen lay Naxxon and his subordinates, as well as those from Hua Qinglan's faction. For Lin Yi, this presented a valuable opportunity for experience. What could he be contemplating? Merely the task of consolidating the bodies for disposal, thus sparing his comrades any future inconvenience. In this light, one might regard him favorably. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Lin Yi discreetly transferred Naxxon and several other second-tier evolved corpses into his spatial storage. At this juncture, Lin Yi had fully achieved his purpose for being there. All that remained was to await the system's complete assimilation of these bodies. An hour later, Hua Qinglan emerged from the manor with an icy demeanor, casting a cold glare at Lin Yi before departing with her trio of evolved companions, not uttering a single word throughout. From her expression, Lin Yi discerned that she had failed to locate the so-called third-tier core. Soon after, Ling Luoyi arrived from behind, seemingly in haste. "The treasury lies within the manor, filled with a substantial amount of gold. You should take a look when time permits. My sister-in-law may need to leave here for certain reasons, and I shall accompany her. Should the opportunity arise, do visit me in the inner city. Anaya and the others are also in the inner city, which is accessible only to those who have reached at least the second tier of evolution." After a brief exchange, Ling Luoyi departed swiftly, leaving two evolved individuals to gather and organize the bodies within the manor, stacking them on the lawn. Igniting a fire, they commenced the cremation. Standing before the heap of corpses, Lin Yi chose not to investigate the manor's interior immediately. Instead, he waited until the bodies were entirely consumed by flames before turning to enter. It must be said, Naxxon had indeed left him a treasure. Perhaps due to a penchant for collecting prior to the apocalypse, he discovered a significant cache of gold jewelry within the manor, almost 100 kilograms, covered in layers of dust, suggesting neglect for quite some time. Furthermore, he uncovered a diamond the size of an egg nestled in the drawer of Naxxon's master bedroom. Upon opening the case, he momentarily questioned the authenticity of the gem. As for the remaining items, they were mostly of relatively low value, prompting Lin Yi to forego placing them in his spatial storage. Next, he contemplated breaking through to the second tier and venturing to the inner city. Two choices lay before him: to linger in the provincial city for a fortnight, allowing the system to consume any random second-tier evolved individual and thereby elevate him to the next tier, or to rest in the modern world for a few days. The decision became clear in his mind. With a thought, he opened his eyes to find himself in the modern era. Lin, what do you think of this frequency? Is it comfortable? Accompanied by a delicate, melodious voice, a pair of slender, jade-like hands halted upon Lin Yi's shoulder, gently extending forward to block his chest from behind. The softness pressed against the nape of his neck, coupled with a faint fragrance wafting from behind, lingered enticingly at his nostrils. Lin Yi lightly patted the hand resting on his chest, then, with a smooth motion, pulled the figure behind him into his embrace. With a smile, he remarked, "The timing is just right. Tonight shall not be in vain for you. Let us try a different approach. Sit upon my lap." Chapter 102. Jiangyu. Misunderstanding. I beg to differ. Really? Zhao Mingqi gasped, her body jolting with surprise, a joyous expression illuminating her delicate features, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Not long ago, she had been released from the police station concerning a matter involving illicit substances, which had no bearing on her. However, when she called Gu Chen for a ride, he had unexpectedly blocked her. In her moment of desperation, she fortuitously encountered Lin Yi, who was at a Western restaurant purchasing steak. Considering her close friend Su Yuding had divorced Lin Yi, she felt no reservations and boldly expressed her intentions, eager to offer Lin Yi a chance. Such a catch, even if not comparable to Gu Chen, would surely surpass anyone above 99.99 in Jiang City. She had to seize this opportunity. Unbeknownst to Zhao Mingqi, at that very moment, Lin Yi was also contemplating how to distance himself from the disappearance of Fang Yuan. The alley where Fang Yuan had vanished lacked surveillance cameras. Yet with the presence of cameras in surrounding blocks, he would inevitably be considered a primary suspect. Moreover, that woman, Jiang Yu, had her eyes on him. In such circumstances, he crossed paths with Zhao Mingqi. Without hesitation, Lin Yi booked a room at a nearby hotel, the reasons for which were all too clear. He lifted a hand to pinch Zhao Mingqi's slightly chubby chin, stating, "My mood hinges entirely on your performance. Do not repeat the mistakes of last time." Zhao Mingqi immediately understood that Lin Yi referred to the incident when she, alongside Gu Chen, had rendered him unconscious. A wave of anxiety washed over her. "Lin Yi, how can you ever forgive me?" Gazing into Lin Yi's somewhat teasing eyes, she instinctively grasped his thoughts. Wasn't he every man's mind preoccupied with that particular matter? Determined to cling to Lin Yi's coattails, she was resolute in her resolve. Then, under Lin Yi's astonished gaze, Zhao Mingqi tied her hair back and slowly lowered her head. Yet, in the next moment, she lifted her head again, a rosy blush adorning her cheeks. "Lin Yi, please feel free to unleash your desires upon me. Direct all the intensity you hold for tinting towards me." With that, Zhao Mingqi lunged at Lin Yi, akin to a ravenous wolf, leaving him no opportunity to react. It was said that Zhao Mingqi and Su Yuding were the campus beauties of Jiang University, a notion Lin Yi had always upheld, for he was acquainted with both. Their beauty and physique were undeniably captivating. Otherwise, Gu Chen would not have been so infatuated as to risk betrayal. At this moment, the ever-pure Zhao Mingqi displayed an unexpected intensity, leaving him utterly astonished. Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure clad in a delivery uniform emerged on the street below the hotel after several minutes. With a gaze fixated on the illuminated room on the second floor, the figure scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of onlookers, and prepared to enter the hotel. However, soon the sound of conversation drifted in. "Sister Jiangyu, the spring knife discovered at the scene can be confirmed as belonging to Fang Yuan through his fingerprints and the bloodstains on its surface. We have yet to ascertain his whereabouts," she reported. "What about the delivery person?" Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced at the lit window on the second floor. Her voice cold. "Do not tell me you still haven't located him. We have uncovered some clues and will soon." "All right, I understand." Jiang Yu pocketed her phone and scanned the deserted street before striding directly towards the hotel entrance. Gradually, tranquility reclaimed the street. In the shadows of the street corner, the man in the delivery uniform stepped out from the darkness, cast a glance in the direction Jiang Yu and her companions had vanished, and receded back into the shadows. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Yi reclined on the bed, savoring the tenderness Zhao Mingqi offered, feeling a peculiar sense of dissonance. He seemed to have changed. The apocalypse had subtly altered his psyche. Had it been before, he might have hesitated in the face of Zhao Mengqi's evident intentions. Yet now, his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Lin Yi, what I am trying to say is, Zhao Mengqi's voice trembled, her eyes clouded with desire. As if she sought to merge her essence with him. She was acutely aware that Lin Yi had recently ended his relationship with her close friend, Su Yuding, presenting her a prime opportunity to ascend. Without a hint of shame or boundaries, her only desire was for Lin Yi's wealth. Clearly, she had accomplished her objective. The next step was to ensnare him in her allure, a prospect in which she held immense confidence. In the next moment, Lin Yi abruptly sat up in bed. As an evolved being, his hearing had significantly enhanced, and in the stillness of the night, it sharpened further. He could distinctly hear footsteps passing by the door, only to retreat shortly after. The intruder was evidently cautious, deliberately muffling their steps upon returning. The delivery person, Lin Yi, mused silently. Fang Yuan's memories clearly indicated that he was not the one responsible for the explosion. Rather, it was someone else. The delivery person was undoubtedly a primary suspect. For a mere dish of vinegar, a feast of dumplings was prepared. To obliterate his home, an entire building was set ablaze. This reasoning was entirely plausible. As he pondered, Zhao Mengqi clung tightly to him. Allowing her to drape over him, Lin Yi subtly shifted backward and reached for his phone on the bedside. He glanced at the time before placing the phone back on the bed. The reason was simple. The door had swung open. Greetings. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. There is a matter I must discuss with you. Jiang Yu's voice suddenly ceased, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and addressed the personnel following her. There is no need for you here. Please expedite the identification of that delivery person. Very well, that will be the case. I shall take Lin Yi back. With that, Jiang Yu locked the door to the room and seated herself on a chair by the bed. She gazed at Lin Yi and the others, refraining from inquiring about Fang Yuan immediately. You may continue, she instructed. Lin Yi wore a perplexed expression and turned his head. Are you truly prepared to just watch from here? Jiang Yu nonchalantly nodded, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhao Mengqi. Do you really believe I have come to see you for no reason? Is an explanation necessary? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yu ought to have taken him to the police station for questioning. Her visit undoubtedly indicated that she had discovered his presence near the alley through surveillance footage. However, her unexpected demeanor left him somewhat bewildered. Zhao Mengqi appeared equally confused. Jiang Yu was dressed in casual attire. And given that she had not been seen at the police station, Zhao Mengqi, as a woman, could distinctly sense that she was inferior to the woman before her in both figure and beauty. If this woman had no ties to Lin Yi, she found it hard to believe. Lin Yi was hers. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not allow this woman to succeed tonight. Zhao Mengqi cast a malevolent glance at Jiang Yu before once again focusing her attention on Lin Yi. Chapter 103. Home again under attack. Targeted. Jiang Yu rose, casting a lingering glance at the two of them before saying lightly, Very well, I shall wait for you by the door. With a smile directed at them, she exited, locking the door behind her. The following morning, Lin Yi stretched languidly as he stepped out of his room. He had not taken Jiang Yu's words to heart. Summoning him to the police station for tea late at night seemed unnecessary. If his involvement in Fang Yuan's disappearance were confirmed, would they even need to inform him? That was improbable. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, Jiang Yu was not waiting at the door. The situation was not as grave as he had feared. In the dining area downstairs, he purchased several buns and a cup of soy milk, along with a set of jianbingguozi. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a police car parked at the hotel entrance. The driver's side door was ajar, and Chen Xishuan leaned against the door, seemingly having waited for a considerable time. Upon spotting Lin Yi emerge from the hotel, she approached him directly. Chen Xishuan addressed him forthrightly. Mr. Lin Yi, we require your assistance with an investigation. Please accompany me to the police station. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. May I inquire as to the reason? He feigned ignorance. Chen Xishuan scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe, smiling as she replied, I apologize, but I am unable to disclose that information at this time. You will naturally learn the details once we arrive at the police station. It was not their first encounter, and Lin Yi naturally sensed something unusual about Chen Xishuan. Although her demeanor was not overtly apparent, there lingered an air of schadenfreude. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi slightly furrowed his brow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, How is your mother faring? Chen Sichuan had just opened the car door when she noticed Lin Yi leaning in closer, a smile gracing his features. Get in. After gazing at Chen Sichuan for a couple of seconds, Lin Yi chuckled and effortlessly hopped into the vehicle, adding, no need to be tense. I'm merely expressing concern. A caretaker as diligent as you is a rarity. With a firm motion, he closed the door and reiterated, hurry up and get in. With a resounding thud, the door shut. Though obscured by the glass, Chen Sichuan's expression remained unreadable. Yet, the force with which she closed the door suggested her satisfaction. The journey passed in silence, and the police car halted before the precinct. If memory served correctly, this marked their fourth visit, a familiarity that had developed over time. Casting a glance at the recently opened glass doors, Lin Yi made his way directly to the interrogation room. Tang Ling and Gu Qingyan were also present, while Jiang Yu lounged in her chair, crossing her legs as she scrutinized the two women. It was evident that their gathering pertained to matters concerning Fang Yuan. However, Lin Yi was puzzled as to why these two women were involved. You've arrived, Jiang Yu remarked, tilting her head slightly. I thought you wouldn't show. Lin Yi bit into the pancake in his hand, offering the buns to Tang Ling and the others. He seated himself across from Jiang Yu, briefly scanning her elegantly proportioned legs. What brings you here? Jiang Yu frowned, tapping the table. Your home has been bombed again, just 45 minutes ago. Lin Yi was taken aback, his gaze shifting as he began to organize his tumultuous thoughts. According to the modern timeline, just a day prior, his residence had been destroyed, prompting him to spend over $1 million to acquire a similarly equipped dwelling. In less than 30 hours, was he being targeted? Jiang Yu pouted, then tossed several photographs into Lin Yi's hands. These images were obtained from surveillance. Both incidents of arson were perpetrated by the same delivery person. As of now, his whereabouts remain elusive. He is exceedingly cunning, never lingering in one location for more than an hour. However, based on the current leads, he may not be a citizen of Longhua. We need to ascertain whether you have provoked anyone you shouldn't have. Initially, Jiang Yu had not connected this incident to Lin Yi. The two cases involved the same delivery person igniting fires in buildings, with the sole commonality being that Lin Yi was a shared victim. During a conversation with the police chief, the topic of a cross-border investigation into missing persons was raised, to which Lin Yi responded with remarkable composure. The speaker may have been unaware, yet the listener took note. The chief praised Lin Yi's demeanor but discerned a crucial piece of information, the missing persons case. Wasn't Fang Yuan also mysteriously absent? Since Lin Yi is involved, he may indeed serve as the optimal point of breakthrough. Faced with Jiang Yu's skepticism, Lin Yi felt a hint of confusion. Initially, he suspected that it was due to Gu Chun. After all, that fellow appeared quite displeased with him, making this incident seem reasonable. However, based on Jiang Yu's deductions, the individual masquerading as a delivery person must undoubtedly hail from the United States. Within a mere 2 days, 2 separate attacks had occurred, sufficiently demonstrating their intent to eliminate him. The uncertainty lay in which faction they belonged to. The Black Wolf Gang? Yet, with their leader dispatched by Lin Yi and nearly all senior members simultaneously dealt with, this possibility could nearly be dismissed. What about the others? Henry? That too seemed implausible. The only entity that stirred a semblance of possibility in his mind was the Mike Group. As the foremost arms dealer in the United States, after the abduction of Henry's daughter, they had engaged in negotiations between both parties. By rescuing Henry's daughter, did he not inadvertently attract their ire? Of course, this remained mere speculation. In Lin Yi's view, perhaps it was time to acquire another property. If they intended to bomb, then let them do so. Lure them out and apprehend them. Lin Yi articulated his thoughts. As his words echoed, the individuals in the interrogation room collectively gasped in shock. Was he not akin to a living embodiment of the King of Hell? The disguised delivery person was not solely fixated on Lin Yi's apartment. The entire building's residents would be imperiled. There was no necessity for such drastic measures. It was truly unwarranted. Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, placing her elegantly poised legs on the ground, and solemnly declared, the idea is commendable, but it is unfeasible. She dusted off non-existent specks from her skirt, rose from her seat, and strolled toward the window, leaving Lin Yi with only her silhouette. What then? For the time being, we shall proceed as such. I will contact you promptly with any developments. Jiang Yu, still facing away from Lin Yi, replied casually. Lin Yi sighed, fixating on the photograph on the table, attempting to find a familiar visage within his memories. Regrettably, he found none. It was clear to him that the disguised delivery person was at least of assassin caliber. How could the ruffians of the Black Wolf Gang possibly recognize such a figure? After finishing his pancake, Lin Yi slowly rose from his seat and inquired, "Can we leave now?" Jiang Yu offered no response, merely raising her hand and gesturing for them to exit, her back turned to the group. Seeing this, Lin Yi chose not to press further and departed the interrogation room under the guidance of the police. His intuition suggested that he would frequent this place in the future. Thus his heart remained unperturbed. He began to contemplate the purchase of another house. He would capture that delivery person himself. Upon exiting the police station, Gu Qingyan's expression remained fraught with concern. Once they were alone, she approached Lin Yi, wrapped her arms around his, and whispered, "Lin Yi, I suspect that delivery person is from the United States." Chapter 104. I have a plan. Gazing into Gu Qingyan's clear eyes, Lin Yi surmised that she must possess some crucial information. After a brief interlude, they arrived at a restaurant and ascended to a private room on the second floor. Lin Yi remarked, "You may speak now." Gu Qingyan nodded and settled beside him, her lips barely moving as she earnestly endeavored to clarify that this matter bore no relation to the Gu group, while simultaneously analyzing Lin Yi's current predicament from another perspective. The initial explosion could have been attributed to mere chance, yet how was it possible that the adversary was aware of Lin Yi's second property acquisition? Such a coincidence seemed implausible. In her view, Lin Yi might have been equipped with some form of tracking device. Concurrently, the sudden influx of substantial funds into Lin Yi's account, originating from the beautiful nation, was an undeniable fact. Lin Yi was aware, as was Gu Qingyan, and likely even Jiang Yu. This was no secret, although it was not explicitly stated. The emergence of the assassin was inextricably linked to the individual behind the billions of funds. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was acutely aware of his worth to Henry. Once their agreement was solidified, Henry would ascend to become the foremost arms dealer in the beautiful nation, yielding profits far exceeding mere billions, potentially hundreds of billions, or even thousands. Given Henry's acumen, it was improbable that he would allow such a reckless act to transpire. Frustrated, Lin Yi reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling above. A trip to the beautiful nation was necessary, under the radar, entirely unnoticed. He turned to Gu Qingyan and inquired, "I possess a particular skill that necessitates a helicopter. Is there a way to procure one?" "A helicopter?" Gu Qingyan echoed, intrigued. Lin Yi's eyes sparked with a glimmer as he reiterated, "Yes, a helicopter. Can you guess why I require one?" Suddenly enlightened, Gu Qingyan discerned his intentions through his expression. A helicopter would facilitate his journey to the beautiful nation without the cumbersome boarding procedures, thereby eliminating the possibility of unexpected interruptions during transit. Concealed assassins would remain oblivious to his whereabouts, and by the time they realized his departure, he would have already addressed the looming crisis. "Brilliant. Truly brilliant," Gu Qingyan declared. "I will personally ensure the helicopter is arranged. You shall see it by tomorrow morning." Lin Yi smiled, drawing Gu Qingyan into an embrace. "I knew this minor detail would pose no challenge for you, General Gu. Shall we return home then?" He playfully tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, inhaling its fragrance before turning to Tang Ling. "I shall prepare dinner myself. I trust you are familiar with my culinary skills. And you too, Boss Tang." Ignoring the two who were blushing profusely, Lin Yi rose and made his way to the front desk of the restaurant. "Good day. I have an urgent matter and must depart. Please settle the bill for room 201 upstairs," Lin Yi said, placing his hands on the counter amicably. The attendant smiled and inquired, "May I ask if you ordered any services, beverages, or dishes?" It was not that she insisted on posing such inquiries. Rather, it was due to the fact that the consumption list for room 201 was utterly devoid of entries. In other words, Lin Yi and his companions had merely occupied a seat upstairs for a brief moment, ordering nothing at all. There was no bill presented. Such a scenario had never occurred before. At this early hour, the flow of guests was not particularly overwhelming. This would not significantly impact the establishment's business. Yet since they were present, he had no intention of being a freeloader. Noticing the front desk's awkward demeanor, Lin Yi candidly replied, "No, but I can offer some compensation." He placed his phone on the counter. The amount was inconsequential. He merely sought to minimize any inconvenience. Just as he finished speaking, the front desk manager, who had been idly scrolling through his phone, approached with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, sir, but this does not align with our regulations." Lin Yi tapped his fingers on the surface, inquiring, "What are your regulations then? Am I not allowed to leave even if I offer payment?" "You must purchase a service here. Otherwise, we cannot permit your departure," the front desk manager insisted stubbornly. Lin Yi glanced at him, hesitating to voice his thoughts. I mentioned I would pay. The manager, unwavering under Lin Yi's gaze, reiterated, this is the rule. Lin Yi sighed, feeling somewhat defeated by the man. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the fridge and approached the front desk once more, asking, what about now? No, came the curt response. Lin Yi was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, even contemplating the notion of eliminating the front desk manager. Yet, in this modern age, such thoughts were futile. Taking a moment to compose himself, Lin Yi patiently asked, could you please explain to me what services I need to purchase? The front desk manager smirked, picking up a menu and tossing it onto the counter before Lin Yi. You must order beverages and at least 3 other dishes. The total must not be less than 200, or you shall not leave. After stating this, he stood aside, eyeing Lin Yi with disdain. At that moment, having waited for Lin Yi's return for quite some time, Gu Qingyan and Tang Ling descended from upstairs. The front desk manager's attention was immediately drawn to the 2 women, particularly when he recognized Gu Qingyan, whose presence instantly elicited a sycophantic smile. He hurriedly approached, beaming. Ah, Ms. Gu, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. What seems to be the issue here? Gu Qingyan inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Just someone here to dine who is unwilling to pay, the front desk manager replied respectfully. Lin Yi was witnessing such a rapid change in demeanor for the first time. Is this reasonable? However, with the 2 women arriving from upstairs, they could potentially alleviate some of the troubles. Yet, before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, the front desk manager interjected, glaring at him. No more chatter. If you don't spend at least 200, you won't be leaving today. It was a blatant display of preferential treatment. Nevertheless, upon seeing Lin Yi's displeased expression, Gu Qingyan's playful spirit ignited. She linked arms with Tang Ling and approached the front desk, maintaining a certain distance from Lin Yi. The front desk manager remained oblivious to their connection while simultaneously being able to discern every muscle twitch on Lin Yi's face. Gu Qingyan smiled softly, saying, so that's how it is. You all carry on with your tasks. There's no need to concern yourselves with us. Although her expression was quite casual, Lin Yi immediately grasped her underlying sentiment. All right. Gu Qingyan, you heartless woman, how dare you treat me this way? Lin Yi transformed into a dramatic character, pulling Tang Ling into his embrace and indignantly declaring, I have already given you Tang, yet you allow me to be bullied. With a sudden flick of his wrist, he struck the bewildered front desk manager. A sharp crack echoed as the manager was sent flying, even having withheld some force. He soared through the air for several meters before crashing into the large glass door at the entrance, barely coming to a halt. Upon raising his head, his face had swollen to that of a pig's head. Chapter 105. Congratulations, I am that trouble. The following morning, Lin Yi emerged from the hotel, his face radiating contentment as he made his way to the small outdoor airport near the Gu family estate, the only private airport under the Gu group. Gu Qingyan had meticulously arranged everything, dismissing all present staff and temporarily lending him a helicopter. Lin Yi, you finally arrived. I've temporarily disabled the surveillance here. Unless something unexpected occurs, someone will soon discover this. Inside the helicopter, all necessary items had been prepared, save for weapons. Just a note, this aircraft is my private property. If you damage it, the parts will be hard to procure. Of course, my primary concern is your safety. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, Gu Qingyan inundated him with instructions, explaining various aspects to help him become more familiar with the helicopter. Lin Yi understood her intentions. Though he could purchase a helicopter, time was of the essence. And being a newly wealthy individual, he had no one willing to sell him one. Furthermore, this journey was fraught with peril, with the constant risk of crashing. In other words, while flying within the Dragon Kingdom was legal, entering Beautiful Country would be considered smuggling. If the authorities in Beautiful Country were to spot a helicopter clandestinely crossing the border, their first thought would undoubtedly be to shoot it down. Lin Yi was even less inclined to reveal his identity. Very well, let us proceed according to our prior plan. You two will stay at the police station for a few days. Even that arrogant fellow wouldn't dare to bomb a police station. It seemed Jiang Yu would soon arrive, offering a chance for a convenient ride. Thus, after a brief admonition to the 2 women, Lin Yi boarded the helicopter. As he took the controls for the first time, gazing at the complex array of buttons, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he was filled with eagerness. The reason was simple: memories from a body once consumed. Soon, the aircraft ascended into the sky, until it vanished completely into the clouds. A police car approached the original airport. Jiang Yu descended the stairs, her gaze intensely fixed upon the two women. "Ladies, might I inquire if you are aware of Lin Yi's whereabouts? We have received reports alleging that he has assaulted another individual, and we need to bring him in for questioning." Clutching the mobile phone that Lin Yi had left behind, both women replied in unison, "We are not sure." Jiang Yu paid no heed to their response. She cast a fleeting glance at the clouds above and remarked lightly, "In that case, I kindly ask you both to accompany me for an investigation." 2 days later, she mused, "These individuals truly possess an abundance of patience. They have finally departed." A ripple disrupted the calm surface of the sea, and as waves splashed, a head emerged from the water. The figure was none other than Lin Yi, his handsome face marred by bitterness as water cascaded over his robust physique. He had underestimated the gravity of his audacious attempt to cross borders, and trouble had found him shortly after entering foreign waters. Several helicopters brimming with ammunition had appeared, surrounding him ominously. Without even a mobile phone to identify himself, he could hardly provide any explanation. With no other option, he plunged into the sea, diving 100 meters deep, with land hundreds of nautical miles away. The act of an ordinary person entering the ocean was akin to a death sentence. He had hoped that remaining submerged would prompt the aircraft to leave. But to his dismay, they provided him no such reprieve, hovering above for a full 2 hours. Reluctantly, Lin Yi continued to swim beneath the surface. When he felt the strain of his breath, he would return to the depths, recalibrating his breathing before once again submerging. After several such cycles, he finally managed to reach the shoreline. Emerging from the water, he changed into dry clothes and stepped onto the beach. It was summer, and the shore was dotted with many tourists enjoying the seaside, creating a vibrant panorama. The beach, the water, and the sun umbrellas all contributed to a scene filled with beauty. The openness of the area was palpable, with suggestive videos proliferating on social media. However, Lin Yi remained somewhat impervious to this allure. He noted that Anaya, Aaliyah, Ling Laoyi, and Hui Qinglan would easily overshadow over 90% of the beauties present. He brushed aside thoughts of pursuing romantic interests. His purpose for being here was to uncover the individuals responsible for the attack on his home. Once the trouble was resolved, he could seek companionship later. With no leads, no knowledge of his surroundings, and without a mobile phone, there was much to be done. The only solace was his fluency in the local language, significantly alleviating his most pressing concerns. Gratitude was due to Kulong. As Lin Yi pondered, he found himself unknowingly at the heart of the beach, near a small vehicle adorned with a white canvas canopy. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The proprietor, a man with the visage of a Dragon Kingdom native, spoke with a fluent accent of his homeland. Encountering a fellow countryman in this foreign land stirred excitement within Lin Yi, though he maintained a calm demeanor. "I require a mobile phone and a SIM card. Could you direct me to where I might procure these?" he inquired. The owner shifted his gaze from a distant beauty back to Lin Yi and replied, "I can provide those for you here. The process is straightforward, but the card will only function within this city. Essentially, it is what is referred to as a black card." He continued, "During my school days, such items were commonly available at nearby convenience stores. After usage, one merely discards it, split in two and tossed into the trash." "How much does it cost?" Lin Yi asked. The owner beamed with a sincere smile. "Not expensive. Given that you are a compatriot, I'll offer you a discount. Others would pay $250. I will charge you $200. One could not help but commend the owner for his shrewdness. Lin Yi, indifferent to whether he was being taken advantage of, promptly produced the money. "Here are €200. No need for change." "You are generous. It is refreshing to conduct business with a fellow countryman." The owner's expression momentarily faltered before he quickly regained his composure, flashing a broader smile. He retrieved a black SIM card and a brand new mobile phone from his vehicle. "That will be $1,300. Let me calculate the equivalent in euros." He then pulled out his second-hand domestic phone to perform the calculations. With a sigh, Lin Yi placed €1,300 on the counter, unbothered by the source of the funds. The proprietor's eyes widened in astonishment as he swiftly accepted the euros and handed the phone to Lin Yi. "Friend, your generosity is truly remarkable. However, allow me to offer a word of caution, shared only with compatriots. It is advisable to refrain from using euros for purchases at this time due to potential money laundering concerns. I have heard that a large quantity of euros has surfaced in the beautiful country, and someone seems to be targeting the source. There are even whispers of hired assassins seeking this individual." Chapter 106. The food truck version of Speed and Passion? Listening to the owner's account, Lin Yi surmised that someone was indeed conspiring against him, further validating the earlier disturbances regarding his properties in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, he remained perplexed. How could a formidable arms dealer fail to manage a few €100 million? Lin Yi nodded in appreciation toward the owner. If that is the case, may I inquire your name, so that we may address each other properly in future encounters? The owner interjected, noting Lin Yi's momentary hesitation. It appears you will be residing in the beautiful country for quite some time. Once your SIM card is depleted, come find me for a replacement at a discounted rate. At this, Lin Yi raised his hand. Fang Yuan, Xiao Shan. The two shook hands, completely unaware that one of them was using an alias. As the two individuals released their grip, Lin Yi prepared to depart from the scene, intent on leveraging the clue he had acquired. With several million euros still in the vicinity, crafting a bait would be a rather effortless endeavor. Luring the snake from its hole, capturing the turtle in the urn, the mantis catching the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait, the truth would inevitably surface. Regrettably, he had scarcely taken a few steps when the sharp crack of a gunshot shattered his plans. In the beautiful country, gunfire is not uncommon. Yet the issue lay in the fact that this was a crowded beach, leaving everyone uncertain as to which unfortunate soul would be the next target of fate. In this free and beautiful land, gunfights occur daily. Instantly, chaos erupted across the beach. While Lin Yi remained composed, others scattered in panic. Some attempted to retrieve firearms concealed within their clothing, but before they could reach their destination, they were mercilessly gunned down by masked assailants. Hurry, hurry! Don't let that guy escape. He is likely right here, exclaimed one of the assailants. For billions, what a few lives. He laughed. Haha. Leave that little girl to me. I plan to indulge tonight. Amidst the raucous laughter of the assailants, Lin Yi was astonished to realize that they might have come specifically for him. Casting a glance skyward, he pondered whether they were utilizing satellite tracking, as it was inexplicable how they had been discovered less than an hour after landing. How could he possibly navigate this predicament? It was unfathomable, truly unfathomable. The cries of the distressed continued, but the unfolding events were aligning with his expectations. Although these individuals were ostensibly engaged in murder, they were predominantly hurting the crowd. Or rather, they were searching for him. Without hesitation, Lin Yi decided to flee, resolving to find another location to confront these assailants later. He recognized that in this modern and beautiful country, discretion was paramount. He turned and followed the throngs in a shared flight, his enhanced speed allowing him to outpace the others. One by one, he surpassed individuals of varying ages and appearances, from bikini-clad beauties to elderly men and boys, with no concern for being caught. As he fled, he even found a moment to appreciate the graceful movements of the lovely women around him. After approximately 2 minutes, Lin Yi found himself at the forefront of the fleeing crowd, only to be met by another wave of panicked individuals. Not only from behind, but in front of him. Armed assailants had also materialized in the area where vehicles were parked, creating a daunting encirclement. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Was this escalating to the point where he would be compelled to unleash violence? Help! Help me! Just as he prepared to reveal himself, a figure abruptly lunged into his arms. It was a Caucasian girl, her curly, white hair cascading around her face. While her beauty was not striking, she would certainly score an admirable 80 out of 100. With an exquisite figure, she exuded a certain charm reminiscent of a spirited young woman from his homeland. Certainly, merely casting a glance did not pique Lin Yi's interest significantly. Before confronting the individual concealed behind the scenes, it was impossible to place oneself in jeopardy. Should he break through or not? An increasing number of individuals began to be driven to this location, leaving him with no choice but to conceal his identity. Lin Yi retrieved a mask from his pocket, affixed it to his face, and navigated through the panicked crowd, directing his gaze toward the gathering mob. Suddenly, a food truck burst forth from behind, halting abruptly as its door was forcefully kicked open. Brother, get in the car. Lin Yi glanced back, recognizing Xiao Shan. Don't dawdle. Fang Yuan, escaping is our priority. We are far more perilous than these white folks. Lin Yi understood that Fang Yuan referred to him. Indeed, this was the most prudent method to depart without revealing his identity. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he propelled himself off the ground and leaped into the truck's interior. At the same moment, a white woman dashed into the truck as well. As for the others, they attempted to enter but were unceremoniously kicked out by Xiao Shan, who promptly shut the door behind him. Damn it! Everyone wants to board. How can I possibly escape? Just look at yourselves. He bellowed. Get the hell out of my way, or I'll run you over. Amidst his tirade, Xiao Shan accelerated towards the sparse direction of the assailants. Some attempted to halt the vehicle, but upon witnessing the food truck barreling through, even colliding with several individuals, they instinctively made way. After the trio burst forth from the beach, the pursuing mob realized someone had escaped and immediately dispatched two of their own. Two of you. Chase that vehicle. The rest, continue searching for that kid. We cannot allow him to escape. In a narrow alley, Xiao Shan instructed, buckle up. The road ahead is treacherous. I'm about to step on it. He glanced at Lin Yi and the woman in the rearview mirror before pressing down on the accelerator, surging the food truck's speed to a new level. There are no seats here. Where would the seatbelts come from? Lin Yi remarked. Right, this is a food truck. The white woman chimed in. Xiao Shan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and muttered, just be cautious. The pursuers are closing in on us, and we must shake them off. Let me show you what it means to be the god of breakfast trucks. He roared, plunging deeper into the narrow alley. The uneven ground caused the truck's surrounding signs to scrape against the walls, emitting a cacophony of screeches. Inside, the chaos was palpable, with sandwiches, salad dressings, fries, and burgers flying about. Lin Yi truly experienced the thrill and speed of a food truck. At last, the relentless pursuers were completely blocked by the constricted streets, vanishing from sight. After traversing for over 10 minutes and confirming they had successfully evaded their pursuers, the food truck reemerged onto a spacious highway, the interior gradually stabilizing. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Yi, benefiting from the advantage of evolution, held his fingers on the edge of the dining car's window frame, unaffected by the trembling vehicle. Meanwhile, the Caucasian beauty clung to him as if he were her lifeline. Now that the road conditions had improved, her attachment posed no issue. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Yi remarked, Miss, might you consider releasing your hold on me? Upon hearing this, the Caucasian beauty loosened her grip, then lifted her hand to caress his face before planting a profound kiss upon him. Chapter 107. Are we filming a movie? 10 minutes elapsed, and Lin Yi opened his eyes to behold the lovely visage mere inches away, plunging him into deep perplexity. Is this truly so heartfelt? Has it been 10 minutes already? Is she addicted? In stark contrast to Lin Yi's bewilderment, Xiao Shan was genuinely flabbergasted. He pursed his lips and hesitantly interjected, could you two perhaps refrain from such displays? Must I really drive while you engage in this? Lin Yi immediately raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, indicating he was a victim of circumstance. In truth, he hadn't even had the chance to speak, and he harbored suspicions that they were indeed filming a movie. Surely, one could not save a life and subsequently fall deeply in love, offering oneself in return. After all, there were no cameras around, were there? Lost in thought, the Caucasian beauty released her hands, her amber eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi. I am Harry, she declared, rising slowly from the ground and extending her hand behind her. With a crisp metallic sound, her garments slipped away, revealing her figure without reservation. Lin Yi was taken aback. It appeared she was genuinely offering herself. Enough. Is there no sense of humanity left? Do you care nothing for my feelings as the driver? He exclaimed in frustration. I shouldn't have rescued you. Xiao Shan, unable to contain his irritation, opened the car door, grabbed his bag, and strode away toward the unfinished building ahead, angrily clutching a stone along the roadside. Watching Xiao Shan's retreating figure, Lin Yi sighed deeply. Before long, he disembarked from the dining car and began walking in the direction Xiao Shan had taken, with Harry trailing behind him. In reality, the buildings surrounding them were far more desolate than Lin Yi had envisioned. Indeed, they were bleak. Xiao Shan's destination was not the structure before them, but rather a building further back, the specifics of which Lin Yi was uncertain. As they meandered through this labyrinthine environment, it became disorienting enough to ensnare anyone. Were it not for Xiao Shan leading the way, Lin Yi might have found himself going in circles. I say, are we not yet at your home? He inquired. Not far now, Xiao Shan responded, glancing back at the two before continuing onward. His decision to accompany Xiao Shan stemmed, in part, from recognizing the man's distinctiveness. While others fled, he was the first to contemplate driving away. A simple truth emerged, in the face of life and death. Such foresight was a testament to his exceptional nature. Hurry up. 3 individuals emerged from the rear entrance of a dilapidated and abandoned building complex, greeted by the sight of several aged residential blocks. As Xiao Shan remarked, there were numerous routes to traverse this area, and driving was quite convenient. However, the primary intention was to elude any potential pursuers. Lin Yi expressed his understanding of this necessity. Ultimately, the trio entered the residential complex and ascended to a third-floor apartment. Lin Yi cast a cursory glance at the interior decor when Xiao Shan's voice chimed in. This apartment belongs to an elderly gentleman downstairs. He recently embarked on a trip, and he asked me to look after his place. You may stay here for the time being. Just remember not to make too much of a mess. Feel free to check the refrigerator for anything to eat. There are no restrictions, as the old man instructed. My home is right next door, so if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Xiao Shan took a few steps back, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he reached for the light switch on the wall, revealing a look of resignation in his eyes. Perhaps what he was about to say held little significance, yet he still hoped that this foreign lady would grant him the opportunity for a shared dinner. Lin Yi felt no aversion to this notion. The woman he had met barely half a day ago rendered him somewhat uneasy. Her demeanor seemed overly forward, as though she were intent on fully consuming him. Standing nearby, Lin Yi turned to Harry with a smile. Xiao Shan is extending an invitation, at the very least. Offer him a response. Harry nodded, releasing Lin Yi's arm and swiftly making her way to the door. She cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Shan before shoving him lightly in the chest. You out. Xiao Shan displayed a look of surprise, but before he could utter another word, Harry had already closed the door behind her and switched off the light. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness, with the setting sun casting a warm glow upon Harry's fair visage, lending her an enchanting blush. Lin Yi then observed her approaching him. No, more accurately, she lunged toward him, colliding with his frame. You, Harry noted Lin Yi's slightly uncomfortable expression, her eyes flickering, and then she quickly grasped his hand, leading him into an adjacent room. Now, it is just the two of us, without that dampening fellow to interrupt. She released Lin Yi's hand, seemingly struck by a thought, and hastened to the door to lock it before turning back to enter the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within. The bathroom door remained ajar, and the alluring scene left Lin Yi momentarily speechless. This was not a film. Who would believe it? It had barely been 2 hours since their first encounter, and even Harry did not know his name. What do you intend to do? Lin Yi murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the bathroom door, fully absorbed in her every movement. Can you truly discern my intentions? Are you not a man? Harry replied, her tone laced with intrigue. Her gaze lingered on Lin Yi for 2 seconds before she beckoned him with a subtle gesture and turned away. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a hint of provocation from a woman for the first time. Just wait. Bang. The bathroom door slammed shut. 2 hours later, Harry finally endured the prolonged agony. Fortunately, Lin Yi had fallen asleep. Her efforts were not in vain. May you sleep soundly until dawn. With that thought, Harry quietly climbed up and positioned herself over Lin Yi's face. Once she confirmed that he was indeed asleep, she hesitated no longer, swiftly grasped her clothes, gently closed the door, and departed the room. It was not until the sound of a door shutting echoed at the entrance of the building that Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the door, then at the dimly lit night outside, a flicker of confusion rising within him. Out at this hour? Hungry? Hadn't he just eaten? Or was it something else? Suddenly, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled slightly as he lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! Immediately, a gray silhouette appeared around the once empty balcony, its size no larger than a palm. Yet, as it emerged, the cacophony of cicadas ceased in an instant. The surrounding atmosphere grew eerily silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, open the door, hurry! Xiao Shan, seated on the sofa engrossed in his phone, felt a rush of excitement upon hearing the knocking. When he opened the door and found Harry standing there, he could no longer conceal his delight. How did it go? Is Lin Yi the owner of those euros? Chapter 108. If it's a performance, I shall join you. Do you not care what I have endured? Harry leaned against the wall, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Shan. She pushed past him, who was blocking the doorway, and walked into the room. Don't just stand there, close the door. Are you not afraid he'll wake up and discover me here? There'll be no way to explain. Xiao Shan sighed in relief. He had almost thought Harry would swallow that fortune on her own. In the black market, someone had offered 100 million for the identity of the Euro-S owner. Whoever could deliver that person would be rewarded with a fortune. Moreover, to expedite the search for Lin Yi, any information regarding his whereabouts would yield a reward of 500,000 once verified. That was 500,000. He had merely made a phone call and could have gained that sum for nothing. Of course, this was contingent upon confirming that Lin Yi was indeed the individual in question. Speak quickly. There's no need to rush. What I am more curious about is why you chose to save him. Harry replied leisurely, her gaze on Xiao Shan tinged with peculiarity. The original plan was for her to intercept Lin Yi, feigning ignorance as a panicked rescuer. Once Lin Yi was captured, it would undoubtedly be him. Her remuneration was not merely 500,000, but rather 5 million. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshan smiled, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. For what she desired was neither 500,000 nor 5 million, but a staggering 100 million. In other words, he regretted it. 500,000 was far too meager. Allowing those individuals to capture Lin Yi would only net him that paltry sum. Were he to personally deliver Lin Yi to the bounty issuer, he would surely secure at least 50 million, if not the entirety. 100 million? Harry's eyes brightened with surprise, and she chuckled. I didn't realize you had such aspirations, Xiaoshan. In that moment, her perception of Xiaoshan was once again transformed. How had she not considered this? Although Lin Yi had not acknowledged his identity under her subtle inquiries, both were acutely aware that he indeed was Lin Yi. However, if Xiaoshan could entertain such thoughts, why could she, Harry, not do the same? With this in mind, she beckoned him closer. Come here, and I shall share my thoughts. All right, Xiaoshan responded with a smile. Unbeknownst to them, a diminutive figure lay concealed by the window. Its emerald eyes fixated intently upon them. It was Sang Biao. Meanwhile, in Lin Yi's chamber, he lay with eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. The situation had suddenly grown intriguing. He wished to observe a while longer. He had not anticipated the capabilities of the tool to be so formidable. The system claimed it could share vision, and perhaps due to the mutated little raccoon, its abilities had expanded. Not only vision, but even hearing. Sang Biao, crouched at the window, was akin to his eyes and ears, perceiving every movement and sound with pristine clarity. Through fragments of conversation, he discerned that the two were not mere chance acquaintances fleeing together. The events of the day were not coincidental, but rather inevitable. Just as he sought to glean more information from their dialogue regarding the individual who had fixated on him, undoubtedly linked to the delivery person who had caused chaos in his home, a phone's ring interrupted the trio. Hello. Yes, I'll be there shortly. No problem, it's him. Tomorrow, I shall personally bring him. He won't escape. Rest assured, my demands remain unchanged, and I hope you won't retract your agreement. Of course, I do not possess such an insatiable appetite. I know I cannot consume 100 million, but I demand my rightful portion, not a penny less. Ultimately, Xiaoshan ended the call, casting a lingering glance at Harry's figure, her eyes tinged with a hint of regret. You should return. Remember, by any means necessary. Ensure he does not escape. Tomorrow, the reward will be in our hands. With that, she swiftly turned and made her way toward the door. From Sang Biao's perspective, he observed Xiaoshan descend the stairs and ride away from the community on her bicycle. Harry rose from the sofa and slowly approached the window, gazing thoughtfully into the pitch-black sky outside. She stood there for quite some time, while Sang Biao observed her in silence. During this period, Harry remained oblivious to the zombie lurking in the corner of the windowsill until she finally closed the window. Why bother with such thoughts? Shaking her head, she turned and returned to the room where Lin Yi was. Cautiously, she opened the door and closed it behind her. The moment she caught sight of Lin Yi's somewhat steady breathing, the anxiety in her heart gradually dissipated, and she quietly slipped back into bed. Every movement of hers was noted by Lin Yi through Sang Biao's watchful gaze. As he pondered whether this woman might draw a knife from behind and plunge it into him, he was taken aback by her unexpected calmness. Gradually, the sound of her soft breathing filled the room. She had fallen asleep. Was there something amiss in the development of this situation? Was it reasonable? In the dim room, Lin Yi gazed at her delicate face, recalling the conversation between the two next door, which clearly indicated that she had set her sights on him. If it weren't for Sang Biao, he might still be in the dark. Wouldn't it be unreasonable not to collect some interest? You better not be pretending to sleep. Just wait a moment, and I will take it as you woke me up. Lin Yi mused silently. The play must continue, and interest must be reclaimed. Half an hour later, Harry shifted slightly, her eyes sparkling as they focused on the window. With the prospect of acquiring 100 million looming near, her excitement was palpable, especially knowing that the sum lay beside her, making sleep impossible. Coincidentally, her arm rested upon Lin Yi. A soft murmur escaped Lin Yi's lips, akin to a sound made by someone just awakening, lost in a daze. She paid it no mind, continuing to contemplate how to spend the 100 million. In the next moment, a hand rested upon her. This night was destined to be sleepless. The following day, Lin Yi was roused by a persistent knocking at the door. Who was it, so early in the morning? Glancing at the clock, he noted it was barely 9 o'clock, and he wished to steal a few more moments of sleep. However, the incessant knocking left him no opportunity to do so. With that, his sleepiness vanished, and he stretched comfortably, turning to head towards the bathroom for a cold shower. Afterward, he opened the door. "Lin, you've finally awakened. I have good news for you. Yesterday, I reached out to some contacts and discovered who those people from yesterday were. Since it's your first time in this beautiful country, you're evidently a bit unfamiliar with it. I know a gang leader who is also an old customer of mine. What do you say? Come with me to meet him. With someone watching over us, we need not fear those people causing us trouble again." Chapter 109. Sang Biao. Just a one-time demonstration. Pay attention. Listening to Xiao Shan, it was clear that their excuses were hastily concocted and riddled with flaws. A discerning individual would immediately discern the myriad flaws within, suggesting that it is certainly not born of good intentions. However, accompanied by his anxious demeanor, one cannot help but ponder whether Xiao Shan genuinely seeks to assist Lin Yi in resolving his predicament. The counterfeit is easily identifiable, yet the absurdity of the deception compels contemplation of its authenticity. Lin Yi conceded that had he not overheard the conversation between the two the previous night, he might have indeed followed Xiao Shan. Nonetheless, he must proceed now, with the awareness that the other party is overtly intent on ensnaring him. He is resolute in willingly stepping into the trap, perhaps the swiftest means to resolve the issue at hand. One might inquire about danger, however, it is non-existent. Should a mere first-tier challenge arise, he may as well cease to exist. Lin Yi feigned a contemplative expression. After a brief pause, he continued, "Then I must trouble you, Brother Xiao Shan, to guide me on when we shall depart and what preparations are necessary." Xiao Shan responded with a smile, assuring him that they could leave immediately, stating, "Brother Lin Yi, this matter shall rest upon my shoulders. You merely need to accompany me to familiarize yourself." He cast a casual glance toward the bedroom, feigning nonchalance. "But what of the Caucasian beauty? Why has she not made an appearance?" Lin Yi replied with a smile. "She is asleep, having not rested throughout the night. She is likely fatigued and may take some time to awaken." At this, Xiao Shan felt a pang of anxiety, his countenance momentarily clouded. Could it be that something had been uncovered? Lin Yi's demeanor remained entirely unaffected, giving no indication of any prior knowledge. To be prudent, Xiao Shan resolved to verify the situation, ensuring he was prepared should any developments arise. He then chuckled, "May I take a glance?" "Certainly." Upon reaching the bedroom door, he discovered that Harry was unharmed, merely in slumber, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Soon after, the two departed the community, with Xiao Shan escorting Lin Yi to a CAF. They ascended to the second floor, each ordering a cup of coffee. "Good day, your coffee has been prepared. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to summon me." "All right, thank you." Once the server had vacated, Xiao Shan glanced at Lin Yi before lowering his gaze to his phone. His fingers danced across the screen before he eventually set the device aside. "They are occupied with a matter and may be delayed for a while. I kindly ask for your patience, Brother Lin Yi." "I have no objections," Lin Yi replied casually, his attention entirely diverted from Xiao Shan, calmly observing the world beyond the window. The view was splendid, allowing him to clearly perceive the pedestrians and vehicles traversing outside. He could even hear the distant melodies emanating from the shop speakers. "You love me. I love you," the vast expanse of the horizon. Lin Yi smirked slightly. Is it not a matter of coincidence? This CAF is but 2 blocks away from the hotel where Cologne met his demise. Everything feels as if it transpired only yesterday. Cologne was slain by the Black Wolf gang, and as a consequence, he obliterated nearly the entire organization. It has been scarcely 2 months since then. Everything hinges on strength. The power granted by the first tier 10 allows him to face the impending force with equanimity. What awaits him this time? In the midst of contemplation, his heart inexplicably faltered for a moment. A sense of danger was triggered. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply, while simultaneously, his mood lightened slightly. This threat was not lethal. Just as the essence of danger perception suggests, awareness arises only in the presence of peril. It does not imply that danger lurks nearby, but rather that someone may pose a threat through their actions, prompting a warning. One potential source of danger loomed: a gun. Here in the United States, the presence of firearms is commonplace, but aiming one at him is simply unacceptable. Although the individual in the distance was well concealed, it did not mean that Lin Yi was oblivious to their presence. On the contrary, it was all too clear. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, hoping they would continue to focus on him, allowing them to witness the grand surprise he had in store. With his thumb and forefinger crossed, He formed a heart gesture towards the distant skyscraper, while his other hand snapped his fingers lightly. On the rooftop of a building 1,500 meters away from the CAF where Lin Yi resided, a sniper was momentarily stunned by the absurdity of the scene through his scope. Did he spot us? But that's 1,500 meters away. Coincidence, perhaps, after all. There was a beautiful woman peeking out from the opposite building, a rather feeble attempt at flirtation. Damn it, have you forgotten our mission? The employer instructed us to keep an eye on that individual, and yet, you find yourself distracted by a woman? What is it to you, Bichi? The two, both renowned snipers in their field, had initially harbored some rivalry, subtly contemplating a contest of skills. Especially since both had been approached by the employer with the directive to incapacitate Lin Yi, igniting their competitive spirits further. Note that the task was to injure, not kill. At first, they had approached the assignment with reluctance, unwilling to accept it. However, the employer's generous compensation swayed them, compelling them to reluctantly form a temporary partnership. Amidst their quarrel, they failed to notice a small figure stealthily emerging from the window of the CAF where Lin Yi was situated. The creature was so diminutive that, even in the bustling streets, no one paid it much heed, dismissing it as merely a larger rat. At that moment, the small rodent made its way along the wall, arriving not far behind them. Hey, I'll keep an eye on the employer's crew. They want to arrive for a while. You can watch me while I head to the restroom. The individual casually remarked, not waiting for a response as he leaned his sniper rifle against the rooftop. Upon turning around, he was met with the sight of a palm-sized tabby cat from the Dragon Kingdom. Guess what I stumbled upon? A Dragon Kingdom tabby cat. I've heard these cats are quite wild. Let us see what the fuss is about. With that, he momentarily abandoned his restroom plans. Crouching down slightly to draw his handgun from his waist, with measured calmness, he affixed the silencer, aiming for the head of the menacing beast. Come here, dear, he beckoned, or else I shall treat you to some peanuts. A cruel smile emerged from beneath the assassin's mask as he gestured invitingly towards the creature. Observing this from his seat in the CAF, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself. He spat a mouthful of coffee directly onto Xiaoshan's face. It was his first encounter with such an eccentric assassin. Could it be that all assassins were like this? In his understanding, assassins ought to be composed, resolute, or insidiously cunning, skilled in calculation and decisive in their actions. Perhaps this was merely an anomaly with this particular assassin. Apologizing for his sudden outburst, Lin Yi recalled a rather amusing incident, realizing his own indiscretion as he glanced at Xiaoshan's bewildered expression. He simply muttered an excuse and refocused his attention on the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Lin Yi's momentary distraction caused him to miss the most captivating scene, leaving only the assassin sprawled on the ground. The diminutive figure of the beast stood proudly atop his face, one claw embedded in the assassin's skull.